The Scottish Chiefs. By Jane Porter. Chapter 1. Scotland. Bright was the summer of 1296. The war which had desolated Scotland was then at an end. Ambition seemed satiated. And the vanquished, after having passed under the yoke of their enemy, concluded they might wear their chains in peace. Such were the hopes of those Scottish noblemen who, early in the preceding spring, had signed the bond of submission to a ruthless conqueror, purchasing life at the price of all that makes life estimable: liberty and honor. Prior to this act of vassalage, Edward I, King of England, had entered Scotland at the head of an immense army. He seized Berwick by stratagem, laid the country in ashes, and, on the field of Dunbar, forced the Scottish king and his nobles to acknowledge him their liege lord. But while the courts of Edward, or of his representatives, were crowded by the humbled Scots, the spirit of one brave man remained unsubdued. Disgusted alike at the facility with which the sovereign of a warlike nation could resign his people and his crown into the hands of a treacherous invader, and at the pusillanimity of the nobles who had ratified the sacrifice, William Wallace retired to the Glen of Ellerslie. Withdrawn from the world, he hoped to avoid the sight of oppressions he could not redress, and the endurance of injuries beyond his power to avenge. Thus checked at the opening of life in the career of glory that was his passion, secluded in the bloom of manhood from the social haunts of men, he repressed the eager aspirations of his mind, and strove to acquire that resignation to inevitable evils which alone could reconcile him to forego the promises of his youth, and enable him to view with patience a humiliation of Scotland, which blighted her honor, menaced her existence, and consigned her sons to degradation or obscurity. The latter was the choice of Wallace. Too noble to bend his spirit to the usurper, too honest to affect submission, he resigned himself to the only way left of maintaining the independence of a true Scot. And giving up the world at once, all the ambitions of youth became extinguished in his breast, since nothing was preserved in his country to sanctify their fires. Scotland seemed proud of her chains. Not to share in such debasement, appeared all that was now in his power. And within the shades of Ellerslie he found a retreat and a home, whose sweets beguiling him of every care, made him sometimes forget the wrongs of his country in the tranquil enjoyments of wedded love. During the happy months of the preceding autumn, while Scotland was yet free, and the path of honourable distinction still open before her young nobility, Wallace married Marion Braidfoot, the beautiful heiress of Lamington. Nearly of the same age, and brought up from childhood together, reciprocal affection had grown with their growth. And sympathy of tastes and virtues, and mutual tenderness, made them so entirely one, that when at the age of 22 the enraptured lover was allowed to pledge that faith publicly at the altar, which he had so often vowed in secret to his Marion, he clasped her to his heart, and softly whispered, "Dearer than life, part of my being. Blessed is this union, that mingles thy soul with mine, now, and forever." Edward's invasion of Scotland broke in upon their innocent joys. Wallace threw aside the wedding garment for the cuirass and the sword. But he was not permitted long to use either. Scotland submitted to her enemies, and he had no alternative but to bow to her oppressors, or to become an exile from man, amid the deep glens of his country. The Tower of Ellerslie was henceforth the lonely abode of himself and his bride. The neighbouring nobles avoided him, because the principles he declared were a tacit reproach on their proceedings. And in the course of a short time, as he forbore to seek them, they even forgot that he was in existence. Indeed, all occasions of mixing with society he now rejected. The hunting spear with which he had delighted to follow the flying roebuck from glade to glade, the arrows with which he used to bring down the heavy ptarmigan or the towering eagle, all were laid aside. Scottish liberty was no more. And Wallace would have blushed to have shown himself to the free-born deer of his native hills, in communion of sports with the spoilers of his country. Had he pursued his once favourite exercises, he must have mingled with the English, now garrisoned in every town, and who passed their hours of leisure in the chase. Being resigned to bury his youth, since its strength could no longer be serviceable to his country books, his harp, and the sweet converse of his tender Marion, became the occupations of his days. Ellerslie was his hermitage. And there, Closed from the world, with an angel his companion, he might have forgotten Edward was lord in Scotland, had not that which was without his little paradise made a way to its gates. And showed him the slavery of the nobles and the wretchedness of the people. In these cases, his generous hand gave succor where it could not bring redress. Those whom the lawless plunderer had driven from their houses or stripped of their covering, found shelter, clothing, and food at the house of Sir William Wallace. Ellerslie was the refuge of the friendless, and the comfort of the unhappy. Wherever Lady Wallace moved, whether looking out from her window on the accidental passenger, or taking her morning or moonlight walks through the glen, leaning on the arm of her husband, she had the rapture of hearing his steps greeted and followed by the blessings of the poor destitute, and the prayers of them who were ready to perish. It was then that this happy woman would raise her husband's hands to her lips, and in silent adoration, thank God for blessing her with a being made so truly in his own image. Several months of this blissful and uninterrupted solitude had elapsed, when Lady Wallace saw a chieftain at her gate. He inquired for its master, requested a private conference, and retired with him into a remote room. They remained together for an hour. Wallace then came forth, and ordering his horse, with 4 followers, to be in readiness, said he meant to accompany his guest to Douglas Castle. When he embraced his wife at parting, he told her that as Douglas was only a few miles distant, he should be at home again before the moon rose. She passed the tedious hours of his absence with tranquillity, till the appointed signal of his return appeared from behind the summits of the opposite mountains. So bright were its beams, that Marian did not need any other light to show her the stealing sands of her hourglass, as they numbered the prolonged hours of her husband's stay. She dismissed her servants to their rest. All, excepting Halbert, the grey-haired harper of Wallace, and he, like herself, was too unaccustomed to the absence of his master to find sleep visit his eyes, while Ellerslie was bereft of its joy and its guard. As the night advanced, Lady Wallace sat in the window of her bedchamber, which looked toward the west. She watched the winding pathway that led from Lanark down the opposite heights, eager to catch a glimpse of the waving plumes of her husband when he should emerge from behind the hill, and pass under the thicket which overhung the road. How often, as a cloud obscured for an instant the moon's light, and threw a transitory shade across the path, did her heart bound with the thought that her watching was at an end. It was he whom she had seen start from the abrupt rock. They were the folds of his tartan that darkened the white cliff. But the moon again rolled through her train of clouds and threw her light around. Where then was her Wallace? Alas! It was only a shadow she had seen. The hill was still lonely, and he whom she sought was yet far away. Overcome with watching, expectation, and disappointment, unable to say whence arose her fears, she sat down again to look. But her eyes were blinded with tears, and in a voice interrupted by sighs she exclaimed, "Not yet, not yet. Ah, my Wallace, what evil hath betided thee?" Trembling with a nameless terror, she knew not what to dread. She believed that all hostile recounters had ceased, when Scotland no longer contended with Edward. The nobles, without remonstrance, had surrendered their castles into the hands of the usurper. And the peasantry, following the example of their lords, had allowed their homes to be ravaged without lifting an arm in their defense. Opposition being over, nothing could then threaten her husband from the enemy. And was not the person who had taken him from Ellerslie a friend? Before Wallace's departure he had spoken to Marian alone. He told her that the stranger was Sir John Monteith, the youngest son of the brave Walter Lord Monteith, one who had been treacherously put to death by the English in the early part of the foregoing year. This young man was bequeathed by his dying father to the particular charge of his friend William Lord Douglas, at that time governor of Berwick. After the fall of that place and the captivity of its defender, Sir John Monteith had retired to Douglas Castle, in the vicinity of Lanark, and was now the sole master of that princely residence, James Douglas, the only son of its veteran lord. Being still at Paris, whither he had been dispatched, before the defeat at Dunbar, to negotiate a league between the French monarch and the then King of Scots. Informed of the privacy in which Wallace wished to live, Monteith had never ventured to disturb it until this day. But knowing the steady honor of his old school companion, he came to entreat him, by the respect he entertained for the brave Douglas, and by his love for his country, that he would not refuse to accompany him to the brave exile's castle. "I have a secret to disclose to you," said he, "which cannot be divulged on any other spot." Unwilling to deny so small a favour, Wallace, as has been said before, consented, and accordingly was conducted by Monteith toward Douglas. While descending the heights which led to the castle, Monteith kept a profound silence, and when crossing the drawbridge toward it, he put his finger to his lips, in token to the servants for equal caution. This was explained as they entered the gate and looked around. It was guarded by English soldiers. Wallace would have drawn back, but Monteith laid his hand on his arm, and whispered, "For your country." At these words, a spell to the ear of Wallace, he proceeded, and his attendants followed into the courtyard. The sun was just setting as Monteith led his friend into the absent Earl's room. Its glowing reflection on the distant hills reminded Wallace of the stretch he had to retread to reach his home before midnight, and thinking of his anxious Marion, he awaited with impatience the development of the object of his journey. Monteith closed the door, looked fearfully around for some time, then, trembling at every step, approached Wallace. When drawn quite near, in a low voice he said, "You must swear upon the cross that you will keep inviolate the secret I am going to reveal." Wallace put aside the hilt of the sword which Monteith presented to receive his oath. "No," said he, with a smile, "in these times I will not bind my conscience on subjects I do not know. If you dare trust the word of a Scotsman and a friend, speak out, and if the matter be honest, my honor is your pledge." "You will not swear?" "No." "Then I must not trust you." "Then our business is at an end," returned Wallace, rising, "and I may return home." "Stop," cried Monteith. "Forgive me, my old companion, that I have dared to hesitate. These are, indeed, times of such treason to honor, that I do not wonder you should be careful how you swear, but the nature of the confidence reposed in me will, I hope, convince you that I ought not to share it rashly. Of any one but you, whose truth stands unsullied, amidst the faithlessness of the best, I would exact oaths on oaths, but your words is given, and on that I rely. Await me here." Monteith unlocked a door which had been concealed by the tapestry, and after a short absence re-entered with a small iron box. He set it on the table near his friend, then went to the great door, which he had before so carefully closed, tried that the bolts were secure, and returned, with a still more pallid countenance, toward the table. Wallace, surprised at so much actions, awaited with wonder the promised explanation. Monteith sat down with his hand on the box, and fixing his eyes on it, began. "I am going to mention a name, which you may hear with patience, since its power is no more. The successful rival of Bruce, and the enemy of your family, is now a prisoner in the Tower of London." "Baliol?" "Yes," answered Monteith. "And his present sufferings will, perhaps, avenge to you his vindictive resentment of the injury he received from Sir Ronald Crawford." "My grandfather never injured him, nor any man," interrupted Wallace. "Sir Ronald Crawford was as incapable of injustice as of flattering the minions of his country's enemy. But Baliol is fallen, and I forgive him." "Did you witness his degradation," returned Monteith, "you would even pity him." "I always pity the wicked," continued Wallace, "and as you seem ignorant of the cause of his enmity against Sir Ronald and myself, in justice to the character of that most venerable of men, I will explain it. I first saw Baliol 4 years ago, when I accompanied my grandfather to witness the arbitration of the King of Scotland between the two contending claimants for the Scottish crown. Sir Ronald came on the part of Bruce. I was deemed too young to have a voice in the council, but I was old enough to understand what was passing there, and to perceive, that it was the price for which he sold his country. However, as Scotland acknowledged him sovereign, and as Bruce submitted, my grandfather silently acquiesced. But Baliol did not forget former opposition. His behavior to Sir Ronald and myself at the beginning of this year, when, according to the privilege of our birth, we appeared in the field against the public enemy, fully demonstrated what was the injury Baliol complains of. And how unjustly he drove us from the standard of Scotland. None, said he, shall serve under me, who presume to declare themselves the friends of Bruce. Poor weak man. The purchased vassal of England. Yet so vain of his ideal throne, he hated all who had opposed his elevation, even while his own treachery sapped its foundation. Edward having made use of him, all these sacrifices of honor and of conscience are insufficient to retain his favor. And Balliol is removed from his kingdom to an English prison. Can I feel anything so honoring as indignation against a wretch so abject? No. I do indeed pity him. And now that I have cleared my grandfather's name of such calumny, I am ready to hear you further. Monteith, after remarking on the well-known honor of Sir Ronald Crawford, resumed. During the massacre at the capture of Berwick, Lord Douglas, wounded, and nearly insensible, was taken by a trusty band of Scots out of the citadel and town. I followed him to Dunbar, and witnessed with him that dreadful day's conflict, which completed the triumph of the English. When the few nobles who survived the battle dispersed, Douglas took the road to Forfar, hoping to meet King Balliol there, and to concert with him new plans of resistance. When we arrived, we found His Majesty in close conversation with the Earl of Athol, who had persuaded him the disaster at Dunbar was decisive, and that if he wished to save his life, he must immediately go to the King of England, then at Montrose, and surrender himself to his mercy. 2. Douglas tried to alter Balliol's resolution, but without effect. The king could not return any reasonable answers to the arguments which were offered to induce him to remain, but continued to repeat, with groans and tears, "It is my fate." Athol sat knitting his black brows during this conversation, and at last throwing out some sullen remarks to Lord Douglas on exhorting the king to defy his liege lord, he abruptly left the room. As soon as he was gone, Balliol rose from his seat with a very anxious countenance, and taking my patron into an adjoining room, they continued there a few minutes, and then re-entered. Douglas brought with him this iron box. "Monteith," said he, "I confide this to your care. Putting the box under my arm and concealing it with my cloak, carry it," continued he, "directly to my castle in Lanarkshire. I will rejoin you there, in 24 hours after your arrival. Meanwhile, by your affection for me and fidelity to your king, breathe not a word of what has passed. Look on that, and be faithful," said Balliol, putting this ruby ring on my finger. I withdrew, with the haste his look dictated. And as I crossed the outward hall, was met by Athol. He eyed me sternly, and inquired whither I was going. I replied, to Douglas, to prepare for the coming of its lord. The hall was full of armed men in Athol's colours. Not one of the remnant who had followed my patron from the bloody field of Dunbar was visible. Athol looked round on his myrmidons. "Here," cried he, "see that you speed this fellow on his journey. We shall provide lodgings for his master." I foresaw danger to Lord Douglas, but I durst not attempt to warn him of it, and, to secure my charge, which a return to the room might have hazarded, I hastened into the courtyard, and being permitted to mount my horse, set off at full speed. On arriving at this place, I remembered the secret closet, and carefully deposited the box within it. A week passed, without any tidings of Lord Douglas. At last a pilgrim appeared at the gate, and requested to see me alone. Fearing nothing from a man in so sacred a habit, I admitted him. Presenting me with a packet which had been entrusted to him by Lord Douglas, he told me my patron had been forcibly carried on board a vessel at Montrose, to be conveyed with the unhappy Balliol to the Tower of London. Douglas, on this outrage, sent to the monastery at Aberbrothick, and under the pretence of making a religious confession before he sailed, begged a visit from the sub-prior. "I am that prior," continued the pilgrim. And having been born on the Douglas lands, he well knew the claim he had to my fidelity. He gave me this packet, and conjured me to lose no time in conveying it to you. The task was difficult. And, as in these calamitous seasons we hardly know whom to trust, I determined to execute it myself. I inquired whether Lord Douglas had actually sailed. "Yes," replied the father, "I stood on the beach till the ship disappeared." A half-stifled groan burst from the indignant breast of Wallace. It interrupted Monteith for an instant, but without noticing it he proceeded. Not only the brave Douglas was then wrested from his country, with our king. But also that holy pillar of Jacob 3 which prophets have declared to be the Palladium of Scotland. What, inquired Wallace, with a yet darker frown, has Balliol robbed Scotland of that trophy of one of her best kings? Is the sacred gift of Fergus to be made the spoil of a coward? Balliol is not the robber, rejoined Monteith. The hallowed pillar was taken from Scone by the command of the King of England, and, with the sackings of Iona, was carried on board the same vessel with the betrayed Douglas. The archives of the kingdom have also been torn from their sanctuary, and were thrown by Edward's own hands into the fire. Tyrant, murmured Wallace, thou mayest fill the cup too full. His depredations, continued Monteith, the good monk told me, have been wide as destructive. He has not left a parchment either of public records or of private annals, in any of the monasteries or castles round Montrose. All have been searched and plundered. And besides, the faithless Earl of March and Lord Sculis are such parricides of their country, as to have performed the like robberies, in his name, from the eastern shores of the Highlands to the furthest of the Western Isles. Do the traitors think, cried Wallace, that by robbing Scotland of her annals and of that stone they really deprive her of her Palladium? Scotland's history is in the memories of her sons, her Palladium is in their hearts. And Edward may one day find that she remembers the victory of Largs, for and needs not talismans to give her freedom. Alas! Not in our time, answered Monteith. The spear is at our breasts, and we must submit. You see this castle is full of Edward's soldiers. Every house is a garrison for England, but more of this by and by. I have yet to tell you the contents of the packet which the monk brought. It contained two others. One directed to Sir James Douglas, at Paris, and the other to me. I read as follows. Athol has persuaded Balliol to his ruin, and betrayed me into the hands of Edward. I shall see Scotland no more. Send the enclosed to my son at Paris. It will inform him what is the last wish of William Douglas for his country. The iron box I confided to you, guard as your life, until you can deposit it with my son. But should he remain abroad, and you ever be in extremity, commit the box in strict charge to the worthiest Scot you know, and tell him that it will be at the peril of his soul, who dares to open it, till Scotland be again free. When that hour comes, then let the man by whose valour God restores her rights, receive the box as his own, for by him only it is to be opened. Douglas. Monteith finished reading the letter, and remained silent. Wallace, who had listened to it with increasing indignation against the enemies of Scotland, spoke first. Tell me in what I can assist you, or how serve these last wishes of the imprisoned Douglas. Monteith replied by reading over again this sentence: should my son remain abroad, and you ever be in extremity, commit the box in strict charge to the worthiest Scot you know. I am in that extremity now. Edward determined on desolation, when he placed English governors throughout our towns. And the rapacious Heselrig, his representative in Lanark, not backward to execute the despot's will, has just issued an order, for the houses of all the absent chiefs to be searched for records and secret correspondence. 2 or 3, in the neighbourhood have already gone through this ordeal, but the even has proved that it was not papers they sought, but plunder, and an excuse for dismantling the castles, or occupying them with English officers. The soldiers you saw were sent, by daybreak this morning, to guard this castle until Heselrig could in person be present at the examination. This ceremony is to take place tomorrow. And as Lord Douglas is considered a traitor to Edward, I am told the place will be sacked to its walls. In such an extremity, to you, noble Wallace, as to the worthiest Scot I know, I apply to take charge of this box. Within the remote cliffs of Ellerslie it must be safe, and when James Douglas arrives from Paris, to him you will resign it. Meanwhile, as I cannot resist the plunderers, after delivering the keys of the state apartments to Heselrig tomorrow, I shall submit to necessity, and beg his permission to retire to my lodge on Benvenue. Wallace made no difficulty in granting Monteith's request. And, there being 2 iron rings on each side of his charge, the young chief took off his leathern belt, and putting it through them, swung the box easily under his left arm, while covering it with his plaid. Monteith's eyes now brightened, the paleness left his cheek, and with a firmer step, as if suddenly relieved of a heavy load, he called a servant to prepare Sir William Wallace's attendance. While Wallace shook him by the hand, Monteith, in a low and solemn voice, exhorted him to caution respecting the box. "Remember," added he, "the penalty that hangs over him who looks into it." "Be not afraid," answered Wallace. "Even the outside shall never be seen by other eyes than my own, unless the same circumstance which now induces you, mortal extremity, should force me to confide it to safer hands." "Beware of that," exclaimed Monteith. "For who is there that would adhere to the prohibition as I have done, as you will do? And besides, as I have no doubt it contains holy relics, who knows what new calamities a sacrilegious look might bring upon our already devoted country?" "Relics or no relics," replied Wallace, "it would be an equal sin against good faith to invade what is forbidden, but from the weight I am rather inclined to suspect it contains gold. Probably a treasure, with which the sordid Baliol thinks to compensate the hero who may free his country from all the miseries a traitor king and a treacherous usurper have brought upon it." "A treasure," repeated Monteith. "I never thought of that. It is indeed heavy, and, as we are responsible for the contents of the box, I wish we were certain of what it contains. Let us consider that." "It is no consideration of ours," returned Wallace. "With what is in the box we have no concern. All we have to do is, to preserve the contents unviolated by even our own eyes, and to that, as you have now transferred the charge to me, I pledge myself. Farewell." "But why this haste?" rejoined Monteith. "Indeed, I wish I had thought. Stay only a little." "I thank you," returned Wallace, proceeding to the courtyard, "but it is now dark, and I promise to be at home before the moon rises. If you wish me to serve you further, I shall be happy to see you at Ellerslie tomorrow. My Marian will have pleasure in entertaining, for days or weeks, the friend of her husband." While Wallace spoke, he advanced to his horse, to which he was lighted by the servants of the castle. A few English soldiers lingered about in idle curiosity. As he put his foot in the stirrup, he held the sword in his hand, which he had unbuckled from his side to leave space for his charge. Monteith, whose dread of detection was ever awake, whispered, "Your loosened weapon may excite suspicion." Fear incurred what it sought to avoid. He hastily pulled aside Wallace's plaid to throw it over the glittering hilt of the sword, and thus exposed the iron box. The light of the torches striking upon the polished rivets, displayed it to all lookers on, but no remark was made. Wallace, not observing what was done, again shook hands with Monteith, and calling his servants about him, galloped away. A murmur was heard, as if of some intention to follow him, but deeming it prudent to leave the open and direct road, because of the English marauders who swarmed there, he was presently lost amid the thick shades of Clydesdale. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Chapter 2. Lanark. The darkness was almost impenetrable. Musing on what had passed with Monteith, and on the likelihood of any hero appearing, who, by freeing his country, could ever claim the privilege of investigating the mystery which was now his care, Wallace rode on till, crossing the bridge of Lanark, he saw the rising moon silver the tops of the distant hills, and then his meditations embraced a gentler subject. This was the time he had promised Marian he should be returned, and he had yet 5 long miles to go, before he could reach the Glen of Ellerslie. He thought of her being alone, of watching, with an anxious heart, the minutes of his delay. Scotland and its wrongs he now forgot, in the idea of her whose happiness was dearer to him than life. He could not achieve the deliverance of the one, but it was his bliss to preserve the peace of the other. And putting spurs to his horse, under the now bright beams of the moon he hastened through the town. Abruptly turning an angle leading to the Mouse River, a cry of murder arrested his ear. He checked his horse and listened. The clashing of arms told him the sound had issued from an alley to the left. He alighted in an instant, and drawing his sword, threw away the scabbard, prophetic omen. Then, leaving his horse with one of his servants hastened, with the other 3, to the spot whence the noise proceeded. On arriving he discovered 2 men in tartans, with their backs to the opposite wall, furiously assaulted by a throng of Edward's soldiers. At this sight, the Scots who accompanied Wallace were so enraged that, blowing their bugles to encourage the assailed, they joined hand to hand with their gallant leader, and attacking the banditti, each man cut his opponent to the ground. Such unexpected assistance reanimated the drooping strength of one of the 2, with whom the cry had issued. He sprung from the wall with the vigor of a tiger, but at the moment received a wound in his back, which would have thrown him at the feet of his enemies, had not Wallace caught him in his left arm, and with his right, cleared the way. While he cried to his men who were fighting near him, "Dash to the glen." As he spoke, he threw the now insensible stranger into their arms. The other man, whose voice had first attracted Wallace, at the instant sunk, covered with blood, on the pavement. 2 of the servants, obeying their master, carried their senseless burden toward the horses, but the 3rd, being hemmed in by the furious soldiers, could not move. Wallace made a passage to his rescue, and effected it. But one base wretch, while the now wounded Scot was retreating, made a stroke which would have severed his head from his body, had not the trusty claymore of Wallace struck down the pending weapon of the coward, and received his rushing body upon its point. He fell with bitter imprecations, calling aloud for vengeance. A dreadful cry was now raised by the whole band of assassins: "Murder, treason, Arthur Haselrig is slain." The uproar became general. The windows of the adjoining houses were thrown open, people armed and unarmed issued from their doors and pressed forward to inquire the cause of the alarm. Wallace was nearly overpowered, 100 swords flashed in the torchlight. But at the moment he expected they would be sheathed in his heart, the earth gave way under his feet, and he sunk into utter darkness. He fell upon a quantity of gathered broom. And concluding that the weight of the thronging multitude had burst his way through the arch of a cellar, he sprung to his feet. And though he heard the curses of several wretches, who had fallen with him and fared worse, he made but one step to a half-open door, pointed out to him by a gleam from an inner passage. The men uttered a shout as they saw him darken the light which glimmered through it, but they were incapable of pursuit. And Wallace, aware of his danger, darting across the adjoining apartment, burst open a window, and leaped out to the foot of the Lanark hills. The oaths of the soldiers, enraged at his escape, echoed in his ears, till distance sunk them into hoarse murmurs. He pursued his way over the craigs, through the valley, and across the river, to the cliffs which embattle the garden of Ellerslie. Springing on the projecting point of the nearest, he leaped into a thicket of honeysuckles. This was the favourite bower of his Marian. The soft perfume, as it saluted his senses, seemed to breathe peace and safety. And as he emerged from its fragrant embrace, he walked with a calmer step toward the house. He approached a door which led into the garden. It was open. He beheld his beloved leaning over a couch, on which was laid the person he had rescued. Halbert was dressing his wounds. Wallace paused for a moment, to contemplate his lovely wife in this more lovely act of charity. Her beautiful hands held a cup to the lips of the stranger, while her long hair, escaped from its band, fell in jetty ringlets, and mingled with his silver locks. "Marian!" exclaimed the overflowing soul of her husband. She looked up at the well-known sound, and with a cry of joy, rushing forward, threw herself into his arms. Her tears flowed, she sobbed, she clung to his breast. It was the first time Wallace had been from her. She had feared it would have been the last. The hour, the conflict, the bleeding stranger. But now he was returned, he was safe. "Art thou indeed here?" exclaimed she. Blood fell from his forehead upon her face and bosom. "Oh, my Wallace!" cried she, in agony. "Fear not, my love. All is well, since our wounded countryman is safe." "But you bleed," returned she. No tears now impeded her voice. Terror had checked their joyful currents. And she felt as if she expected his life-blood to issue from the wound on which she gazed. "I hope my preserver is not hurt?" inquired the stranger. "Oh, no," replied Wallace, putting back the hair from his forehead, "a mere trifle." That the action had discovered the gash to be wider than he thought, he saw in the countenance of his wife. She turned deadly pale. "Marion," said he, "to convince you how causeless your fears are, you shall cure me yourself. And with no other surgery than your girdle." When Lady Wallace heard his gay tone, and saw the unforced smiles on his lips, she took courage. And, remembering the deep wounds on the stranger, whom she had just assisted to dress, without any alarm for his life, she began to hope that she need not now fear for the object dearest to her in existence. Rising from her husband's arms, with a languid smile she unbound the linen fillet from her waist, and Halbert having poured some balsam into the wound, she prepared to apply the bandage. But when she lifted her husband's hair from his temple, that hair which had so often been the object of her admiration, as it hung in shining masses over his arching brows, when the clotted blood met her fingers, a mist seemed to pass over her sight. She paused for a moment, but rallying her strength, as the cheerful sound of his voice conversing with his guest assured her fear was needless, she tied the fillet. And, stealing a soft kiss on his cheek when she had finished, she seated herself, yet trembling, by his side. "Gallant Wallace," continued the stranger. Agitation had prevented her hearing what had preceded this dash. "It is Donald Earl of Mar, who owes his life to you." "Then blessed be my arm," exclaimed Wallace, "that has preserved a life so precious to my country." "May it indeed be blessed," cried Lord Mar, "for this night it has made the sovereigns feel there is yet one man in Scotland who does not fear to resist oppression, and to punish treachery." "What treachery?" inquired Lady Wallace, her alarmed spirit still hovering about her soul's far dearer part. "Is any meant to my husband?" "None to Sir William Wallace, more than to any other brave Scot," replied the Earl, "but we all see the oppression of our country, we all know the treachery by which it was subjugated. And this night, in my own person, I have felt the effects of both. The English at Lanark dispatched a body of men to Bothwell Castle, where my family now are, on a plea, that as its lord is yet absent, they presume he is adverse to Edward. And therefore they must search his dwelling for documents to settle the point. Considering myself the representative of my brother-in-law, Lord Bothwell, and suspecting that this might be only a private marauding party, I refused to admit the soldiers. And saw them depart, swearing to return next day with a stronger force, and storm the castle. To be ascertained of their commission, and to appeal against such unprovoked tyranny, should it be true, I followed the detachment to Lanark. I saw Hazelrig the governor. He avowed the transaction, but awed by the power which he thinks I possess in the country, he consented to spare Bothwell while I and my family remain in it. It being nearly dark, I took my leave, and was proceeding toward my servants in the courtyard when a young man accosted me. I recognized him to be the officer who had commanded the party I had driven from the castle. Hazelrig having told me that he was his nephew, I made no hesitation to go back with him, when he informed me that his uncle had forgotten something of importance, and begged me to return. I followed his steps. But instead of conducting me to the room in which I had conversed with Hazelrig, he led me along a dark passage into a small apartment, where telling me his uncle would attend me, he suddenly retreated out of the door. And before I could recollect myself I heard him bolted after him. I now saw myself a prisoner, and alarmed at what might be intended to my defenseless family, I made every essay to force the door, but it was in vain. Driven to despair, I remained in a state of mind not to be described, when the bolt was withdrawn, and two men entered, with manacles in their hands. They attempted to seize me, telling me I was the prisoner of King Edward. I did not listen further, but wounding one with my dagger, felled the other to the ground, and darting past him, made my way through what passages I cannot tell, till I found myself in a street leading from behind the governor's house. I ran against someone as I rushed from the portal. It was my servant Neil. I hastily told him to draw his sword and follow me. We then hurried forward. He telling me he had stepped out to observe the night, while the rest of my men were awaiting me in the house, wondering at my delay. Rejoiced at my escape, and fearing the worst of consequences from the treachery of Hazelrig, I was hastening onward, determined to pursue my way on foot to the protection of my family, when, at the turning of an angle which leads to the Bothwell road, we were suddenly surrounded by armed men. The moon shone full on their faces, and I discovered they were Southrons, and that young Hazelrig was at their head. He aimed a blow at my head with his battle-axe, and in a voice of triumph exclaimed to his soldiers, "The plunder of Bothwell, my lads. Down with its lord. All but the Lady Helen shall be yours." In a moment every sword was directed toward me. They wounded me in several places, but the thought of my daughter gave supernatural vigor to my arm, and I defended myself till the cries of my servant brought you, my brave deliverer, to my rescue. But, while I am safe, perhaps my treacherous pursuer has marched toward Bothwell, too sure to commit the horrid violence he meditates. There are none to guard my child but a few domestics, the unpracticed sword of my stripling nephew, and the feeble arms of my wife. "Be easy on that head," interrupted Wallace. "I believe the infamous leader of the banditti fell by my hand, for the soldiers made an outcry that Arthur Hazelrig was killed. And then pressing on me to take revenge, their weight broke a passage into a vault, through which I escaped. Save yourself, my master," cried a man rushing in from the garden. "You are pursued." While he spoke he felt insensible at Wallace's feet. It was Dugald whom he had rescued from the blow of Hazelrig, and who, from the state of his wound had been thus long in reaching Ellerslie. Wallace had hardly time to give him to the care of Halbert, when the voice of war assailed his ears. The tumult of men demanding admittance and the terrible sound of spears rattling against the shields of their owners, told the astonished group within that the house was beset by armed foes. "Blood for blood!" cried a horrid voice, which penetrated the almost palsied senses of Lady Marion. "Vengeance on Wallace, for the murder of Hazelrig!" "Fly, fly!" cried she, looking wildly at her husband. "Whither?" answered he, supporting her in his arms. "Would this be a moment to leave you, and our wounded guest? I must meet them." "Not now," cried Lord March. "Hear you not how numerous they are? Mark that shout! They thirst for blood. If you have love, pity, for your wife, delay not a moment." Again. The uproar redoubled, and the room was instantly filled with shrieking women in their nightclothes, the attendants of Lady Wallace. She almost expiring, on her husband's breast. "Oh my lord!" cried the terrified creatures, wringing their hands, "what will become of us? The Southrons are at the gates, and we shall be lost forever." "Fear not," replied Wallace, "retire to your chambers. I am the person they seek, none else will meet with injury." Appeased by this assurance, the women retreated to their apartments. And Wallace, turning to the Earl, who continued to enforce the necessity of his flight, repeated, that he would not consent to leave his wife in such a tumult. "Leave me," cried she, in an inarticulate voice, "or see me die." As she spoke, there was a violent crash, and a tremendous burst of imprecations. 3 of Wallace's men ran panting into the room. 2 of the assailants had climbed to the hall window, and had just been thrown back upon the cliffs, where one was killed. "Conceal yourself," said the Scots to Wallace, "for in a few minutes more your men will not be able to maintain the gates." "Yes, my dear lord," cried Halbert, "there is a dry well at the end of the garden, at the bottom of that you will be safe. By your love for me, Wallace, by all you owe to the tender affections of your grandfather, hearken to him," cried Lady Marion, falling at his feet, and clasping his knees. "I kneel for my life in kneeling for yours. Pity the grey hairs of Sir Ronald, whom your untimely death would bring to the grave. Pity your unborn child. Fly, Wallace, fly if you would have me live." She was pale and breathless. "Angel of my life," exclaimed Wallace, straining her to his heart, "I obey thee. But if the hand of one of the desperate robbers dares to touch thy hallowed person "Think not so, my lord," interrupted Halbert, "it is you they seek. Not finding you, they will be too eager in pursuit to molest your lady." "I shall be safe," whispered Marion, "only fly, while you are here, their shouts kill me." But thou shalt go with me, returned he, the well will contain us all. But first let our faithful Halbert and these honest fellows lower Lord Mar into the place of refuge. He being the cause of the affray, if discovered, would be immediately sacrificed. Lord Mar acquiesced. And while the contention was so loud without, as to threaten the tearing down of the walls, the Earl was carried into the garden. He was followed by Sir William Wallace, to whose arm his wife yet fondly clung. At every cry of the enemy, at every shock they gave to his yet impregnable gates, she breathed the shorter, and was clasped by the lord of her heart still more closely to his bosom. At the well side they found the Earl bound with rope that was to lower him to the bottom. By great care it was safely done. And the cord being brought up again, before it was tied round Wallace, for his agonized wife insisted he should descend next, he recollected that the iron box at his side might hurt the wounded nobleman by striking him in his descent. And, unbuckling it, he said it contained matters of great value, and ordered it to be lowered first. Lord Mar, beneath, was releasing it from the rope, when a shout of triumph pierced their ears. A party of the English, having come round the heights, had leaped the wall of the garden, and were within a few yards of the well. For Wallace to descend now was impossible. "That tree!" whispered Marion, pointing to an oak tree near which they stood. As she spoke, she slid from his arms, and along with the venerable Halbert, who had seized her hand, disappeared amid the adjoining thicket. The two servants fled also. Wallace, finding himself alone, the next instant, like one of his native eagles, was looking down from the towering top of the wood upon his enemies. They passed beneath him, denouncing vengeance upon the assassin of Arthur Haselrig. One, who by the brightness of his armor seemed to be their leader, stopped under the tree, and complained he had so sprained his ankle in leaping the wall, he must wait a few minutes to recover himself. Several soldiers drew toward him. But he ordered them to pursue their duty, search the house, and bring Wallace, dead or alive, before him. They obeyed. But others, who had gained admittance to the tower through the now forced gates, soon ran to him with information that the murderer could nowhere be found. "But here is a gay lady," cried one, "perhaps she can tell of his hiding place." And that moment Marion, with Halbert, appeared amongst a band of men. The lighted torches which the soldiers held, shone full on her face. Though pale as monumental marble, the exquisite beauty of her features, and the calm dignity which commanded from her eyes, awed the officer into respect and admiration. "Soldiers, stand back," cried he, advancing to Lady Wallace. "Fear not, madam." As the words passed his lips, a flight of arrows flew into the bosom of the tree. A piercing shriek from Marion was her only answer. "Ha! My lady's falcon," cried Halbert alarmed, doubly, for the fate of his master. A sudden agitation of the branches having excited an indefinite suspicion in a body of archers who stood near, with one impulse they had discharged their arrows to the spot. Halbert's ready excuse, both for the disturbance in the tree and his lady's shriek, was prompted and warranted true by the appearance of a large bird, which the rushing of the arrows had frightened from her nest. She rose suddenly from amongst the branches, and soared away, far to the east, with loud screams. All being again still, Marion hoped that her husband had escaped any serious injury from the arrows. And turning with recovered composure to the officer, heard him, with a glow of comfort, reprimand his men for daring to draw their bows without his orders. Then addressing her, "I beg your pardon, madam," said he, "both for the alarm these hot-headed men have occasioned you, and for the violence they have committed in forcing one of your sex and beauty before me. Had I expected to have found a lady here, should have issued orders to have prevented this outrage. But I am sent hither in quest of Sir William Wallace, who, by a mortal attack made on the person of the governor of Lanark's nephew, has forfeited his life. The scabbard of his sword, found beside the murdered Haselrig, is an undeniable proof of his guilt. Direct us to find him, and not only your release, but the favour of the English monarch will await your allegiance." "I am Sir William Wallace's wife," returned the gentle Marion, in a firm tone. "And by what authority you seek him thus, and presume to call him guilty, I cannot understand." By the authority of the laws, madam, which he has violated. What laws? Rejoined she. Sir William Wallace acknowledges none but those of God and his country. Neither of these has he transgressed. The officer replied, this night he assassinated Arthur Haselrig in the streets of Lanark. And that condemns him, by the last declaration of King Edward, whatever Scot maltreats any one of the English soldiers, or civil officers garrisoned in the towns of Scotland, shall thereby forfeit his life, as the penalty of his crime. A tyrant's law, sir, to which no freeborn Scot will submit. But even were it allowed by my countrymen, in this case it can have no hold on my husband. That he is a Scot, he glories, and not that he maltreated any Englishman in the streets of Lanark, do I glory, but because, when he saw two defenceless men borne down by a band of armed soldiers, he exposed his unshielded breast in their defence. One of the two died, covered with wounds. That the governor's nephew also fell, was a just retribution for his heading so unequal a contest, and no crime in Sir William Wallace. For he slew him to preserve a feeble old man, who had 100 English swords levelled at his life. The officer paused for a moment, and then, ordering his soldiers to fall further back, when they were at a sufficient distance, he offered to take Lady Wallace's hand. She withstood his motion with a reserved air, and said, speak, sir, what you would say, or allow me to retire. I mean not to offend you, noble lady, continued he. Had I a wife lovely as yourself, and I in like circumstances, I hope in the like manner would defend my life and honour. I knew not the particulars of the affair in which Arthur Haselrig fell, till I heard it from your lips. I can easily credit them, for I know his unmanly character. Wallace is a Scot, and acted in Scotland as Gilbert Hambledon would have done in England, were it possible for any vile foreigner to there put his foot upon the neck of a countryman of mine. Wherever you have concealed your husband, let it be a distant asylum. At present no tract within the jurisdiction of Lanark will be left unsearched by the governor's indefatigable revenge. Lady Wallace, overcome with gratitude at this generous speech of the English officer, uttered some inarticulate words, expressive more in sound than clearness, of her grateful feelings. Hambledon continued, I will use my influence with Haselrig, to prevent the interior of your house from being disturbed again. But it being in the course of military operations, I cannot free you from the disagreeable ceremony of a guard being placed tomorrow morning round the domains. This I know will be done to intercept Sir William Wallace should he attempt to return. Oh! That he were indeed far distant, thought the anxious Marian. The officer then added, however, you shall be relieved of my detachment directly. And as he spoke, he waved his sword to them who had seized the harper. They advanced, still holding their prisoner. He ordered them to commit the man to him, and to sound. The trumpeter obeyed, and in a few seconds the whole detachment were assembled before their commander. Soldiers! Cried he, Sir William Wallace has escaped our hands. Mount your horses, that we may return to Lanark, and search the other side of the town. Lead forth, and I will follow. The troops obeyed, and falling back through the open gates, left Sir Gilbert Hambledon alone with Lady Wallace and the wondering Halbert. The brave young man took the now no longer withdrawn hand of the grateful Marian, who had stood trembling while so many of her husband's mortal enemies were assembled under the place of his concealment. Noble Englishman, said she, as the last body of soldiers passed from her sight, I cannot enough thank you for this generous conduct. But should you or yours be ever in the like extremity with my beloved Wallace, and in these tyrannous times, what brave spirit can answer for its continued safety, may the ear which has heard you this night, at that hour repay my gratitude. Sweet lady, answered Hambledon, I thank you for your prayer. God is indeed the benefactor of a true soldier, and though I serve my king, and obey my commanders, yet it is only to the Lord of battles that I look for a sure reward. And whether he pay me here with victories and honors, or take my soul through a rent in my breast, to receive my laurel in paradise, it is all one to Gilbert Hambledon. But the night is cold, I must see you safe within your own doors, and then, lady, farewell. Lady Wallace yielded to the impulse of his hand, and with redoubled haste, as she heard another rustling in the tree above her head. Hambledon did not notice it, but desiring Halbert to follow, in a few minutes disappeared with the agitated Marion into the house. Wallace, whose spirit could ill brook the sight of his domains filled with hostile troops, and the wife of his bosom brought a prisoner before their commander, would instantly have braved all dangers, and have leaped down amongst them. But at the instant he placed his foot on a lower bough to make a spring, the courteous address of Hambledon to his wife had made him hesitate. He listened to the replies of his Marion with exultation. And when the Englishman ordered his men to withdraw, and delivered himself so generously respecting the safety of the man he came to seize, Wallace could hardly prevent a brave confidence in such virtue from compelling him to come from his concealment, and thank his noble enemy on the spot. But in consideration that such disclosure would put the military duty and the generous nature of the officer at variance, he desisted, with such an agitation of spirits that the boughs had again shaken under him, and reawakened the alarm of his trembling wife. Omnipotent virtue, exclaimed Wallace to himself. If it were possible that thy generous spirit could animate the breast of an invading conqueror, how soon would the vanquished cease to forget their former freedom, and learn to love their vassalage. This man's nobleness, how soon has it quenched the flame of vengeance with which, when I ascended this tree, I prayed for the extirpation of every follower of Edward. Sir William. My master! Cried a well-known voice, in a suppressed tone, as if still fearful of being overheard. It was Halbert's. Speak, my dear lord, are you safe? In heart and body, returned Wallace, sliding from the tree, and leaping on the ground. One only of the arrows touched me, and that merely striking my bugle, fell back amongst the leaves. I must now hasten to the dearest, the noblest of women. Halbert begged him to stay till they should hear the retreat from the English trumpets. Till their troops are out of sight, added he, I cannot believe you safe. Hark, cried Wallace, the horses are now descending the craig. That must satisfy you, honest Halbert. With these words he flew across the grass, and entering the house, met the returning Marion, who had just bade farewell to Hambledon. She rushed into his arms, and with the excess of a disturbed and uncertain joy, fainted on his neck. Her gentle spirit had been too powerfully excited by the preceding scenes. Unaccustomed to tumult of any king, and nursed in the bosom of fondness till now, no blast had blown on her tender form, no harshness had ever ruffled the blissful serenity of her mind. What then was the shock of this evening's violence? Her husband pursued as a murderer, herself exposed to the midnight air, and dragged by the hands of merciless soldiers to betray the man she loved. All these scenes were new to her. And though a kind of preternatural strength had supported her over, when she fell once more into her husband's extended arms, she seemed there to have found again her shelter, and the pillow whereon her harassed soul might repose. My life! My best treasure! Preserver of thy Wallace! Look on him, exclaimed he, bless him with a smile from those dear eyes. His voice, his caresses, soon restored her to sensibility and recollection. She wept on his breast, and with love's own eloquence, thanked heaven that he had escaped the search and the arrows of his enemies. But my dear lady, interrupted Halbert, remember my master must not stay here. You know the English commander said he must fly far away. Nay, spies may even now be lurking to betray him. You are right, cried she. My Wallace, you must depart. Should the guard arrive soon, your flight may be prevented. You must go now, but, oh! Whither? Not far distant, my love. In going from thee, I leave behind all that makes my life precious to me, how then can I go far away? No. There are recesses among the Cartlane craigs, I discovered while hunting, and which I believe have been visited by no mortal foot but my own. There I will be, my Marion, before sunrise. And before it sets, thither you must send Halbert, to tell me how you fare. 3 notes from thine own sweet strains of Thusa ha misk na riolton more, 5 blown by his pipe, shall be a sign to me that he is there. And I will come forth to hear tidings of thee. Ah, my Wallace, let me go with thee. What, dearest, returned he, to live amidst rocks and streams? To expose thy tender self, and thine unborn infant, to all the accidents of such a lodging. But are not you going to so rough, so dangerous a lodging? Asked she. Oh! Would not rocks and streams be heaven's paradise to me, when blessed by the presence of my husband? Ah! Let me go. Impossible, my lady, cried Halbert, afraid that the melting heart of his master would consent. You are safe here, and your flight would awaken suspicion in the English, that he had not gone far. Your ease and safety are dearer to him than his own life, and most likely by his care to preserve them, he would be traced, and so fall a ready sacrifice to the enemy. It is true, my Marion, I could not preserve you in the places to which I go. But the hardships you will endure, cried she, to sleep on the cold stones, with no covering but the sky, or the dripping vault of some dreary cave. I have not courage to abandon you alone to such cruel rigors. Cease, my beloved. Interrupted he, cease these groundless alarms. Neither rocks nor storms have any threats to me. It is only tender woman's cares that make man's body delicate. Before I was thine, my Marion, I have lain whole nights upon the mountain's brow, counting the wintry stars, as I impatiently awaited the hunter's horn that was to recall me to the chase in Glenfinlass. Alike to Wallace is the couch of down or the bed of heather, so, best beloved of my heart, grieve not at hardships which were once my sport, and will now be my safety. Then farewell. May good angels guard thee. Her voice failed. She put his hand to her lips. Courage, my Marion, said he, remember that Wallace lives but in thee. Revive, be happy for my sake, and God, who putteth down the oppressor, will restore me to thine arms. She spoke not, but rising from his breast, clasped her hands together, and looked up with an expression of fervent prayer, then smiling through a shower of tears, she waved her hand to him to depart and instantly disappeared into her own chamber. Wallace gazed at the closed door, with his soul in his eyes. To leave his Marion thus, to quit her who was the best part of his being, who seemed the very spring of the life now throbbing in his heart, was a contention with his fond love, almost too powerful for his resolution. Here indeed his brave spirit gave way, and he would have followed her, and perhaps have determined to await his face at her side, had not Halbert, reading his mind in his countenance, taken him by the arm, and drawn him toward the portal. Wallace soon recovered his better reason, and obeying the friendly impulse of his servant, accompanied him through the garden, to the quarter which pointed toward the heights that led to the remotest recesses of the Clyde. In their way they approached the well where Lord Mar lay. Finding that the Earl had not been inquired for, Wallace deemed his stay to be without peril. And intending to inform him of the necessity which still impelled his own flight, he called to him, but no voice answered. He looked down, and seeing him extended on the bottom without motion, I fear, said he, the Earl is dead. As soon as I am gone, and you can collect the dispersed servants, send one into the well to bring him forth, and if he be indeed no more, deposit his body in my oratory, till you can receive his widow's commands respecting his remains. The iron box now in the well is of inestimable value, take it to Lady Wallace and tell her she must guard it, as she has done my life, but not to look into it, at the peril of what is yet dearer to her, my honor. Halbert promised to adhere to his master's orders. And Wallace, girding on his sword, and taking his hunting spear, with which the care of his venerable domestic had provided him, he pressed the faithful hand that presented it, and again enjoining him to be watchful of the tranquillity of his lady, and to send him tidings of her in the evening, to the cave near the Corie Lynn, he climbed the wall, and was out of sight in an instant. Chapter 3 Ellerslie. Halbert returned to the house, and entering the room softly, into which Marion had withdrawn, beheld her on her knees before a crucifix. She was praying for the safety of her husband. May he, O gracious Lord, cried she, soon return to his home. But if I am to see him here no more, oh, may it please thee to grant me to meet him within thy arms in heaven. Hear her, blessed Son of Mary, ejaculated the old man. She looked round, and rising from her knees, demanded of him, in a kind but anxious voice, whether he had left her lord in security. In the way to it, my lady, answered Halbert. He repeated all that Wallace had said at parting, and then tried to prevail on her to go to rest. "Sleep cannot visit my eyes this night, my faithful creature," replied she, "my spirit will follow Wallace in his mountain flight. Go you to your chamber. After you have had repose, that will be time enough to revisit the remains of the poor Earl, and to bring them with the box to the house. I will take a religious charge of both, for the sake of the dear entruster." Halbert persuaded his Aldie to lie down on the bed, that her limbs at least might rest after the fatigue of so harassing a night, and she, little suspecting that he meant to do otherwise than to sleep also, kindly wished him repose and retired. Her maids, during the late terror, had dispersed, and were nowhere to be found, and the men, too, after their stout resistance at the gates, had all disappeared. Some fled, others were sent away prisoners to Lanark, while the good Hambledon was conversing with their lady. Halbert, therefore, resigned himself to await with patience the rising of the sun, when he hoped some of the scared domestics would return. If not, he determined to go to the cotters who lived in the depths of the glen, and bring some of them to supply the place of the fugitives, and a few, with stouter hearts, to guard his lady. Thus musing, he sat on a stone bench in the hall, watching anxiously the appearance of that orb, whose setting beams he hoped would light him back with tidings of William Wallace to comfort the lonely heart of his Marion. All seemed at peace. Nothing was here but the sighing of the trees as they waved before the western window, which opened toward the Lanark hills. The morning was yet grey, and the fresh air blowing in rather chilly. Halbert rose to close the wooden shutter. At that moment his eyes were arrested by a party of armed men in quick march down the opposite declivity. In a few minutes more their heavy steps sounded in his ears, and he saw the platform before the house filled with English. Alarmed at the sight, he was retreating across the apartment, toward his lady's room, when the great hall door was burst open by a band of soldiers, who rushed forward and seized him. "Tell me, dotard," cried their leader, a man of low stature, with grey locks, but a fierce countenance, "where is the murderer? Where is Sir William Wallace? Speak, or the torture shall force you." Halbert shuddered, but it was for his defenceless lady, not for himself. "My master," said he, "is far from this." "Where?" "I know not." "Thou shalt be made to know, thou hoary-headed villain," cried the same violent interrogator. "Where is the assassin's wife? I will confront ye. Seek her out." At that word the soldiers parted right and left, and in a moment afterward 3 of them appeared, with shouts, bringing in the trembling Marion. "Alas! My lady!" cried Halbert, struggling to approach her, as with terrified apprehension she looked around her, but they held her fast, and he saw her led up to the merciless wretch who had given the orders to have her summoned. "Woman!" cried he, "I am the governor of Lanark. You now stand before the representative of the great King Edward, and on your allegiance to him, and on the peril of your life, I command you to answer me 3 questions. Where is Sir William Wallace, the murderer of my nephew? Who is that old Scot, for whom my nephew was slain? He and his whole family shall meet my vengeance. And tell me, where is that box of treasure which your husband stole from Douglas Castle? Answer me these questions on your life." Lady Wallace remained silent. "Speak, woman," demanded the governor. "If fear cannot move you, know that I can reward as well as avenge. I will endow you richly, if you declare the truth. If you persist to refuse, you die." "Then I die," replied she, scarcely opening her half-closed eyes, as she leaned, fainting and motionless, against the soldier who held her. "What?" cried the governor, stifling his rage, in hopes to gain by persuasion on a spirit he found threats could not intimidate. "Can so gentle a lady reject the favour of England, large grants in this country, and perhaps a fine English knight for a husband, when you might have all for the trifling service of giving up a traitor to his liege lord? And confessing where his robberies lie concealed? Speak, fair dame, give me this information, and the lands of the wounded chieftain whom Wallace brought here, with the hand of the handsome Sir Gilbert Hambledon, shall be your reward. Rich, and a beauty in Edward's court. Lady, can you now refuse to purchase all, by declaring the hiding place of the traitor Wallace? It is easier to die. Fool, cried Hazelrig, driven from his assumed temper by her steady denial. What? Is it easier for these dainty limbs to be hacked to pieces by my soldiers' axes? Is it easier for that fair bosom to be trodden underfoot by my horse's hoofs, and for that beauteous head of thine to decorate my lance? Is all this easier than to tell me where to find a murderer and his gold? Lady Wallace shuddered, she stretched her hands to heaven. Speak once for all, cried the enraged governor, drawing his sword. I am no waxen-hearted Hambledon, to be cajoled by your beauty. Declare where Wallace is concealed, or dread my vengeance. The horrid steel gleamed across the eyes of the unhappy Marian, unable to sustain herself, she sunk to the ground. Kneel not to me for mercy, cried the fierce wretch, I grant none, unless you confess your husband's hiding-place. A momentary strength darted from the heart of Lady Wallace to her voice, I kneel to heaven alone, and may it ever preserve my Wallace from the fangs of Edward and his tyrants. Blasphemous wretch, cried the infuriated Hazelrig. And in that moment he plunged his sword into her defenceless breast. Halbert, who had all this time been held back by the soldiers, could not believe that the fierce governor would perpetrate the horrid deed he threatened. But seeing it done, with a giant's strength and a terrible cry he burst from the hands that held him, and had thrown himself on the bleeding Marian, before her murderer could strike his second blow. However, it fell, and pierced through the neck of the faithful servant before it reached her heart. She opened her dying eyes, and seeing who it was that would have shielded her life, just articulated, Halbert. My Wallace, to God, and with that last unfinished sentence her pure soul took its flight to regions of eternal peace. The good old man's heart almost burst when he felt that before, heaving bosom now motionless. And groaning with grief, and fainting with loss of blood, he lay senseless on her body. A terrible stillness was now in the hall. Not a man spoke, all stood looking on each other, with a stern horror marking each pale countenance. Hazelrig, dropping his blood-stained sword on the ground, perceived by the behavior of his men that he had gone too far, and fearful of arousing the indignation of awakened humanity, to some act against himself. He addressed the soldiers in an unusual accent of condescension, My friends, said he, we will now return to Lanark. Tomorrow you may come back, for I reward your services of this night with the plunder of Ellerslie. May a curse light on him who carries a stick from its grounds, exclaimed a veteran, from the further end of the hall. Amen. Murmured all the soldiers, with one consent, and falling back, they disappeared, one by one, out of the great door, leaving Hazelrig alone with the soldier, who stood leaning on his sword, looking on the murdered lady. Grimsby, why stand you there? Demanded Hazelrig, follow me. Never, returned the soldier. What? Exclaimed the governor, momentarily forgetting his panic, dare you speak thus to your commander? March on before me this instant, or expect to be treated as a rebel. I march at your command no more, replied the veteran, eyeing him resolutely, the moment you perpetrated this bloody deed, you became unworthy the name of man. And I should disgrace my own manhood, were I ever again to obey the word of such a monster. Villain, cried the enraged Hazelrig, you shall die for this. That may be, answered Grimsby, by the hands of some tyrant like yourself. But no brave man, not the royal Edward, would do otherwise than acquit his soldier for refusing obedience to the murderer of an innocent woman. It was not so he treated the wives and daughters of the slaughtered Saracens when I followed his banners over the fields of Palestine. Thou canting miscreant, cried Hazelrig, springing on him suddenly, and aiming his dagger at his breast. But the soldier arrested the weapon, and at the same instant closing upon the assassin, with a turn of his foot threw him to the ground. Hazelrig, as he lay prostrate, seeing his dagger in his adversary's hand, with the most dastardly promises implored for life. Monster, cried the soldier, I would not pollute my honest hands with such unnatural blood. Neither, though thy hand has been lifted against my life, would I willingly take thine. It is not rebellion against my commander that actuates me, but hatred of the vilest of murderers. I go far from you, or your power. But if you forswear your voluntary oath, and attempt to seek me out for vengeance, remember it is a soldier of the cross you pursue, and a dire retribution shall be demanded by heaven, at a moment you cannot avoid. And with a horror commensurate with your crimes. There was a solemnity and determination in the voice and manner of the soldier that paralyzed the intimidated soul of the governor. He trembled violently, and repeating the oath of leaving Grimsby unmolested, at last obtained his permission to return to Lanark. The men, in obedience to the conscience-stricken orders of their commander, had mounted their horses and were now far out of sight. Hazelrig's charger was still in the courtyard. He was hurrying toward it, but the soldier, with a prudent suspicion, called out, "Stop, sir. You must walk to Lanark. The cruel are generally false, I cannot trust your word, should you have the power to break it. Leave this horse here, tomorrow you may send for it, I shall then be far away." Hazelrig saw that remonstrance would be unavailing. And shaking with impotent rage, he turned into the path which, after 5 weary miles, would lead him once more to his citadel. For the moment the soldier's manly spirit had dared to deliver its abhorrence of Lady Wallace's murder, he was aware that his life would no longer be safe within reach of the machinations of Hazelrig. And determined, alike by detestation of him and regard for his own preservation, resolved to take shelter in the mountains, till he could have an opportunity of going beyond sea to join his king's troops in the Guienne wars. Full of these thoughts he returned into the hall. As he approached the bleeding form on the floor, he perceived it to move, hoping that perhaps the unhappy lady might not be dead, he drew near, but, alas! As he bent to examine, he touched her hand and found it quite cold. The blood which had streamed from the now exhausted heart, lay congealed upon her arms and bosom. Grimsby shuddered. Again he saw her move, but it was not with her own life. The recovering senses of her faithful servant, as his arms clung around the body, had disturbed the remains of her who would wake no more. On seeing that existence yet struggled in one of these blameless victims, Grimsby did his utmost to revive the old man. He raised him from the ground, and poured some strong liquor he had in a flask into a mouth. Halbert breathed freer. And his kind surgeon, with the venerable Harper's own plaid, bound up the wound in his neck. Halbert opened his eyes. When he fixed them on the rough features and English helmet of the soldier, he closed them again with a deep groan. "My honest Scot," said Grimsby, "trust in me. I am a man like yourself, and though a Southron, am no enemy to age and helplessness." The Harper took courage at these words, he again looked at the soldier. But suddenly recollecting what had passed, he turned his eyes toward the body of his mistress, on which the beams of the now rising sun were shining. He started up, and staggering toward her, would have fallen, had not Grimsby supported him. "Oh, what a sight is this!" cried he, wringing his hands. "My lady! My lovely lady! See how low she lies who was once the delight of all eyes, the comforter of all hearts." The old man's sobs suffocated him. The veteran turned away his face, a tear dropped upon his hand. "Accursed Hazelrig," ejaculated he, "thy fate must come. If there be a man's heart in all Scotland, it is not far distant," cried Halbert. "My master lives, and will avenge this murder. You weep, soldier, and you will not betray what has now escaped me. I have fought in Palestine," returned he, "and a soldier of the cross betrays none who trust him. Saint Mary preserve your master and conduct you safely to him. We must both hasten hence. Hazelrig will surely send in pursuit of me. He is too vile to forgive the truth I have spoken to him. And should I fall into his power, death is the best I could expect at his hands. Let me assist you to put this poor lady's remains into some decent place, and then, my honest Scot, we must separate." Halbert, at these words, threw himself upon the bosom of his mistress, and wept with loud lamentations over her. In vain he attempted to raise her in his feeble arms. "I have carried thee scores of times in thy blooming infancy," cried he. "And now must I bear thee to thy grave? I had hoped that my eyes would have been closed by this dear hand." As he spoke, he pressed her cold hand to his lips with such convulsive sobs that the soldier, fearing he would expire in the agony of his sorrow, took him almost motionless from the dead body, and exhorted him to suppress such self-destroying grief for the sake of his master. Halbert gradually revived, and listening to him, cast a wistful look on the lifeless Marion. "There sleeps the pride and hope of Ellerslie, the mother with her child. O my master, my widowed master," cried he, "what will comfort thee?" Fearing the ill consequence of further delay, the soldier again interrupted his lamentations with arguments for flight. And Halbert, recollecting the oratory in which Wallace had ordered the body of Lord Mar to be deposited, named it for that of his dear lady. Grimsby, immediately wrapping the beauteous corpse in the white garments which hung about it, raised it in his arms, and was conducted by Halbert to a little chapel in the heart of a neighbouring cliff. The still weeping old man removed the altar. And Grimsby, laying the shrouded Marion upon its rocky platform, covered her with the pall, which he drew from the holy table, and laid the crucifix upon her bosom. Halbert, when his beloved mistress was thus hidden from his sight, threw himself on his knees beside her, and in the vehement language of grief offered up a prayer for her departed soul. "Hear me, righteous judge of heaven and earth," cried he. "As thou didst avenge the blood of innocents shed in Bethlehem, so let the grey hairs of Hazelrig be brought down in blood to the grave for the murder of this innocent lady." Halbert kissed the cross, and rising from his knees, went weeping out of the chapel, followed by the soldier. Having closed the door, and carefully locked it, absorbed in meditation on what would be the agonized transports of his master, when he should tell him these grievous tidings, Halbert proceeded in silence, till he and his companion in passing the well were startled by a groan. "Here is some one in extremity," cried the soldier. "Is it possible he lives?" exclaimed Halbert, bending down to the edge of the well with the same inquiry. "Yes," feebly answered the Earl, "I still exist, but am very faint. If all be safe above, I pray remove me into the upward air." Halbert replied that it was indeed necessary he should ascend immediately, and lowering the rope, told him to tie the iron box to it and then himself. This done, with some difficulty, and the assistance of the wondering soldier, who now expected to see the husband of the unfortunate Lady Wallace emerge to the knowledge of his loss, he at last effected the Earl's release. For a few seconds the fainting nobleman supported himself on his countryman's shoulder, while the fresh morning breeze gradually revived his exhausted frame. The soldier looked at his grey locks and furrowed brow, and marvelled how such proofs of age could belong to the man whose resistless valour had discomfited the fierce determination of Arthas Hazelrig and his myrmidons. However, his doubts of the veteran before him being other than the brave Wallace, were soon satisfied by the Earl himself, who asked for a draught of the water which trickled down the opposite hill. And while Halbert went to bring it, Lord Mar raised his eyes to inquire for Sir William and Lady Marion. He started when he saw English armour on the man he would have accosted, and rising suddenly from the stone on which he sat, demanded, in a stern voice, "Who art thou?" "An Englishman," answered the soldier. "One who does not, like the monster Hazelrig, disgrace the name. I would assist you, noble Wallace, to fly this spot. After that, I shall seek refuge abroad, and there, on the fields of Glen, demonstrate my fidelity to my king." Mar looked at him steadily. "You mistake, I am not Sir William Wallace." At that moment Halbert came up with the water. The Earl drank it, though now, from the impulse surprise had given to his blood, he did not require its efficacy. And turning to the venerable bearer, he asked of him whether his master were safe. "I trust he is," replied the old man, "but you, my lord, must hasten hence. A foul murder has been committed here, since you left it." "But where is Lady Wallace?" "Ask the Earl. If there be such danger we must not leave her to meet it." "She will never meet danger more," cried the old man, clasping his hand. "She is in the bosom of the Virgin, and no second assassin's steel can reach her there." "What?" exclaimed the Earl, hardly articulate with horror. "Is Lady Wallace murdered?" Halbert answered only by his tears. "Yes," said the soldier, "and detestation of so unmanly an outrage provoked me to desert his standard. But no time must now be lost in unavailing lamentation. Hazelrig will return, and if we also would not be sacrificed to his rage, we must hence immediately." The Earl, struck dumb at this recital, gave the soldier time to recount the particulars. When he had finished, Lord Mar saw the necessity for instant flight, and ordered horses to be brought from the stables. Though he had fainted in the well, the present shock gave such tension to his nerves, that he found, in spite of his wound, he could now ride without difficulty. Halbert went as commanded, and returned with 2 horses. Having amongst rocks and glens to go, he did not bring one for himself, and begging the good soldier might attend the Earl to Bothwell, he added, "He will guard you and this box, which Sir William Wallace holds as his life. What it contains I know not, and none, he says, may dare to search into. But you will take care of it for his sake, till more peaceful times allow him to reclaim his own." "Fatal box!" cried the soldier, regarding it with an abhorrent eye. "That was the leading cause which brought Hazelrig to Ellerslie." "How?" inquired the Earl. Grimsby then briefly related, that immediately after the return to Lanark of the detachment sent to Ellerslie, under the English garrison in Douglas, and told the governor that Sir William Wallace had that evening taken a quantity of treasure from the castle. His report was, that the English soldiers who stood near the Scottish knight when he mounted at the castle gate, saw a long iron coffer under his arm, but not suspecting its having belonged to Douglas, they thought not of it. Till they overheard Sir John Monteith, as he passed through one of the galleries, muttering something about gold and a box. To intercept the robber amongst his native glens, the soldiers deemed impracticable, and therefore their captain came immediately to lay the information before the governor of Lanark. As the scabbard found in the affray with young Arthur had betrayed the victor to have been Sir William Wallace. This intimation of his having been also the instrument of wresting from the grasp of Hazelrig perhaps the most valuable spoil in Douglas exasperated him to the most vindictive excess. Inflamed with the double furies of revenge and avarice, he ordered out a new troop, and placing himself at its head, took the way to Ellerslie. One of the servants, whom some of Hambledon's men had seized for the sake of information, on being threatened with the torture, confessed to Hazelrig, that not only Sir William Wallace was in the house when it was attacked, but that the person whom he had rescued in the streets of Lanark, and who proved to be a wealthy nobleman, was there also. This whetted the eagerness of the governor to reach Ellerslie, and expecting to get a rich booty, without the most distant idea of the horrors he was going to perpetrate, a large detachment of men followed him. "To extort money from you, my lord," continued the soldier, "and to obtain that fatal coffer, were his main objects. But disappointed in his darling passion of avarice, he forgot he was a man, and the blood of innocence glutted his barbarous vengeance." "Hateful gold," cried Lord Mar, spurning the box with his foot. "It cannot be for itself, the noble Wallace so greatly prizes it, it must be a trust." "I believe it is," returned Halbert, "for he enjoined my lady to preserve it for the sake of his honour." "Take care of it, then, my lord, for the same sacred reason." The Englishman made no objection to accompany the Earl, and by a suggestion of his own, Halbert brought him a Scottish bonnet and cloak from the house. While he put them on, the Earl observed that the harper held a drawn and blood-stained sword in his hand, on which he steadfastly gazed. "Whence came that forried weapon?" cried Lord March. "It is my lady's blood," replied Halbert, still looking on it. "I found it where she lay, in the hall, and I will carry it to my master. Was not every drop of her blood dear to him? And here are many." As the old man spoke he bent his head on the sword, and groaned heavily. "England shall hear more of this," cried Mar, as he threw himself across the horse. "Give me that fatal box, I will buckle it to my saddle-bow. Inadequate will be my utmost care of it, to repay the vast sorrow its preservation and mine have brought upon the head of my deliverer." The Englishman in silence mounted his horse, and Halbert opened a back gate that led to the hills which lay between Ellerslie and Bothwell Castle. Lord Mar took a golden trophied bugle from his breast. "Give this to your master, and tell him that by whatever hands he sends it, the sight of it shall always command the services of Donald March. I go to Bothwell, in expectation that he will join me there. In making it his home he will render me happy, for my friendship is now bound to him by bonds which only death can sever. Halbert took the horn, and promising faithfully to repeat the Earl's message, prayed God to bless him and the honest soldier. A rocky promontory soon excluded them from his sight, and in a few minutes more even the sound of their horses' hoofs was lost on the soft herbage of the winding dell. Now I am alone in this once happy spot. Not a voice, not a sound. "Oh, Wallace!" cried he, throwing up his venerable arms, "thy house is left unto thee desolate, and I am to be the fatal messenger." With the last words he struck into a deep ravine which led to the remotest solitudes of the glen, and pursued his way in dreadful silence. No human face of Scot or English cheered or scared him as he passed along. The tumult had so alarmed the poor cottagers, that with one accord they fled to their kindred on the hills, amid those fastnesses of nature, to await tidings from the valley, of when all should be still, and they might return in peace. Halbert looked to the right and to the left. No smoke, curling its grey mist from behind the intersecting rocks, reminded him of the gladsome morning hour, or invited him to take a moment's rest from his grievous journey. All was lonely and comfortless, and sighing bitterly over the wide devastation, he concealed the fatal sword and the horn under his cloak, and with a staff which he broke from a withered tree, took his way down the winding craigs. Many a pointed flint pierced his aged feet, while exploring the almost trackless paths, which by their direction he hoped would lead him at length to the deep caves of Lynn. Chapter 4. Lynn. After having traversed many a weary rood of, to him, before untrodden ground, the venerable minstrel of the house of Wallace, exhausted by fatigue, sat down on the declivity of a steep crag. The burning beams of the midday sun now beat upon the rocks, but the overshadowing foliage afforded him shelter, and a few berries from the brambles, which knit themselves over the path he had yet to explore. With a draught of water from a friendly burn, offered themselves to revive his enfeebled limbs. Insufficient as they appeared, he took them, blessing heaven for sending even these, and strengthened by half an hour's rest, again he grasped his staff to pursue his way. After breaking a passage, through the entangled shrubs that grew across the only possible footing in this solitary wilderness, he went along the side of the expanding stream, which at every turning of the rocks increased in depth and violence. The rills from above, and other mountain brooks, pouring from abrupt falls down the craigs, covered him with spray, and intercepted his passage. Finding it impracticable to proceed through the rushing torrent of a cataract, whose distant roarings might have intimidated even a younger adventurer, he turned from its tumbling waters which burst upon his sight, and crept on his hands and knees up the opposite acclivity, catching by the fern and other weeds to stay him from falling back into the flood below. Prodigious craggy heights towered above his head as he ascended, while the rolling clouds which canopied their summits seemed descending to wrap him in their fleecy skirts. O'er the projecting rocks bending over the waters of the glen, left him only a narrow shelf in the cliff, along which he crept till it brought him to the mouth of a cavern. He must either enter it or return the way he came, or attempt the descent of overhanging precipices, which nothing could surmount but the pinions of their native birds. Above him was the mountain. Retread his footsteps until he had seen his beloved master, he was resolved not to do. To perish in these glens would be more tolerable to him. For while he moved forward, hope, even in the arms of death, would cheer him with the whisper that he was in the path of duty. He therefore entered the cavity, and passing on, soon perceived an aperture, through which emerging on the other side, he found himself again on the margin of the river. Having attained a wider bed, it left him a still narrower causeway to perform the remainder of his journey. Huge masses of rock, canopied with a thick umbrage of firs, beech, and weeping birch, closed over the glen and almost excluded the light of day. But more anxious, as he calculated by the increased rapidity of the stream he must now be approaching the great fall near his master's concealment, Halbert redoubled his speed. But an unlooked-for obstacle baffled his progress. A growing gloom he had not observed in the sky-excluded valley, having entirely overspread the heavens, at this moment suddenly discharged itself, amidst peals of thunder, in heavy floods of rain upon his head. Fearful of being overwhelmed by the streams, which now on all sides crossed his path, he kept upon the edge of the river, to be as far as possible from the influence of their violence. And thus he proceeded, slowly and with trepidation, through numerous defile, and under the plunge of many a mountain torrent, till the augmented storm of a world of waters, dashing from side to side, and boiling up with the noise and fury of the contending elements above, told him he was indeed not far from the fall of Lynn. The spray was spread in so thick a mist over the glen, he knew not how to advance. A step further might be on the firm earth, but more probably elusive, and dash him into the roaring Lynn, where he would be engulfed at once in its furious whirlpool. He paused and looked around. The rain had ceased, but the thunder still rolled at a distance and echoed tremendously from the surrounding rocks. Halbert shook his grey locks, streaming with wet, and looked toward the sun, now gliding with its last rays the vast sheets of falling water. "This is thine hour, my master," exclaimed the old man. "And surely I am too near the Lynn to be far from thee." With these words he raised the pipe that hung at his breast, and blew 3 strains of the appointed air. In former days it used to call from her bower that fair star of evening, the beauteous Marian, now departed for ever into her native heaven. The notes trembled as his agitated breath breathed them into the instrument. But feeble as they were, and though the roar of the cataract might have prevented their reaching a less attentive era than that of Wallace, yet he sprung from the innermost recess under the fall, and dashing through its rushing waters. The next instant was at the side of Halbert. "Faithful creature," cried he, catching him in his arms, which all the joy of that moment which ends the anxious wish to learn tidings of what is dearest in the world, "how fares my Marian?" "I am weary," cried the heart-stricken old man. "Take me within your sanctuary, and I will tell you all." Wallace perceived that his time-worn servant was indeed exhausted. And knowing the toils and hazards of the perilous track he must have passed over in his way to his fearful solitude, also remembering how, as he sat in his shelter, he had himself dreaded the effects of the storm upon so aged a traveller, he no longer wondered at the dispirited tone of his greeting, and readily accounted for the pale countenance and tremulous step which at first had excited his alarm. Giving the old man his hand, he led him with caution to the brink of the Lynn, and then, folding him in his arms, dashed with him through the tumbling water into the cavern he had chosen for his asylum. Halbert sunk against the rocky side, and putting forth his hand to catch some of the water as it fell, drew a few drops to his parched lips, and swallowed them. After this light refreshment, he breathed a little and turned his eyes upon his anxious master. "Are you sufficiently recovered, Halbert, to tell me how you left my dearest Marian?" Halbert dreaded to see the animated light which now cheered him from the eyes of his master, overclouded with the Cimmerian horrors his story must unfold. He evaded a direct reply. "I saw your guest in safety. I saw him and the iron box on their way to Bothwell." "What?" inquired Wallace, "were we mistaken? Was not the Earl dead when we looked into the well?" Halbert replied in the negative, and was proceeding with a circumstantial account of his recovery and his departure when Wallace interrupted him. "But what of my wife, Halbert? Why tell me of others before of her? She whose safety and remembrance are now my sole comfort." "Oh, my dear lord," cried Halbert, throwing himself on his knees in a paroxysm of mental agony, "she remembers you where best her prayers can be heard. She kneels for her beloved Wallace, before the throne of God." "Halbert," cried Sir William, in a low and fearful voice, "what would you say? My Marian, speak. Tell me in one word, she lives in heaven." At this confirmation of a sudden terror, imbibed from the ambiguous words of Halbert, and which his fond heart would not allow him to acknowledge to himself, Wallace covered his face with his hands and fell with a deep groan against the side of the cavern. The horrid idea of premature maternal pains, occasioned by anguish for him, of her consequent death, involving perhaps that of her infant, struck him to the soul. A mist seemed passing over his eyes, life was receding, and gladly did he believe he felt his spirit on the eve of joining hers. In having declared that the idol of his master's heart no longer existed for him in this world, Halbert thought he had revealed the worst, and he went on. "Her latest breath was sent in prayer for you, my Wallace," were the last words her angel spirit uttered as it issued from her bleeding wounds. The cry that burst from the heart of Wallace, as he started on his feet at this horrible disclosure, seemed to pierce through all the recess of the glen, and with an instantaneous and dismal return was re-echoed from rock to rock. Halbert threw his arms round his master's knees. The frantic blaze of his eyes struck him with affright. "Hear me, my lord, for the sake of your wife, now an angel hovering near you, hear what I have to say." Wallace looked around with a wild countenance. "My Marion near me! Blessed Spirit! Oh, my murdered wife! My unborn babe! Who made those wounds?" cried he, catching Halbert's arm with a tremendous though unconscious grasp. "Tell me who had the heart to aim a blow at that angel's life?" "The governor of Lanark," replied Halbert. "How? For what?" demanded Wallace, with the terrific glare of madness shooting from his eyes. "My wife! My wife! What had she done?" "He came at the head of a band of ruffians, and seizing my lady, commanded her on the peril of her life, to declare where you and the Earl of Mar and the box of treasure were concealed. My lady persisted in refusing him information, and in a deadly rage he plunged his sword into her breast." Wallace clinched his hands over his face, and Halbert went on. "Before he aimed a second blow, I had broken from the men who held me, and thrown myself on her bosom, but all could not save her, the villain's sword had penetrated her heart." "Great God!" exclaimed Wallace, "dost thou hear this murder?" His hands were stretched toward heaven, then falling on his knees, with his eyes fixed. "Give me power, Almighty Judge," cried he, "to assert thy justice. Let me avenge this angel's blood, and then take me to thy mercy." "My gracious master," cried Halbert, seeing him rise with a stern composure, "here is the fatal sword, the blood on it is sacred, and I brought it to you." Wallace took it in his hand. He gazed at it, touched it, and kissed it frantically. The blade was scarcely yet dry, and the ensanguined hue came off upon the pressure. "Marion! Marion!" cried he, "is it thine? Does not thy blood stain my lip?" He paused for a moment, leaning his burning forehead against the fatal blade. Then looking up with a terrific smile. "Beloved of my soul! Never shall this sword leave my hand till it has drunk the lifeblood of thy murderer." "What is it you intend, my lord?" cried Halbert, viewing with increased alarm the resolute ferocity which now, blazing from every part of his countenance, seemed to dilate his figure with more than mortal daring. "What can you do? Your single arm dash. I am not single, God is with me. I am his avenger. Now tremble, tyranny. I come to hurl thee down." At the word he sprung from the cavern's mouth, and had already reached the topmost cliff when the piteous cries of Halbert penetrated his ear. They recalled him to recollection, and returning to his servant, he tried to soothe his fear, and spoke in a composed though determined tone. "I will lead you from this solitude to the mountains, where the shepherds of Ellerslie are tending their flocks. With them you will find a refuge, till you have strength to reach Bothwell Castle. Lord Mar will protect you for my sake." Halbert now remembered the bugle, and putting it into the master's hand, with its accompanying message, asked for some testimony in return, that the Earl might know that he had delivered it safely. "Even a lock of your precious hair, my beloved master, will be sufficient." "Thou shalt have it, severed from my head by this accursed steel," answered Wallace, taking off his bonnet, and letting his amber locks fall in tresses on his shoulders. Halbert burst into a fresh flood of tears, for he remembered how often it had been the delight of Marion to comb these bright tresses and to twist them round his ivory fingers. Wallace looked up as the old man's sobs became audible, and read his thoughts. "It will never be again, Halbert," cried he, and with a firm grasp of the sword he cut off a large handful of his hair. "Marion, thy blood hath marked it," exclaimed he. "And every hair on my head shall be dyed of the same hue, before this sword is sheathed upon thy murderers. Here, Halbert," continued he, knotting it together, "take this to the Earl of Mar. It is all, most likely, he will ever see again of William Wallace. Should I fall, tell him to look on that, and in my wrongs read the future miseries of Scotland, and remember that God armoureth the patriot's hand. Let him set on that conviction and Scotland may yet be free. Halbert placed the lock in his bosom, but again repeated his entreaties, that his master would accompany him to Bothwell Castle. He urged the consolation he would meet from the good Earl's friendship. "If he indeed regard me," returned Wallace, "for my sake let him cherish you. My consolations must come from a higher hand, I go where it directs. If I live, you shall see me again, but twilight approaches, we must away. The sun must not rise again upon Heselrigg." Halbert now followed the rapid steps of Wallace, who, assisting the feeble limbs of his faithful servant, drew him up the precipitous side of the Lynn, and then leaping from rock to rock. Awaited with impatience the slower advances of the poor old harper, as he crept round a circuit of overhanging cliffs, to join him on the summit of the craigs. Together they struck into the most inaccessible defile of the mountains, and proceeded, till on discerning smoke whitening with its ascending curls the black sides of the impending rocks, Wallace saw himself near the objects of his search. He sprung on a high cliff projecting over this mountain valley, and blowing his bugle with a few notes of the well-known pibroch of Lanarkshire, was answered by the reverberations of 1,000 echoes. At the loved sounds which had not dared to visit their ears since the Scottish standard was lowered to Edward, the hills seemed teeming with life. Men rushed from their fastnesses, and women with their babes eagerly followed to see whence sprung a summons so dear to every Scottish heart. Wallace stood on the cliff, like the newly aroused genius of his country. His long plaid floated afar, and his glittering hair streaming on the blast, seemed to mingle with the golden fires which shot from the heavens. Wallace raised his eyes, a clash as of the tumult of contending armies filled the sky, and flames, and flashing steel, and the horrid red of battle, streamed from the clouds upon the hills. 7. "Scotsmen!" cried Wallace, waving the fatal sword, which blazed in the glare of these northern lights like a flaming brand. "Behold how the heavens cry aloud to you. I come, in the midst of their fires, to call you to vengeance. I come in the name of all ye hold dear, of the wives of you bosoms, and the children in their arms, to tell you the poniard of England is unsheathed. Innocence and age and infancy fall before it. With this sword, last night, did Heselrigg, the English tyrant of Lanark, break into my house, and murder my wife." The shriek of horror that burst from every mouth, interrupted Wallace. "Vengeance! Vengeance!" was the cry of the men, while tumultuous lamentations for the sweet lady of Ellerslie filled the air from the women. Wallace sprung from the cliff into the midst of his brave countrymen. "Follow me, then, to strike the mortal blow." "Lead on!" cried a vigorous old man. "I drew this stout claymore last in the battle of Largs Point. 8 Life and Alexander was then the word of victory. Now, ye accursed sovereigns, ye shall meet the slogan 9 of Death and Lady Marion." "Death and Lady Marion!" was echoed with shouts from mouth to mouth. Every sword was drawn, and those hardy peasants who owned none, seizing the instruments of pasturage, armed themselves with wolf spears, pickaxes, forks, and scythes. 60 resolute men now ranged themselves around their chief. Wallace, whose widowed heart turned icy cold at the dreadful slogan of his Marion's name, more fiercely grasped his sword, and murmured to himself, "From this day may Scotland date her liberty, or Wallace return no more." "My faithful friends," cried he, turning to his men, and placing his plumed bonnet on his head, "let the spirits of your fathers inspire you souls. Ye go to assert that freedom for which they died. Before the moon sets, the tyrant of Lanark must fall in blood." "Death and Lady Marion," was the pealing answer that echoed from the hills. Wallace again sprung on the cliffs. His brave peasants followed him. And taking their rapid march by a near cut through a hitherto unexplored defile of the Cartlane craigs, leaping chasms, and climbing perpendicular rocks, they suffered no obstacles to impede their steps. While thus rushing onward like lions to their prey. Chapter 5. Lanark Castle. The women, and the men who age withheld from so desperate an enterprise, now thronged around Halbert, to ask a circumstantial account of the disaster which had filled all with so much horror. Many tears followed his recital, not one of his auditors was an indifferent listener, all had individually or in persons dear to them, partaken of the tender Marian's benevolence. Their sick beds had been comforted by her charity. Her voice had often administered consolation to their sorrows, her hand had smoothed their pillows, and placed the crucifix before their dying eyes. Some had recovered to bless her, and some had departed to record her virtues in heaven. "Ah! Is she gone?" cried a young woman, raising her face, covered with tears, from the bosom of her infant. "Is the loveliest lady that ever the sun shone upon, cold in the grave? Alas, for me! She it was that gave me the roof under which my baby was born, she it was who, when the Southron soldiers slew my father, and drove us from our home in Ayrshire, gave to my old mother, and my then wounded husband, our cottage by the burnside. Ah! Well can I spare him now to avenge her murder." The night being far advanced, Halbert retired, at the invitation of this young woman, to repose on the heather bed of her husband who was now absent with Wallace. The rest of the peasantry withdrew to their coverts, while she and some other women, whose anxieties would not allow them to sleep, sat at the cavern's mouth watching the slowly moving hours. The objects of their fond and fervent prayers, Wallace and his little army, were rapidly pursuing their march. It was midnight, all was silent as they hurried through the glen, as they ascended with flying footsteps the steep acclivities that led to the cliffs which overhung the vale of Ellerslie. Wallace must pass along their brow. Beneath was the tomb of his sacrificed Marian. He rushed forward to snatch one look, even of the roof which shrouded her beloved remains. But in the moment before he mounted the intervening height, a soldier in English armour crossed the path, and was seized by his men. One of them would have cut him down, but Wallace turned away the weapon. "Hold, Scot!" cried he, "you are not a Southron, to strike the defenceless. The man has no sword." The reflection on their enemy which this plea of mercy contained reconciled the impetuous Scots to the clemency of their leader. The rescued man, joyfully recognizing the voice of Wallace, exclaimed, "It is my lord. It is Sir William Wallace that has saved my life a second time." "Who are you?" asked Wallace. "That helmet can cover no friend of mine." "I am your servant Dugald," returned the man, "he whom your brave arm saved from the battle-axe of Arthur Heselrigg. I cannot ask you how you came by that armour, but if you be yet a Scot throw it off and follow me." "Not to Ellerslie, my lord," cried he, "it has been plundered and burned to the ground by the governor of Lanark." "Then," exclaimed Wallace, striking his breast, "are the remains of my beloved Marian forever ravished from my eyes? Insatiate monster! He is Scotland's curse," cried the veteran of Largs. "Forward, my lord, in mercy to your country's groans." Wallace had now mounted the crag which overlooked Ellerslie. His once happy home had disappeared, and all beneath lay a heap of smoking ashes. He hastened from the sight, and directing the point of his sword with a forceful action toward Lanark, re-echoed with supernatural strength, "Forward!" With the rapidity of lightning his little host flew over the hills, reached the cliffs which divided them from the town, and leaped down before the outward trench of the castle of Lanark. In a moment Wallace sprung so feeble a barrier. And with a shout of death, in which the tremendous slogan of his men now joined, he rushed upon the guard that held the northern gate. Here slept the governor. These opponents being slain by the first sweep of the Scottish swords, Wallace hastened onward, winged with twofold retribution. The noise of battle was behind him. For the shouts of his men had aroused the garrison and drawn its soldiers, half naked, to the spot. He reached the door of the governor. The sentinel who stood there flew before the terrible warrior that presented himself. All the mighty vengeance of Wallace blazed in his face and seemed to surround his figure with a terrible splendor. With one stroke of his foot he drove the door from its hinges, and rushed into the room. What a sight for the now awakened and guilty Heselrigg! It was the husband of the defenseless woman he had murdered come in the power of justice, with uplifted arm and vengeance in his eyes. With a terrific scream of despair, and an outcry for the mercy he dared not expect, he fell back into the bed and sought an unavailing shield beneath its folds. "Marian! Marian!" cried Wallace, as he threw himself toward the bed and buried the sword, yet red with her blood, through the coverlid, deep into the heart of her murderer. A fiend-like yell from the slain Hazelrig told him his work was done. And drawing out the sword he took the streaming blade in his hand. "Vengeance is satisfied," cried he, "thus, O God. Do I henceforth divide self from my heart." As he spoke he snapped the sword in twain, and throwing away the pieces, put back with his hand the impending weapons of his brave companions, who having cleared the passage of their assailants, had hurried forward to assist in ridding their country of so detestable a tyrant. "'Tis done," cried he. As he spoke he drew down the coverlid and discovered the body of the governor weltering in blood. The ghastly countenance, on which the agonies of hell seemed imprinted, glared horrible even in death. Wallace turned away. But the men exulting in the sight, with a shout of triumph exclaimed, "So fall the enemies of Sir William Wallace." "Rather to fall the enemies of Scotland," cried he, "from this hour Wallace has neither love nor resentment but for her. Heaven has heard me devote myself to work our country's freedom or to die. Who will follow me in so just a cause? All, with Wallace forever." The new clamour which this resolution excited, intimidated a fresh band of soldiers, who were hastening across the courtyard to seek the enemy in the governor's apartments. But on the noise they hastily retreated, and no exertions of their officers could prevail on them to advance again, or even to appear in sight, when the resolute Scots with Wallace at their head soon afterward issued from the great gate. The English commanders, seeing the panic of their men, and which they were less able to surmount on account of the way to the gate being strewn with their slain comrades, fell back into the shadow of the towers, where by the light of the moon, like men paralyzed, they viewed the departure of their enemies over the trenches. Chapter 6. Cartlane Craigs. The sun was rising from the eastern hills and the victorious group re-entered the mountain glen where their families lay. The cheerful sounds of their bugles aroused the sleepers from their caves. And many were the gratulations and embraces which welcomed the warriors to affection and repose. Wallace, while he threw himself along a bed of purple heath, gathered for him by many a busy female hand, listened with a calmed mind to the fond inquiries of Halbert, who, awakened by the first blast of the horn, had started from his shelter and hastened to hail the safe return of his master. While his faithful followers retired each to the bosom of his rejoicing family, the fugitive chief of Ellerslie remained alone with the old man, and recounted to him the success of his enterprise, and the double injuries he had avenged. "The assassin," continued he, "has paid with his life for his inexpiable crime. He is slain, and with him several of Edward's garrison. My vengeance may be appeased, but what, O Halbert, can bring redress to my widowed heart? All is lost to me. I have now nothing to do with this world, but as I may be the instrument of good to others. The Scottish sword has now been redrawn against our foes. And, with the blessing of heaven, I swear it shall not be sheathed till Scotland be rid of the tyranny which has slain my happiness. This night my gallant Scots have sworn to accomplish my vow, and death or liberty must be the future fate of Wallace and his friends." At these words, tears ran down the cheeks of the venerable harper. "Alas! My too brave master," exclaimed he, "what is it you would do? Why rush upon certain destruction? For the sake of her memory whom you deplore. In pity to the worthy Earl of Mar, who will arraign himself as the cause of all these calamities, and of your death, should you fall, retract this desperate vow." "No, my good Halbert," returned Wallace. "I am neither desperate nor inefficient. And you, faithful creature, shall have no cause to mourn this night's resolution. Go to Lord Mar, and tell him what are my resolves. I have nothing now that binds me to life but my country. And henceforth she shall be to me as mistress, wife and child. Would you deprive me of this tie, Halbert? Would you, by persuading me to resign my interest in her, devote me to a hermit's seclusion amongst these rocks? For I will never again appear in the tracks of men if it be not as the defender of her rights. But where, my master, shall we find you, should the Earl choose to join you with his followers? In this wilderness, whence I shall not remove rashly. My purpose is to save my countrymen, not to sacrifice them in needless dangers. Halbert, oppressed with sorrow at the images his foreboding heart drew of the direful scenes in which his beloved master had pledged himself to become the leader, bowed his head with submission, and, leaving Wallace to his rest, retired to the mouth of the cavern to weep alone. It was noon before the chief awoke from the death-like sleep into which kind nature had plunged his long-harassed senses. He opened his eyes languidly, and when the sight of his rocky apartment forced on him the recollection of all his miseries, he uttered a deep groan. That sad sound, so different from the jocund voice with which Wallace used to issue from his rest, struck on the heart of Halbert. He drew near his master to receive his last commands for Bothwell. "On my knees," added he, "will I implore the Earl to send you succor." "He needs not prayers for that," returned Wallace, "but depart, dear, worthy Halbert, it will comfort me to know you are in safety. And whithersoever you go, you carry my thanks and blessings with you." Old age opens the fountains of tears. Halbert's flowed profusely, and bathed his master's hand. Could Wallace have wept, it would have been then. But that gentle emollient of grief was denied to him, and, with a voice of assumed cheerfulness, he renewed his efforts to encourage his desponding servant. Half persuaded that a superior being did indeed call his beloved master to some extraordinary exertions for Scotland, Halbert bade him an anxious farewell, and then withdrew to commit him to the fidelity of the companions of his destiny. A few of them led the old man on his way, as far as the western declivity of the hills, and then, bidding him good speed, he took the remainder of his journey alone. After traversing many a weary mile, between Cartlane Craigs and Bothwell Castle, he reached the valley in which that fortress stands, and calling to the warder at his gates, that he came from Sir William Wallace, was immediately admitted and conducted into the castle. Halbert was led by a servant into a spacious chamber, where the Earl lay on a couch. A lady, richly habited, and in the bloom of life, sat at his head. Another, much younger, and of resplendent beauty, knelt at his feet, with a salver of medicinal cordials in her hand. The Lady Marian's loveliness had been that of a soft moonlight evening. But the face which now turned upon Halbert as he entered, was, full of light, and splendor, and joy, and the old man's eyes, even though dimmed in tears, were dazzled. A young man stood near her. On the entrance of Halbert, whom the Earl instantly recognized, he raised himself on his arm, and welcomed him. The young lady rose, and the young man stepped eagerly forward. The Earl inquired anxiously for Sir William Wallace, and asked if he might expect him soon at Bothwell. "He cannot yet come, my lord," replied Halbert. "Hard is the task he has laid upon his valiant head, but he is avenged. He has slain the governor of Lanark." A faint exclamation broke from the lips of the young lady. "How?" demanded the Earl. Halbert now gave a particular account of the anguish of Wallace, when he was told of the sanguinary events which had taken place at Ellerslie. As the honest harper described, in his own ardent language, the devoted zeal with which the shepherds on the heights took up arms to avenge the wrong done to their chief, the countenance of the young lady, and of the youth, glowed through tears. They looked on each other, and Halbert proceeded. "When my dear master and his valiant troop were pursuing their way to Lanark, he was met by Dugald, the wounded man who had rushed into the room to apprise us of the advance of the English forces. During the confusion of that horrible night, and in the midst of the contention, in spite of his feebleness he crept away, and concealed himself from the soldiers amongst the bushes of the glen. When all was over, he came from his hiding-place. And finding the English soldier's helmet and cloak, poor Dugald, still fearful of falling in with any straggling party of Heselrigs, disguised himself in those Southron clothes. Exhausted with hunger, he was venturing toward the house in search of food, when the sight of armed men in the hall made him hastily retreat into his former place of refuge. His alarm was soon increased by a redoubled noise from the house. Oaths and horrid bursts of merriment seemed to have turned that once abode of honor and of loveliness into the clamorous haunts of ribaldry and rapine. In the midst of the uproar, he was surprised by seeing flames issue from the windows. Soldiers poured from the doors with shouts of triumph, some carried off the booty, and others watched by the fire till the interior of the building was consumed and the rest sunk a heap of smoking ruins. The work completed, these horrid ministers of devastation left the vale to its own solitude. Dugald, after waiting a long time to ascertain they were quite gone, crawled from the bushes, and, ascending the cliffs, he was speeding to the mountains, when, encountering our armed shepherds, they mistook him for an English soldier, and seized him. The chief of ruined Ellerslie recognized his servant, and, with redoubled indignation, his followers heard the history of the mouldering ashes before them. "Brave, persecuted Wallace," exclaimed the Earl, "how dearly was my life purchased! But proceed, Halbert, tell me that he returned safe from Lanark." Halbert now recounted the dreadful scenes which took place in that town. And that when the governor fell, Wallace made a vow never to mingle with the world again till Scotland should be free. "Alas," cried the Earl, "what miracle is to effect that? Surely he will not bury those noble qualities, that prime of manhood, within the gloom of a cloister." "No, my lord, he has retired to the fastnesses of Cartlane craigs." "Why," resumed Mar, "why did he not rather fly to me? This castle is strong. And while one stone of it remains upon another, not all the hosts of England should take him hence." "It was not your friendship he doubted," returned the old man, "love for his country compels him to reject all comfort in which she does not share. His last words to me were these: I have nothing now to do but to assert the liberties of Scotland, and to rid her of her enemies. Go to Lord Mar, take this lock of my hair, stained with the blood of my wife. It is all, most likely, he will ever again see of William Wallace. Should I fall, tell him to look on that, and in my wrongs read the future miseries of Scotland, and remember, that God armeth the patriot." Tears dropped so fast from the young lady's eyes, she was obliged to walk to a window, to restrain a more violent burst of grief. "Oh, my uncle," cried the youth, "surely the freedom of Scotland is possible. I feel in my soul, that the words of the brave Wallace are prophetic." The Earl held the lock of hair in his hands, he regarded it, lost in meditation. "God armeth the patriot." He paused again, his before pallid cheek taking 1,000 animated hues, then raising the sacred present to his lips, "Yes," cried he, "thy vow shall be performed. And while Donald Mar has an arm to wield a sword, or a man to follow to the field, thou shalt command both him and them." "But not as you are, my lord," cried the elder lady, "your wounds are yet unhealed, your fever is still raging. Would it not be madness to expose your safety at such a crisis?" "I shall not take arms myself," answered he, "till I can bear them to effect. Meanwhile all of my clan, and of my friends, that I can raise to guard the life of my deliverer and to promote the cause, must be summoned. This lock shall be my pennon, and what Scotsman will look on that, and shrink from his colours? Here, Helen, my child," cried he, addressing the young lady, "before tomorrow's dawn, have this hair wrought into my banner. It will be a patriot standard, and let his own irresistible words be the motto, God armeth me." Helen advanced with awestruck trepidation. Having been told by the Earl of the generous valour of Wallace, and of the cruel death of his lady, she had conceived a gratitude and a pity deeper than language could express, for the man who had lost so much by succouring one so dear to hear. She took the lock, waving in yellow light upon her hands, and, trembling with emotion, was leaving the room, when she heard her cousin throw himself on his knees. "I beseech you, my honoured uncle," cried he, "if you have love for me, or value for my future fame, allow me to be the bearer of your banner to Sir William Wallace." Helen stopped at the threshold to hear the reply. "You could not, my dear nephew," returned the Earl, "have asked me any favour I could grant with so much joy. Tomorrow I will collect the peasantry of Bothwell, and with those, and my own followers, you shall join Wallace the same night." Ignorant of the horrors of war, and only alive to the glory of the present cause, Helen sympathized in the ardor of her cousin, and with a thrill of sad delight hurried to her apartment, to commence her task. Far different were the sentiments of the Countess, her stepmother. As soon as Lord Mar had let this declaration escape his lips, alarmed at the effect so much agitation might have on his enfeebled constitution, and fearful of the perilous cause he ventured thus openly to espouse, she desired his nephew to take the now comforted Halbert, who was pouring forth his gratitude to the Earl, for the promptitude of his orders, and see that he was attended with hospitality. When the room was left to the Earl and herself, she ventured to remonstrate with him upon the facility with which he had become a party in so treasonable a matter. "Consider, my lord," continued she, "that Scotland is now entirely in the power of the English monarch. His garrisons occupy our towns, his creatures hold every place of trust in the kingdom. And is such a list of oppressions, my dear lady, to be an argument for longer bearing them? Had I, and other Scottish nobles, dared to resist this overwhelming power after the battle of our liberties, kept our own unsheathed within the bulwarks of our mountains, Scotland might now be free. I should not have been insulted by our English tyrants in the streets of Lanark, and, to save my life, William Wallace would not now be mourning his murdered wife, and without a home to shelter him." Lady Mar paused at this observation, but resumed, "That may be true. But the die is cast, Scotland is lost forever. And by your attempting to assist your friend in this rash essay to recover it, you will only lose yourself also, without preserving him. The project is wild and needless. What would you have? Now that the contention between the two kings is past. Now that Balliol has surrendered his crown to Edward, is not Scotland at peace?" "A bloody peace, Joanna," answered the Earl, "witness these wounds. A usurper's peace is more destructive than his open hostilities. Plunder and assassination are its concomitants. I have now seen and felt enough of Edward's jurisdiction. It is time I should awake, and, like Wallace, determine to die for Scotland, or avenge her." Lady Mar wept. "Cruel Donald! Is this the reward of all my love and duty? You tear yourself from me, you consign your estates to sequestration, you rob your children of their name. Nay, by your infectious example, you stimulate our brother Bothwell's son to head the band that is to join this mad man, Wallace." "Hold, Joanna," cried the Earl, "what is it I hear? You call the hero who, in saving your husband's life, reduced himself to these cruel extremities, a madman. Was he made because he prevented the Countess of Mar from being a widow? Was he made because he prevented her children from being fatherless?" The Countess, overcome by this cutting reproach, threw herself upon her husband's neck. "Alas! My lord," cried she, "all is madness to me that would plunge you into danger. Think of your own safety, of my innocent twins now in their cradle, should you fall. Think of our brother's feeling when you sent his only son to join one he, perhaps, would call a rebel. If Earl Bothwell considered himself a vassal of Edward's he would not now be with Lord Loch. From the moment that gallant Highlander retired to Argyllshire, the King of England regarded his adherents with suspicion. Bothwell's present visit to Loch, you see, is sufficient to sanction the plunder of this castle by the peaceful government you approve. You saw the opening of those proceedings. And had they come to their dreadful issue, where, my dear Joanna, would now be your home, your husband, your children? It was the arm of the brave chief of Ellerslie which saved them from destruction." Lady Mar shuddered. "I admit the truth of what you say. But oh! Is it not hard to put my all to the hazard, to see the bloody field on one side of my beloved Donald, and the mortal scaffold on the other?" "Hush!" cried the Earl, "it is justice that beckons me, and victory will receive me to her arms. Let, O power above!" exclaimed he, in the fervour of enthusiasm, "let the victorious field for Scotland be Donald Mar's grave, rather than doom him to live a witness of her miseries." "I cannot stay to hear you," answered the Countess. "I must invoke the Virgin to give me courage to be a patriot's wife. At present, your words are daggers to me." In uttering this she hastily withdrew, and left the Earl to muse on the past, to concert plans for the portentous future. Chapter 7. Bothwell Castle. Meanwhile the Lady Helen had retired to her own apartments. Lord Mar's banner being brought to her from the armoury, she sat down to weave into its silken texture the amber locks of the Scottish chief. Admiring their softness and beauty, while her needle flew, she pictured to herself the fine countenance they had once adorned. The duller extremities of the hair, which a sadder liquid than that which now dropped from her eyes and rendered stiff and difficult to entwine with the warp of the silk, seemed to adhere to her fingers. Helen almost shrunk from the touch. Unhappy lady, she sighed to herself, what a pang must have rent her heart, when the stroke of so cruel a death tore her from such a husband. And how must he have loved her, when for her sake he thus forswears all future joys but those which camps and victories may yield. Ah! What would I give to be my cousin Murray, to bear this pennon at his side? What would I give to reconcile so admirable a being to happiness again, to weep his griefs, or smile him into comfort? To be that man's friend, would be a higher honour than to be Edward's queen. Her heart was thus discoursing with itself when a page opened the door for her cousin, who begged admittance. She had just fastened the flowing charge into its azure field, and while embroidering the motto, gladly assented. "You know not, my good old man," said the gallant Murray to Halbert, as he conducted him across the galleries, "what a noble mind is contained in that lovely young creature. I was brought up with her, and to the sweet contagion of her taste do I owe that love of true glory which carries me to the side of Sir William Wallace. The virtuous only can awaken any interest in her heart. And in these degenerate days long might have been its sleep had not the history which my uncle recounted of your brave master aroused her attention, and filled her with an admiration equal to my own. I know she rejoices in my present destination. And to prevent her hearing from your own lips all you have now told me of the mild as well as heroic virtues of my intended commander, all you have said of the heroism of his wife, would be depriving her of a mournful pleasure. Only to be appreciated by a heart such as hers." The grey-haired bard of Ellerslie, who had ever received the dearest reward of his songs in the smiles of its mistress, did not require persuasion to appear before the gentle Lady of Mar, or to recite in her ears the story of the departed loveliness, fairer than poet ever feigned. Helen rose as he and her cousin appeared. Murray approved the execution of her work, and Halbert, with a full heart, took the pennon in his hand. "Ah! Little did my dear lady think," exclaimed he, "that one of these loved locks would ever be suspended on a staff to lead men to battle. What changes have a few days made! She, the gentlest of women, laid in a bloody grave. And he, the most benevolent of human beings, wielding an exterminating sword." "You speak of her grave, venerable man," inquired Helen, "had you, then, an opportunity of performing the rites of sepulture to her remains?" "No, madam," replied he. "After the worthy English soldier now in this castle, assisted me to place her precious body in my lord's oratory, I had no opportunity of returning to give her a more holy grave." "Alas," cried Helen. "Then her sacred relics have been consumed in the burning house." "I hope not," rejoined Halbert, "the chapel I speak of is at some distance from the main building. It was excavated in the rock by Sir Ronald Crawford, who gave the name of Ellerslie to this estate, in compliment to Sir William's place of birth in Renfrewshire, and bestowed it on the bridal pair. Since then, the Ellerslie of Clydesdale has been as dear to my master as that of the Carth, and well it might be, for it was not only the home of all his wedded joys, but under its roof his mother, the Lady Margaret Crawford, drew her first breath. Ah! Woe is me! That happy house is now, like herself, reduced to cold, cold ashes. She married Sir Malcolm Wallace, and he is gone too. Both the parents of my honoured master died in the bloom of their lives. And a grievous task will it be to whoever is to tell the good Sir Ronald that the last sweet flower of Ellerslie is now cut down. That the noblest branch of his own stem is torn from the soil to which he had transplanted it, and cast far away into the waste wilderness. 10. The tears of the venerable harper bore testimony to his inward resolve, that this messenger should not be himself. Lady Helen, who had fallen into a reverie during the latter part of his speech, now spoke, and with something of eagerness. "Then we shall hope," rejoined she, "that the oratory has not only escaped the flames, but perhaps the access of the English soldiers. Would it not comfort your lord to have that sweet victim entombed according to the rites of the church?" "Surely, my lady, but how can that be done? He thinks her remains were lost in the conflagration of Ellerslie." And for fear of precipitating him into the new dangers which might have menaced him had he sought to bring away her body, I did not disprove his mistake. But her body shall be brought away, rejoined Lady Helen, it shall have holy burial. To effect this, command my services, exclaimed Murray. Helen thanked him for an assistance which would render the completion of her design easy. The English soldier as guide, and a troop from Bothwell, must accompany him. Alas! My young lord, interposed Halbert, suppose you should meet some of the English still loitering there. And what of that, my honest Halbert? Would not I and my trusty band make them clear the way? Is it not to give comfort to the deliverer of my uncle, that I seek the Glen? And shall anything in mortal shape make Andrew Murray turn his back? No, Halbert. I was not born on St. Andrew's Day for naught. And by his bright cross I swear either to lay Lady Wallace in the tomb of my ancestors, or leave my bones to bleach on the grave of hers. Helen loved the resolution of her cousin. And believing that the now ravaged Ellerslie had no attractions to hold marauders amongst its ruins, she dismissed Lord Andrew to make his preparations, and turned herself to prefer her suit accordingly to her father. Ere Halbert withdrew, he respectfully put her hand to his lips. Good night, continued she, ere you see me again, I trust the earthly part of the angel now in paradise will be safe within these towers. He poured 1,000 blessings on her head, and almost thought that he saw in her beautiful form one of heaven's inhabitants sent to bear away his dear mistress to her divine abode. On entering her father's apartment, Lady Helen found him alone. She repeated to him the substance of her conversation with Wallace's faithful servant, and my wish is, continued she, to have the murdered lady's remains entombed in the cemetery of this castle. The Earl approved her request, with expressions of satisfaction at the filial affection which so lively a gratitude to his preserver evinced. May I, then, my dear father, returned she, have your permission to pay our debt of gratitude to Sir William Wallace to the utmost of our power? You are at liberty, my noble child, to do as you please. My vassals, my coffers, are all at your command. Helen kissed his hand. May I have what I please from the Bothwell armory? Command even there, said the Earl, your uncle Bothwell is too true a Scot to grudge a sword in so pious a cause. Helen threw her arms about her father's neck, thanking him tenderly, and with a beating heart retired to prosecute her plans. Murray, who met her in the anteroom, informed her that 50 men, the sturdiest in the Glen, awaited her orders. While she, telling her cousin of the Earl's approval, took the sacred banner in her hand, and followed him to the gallery in the hall. The moment she appeared, a shout of joy bade her welcome. Murray waved his hands in token of silence. While she, smiling with the benignity that spoke her angel errand, spoke with agitation. My brave friends, said she, I thank you for the ardor with which, by this night's enterprise, you assist me to pay, in part, the everlasting tribute due to the man who preserved to me the blessing of a father. With that spirit, then, returned she, I address you with greater confidence. Who amongst you will shrink from following this standard to the field for Scotland's honour? Who will refuse to make himself the especial guardian of the life of Sir William Wallace? And who, in the moment of peril, will not stand by him to the last? None are her, cried a young man, advancing before his fellows, who would not gladly die in his defence. We swear it, burst from every lip at once. She bowed her head, and said, return from Ellerslie tomorrow, with the bier of its sainted mistress, I will then bestow upon every man in this band a war bonnet plumed with my colours. And this banner shall then lead you to the side of Sir William Wallace. In the shock of battle look at its golden ensign, and remember that God not only armeth the patriot's hand, but shieldeth his heart. In this faith, be ye the bucklers which heaven sends to guard the life of Wallace, and, so honoured, exult in your station, and expect the future gratitude of Scotland. Wallace and Lady Helen. To death or liberty, was the animated response to this exhortation, and smiling and crossing her hands over her bosom, in token of thanks of them and to heaven, she retired in the midst of their acclamations. Murray, ready armed for his expedition, met her at the door. Restored to his usual vivacity by the spirit-moving emotions which the present scene awakened in his heart, he forgot the horror which had aroused his zeal, in the glory of some anticipated victory. And giving her a gay salutation, led her back to her apartments, where the English soldier awaited her commands. Lady Helen, with a gentle grace, commended his noble resentment of Hazelrigg's violence. "Lands in Mar shall be yours," added she, "or a post of honour in the little army the Earl is now going to raise. Speak but the word, and you shall find, worthy Englishmen, that neither a Scotsman, nor his daughter, know what it is to be ungrateful." The blood mounted into the soldier's cheek. "I thank you, sweetest lady, for this generous offer. But, as I am an Englishman, I dare not accept it. My arms are due to my own country. And whether I am tied to it by lands or possessions, or have naught but my English blood and my oath to my king to bind me, still I should be equally unwarranted in breaking these bonds. I left Hazelrig because he dishonoured my country. And for me to forswear her, would be to make myself infamous. Hence, all I ask is, that after I have this night obeyed your gracious commands, in leading your men to Ellerslie, the Earl of Mar will allow me instantly to depart for the nearest port." Lady Helen replied that she revered his sentiments too sincerely to insult them by any persuasions to the contrary, and taking a diamond clasp from her bosom, she put it into his hand. "Wear it in remembrance of your virtue, and of Helen Mar's gratitude." The man kissed it respectfully, and bowing, swore to preserve so distinguishing a gift to the latest hour of his existence. Helen retired to her chamber to finish her task. And Murray, bidding her good night, repaired to the Earl's apartments, to take his final orders before he and his troops set out for the ruins of Ellerslie. Chapter 8. Bothwell Chapel. Night having passed over the sleepless heads of the inhabitants of Bothwell Castle, as soon as the sun arose, the Earl of Mar was carried from his chamber, and laid on a couch in the state apartment. His lady had not yet left the room of his daughter, by whose side she had lain the whole night in hopes of infecting her with the fears which possessed himself. Helen replied that she could see no reason for such direful apprehension, if her father, instead of joining Wallace in person, would, when he had sent him succours, retire with his family into the Highlands, and there await the issue of the contest. "It is too late to retreat, dear madam," continued she, "the first blow against the public enemy was struck in defence of Lord Mar. And would you have my father act so base a part, as to abandon his preserver to the wrath such generous assistance has provoked?" "Alas, my child," answered the countess, "what great service will he have done to me or to your father, if he deliver him from one danger, only to plunge him into another? Edward's power in this country is too great to be resisted now. Have not most of our barons sworn fealty to him? And are not the potent families of the Cummin, the Suleys, and the March, all in his interest? You may perhaps say, that most of these are my relations, and that I may turn them which way I will. But if I have no influence with a husband, it would be madness to expect it over more distant kindred. How, then, with such a host against him, can your infatuated father venture, without despair, to support the man who breaks the peace with England?" "Who can despair, honoured lady," returned Helen, "in so just a cause? Let us rather believe with our good King David, that honour must hope always, for no real evil can befall the virtuous either in this world or in the next. Were I a man, the justice that leads on the brave Wallace would nerve my arm with the strength of a host. Besides, look at our country, God's gift of freedom is stamped upon it. Our mountains are his seal. Plains are the proper territories of tyranny, there the armies of a usurper may extend themselves with ease, leaving no corner unoccupied in which patriotism might shelter or treason hide. But mountains, glens, morasses, lakes, set bounds to conquest, and amidst these stands the impregnable seat of liberty. To such a fortress, to the deep defile of Loch Katrine, or to the cloud-curtained heights of Craignacoheilg, I would have my father retire. In safety he may there watch the footsteps of our mountain goddess, till, led by her immortal champion, she plants her standard again upon the hills of Scotland." The complexion of the animated Helen shone with a radiant glow. Her heart panted with a foretaste of the delight she would feel when all her generous wishes should be fulfilled. And pressing the now completed banner to her breast, with an enthusiasm she believed prophetic, her lips moved, though her voice did not utter the inexpressible rapture of her heart. Lady Mar looked at her. "It is well, romantic girl, that you are of my own powerless sex. Had it been otherwise, your rash-headed disobedience might have made me rue the day I became your father's wife." "Sex," returned Helen, mildly, "could not have altered my sense of duty. Whether man or woman, I would obey you in all things consistent with my duty to a higher power. But when that commands, then, by the ordinance of heaven, we must leave father and mother, and cleave unto it. And what, O foolish Helen, do you call a higher duty than that of a child to a parent, or a husband to his wife?" "Duty of any kind," respectfully answered the young daughter of Mar, "cannot be transgressed with innocence. Nor would it be any relinquishing of duty to you, should my father leave you to take up arms in the assertion of his country's rights. Her rights are your safety, and therefore, in defending them, a husband or a son best shows his sense of domestic, as well as of public duty." "Who taught you this sophistry, Helen?" "Not your heart, for it would start at the idea of your father's blood." Helen turned pale. "Perhaps, madam, had not the preservation of my father's blood occasioned such malignity from the English, that nothing but an armed force can deliver his preserver, I, too, might be content to see Scotland in slavery. But now, to wish my father to shrink behind the excuse of far-strained family duties, and to abandon Sir William Wallace to the bloodhounds who hunt his life, would be to devote his name of Mar to infamy. And deservedly bring a curse upon his offspring. Then it is to preserve Sir William Wallace you are thus anxious. Your spirit of freedom is now disallowed, and all this mighty gathering is for him. My husband, his vassals, your cousin, and, in short, the sequestration of the estates of Mar and Bothwell, are all to be put to the hazard on account of a frantic outlaw, to whom, since the loss of his wife, I should suppose, death would be preferable to any gratitude we can pay him." Lady Helen, at this ungrateful language, inwardly thanked heaven that she inherited no part of the blood which animated so unfeeling a heart. "That he is an outlaw, Lady Mar, springs from us. That death is the preferable comforter of his sorrows, also, he owes to us, for was it not for my father's sake that his wife fell, and that he himself was driven into the wilds? I do not, then, blush for making his preservation my first prayer. And that he may achieve the freedom of Scotland, is my second." "We shall see whose prayers will be answered first," resumed Lady Mar, rising coldly from her seat. "My saints are perhaps nearer than yours, and before the close of this day you will have reason to repent such extravagant opinions. I do not understand them. Till now, you never disapproved them." "I allowed them in your infancy," replied the Countess, "because I thought they went no further than a minstrel's song. But since they are become so dangerous, I rue the hour in which I complied with the entreaties of Sir Richard Maitland, and permitted you and your sister to remain at Thirlestane, to imbibe these romantic ideas from the Wizard of Ercildown. 11 Had not Sir Richard been your own mother's father, I would not have been so easily prevailed on, and thus am I rewarded for my indulgence." "I hope, honoured madam," said Helen, still wishing to soften the displeasure of her stepmother, "I hope you will never be ill-rewarded for that indulgence, either by my grandfather, my sister, or myself. Isabella, in the quiet of Thirlestane, has no chance of giving you the offence that I do, and I am forced to offend you, because I cannot disobey my conscience." A tear stood in the eye of Lady Helen. "Cannot you, dear Lady Mar," continued she, forcing a smile, "pardon the daughter of your early friend, my mother, who loved you as a sister? Cannot you forgive her Helen for revering justice even more than your favour? More influenced by the sweet humility of her daughter-in-law than by the ingenuous eloquence with which she maintained her sentiments, or with the appeal to the memory of the first Lady Mar, the Countess relaxed the frigid air she had assumed. And kissing her, with many renewed injunctions to bless the hand that might put a final stop to so ruinous an enthusiasm in her family, she quitted the room. As soon as Helen was alone, she forgot the narrow-minded arguments of the Countess. And calling to recollection the generous permission with which her father had endowed her the night before, she wrapped herself in her mantle, and, attended by her page, proceeded to the armoury. The armourer was already there, having just given out arms for 300 men, who, by the Earl's orders were to assemble by noon on Bothwell Moor. Helen told the man she came for the best suit of armour in his custody one of the most excellent proof. He drew from an oaken chest a coat of black mail, studded with gold. Helen admired its strength and beauty. "It is the richest in all Scotland," answered he, "and was worn by our great Canmore in all his victories. Then it is worthy its destination. Bring it, with its helmet and sword, to my apartment." The armourer took it up, and, accompanied by the page carrying the lighter parts, followed her into the western tower. When Helen was again alone, it being yet very early in the morning, she employed herself in pluming the casque, and forming the scarf she meant should adorn her present. Thus time flew, till the sandglass told her it was the 8th hour. But ere she had finished her task, she was roused from the profound stillness in which that part of the castle lay, by the doleful lament of the troop returning from Ellerslie. She dropped the half-formed scarf from her hand, and listened, without daring to draw her breath, to the deep-toned lamentations. She thought that she had never before heard the dirge of her country so piercing, so thrillingly awful. Her head fell on the armour and scarf. "Sweet lady," sighed she to herself, "who is it that dares thus invade thy duties? But my gratitude to the once-loved lord, will not offend thy pure spirit." Again the mournful wailings rose on the air. And with a convulsion of feeling she could not restrain, she threw herself on her knees, and leaning her head on the newly adorned helmet, wept profusely. Murray entered the room unobserved. "Helen! My dear cousin," cried he. She started, and rising, apologized for her tears by owning the truth. He now told her, that the body of the deceased lady was deposited in the chapel of the castle, and that the priests from the adjacent priory only awaited her presence to consign it, with the church's rites, to its tomb. Helen retired for a few minutes to recover herself, and then re-entering, covered with a black veil, was led by her cousin to the awful scene. The bier lay before the altar. The prior of St. Fillan, in his holy vestments, stood at its head, a band of monks were ranged on each side. The maids of Lady Helen, in mourning garments, met their mistress at the portal. They had wrapped the beautiful corpse in the shroud prepared for it, and now having laid it, strewed with flowers, upon the bier, they advanced to their trembling lady, expecting her to approve their services. Helen drew near, she bowed to the priests. One of the women put her hand on the pall, to uncover the once lovely face of the murdered Marian. Lady Helen hastily resisted the woman's motion, by laying her hand also upon the pall. The chill of death struck through the velvet to her touch. She turned pale, and waving her hand to the prior to begin, the bier was lowered by the priests into the tomb beneath. As it descended, Helen sunk upon her knees, and the anthem for departed souls was raised. The pealing notes, as they rose and swelled, seemed to bear up the spirit of the sainted Marian to its native heaven. And the tears which now flowed from the eyes of Helen, as they mingled with her pious aspirations, seemed the balm of paradise descending upon her soul. When all was over, the venerable Halbert, who had concealed his overwhelming sorrow behind a pillar, threw himself on the cold stone which now closed the last chamber of his mistress. With faint cries, he gave way to the woe that shook his aged bosom, and called on death to lay him low with her. The women of Lady Helen again chanted forth their melancholy wailings for the dead. And unable longer to bear the scene, she grasped the arm of her cousin, and with difficulty walked from the chapel. Chapter 9. Bothwell Dungeons. Having rewarded his trusty followers with their promised war bonnets from the hand of Helen, and dispatched them onward to the foot of Cartlane, to await his arrival with the larger levy, Murray proceeded to the apartment of Lord Mar, to inform him how far he had executed his commands, and to learn his future orders. He found the veteran Earl surrounded by arms and armed men. 50 brave Scots, who were to lead the 300 on Bothwell Moor, were receiving their spears and swords, and other weapons, from the hands of their lord. "Bear these stoutly, my gallant countrymen," cried he, "and remember, that although the Dragon 12 of England has burned up your harvests, and laid our homes in ashes, there is yet a lion in Scotland to wither his power, and glut you with his spoil." The interest of the scene, and the clatter of the arms he was dispensing, prevented anybody present hearing any sound of what was taking place beyond the room. But the Earl had hardly uttered these words, when the double doors of the apartment were abruptly opened, and all eyes were blasted by the sudden sight of Lord Soulis 13 and a man in splendid English armour, with a train of Southron soldiers, following the recreant Scot. The Earl started from his couch. "Lord Soulis! What is the occasion of this unapprised visit?" "The ensign of the liege lord of Scotland is my warrant," replied he. "You are my prisoner. And in the name of King Edward of England, I take possession of this castle." "Never," cried the Earl, "while there is a man's arm within it." "Man and woman," returned Lord Soulis, "must surrender to Edward. 3,000 English have seized 300 of our insurgents on Bothwell Moor. The castle is surrounded, and resistance impossible. Throw down your arms," cried he, turning to the clansmen, who thronged round their chief. "Or be hanged for rebellion against your lawful sovereign." "Our lawful sovereign," returned a young man who stood near him, "must be the enemy of Edward, and to none else will we yield our arms." "Traitor!" cried the English commander, while with a sudden and dreadful stroke of his battle-axe he laid the body of the generous Scot a headless corpse at his feet. A direful cry proceeded from his enraged comrades. Every sword was drawn. And before the bewildered and soul-struck Earl could utter a word, the Furies blew their most horrible blast through the chamber. And the half-frantic Mar beheld his brave Scots at one moment victorious, and in the next the floor strewed with their dead bodies. A new succession of bloodhounds had rushed in at every door. And before the exterminating sword was allowed to rest, the whole of his faithful troops lay around him, wounded and dying. Several had fallen across his body, having warded with their lives the strokes they believed levelled at his. In vain his voice had called upon his men to surrender, in vain he had implored the iron-hearted Soulis, and his coadjutor Aymer de Valence, to stop the havoc of death. All now lay in blood. And the heat of the room, thronged by the victors, became so intolerable that de Valence, for his own sake, ordered the Earl to be removed into another apartment. Meanwhile, unconscious of these events, Helen had lain down on her bed, to seek a few minutes' repose, and having watched the whole of the preceding night, was sunk into a profound sleep. Murray, who was present at the abrupt entrance of the enemy, no sooner heard them declare that the castle was surrounded by a comparatively large army, than he foresaw all would be lost. On the instant, and before the dreadful signal of carnage was given in the fall of the young Scot, he slid behind the canopy of his uncle's couch. And lifting the heiress by a back door which led to some private rooms, hastily made way to the chamber of his cousin. As he hurried along, he heard a fearful shout. He paused for a moment, but thinking it best, whatever might have happened, to secure the safety of Helen, he flew onward, and entered her room. She lay upon the bed in a deep sleep. "Awake, Helen," he cried, "for your life, awake." She opened her eyes, but, without allowing her time to speak, he hastily added, "The castle is full of armed men, led hither by the English commander, Aymer de Valence, and the execrable Soulis. Unless you fly through the vaulted passage, you will be their prisoner." Helen gazed at him in terror. "Where is my father?" "Leave him I cannot." "Fly, in pity to your father. Oh, do not hesitate. What will be his anguish, should you fall into the hands of the furious man whose love you have rejected, when it will no longer be in the power of a parent to preserve your person from the outrages of his eager and vengeful passion." If you had seen Soulis' threatening eyes, he was interrupted by a clamour in the opposite gallery, and the shrieks of women. Helen grasped his arm. "Alas, my poor damsels! I will go with you, whither you will, to be far from him." As Murray threw his arm about her waist, to impel her failing steps, his eyes fell on the banner and the suit of armour. All else must be left, exclaimed he, seizing the banner. And hurrying Helen forward, he hastened with her down the stairs which led from the western watchtower to the vaults beneath the castle. On entering the first cellar, to which a dim light was admitted through a small grating near the top, he looked round for the archway that contained the avenue of their release. Having descried it, and raised one of the large flags which paved the floor, he assisted his affrighted cousin down a short flight of steps, into the secret passage. "This," whispered he, "will carry us in a direct line to the cell of the Prior of St. Fillan. But what will become of my father, and Lady Mar? This flight, while they are in danger. Oh! I fear to complete it." "Rather fear the libertine Sulies," returned Murray, "he can only make them prisoners, and even that injury shall be of short duration. I will soon join the brave Wallace, and then, my sweet cousin, liberty, and a happy meeting. Alas! His venerable harper," cried she, suddenly remembering Halbert, "should he be discovered to have belonged to Wallace, he, too, will be massacred by these merciless men." Murray stopped. "Have you courage to remain in this darkness alone? If so, I will seek him, and he shall accompany us." Helen had courage for anything but the dangers Murray might encounter by returning into the castle. But the generous youth had entered too fully into her apprehensions concerning the old man to be withheld. "Should I be delayed in coming back," said he, recollecting the possibility of himself being attacked and slain, "go forward to the end of this passage, it will lead you to a flight of stairs, ascend them. And by drawing the bolt of a door, you will find yourself at once in the prior's cell." "Talk not of delay," replied Helen, "return quickly, and I will await you at the entrance of the passage." So saying, she swiftly retraced with him her steps to the bottom of the stone stairs by which they had descended. He raised the flag, sprung out of the aperture, and closing it down, left her in solitude and darkness. Murray passed through the first cellar, and was proceeding to the second, among the catacombs of which lay the concealed entrance to the private stairs, when he saw the great gates of the cellar open, and a large party of English soldiers enter. They were conducted by the butler of the castle, who seemed to perform his office unwillingly, while they crowded in, thirsty and riotous. Aware how unequal his single arm would be to contend with such numbers, Murray, at the first glance of these plunderers, retreated behind a heap of casks in a remote corner. While the trembling butler was loading a dozen of the men with flasks for the refreshment of their masters above, the rest were helping themselves from the adjacent catacombs. Some left the cellars with their booty, and others remained to drink it on the spot. Glad to escape the insults of the soldiers who lay wallowing in the wine, Bothwell's old servant quitted the cellar with the last company which bore flagons to their comrades above. Murray listened anxiously, in hopes of hearing from his garrulous neighbours some intimation of the fate of his uncle and aunt. He hearkened in vain, for nothing was uttered by these intoxicated banditti, but loud boastings of the number each had slain in the Earl's apartment, execrations against the Scots for their obstinate resistance, and 1,000 sanguinary wishes, that the nation had but one neck, to strike off at a blow. How often, during this conversation, was Murray tempted to rush out amongst them, and seize a desperate revenge. But the thought of his poor cousin, now awaiting his return, and perhaps already suffering dreadful alarms from such extraordinary uproar, restrained him. And unable to move from his hiding-place without precipitating himself into instant death, he remained nearly an hour in the most painful anxiety, watching the dropping to sleep of this horrid crew, one by one. When all seemed hushed, not a voice, even in a whisper, startling his ear, he ventured forth with a stealing step toward the slumbering group. Like his brave ancestor, Gaul, the son of Morny, he disdained to stab a sleeping foe. He must pass them to reach the private stairs. He paused and listened. Silence still reigned, not even a hand moved, so deeply were they sunk in the fumes of wine. He took courage, and flew with the lightness of air to the secret door. As he laid his hand on it, it opened from without, and 2 persons appeared. By the few rays which gleamed from the expiring torches of the sleepers, he could see that the first wore English armour. Murray made a spring, and caught the man by the throat, when some one seizing his arm, exclaimed, "Stop, my Lord Murray! It is the faithful Grimsby. Murray let go his hold, glad to find that both his English friend and the venerable object of his solicitude were thus providentially brought to meet him. But fearing that the violence of his action, and Halbert's exclamation, might have alarmed the sleeping soldiers, who, drunk as they were too numerous to be resisted, he laid his finger on the tip of Grimsby, and motioned to the astonished pair to follow him. As they advanced, they perceived one of the soldiers move as if disturbed. Murray held his sword over the sleeping wretch, ready to plunge it into his heart should he attempt to rise, but he became still again. And the fugitive having approached the flag, Murray drew it up, and eager to haven his double charge, he thrust them together down the stairs. At that moment, a shriek from Helen, who had discovered, by a gleam of light which burst into the vault, a man descending in English armour, echoed through the cellars. Two of the soldiers jumped upon their feet, and rushed upon Murray. He had let the flag drop behind him, but still remaining by it, in case of an opportunity to escape, he received the strokes of their weapons upon his target, and returned them with equal rapidity. One assailant lay gasping at his feet. But the clashing of arms, and the cries of the survivor had already awakened the whole crew. With horrid menaces, they threw themselves toward the young Scot, and would certainly have cut him to pieces, had he not snatched the only remaining torch out of the hand of the staggering soldier, and extinguished it under his foot. Bewildered where to find their prey, with threats and imprecations, they groped in darkness, slashing the air with their swords, and not unfrequently wounding each other in the vain search. Murray was now far from their pursuit. He had no sooner put out the light, than he pulled up the flag, and leaping down, drew it after him, and found himself in safety. Desperate as was the contest, it had been short. For he yet heard the footsteps of the panic-struck Helen, flying along the passage. The Englishman and Halbert, on the first falling of the flag, not knowing its spring, had unsuccessfully tried to re-raise it, that they might assist Murray in the tumult above. On his appearing again so unexpectedly, they declared their joy. But the young lord, impatient to calm the apprehensions of his cousin, returned no other answer than, "Follow me," while he darted forward. Terror had given her wings, and even prevented her hearing the low sounds of Murray's voice, which he durst not raise to a higher pitch, for fear of being overheard by the enemy. Thus, while she lost all presence of mind, he did not come up with her till she fell breathless against his stairs at the extremity of the vault. Chapter 10. St. Fillan's. As soon as Murray found her within his arms, he clasped her insensible form to his breast, and carrying her up the steps, drew the bolt of the door. It opened to his pressure, and discovered a large monastic cell, into which the daylight shone through one long narrow window. A straw pallet, an altar, and a marble basin, were the furniture. The cell was solitary, the owner being then at mass in the chapel of the monastery. Murray laid down his death-like burden on the monk's bed. He then ventured, believing, as it was to restore so pure a being to life, it could not be sacrilege, to throw some of the holy water upon his cousin's face. And by means of a little chalice, which stood upon the altar, he poured some into her mouth. At last opening her eyes, she recognized the figure of her young kinsman leaning over her. The almost paralyzed Halbert stood at her feet. "Blessed Virgin! Am I yet safe, and with my dear Andrew? Oh! I feared you were slain," cried she, bursting into tears. "Thank God, we are both safe," answered he. "Comfort yourself, my beloved cousin. You are now on holy ground. This is the cell of the Prior of St. Fillan. None but the hand of an infidel dare wrest you from this sanctuary. But my father, and Lady Mar." And again her tears flowed. "The Countess, my gracious lady," answered Halbert, "since you could not be found in the castle, is allowed to accompany your father to Dumbarton Castle, there to be treated with every respect. Until de Valence receives further orders from King Edward. But for Wallace," cried she, "ah, where are now the succors that were to be sent to him? And without succors, how can he, or you, dearest Andrew, rescue my father from this tyranny?" "Do not despair," replied Murray. "Look but at the banner you held fast, even while insensible, your own hands have engraven my answer, God armeth the patriot. Convinced of that, can you still fear for you father? I will join Wallace tomorrow. Your own 50 warriors await me at the bottom of Cartlane craigs, and if any treachery should be meditated against my uncle, that moment we will make the towers of Dumbarton shake to their foundation. Helen's reply was a deep sigh, she though it might be heaven's will that her father, like the good Lord Douglas, should fall a victim to royal revenge. And so sad were her forebodings, that she hardly dared to hope what the sanguine disposition of her cousin promised. Grimsby now came forward, and unloosing an iron box from under his arm, put it into the hands of Lord Murray. This fatal treasure, said he, was committed to my care by the Earl, your uncle, to deliver to the Prior of St. Fillan's. What does it contain? Demanded Murray. I never saw it before. I know not its contents, returned the soldier. It belongs to Sir William Wallace. Indeed, ejaculated Helen. If it be treasure, why was it not rather sent to him? But how, honest soldier, asked Murray, did you escape with it, and Halbert, too? I am at a loss to conjecture, but by miracle. He replied, that as soon as the English, and their Scottish partisans under Lord Soulis, had surprised the castle, he saw that his only chance of safety was to throw off the bonnet and plaid, and mix amongst the numerous soldiers who had taken possession of the gates. His armor, and his language, showed he was their countryman, and they easily believed that he had joined the plunderers as a volunteer from the army, which at a greater distance beleaguered the castle. The story of his desertion from the Lanark garrison had not yet reached those of Glasgow and Dumbarton, and one or two men, who had known him in former expeditions, readily reported that he had been drafted into the present one. Their recognition warranted his truth, and he had no difficulty, after the carnage in the state apartment, to make his way to the bedchamber where Lord Aymer de Valence had ordered Lord Mar to be carried. He found the Earl alone, and lost in grief. He knew not but that his nephew, and even his daughter and wife, had fallen beneath the impetuous swords of the enemy. Astonished at seeing the soldier walking at large, he expressed his surprise with some suspicions. But Grimsby told him the stratagem he had used, and assured him Lord Andrew had not been seen since the onset. This information inspired the Earl with a hope that his nephew might have escaped, and when the soldier also said, that he had seen the Countess led by Lord Soulis across the hall toward the Lady Helen's apartments. While he overheard him promising them every respect, the Earl seemed comforted. But how, inquired he of Grimsby, has this hard fate befallen us? Have you learned how de Valence knew that I meant to take up arms for my country? When the soldier was relating this part of the conference, Murray interrupted him with the same demand. On that head I cannot fully satisfy you, replied he. I could only gather from the soldiers that a sealed packet had been delivered to Lord Aymer de Valence late last night at Dumbarton Castle. Soulis was then there, and he immediately set off to Glasgow, for the followers he had left in that town. Early this morning he joined de Valence and his legions on Bothwell Moor. The consequences there you know. But they do not end at Bothwell. The gallant Wallace dash. At that name, so mentioned, the heart of Helen grew cold. What of him? Exclaimed Murray. No personal harm yet happened to Sir William Wallace, replied Grimsby. But at the same moment in which de Valence gave orders for his troops to march on Bothwell, he sent others to intercept that persecuted knight's escape from the Cartlane craigs. That accursed sealed packet, cried Murray, has been the traitor. Some villain in Bothwell Castle must have written it. Whence else could have come the double information? And if so, added he, with tremendous emphasis, may the blast of slavery ever pursue him and his posterity. Helen shuddered, as the amen to this frightful malediction was echoed by the voices of Halbert and the soldier. The latter continued. When I informed Lord Mar of these measures against Wallace, he expressed a hope that your first attachment to his assistance might, with yourself, perhaps, at its head, elude their vigilance, and join his friend. This discourse reminded him of the iron box. It is in that closet, said his lordship, pointing to an opposite door. You will find it beneath the little altar, before which I pay my daily duties to the all-wise dispenser of the fates of men. Else where would be my confidence now? Take it thence, and buckle it to your side. I obeyed, and he then proceeded, there are 2 passages in this house which lead to the sanctuary. The one nearest to us is the safest for you. A staircase from the closet you have just left will lead you directly into the chapel. When there hasten to the image of the Virgin, and slip aside the marble tablet on the back of the pedestal, it will admit you to a flight of steps. Descend them, and at the bottom you will find a door, that will convey you into a range of cellars. Lift up the largest flag stone in the second, and you will be conducted through a dark vault to an iron door. Draw the bolt, and remain in the cell. It will open to you till the owner enters. He is the prior of St. Fillan's and a Murray. Give him this golden cross, which he well knows, as a mark you come from me. And say it is my request that he assist you to gain the seashore. As for the iron box, tell him to preserve it as he would his life, and never to give it up, but to myself, my children, or to Sir William Wallace, its rightful master. Alas! Cried Halbert, that he had never been its owner. That he had never brought it to Ellerslie, to draw down misery on his head. Ill-omened trust. Whatever it contains, its presence carried blood and sorrow in its train. Wherever it has been deposited, war and murder have followed. I trust my dear master will never see it more. He may indeed never see it more, murmured Helen, in a low voice. Where are now my proud anticipations of freedom to Scotland? Alas, Andrew, said she, taking his hand, and weeping over it. I have been too presumptuous. My father is a prisoner, and Sir William Wallace is lost. Cease, my dear Helen, cried he, cease to distress yourself. These are merely the vicissitudes of the great contention we are engaged in. We must expect occasional disappointments, or look for miracles every day. Such disasters are sent as lessons to teach us precaution, promptitude and patience. These are the soldier's graces, my sweet cousin, and depend on it, I will pay them due obedience. But why, asked Helen, taking comfort from the unsubdued spirits of her cousin, why, my good soldier, did not my dear father take advantage of this sanctuary? I urged the Earl to accompany me, returned Grimsby. But he said such a proceeding would leave his wife and babes in unprotected captivity. No, added he, I will await my fate, for the God of those who trust in him knows that I do not fear. Having received such peremptory orders from the Earl, I took my leave. And entering the chapel by the way he directed, was agreeably surprised to find the worthy Halbert, whom, never having seen since the funeral obsequies, I supposed had fallen during the carnage in the state chamber. He was still kneeling by the tomb of his buried mistress. I did not take long to warn him of his danger, and desired him to follow me. We descended together beneath the holy statue, and were just emerging into the cellars when you, sir, met us at the entrance. It was while we were yet in the chapel that I heard de Valence and Soulis at high words in the courtyard. The former, in a loud voice, gave orders that, as Lady Helen Mar could nowhere be found, the Earl and Countess, with their 2 infant children, should not be separated, but be conveyed as his prisoners to Dumbarton Castle. That is a comfort, cried Helen, my father will then be consoled by the presence of his wife. But very different would have been the case, madam, had you appeared, rejoined the soldier. One of Lord de Valence's men told me, that Lord Soulis intended to have taken you and the Countess to Dunglass Castle, near Glasgow, while the sick Earl was to have been carried alone to Dumbarton, and detained in solitary confinement. Lord Soulis was in so dreadful a rage, when you could not be found, that he accused the English commander of having leagued with Lady Mar to deceive him. In the midst of this contention we descended into the vaults. Helen shuddered at the thought of how near she was to falling into the hands of so fierce a spirit. In his character, he united every quality which could render power formidable. Combining prodigious bodily strength with cruelty, dissimulation, and treachery. He was feared by the common people as a sorcerer, and avoided by the virtuous of his own rank, as an enemy to all public law, and the violator of every private tie. Helen Mar had twice refused his hand, first, during the contest for the kingdom, when his pretended claim to the crown was disallowed. She was then a mere child, hardly more than 14, but she rejected him with abhorrence. Though stung to the quick at being denied the objects both of his love and ambition at the same moment, he did not hesitate at another period to renew his offer to her. At the fall of Dunbar, when he again founded his uprise on the ruins of his country, as soon as he had repeated his oaths of fidelity to Edward, he hastened to Thirlestane, to throw himself a second time at the feet of Lady Helen. Her ripened judgment confirmed her youthful dislike of his ruffian qualities, and again he was rejected. "By the powers of hell," exclaimed he, when the project of surprising Bothwell was imparted to him, "if I once get that proud minion into my grasp, she shall be mine as I will, and learn to beg for even a look from the man who has humbled her." Helen knew not half the afflictions with which his resentful heart had meditated to subdue and torture her. And therefore, though she shrunk at the sound of a name so generally infamous, yet, not aware of all the evils she had escaped, she replied with languor, though with gratitude, to the almost rapturous congratulations of her cousin on her timely flight. At this period the door of the cell opened, and the prior entered from the cloisters. He started on seeing his room filled with strangers. Murray took off his helmet, and approached him. On recognizing the son of his patron, the prior inquired his commands, and expressed some surprise that such a company, and above all, a lady, could have passed the convent gate without his previous notice. Murray pointed to the recess behind the altar, and then explained to the good priest the necessity which had compelled them to thus seek the protection of St. Fillan. "Lady Helen," continued he, "must share your care until heaven empowers the Earl of Mar to reclaim his daughter, and adequately reward this holy church." The soldier then presented the cross, with the iron box, repeating the message that confided them also to his keeping. The prior listened to these recitals with sorrowful attention. He had not heard the noise of armed men advancing to the castle. But knowing that the Earl was making warlike preparations, he had no suspicion that these were other than the Bothwell soldiers. He took the box, and laying it on the altar, pressed the cross to his lips. "The Earl of Mar shall find that fidelity here which his faith in the Church merits. That mysterious chest, to which you tell me so terrible a denunciation is annexed, shall be preserved sacred as the relics of St. Fillan." Halbert groaned heavily at these words, but he did not speak. The father looked at him attentively, and then proceeded, "But for you, virtuous Southron, I will give you a pilgrim's habit. Travel in that privileged garb to Montrose. And there a brother of the church, the prior of Aberbrothick, will, by a letter from me, convey you in a vessel to Normandy, thence you may safely find your way to Gien." The soldier bowed his head. And the priest, turning to Lady Helen, told her that a cell should be appointed for her, and some pious woman brought from the adjoining hamlet to pay her due attendance. "As for this venerable man," continued he, "his silver hairs already proclaim him near his heavenly country. He had best put on the cowl of the Holy Brotherhood, and, in the arms of religion, repose securely, till he passes through the sleep of death to wake in everlasting life." Tears started into the eyes of Halbert. "I thank you, Reverend Father. I have indeed drawn near the end of my pilgrimage. Too old to serve my dear master in fields of blood and hardship, I will at least devote my last hours to uniting my prayers with his, and all good souls, for the repose of his sainted lady. I accept your invitation thankfully, and, considering it a call from heaven to give me rest, I welcome the day that marks the poor harper of Ellerslie with the sacred tonsure." The sound of approaching trumpets, and, soon after, the clattering of horses and the clang of armor, made an instantaneous silence in the cell. Helen looked fearfully at her cousin, and grasped his hand. Murray clasped his sword with a firmer hold. "I will protect you with my life." He spoke in a low tone, but his soldier heard him. "There is no cause of alarm," rejoined he, "Lord de Valence is only marching by on his way to Dumbarton." "Alas, my poor father!" cried Helen, covering her face with her hands. The venerable prior, pitying her affliction, knelt down by her. "My daughter, be comforted," said he, "they dare not commit any violence on the Earl. King Edward too well understands his own interest to allow even a long imprisonment to so popular a nobleman. This assurance, assisted by the consolations of a firm trust in God, caused her to raise her head with a meek smile. He continued to speak of the impregnable hopes of the Christian who founds his confidence on omnipotence. And while his words spread a serenity through her soul, that seemed the ministration of a descended saint, she closed her hands over her breast, and silently invoked the protection of the Almighty Jehovah for her suffering parent. The prior, seeing her composed, recommended leaving her to rest. And Helen, comforted by holy meditations, allowing her cousin to depart, he led Murray and his companions into the convent library. Chapter 11. The Chapter House. The march of de Valence from the castle having proved that no suspicion of any of its late inhabitants being still in the neighbourhood remained with its usurpers, Grimsby thought he might depart in safety. And next morning he begged permission of the prior to commence his journey. "I am anxious to quit a land," said he, "where my countrymen are committing violences which make me blush at the name of Englishman." Murray put a purse of gold into the soldier's hand, while the prior covered his armour with a pilgrim's gown. Grimsby, with a respectful bow, returned the gift. "I cannot take money from you, my lord. But bestow on me the sword at your side, and that I will preserve forever." Murray took it off, and gave it to the soldier. "Let us exchange, my brave friend," said he. "Give me yours, and it shall be a memorial to me of having found virtue in an Englishman." Grimsby unlocked his rude weapon in a moment, and as he put the iron hilt into the young Scot's hand, a tear stood in his eye. "When you raise this sword against my countrymen, think on Grimsby, a faithful, though humble soldier of the cross. And spare the blood of all who ask for mercy." Murray looked a gracious assent, for the tear of mercy was infectious. Without speaking, he gave the good soldier's hand a parting grasp, and with regret that superior claims called so brave a man from his side, he saw him leave the monastery. The mourner banquets on memory, making that which seems the poison of life, its ailment. During the hours of regret we recall the images of departed joys, and in weeping over each tender remembrance, tears so softly shed embalm the wounds of grief. To be denied the privilege of pouring forth our love and our lamentations over the grave of one who in life was our happiness, is to shut up the soul of the survivor in a solitary tomb, where the bereaved heart pines in secret till it breaks with the fullness of uncommunicated sorrow. But listen to the mourner, give his feelings way, and, like the river rolling from the hills into the valley, they will flow with a gradually gentler stream, till they become lost in time's wide ocean. So Murray judged when the poor old harper, finding himself alone with him, again gave loose to his often recapitulated griefs. He wept like an infant. And recounting the afflictions of his master, while bewailing the disasters at Bothwell, implored Murray to go without delay to support the now almost friendless Wallace. Murray was consoling him with the assurance that he would set off for the mountains that very evening, when the prior returned to conduct Halbert to a cell appointed for his novitiate. The good priest had placed one of his most pious fathers there, to administer both temporal and spiritual cordials to the aged sufferer. The sorrowing domestic of Wallace being thus disposed of, the prior and Murray remained together, consulting on the safest means of passing to the Cartlane hills. A lay brother whom the prior had sent in pursuit of Helen's 50 warriors, to apprise them of the English being in the Craigs, at this juncture entered the library. He informed the father that, secure in his religious garb, he had penetrated many of the Cartlane defile, but could neither see nor hear anything of the party. Every glen or height was occupied by the English, and from a woman, of whom he begged a draught of milk, he had learned how closely the mountains were invested. The English commander, in his zeal to prevent provisions being conveyed to Wallace and his famishing garrison, had stopped a procession of monks bearing a dead body to the sepulchral cave of St. Columba. He would not allow them to ascend the heights until he had examined whether the bier really bore a corpse, or was a vehicle to carry food to the beleaguered Scots. In the midst of this information, the prior and his friends were startled by a shout, and soon after a tumult of voices, in which might be distinguished the cry of "the gallows for the traitor." "Our brave Englishman has fallen into their hands," cried Murray, hastening toward the door. "What would you do?" interrupted the prior, holding him. "Your single arm could not save the soldier. The cross has more power. I will seek these violent men. Meanwhile stay here, as you value the lives of all in the convent." Murray had now recollected himself, and acquiesced. The prior took the crucifix from the altar, and ordering the porter to throw open the great doors, near which the incessant shouting seemed to proceed, he appeared before a turbulent band of soldiers, who were dragging a man along, fast bound with their leathern belts. Blood trickling from his face fell on the hands of the ruthless wretches, who, with horrid yells, were threatening him with instant death. The prior, raising the cross, rushed in among them, and, in the name of the blessed Son who died on that tree, bade them stand. The soldiers trembled before the holy majesty of his figure, and at his awful adjuration. The prior looked on the prisoner, but he did not see the dark locks of the Englishman, it was the yellow hair of Scotland that mingled with the blood on his forehead. "Whither do you hurry that wounded man?" "To his death," answered a surly fellow. "What is his offence?" "He is a traitor." "How has he proved it?" "He is a Scot, and he belongs to the disloyal Lord of March." "This bugle, with its crowned falcon, proves it," added the South Ron, holding up the very bugle which the Earl had sent by Halbert to Wallace, and which was ornamented with the crest of Mar wrought in gold. "That this has been Lord Mar's," replied the prior, "there is no doubt, but may not this man have found it? Or may it not have been given to him by the Earl, before that chief incurred the displeasure of King Edward? Which of you would think it just to be made to die because your friend was condemned to the scaffold? Unless you substantiate your charge against this man, by a better proof than this bugle, his death would be a murder, which the Lord of life will requite in the perdition of your souls." As the father spoke, he again elevated the cross, the men turned pale. "I am a minister of Christ," continued he, "and must be the friend of justice. Release, therefore, that wounded man to me. Before the altar of the searcher of all hearts he shall confess himself, and if I find that he is guilty unto death, I promise you by the holy Saint Fillan, to release him to your commanding officer, and so let justice take its course. But if he proves innocent, I am the soldier of Christ, and no monarch on earth shall wrest his children from the protection of the Church." While he spoke, the men who held the prisoner let go their hold, and the prior stretching out his hand, gave him to a party of monks to conduct into the convent. Then, to convince the soldiers that it was the man's life he sought to save, and not the spoil, he returned the golden bugle, and bade him depart in peace. Awed by the father's address, and satisfied with the money and arms of which they had rifled the stranger, the marauders retreated, determining, indeed, to say nothing of the matter to the officer in the castle, lest he should demand the horn. And, elated with the present booty, they marched off to pursue their plundering excursion. Bursting into yeomen's houses and peasants' huts, stripping all of their substance who did or did not swear fealty to Edward. Thus robbing the latter, and exacting contributions from the former, while vain prayers for mercy and unanswered cries for redress echoed dolefully through the vale of Bothwell, they sped gaily on, as if murder were pastime and rapine honor. The prior, on returning into the convent, ordered the gates to be bolted. When he entered the chapter house, finding the monks had already bound up the wounds of the stranger, he made a sign for the brethren to withdraw, and then, approaching the young man, "My son," said he, in a mild tone. "You heard my declaration to the men from whom I took you. Answer me the truth and you shall find that virtue or repentance have alike a refuge in the arms of the Church. As I am its servant, no man need fear to confide in me. Speak with candor. How came you by that bugle?" The stranger looked steadfastly on his questioner. "A minister of the all-righteous God cannot mean to deceive. You have saved my life, and I should be less than man could I doubt the evidence of that deed. I received that bugle from a brave Scot who dwells amongst the eastern mountains, and who gave it to me to assure the Earl of Mar that I came from him." The prior apprehended that it was of Wallace he spoke. "You come to request a military aid from the Earl of Mar," rejoined the father, willing to sound him, before he committed Murray, by calling him to the conference. The stranger replied, "If, reverend sir, you are in the confidence of the good Earl, pronounce but the Christian name of the man who charged me with the bugle, and allow me, then, for his sake, to ask you what has indeed happened to the Earl." That I was seized by foes, when I expected to meet with friends only. Reply to this, and I shall speak freely, but at present, though I would confide all of myself to your sacred character, yet the confidence of others is not mine to bestow. The prior, being convinced by this caution, that he was indeed speaking with some messenger from Wallace, made no hesitation to answer. Your master is a knight, and a braver never drew breath since the time of his royal namesake, William the Lion. The man rose hastily from his seat, and falling on his knees before the prior, put his garment to his lips. Father, I now know that I am with a friend of my persecuted master. But if, indeed, the situation of Lord Mar precludes assistance from him, all hope is lost. The noble Wallace is penned within the hills, without any hopes of escape. Suffer me, then, thou venerable saint, to rejoin him immediately, that I may at least die with my friend. Hope for a better destiny, returned the prior. I am a servant, and not to be worshipped. Turn to that altar, and kneel to him who can alone send the succor you need. The good man, thinking it was now time to call the young lord of Bothwell, by a side door from the chapter house entered the library, where Murray was anxiously awaiting his return. On his entrance, the impatient youth eagerly exclaimed, "Have you rescued him?" "Grimsby, I hope, is far and safely on his journey," answered the good priest, "but the man those murderers were dragging to death, is in the chapter house. Follow me, and he will give you news of Wallace." Murray gladly obeyed. At sight of a Scottish knight in armour, the messenger of Wallace thought his prayers were answered, and that he saw before him the leader of the host which was to march to the preservation of his brave commander. Murray told him who he was, and learned from him in return, that Wallace now considered himself in a state of siege, that the women, children, and old men with him, had nothing to feed on but wild strawberries and birds' eggs, which they found in the hollows of the rocks. To relieve them from such hard quarters, girded by a barrier of English soldiers, continued the narrator, is his first wish, but that cannot be effected by our small number. However, he would make the attempt by a stratagem, could we be at all supported by succours from the Earl of Mar. My uncle's means, replied Murray, are for a time cut off, but mine shall be exerted to the utmost. Did you not meet, somewhere, a company of Scots to the number of 50? I sent them off yesterday to seek your noble chief. No, rejoined the young man, I fear they have been taken by the enemy. For in my way to Sir William Wallace, not knowing the English were so close to his sanctuary, I was nearly seized myself. I had not the good fortune to be with him, when he struck the first blow for Scotland in the citadel of Lanark. But as soon as I heard the tale of his wrongs, and that he had retired in arms toward the Cartlane craigs, I determined to follow his fate. We had been companions in our boyish days, and friends after. He saved my life once, in swimming. And now that a formidable nation menaces his, I seek to repay the debt. For this purpose, a few nights ago I left my guardian's house by stealth, and sought my way to my friend. I found the banks of the Mouse occupied by the English. But exploring the most intricate passes, at last gained the bottom of the precipice on the top of which Wallace is encamped, and as I lay among the bushes, watching an opportunity to ascend, I perceived 2 English soldiers near me. They were in discourse, and I overheard them say, that besides Heselrigg himself, nearly 200 of his garrison had fallen by the hand of Wallace's men in the contention at the castle. That the tidings were sent to Sir Richard Arnulf, the deputy governor of Ayr. And he had dispatched 1,000 men to surround the Cartlane craigs, spies having given notice that they were Sir William's strongholds, and the orders were, that he must be taken dead or alive, while all his adherents, men and women, should receive no quarter. Such was the information I brought to my gallant friend, when in the dead of night I mounted the rock, and calling to the Scottish sentinel in Gaelic, gave him my name, and was allowed to enter the sacred spot. Wallace welcomed his faithful cur, 14, and soon unfolded his distress and his hopes. He told me of the famine that threatened his little garrison, of the constant watching, day and night, necessary to prevent a surprise. But in his extremity, he observed that one defile was thinly guarded by the enemy, probably because, as it lay at the bottom of a perpendicular angle of the rock, they thought it unattainable by the Scots. To this point, however, my dauntless friend turns his eyes. He would attempt it, could he procure a sufficient number of fresh men to cover the retreat of his exhausted few. For this purpose, as I had so lately explored the most hidden paths of the Craigs, I volunteered to visit the Lord Mar, and to conduct, in safety, any succours he might send to our persecuted leader. This, continued Ker, was the errand on which I came to the Earl. Think then my horror, when in my journey I found redoubled legions hemming in the hills. And on advancing toward Bothwell Castle, was seized with that nobleman, who, they said, was condemned to lose his head. Not so bad as that, my brave Ker, cried Murray, a glow of indignation flushing his cheek. Many a bull's head 15 shall frown in this land, on the South Ron tables, before my uncle's neck gluts their axes. No true Scottish blood, I trust, will ever stain their scaffolds. For while we have arms to wield a sword, he must be a fool that grounds them on any other terms than freedom or death. We have cast our lives on the die, and Wallace's camp or the narrow house must be our prize. Noble youth! Exclaimed the prior, may the innocence which gives animation to your courage, continue its moving soul. They only are invincible who are as ready to die as to live. And no one can be firm in that principle, whose exemplary life is not a happy preparation for the awful change. Murray bowed modestly to this pious encomium, and turning to Ker, informed him, that since he must abandon all hope of hearing any more of the 50 brave men his cousin Helen had sent to the Craigs, he bethought him of applying to his uncle, Sir John Murray, who dwelt hard by, on his estate at Drumshargard. It is small, said he, and cannot afford many men, but still he may spare sufficient to effect the escape of our commander, and that for the present will be a host. To accomplish his design without delay, for promptitude is the earnest of success, and to avoid a surprise from the English lieutenant at Bothwell, who, hearing of the re-encounter before the castle, might choose to demand his men's prisoner. Murray determined to take Ker with him, and, disguised as peasants, as soon as darkness should shroud their movements, proceed to Drumshargard. Chapter 12. Drumshargard. While these transactions occupied the morning, Lady Helen, who the night before had been removed into the quiet cell appointed for her, slept long and sweetly. Her exhausted frame found renovation. And she awoke with a heavenly calm at her heart. A cheering vision had visited her sleeping thoughts, and a trance of happy feelings absorbed her senses, while her hardly disengaged spirit still hovered over its fading images. She had seen in her dream a young knight enter her cell, bearing her father in his arms. He laid the Earl down before her. But as she stooped to embrace him, the knight took her by the hand, leading her to the window of the apartment, which seemed extended to an immense size. He smiled, and said, "Look out and see how I have performed my vow." She obeyed, and saw crowds of rejoicing people, who at sight of the young warrior raised such a shout, that Helen awoke. She started, she looked around, she was still in the narrow cell, and lone. But the rapture of beholding her father yet fluttered in her breast, and the touch of the warrior's hand seemed still warm upon hers. "Angels of rest," cried she, "I thank ye for this blessed vision." The prior of St. Fillan might have read his own just sentiment in the heart of Lady Helen. While the gentlest of human beings, she was an evidence that an ardent and pious mind contains the true principles of heroism. Hope, in such a mind, treads down impossibilities, and, regardless of impediments or dangers, rushes forward to seize the prize. In the midst of hosts, it feels a conqueror's power. Or, when its strength fails, sees, by the eye of faith, legions of angels watching to support the natural weakness. Lady Helen knew that the cause was just which had put the sword into the hand of Wallace. That it was virtue which had prompted her father to second him, and where justice is there are the wings of the Most High stretched out as a shield. This dream seemed prophetic. "Yes," cried she, "though thousands of Edward's soldiers surrounded my father and his friend, I should not despair. Thy life, O noble Wallace, was not give to be extinguished in an hour. Thy morn has hardly risen, the perfect day must come that is to develop thy greatness, that is to prove thee, and oh, gracious God, grant my prayer, the glory of Scotland. Owing to the fervour of her apostrophe, she did not observe the door of the cell open, till the prior stood before her. After expressing his pleasure at the renovation in her countenance, he informed her of the departure of the English soldier, and of the alarm which he and Murray had sustained for his safety, by the adventure which had thrown a stranger from the Craigs into their protection. At the mention of that now momentous spot, she blushed, the golden-haired warrior of her dream seemed ready to rise before her, and with a beating heart she prepared to hear some true but miraculous account of her father's rescue. Unconscious of what was passing in her young and eager mind, the prior calmly proceeded to relate all that Kerr had told of the dangerous extremity to which Wallace was reduced. And then closed his intelligence, by mentioning the attempt which meditated to save him. The heightened colour gradually faded from the face of Helen, and low sighs were her only responses to the observations the good priest made on the difficulty of the enterprise. But when his pity for the brave man engaged in the cause, betrayed him into expressing his fears that the patriotic zeal of Wallace would only make him and them a sacrifice, Helen looked up, there was inspiration on her lips and in her eyes. "Father," said she, "hast thou not taught me that God shieldeth the patriot as well as armeth him?" "True," returned he, with an answering smile, "steadily believe this, and where will be the sighs you have just been breathing?" "Nature will shrink," replied she, "but the Christian's hope checks her ere she falls. Pardon me then, holy father, that I sometimes weep, but they are often tears of trust and consolation." "Daughter of heaven," replied the good prior, "you might teach devotion to age, and cause youth to be enamoured of the graces of religion. Be ever thus, and you may look with indifference on the wreck of worlds." Helen, having meekly replied to this burst from the heart of the holy man, begged to see her cousin before he set off on his expedition. The prior withdrew, and within an hour after, Murray entered the apartment. Their conversation was long, and their parting full of an interest that dissolved them both into tears. "When I see you again, my brave cousin, tell me that my father is free, and his preserver safe. Your own life, dear Andrew," added she, as he pressed his cheek to hers, "must always be precious to me." Murray hastily withdrew, and Helen was again alone. The young chieftain and Kerr covered their armour with shepherd's plaids, and having received 1,000 blessings from the prior and Halbert, proceeded under shelter of the night, through the obscurest paths of the wood which divided Bothwell from Drumshargard. Sir John Murray was gone to rest when his nephew arrived, but Lord Andrew's voice being well known by the porter, he was admitted into the house, and leaving his companion in the dining-hall, went to the apartment of his uncle. The old knight was soon aroused, and welcomed his nephew with open arms, for he had feared, from the accounts brought by the fugitive tenants of Bothwell, that he also had been carried away prisoner. Murray now unfolded his errand, first to obtain a band of Sir John's trustiest people to assist in rescuing the preserver of the Earl's life from immediate destruction. And secondly, if a commission for Lord Mar's release did not arrive from King Edward, to aid him to free his uncle and the Countess from Dumbarton Castle. Sir John listened with growing anxiety to his nephew's details. When he heard of Lady Helen's continuing in the convent, he highly approved it. "That is well," said he, "so bring her to any private protection would only spread calamity. She might be traced, and her protector put in danger. None but the Church, with safety to itself, can grant asylum to the daughter of a state prisoner." "Then I doubly rejoice she is there," replied Murray, "and there she will remain, till your generous assistance empowers me to rescue her father." "Lord Mar has been very rash, nephew," returned Drumshargard. "What occasion was there for him to volunteer sending men to support Sir William Wallace? And how durst he bring ruin on Bothwell Castle, by collecting unauthorized by my brother, its vassals for so dangerous an experiment?" Murray started at these unexpected observations. He knew his uncle was timid, but he had never suspected him of meanness. However, in consideration of the respect he owed to him as his father's brother, he smothered his disgust, and gave him a mild answer. But the old man could not approve of a nobleman of his rank running himself, his fortune, and his friends into peril, to pay any debt of gratitude, and, as to patriotic sentiments being a stimulus, he treated the idea with contempt. "Trust me," Andrew, said he, nobody profits by these notions but thieves and desperate fellows ready to become thieves. I do not understand you, sir. Not understand me, replied the knight, rather impatiently. Who suffers in these contests for liberty, as you choose to call them, but such men as Lord Mar and your father? Betrayed by artful declamation, they rush into conspiracies against the existing government, are detected, ruined, and perhaps finally lose their lives. Who gains by rebellion, but a few penniless wretches, that embrace these vaunted principles from the urgency of their necessities. They acquire plunder, under the mask of extraordinary disinterestedness. And hazarding nothing of themselves but their worthless lives, they would make tools of the first men in the realm, and throw the whole country into flames, that they may catch a few brands from the fire. Young Murray felt his anger rise with this speech. You do not speak to my point, sir. I do not come here to dispute the general evil of revolt, but to ask your assistance to snatch two of the bravest men in Scotland from the fangs of the tyrant who has made you a slave. Nephew, cried the knight, starting from his couch, and darting a fierce look at him, if any man but one of my own blood had uttered that word, this hour should have been his last. Every man, sir, continued Murray, who acts upon your principles, must know himself to be a slave. And to resent being called so, is to affront his conscience. A name is nothing, the fact ought to knock upon your heart, and there arouse the indignation of a Scot and a Murray. See you not the villages of your country burning around you? The castles of your chieftains razed to the ground? Did not the plains of Dunbar reek with the blood of your kinsmen, and even now, do you not see them led away in chains to the strongholds of the tyrant? Are not your stoutest vassals pressed from your service, and sent into foreign wars? And yet you exclaim, I see no injury, I spurn at the name of slave. Murray rose from his seat as he ended, and walking the room in agitation, did not perceive the confusion of his uncle, who, at once overcome with conviction and fear, again ventured to speak. It is too sure you speak truth, Andrew. But what am I, or any other private individual, that we should make ourselves a forlorn hope for the whole nation? Will Baliol, who was the first to bow to the usurper, will he thank us for losing our heads in resentment of his indignity? Bruce himself, the rightful heir of the crown, leaves us to our fates, and has become a courtier in England. For whom, then, should I adventure my grey hairs, and the quiet of my home, to seek an uncertain liberty, and to meet an almost certain death? For Scotland, uncle, replied he, just laws are her right. You are her son. And if you do not make one in the grand attempt to rescue her from the bloodhounds which tear her vitals, the guilt of parricide will be on your soul. Think not, sir, to preserve your home, or even your grey hairs, by hugging the chains by which you are bound. You are a Scot, and that is sufficient to arm the enemy against your property and life. Remember the fate of Lord Monteith. At the very time he was beset by the parasites of Edward, and persuaded by their flatteries to be altogether as an Englishman, in that very hour, when he had taken a niece of Cressingham's to his arms. By her hands the vengeance of Edward reached him, he fell. Murray saw that his uncle was struck, and that he trembled. But I am too insignificant, Andrew. You are the brother of Lord Bothwell, answered Murray, with all the dignity of his father rising in his countenance. His large possessions made him a traitor in the eyes of the tyrant's representatives. Cressingham, as treasurer for the crew, has already sent his lieutenant to lord it in our paternal castle. And do not deceive yourself in believing that some one of his officers will not require the fertile fields of Drumshargard as a reward for his services. No. Cheat not yourself with the idea that the brother of Lord Bothwell will be too insignificant to share in the honour of bearing a part in the confiscations of his country. Trust me, my uncle, the forbearance of tyrants is not that of mercy, but of convenience. When they need your wealth, or your lands, your submission is forgotten, and a prison, or the axe, ready to give them quiet possession. Sir John Murray, though a timid and narrow-sighted man, now fully comprehended his nephew's reasoning, and his fears taking a different turn, he hastily declared his determination to set off immediately for the Highlands. In the morning, by daybreak, said he, I will commence my journey, and join my brother at Loch, for I cannot believe myself safe a moment, while so near the garrisons of the enemy. Murray approved this plan. And after obtaining his hard-wrung leave to take 30 men from his vassals, he returned to Ker, to inform him of the success of his mission. It was not necessary, neither would it have been agreeable to his pride, to relate the arguments which had been required to obtain this small assistance. And in the course of an hour he brought together the appointed number of the bravest men on the estate. When equipped he led them into the hall, to receive the last command from their feudal lord. On seeing them armed, with every man his drawn dirk in his hand, Sir John turned pale. Murray, with the unfolded banner of Mar in his grasp, and Ker by his side, stood at their head. "Young men," said the old knight, striving to speak in a firm tone, "in this expedition you are to consider yourselves the followers of my nephew. He is brave and honorable, therefore I commit you to his command. But as you go on his earnest petition, I am not answerable to any man for the enterprises to which he may lead you. Be they all on my own head," cried Murray, blushing at his uncle's pusillanimity, and drawing out his sword with an impatience that made the old knight start. "We now have your permission to depart, sir." Sir John gave a ready assent. He was anxious to get so hot-headed a youth out of his house, and to collect his gold and servants, that he might commence his own flight by break of day. It was still dark as midnight, and Murray and his little company passed the heights above Drumshargard, and took their rapid though silent march toward the cliffs, which would conduct them to the more dangerous passes of the Cartlane craigs. Chapter 13. Banks of the Clyde. 2 days passed drearily away to Helen. She could not expect tidings from her cousin in so short a time. No more happy dreams cheered her lonely hours. And anxiety to learn what might be the condition of the Earl and Countess so possessed her that visions of affright now disturbed both her waking and sleeping senses. Fancy showed them in irons and in a dungeon, and sometimes she started in horror, thinking that perhaps at that moment the assassin's steel was raised against the life of her father. On the morning of the 3rd day, when she was chiding herself for such rebellious despondence, her female attendant entered to say, that a friar was come to conduct her where she would see messengers from Lady Mar. Helen lingered not a moment, but giving her hand to the good father, was led by him into the library, where the prior was standing between 2 men in military habits. One wore English armor, with his visor closed. The other, a knight, was in tartans. The Scot presented her with a signet, set in gold. Helen looked on it, and immediately recognized the same that her stepmother always used. The Scottish knight was preparing to address her, when the prior interrupted him, and taking Lady Helen's hand, made her seat herself. "Compose yourself for a few minutes," said he. "This transitory life hourly brings forward events to teach us to be calm, and to resign our wishes and our wills to the Lord of all things." Helen looked fearfully in his face. "Some evil tidings are to be told me." The blood left her lips. It seemed leaving her heart also. The prior, full of compassion, hesitated to speak. The Scot abruptly answered her. "Be not alarmed, lady, your parents have fallen into humane hands. I am sent, under the command of this noble Southron knight, to conduct you to them. Then my father lives." "They are safe," cried she, in a transport of joy, and bursting into tears. "He yet lives," returned the officer. "But his wounds opening afresh, and the fatigues of his journey, have so exhausted him that Lord Aymer de Valence has granted the prayers of the Countess, and we come to take you to receive his last blessing." A cry of anguish burst from the heart of Lady Helen, and falling into the arms of the prior, she found refuge from woe in a merciful insensibility. The pitying exertions of the venerable father at last recalled her to recollection and to sorrow. She rose from the bench on which he had laid her, and begged permission to retire for a few minutes. Tears choked her further utterance, and, being led out by the friar, she once more re-entered her cell. Lady Helen passed the moments she had requested in those duties which alone can give comfort to the afflicted, when all that is visible bids us despair. And rising from her knees, with that holy fortitude which none but the devout can know, she took her mantle and veil, and throwing them over her, sent her attendant to the prior, to say she was ready to set out on her journey. and wished to receive his parting benediction. The venerable father, followed by Halbert, obeyed her summons. On seeing the poor old harper, Helen's heart lost some of its newly acquired composure. She held out her hand to him, he pressed it to his lips. "Farewell, sweetest lady. May the prayers of the dear saint, to whose remains your pious care gave a holy grave, draw down upon your own head consolation and peace." The old man sobbed, and the tears of Lady Helen, as he bent upon her hand, dropped upon his silver hair. "May heaven hear you, good Halbert. And cease not, venerable man, to pray for me, for I go into the hour of trial. All that dwell in this house, my daughter," rejoined the prior, "shall put up orisons for your comfort, and for the soul of the departing earl." Observing that her grief augmented at these words, he proceeded in a yet more soothing voice, "Regret not that he goes before you, for what is death but entrance into life? It is the narrow gate, which shuts us from this dark world, to usher us into another, of everlasting light and happiness. Weep not, then, dear child of the Church, that your earthly parents precede you to the heavenly Father. Rather say, with the Virgin Saint Bride, how long, O Lord, am I to be banished thy presence? How long endure the prison of my body, before I am admitted to the freedom of paradise, to the bliss of thy saints above?" Helen raised her eyes, yet shining in tears, and with a divine smile pressing the crucifix to her breast, "You do indeed arm me, my father. This is my strength. And one that will never fail thee," exclaimed he. She dropped upon one knee before him. He crossed his hands over her head, he looked up to heaven, his bosom heaved, his lips moved, then pausing a moment, "Go," said he, "and may the angels which guard innocence minister to your sorrows, and lead you into peace." Helen bowed, and breathing inwardly a devout response, rose and followed the prior out of the cell. At the end of the cloister she again bade farewell to Halbert. Before the great gates stood the knights with their attendants. She once more kissed the crucifix held by the prior, and giving her hand to the Scot, was placed by him on a horse richly caparisoned. He sprung on another himself, while the English officer, who was already mounted, drawing up to her, she pulled down her veil, and all bowing to the holy brotherhood at the porch, rode off at a gentle pace. A long stretch of wood, which spread before the monastery, and screened the back of Bothwell Castle from being discernible on that side of the Clyde, lay before them. Through this green labyrinth they pursued their way, till they crossed the river. "Time wears," exclaimed the Scot to his companion, "we must push on." The English knight nodded, and set his spurs into his steed. The whole troop now fell into a rapid trot. The banks of the Avon opened into 100 beautiful seclusions, which, intersecting the deep sides of the river with umbrageous shades and green hillocks, seemed to shut it from the world. Helen in vain looked for the distant towers of Dumbarton Castle marking the horizon. No horizon appeared, but ranges of rocks and wooded precipices. A sweet breeze played through the valley and revived her harassed frame. She put aside her veil to enjoy its freshness, and saw that the knights turned their horses' heads into one of the obscurest mountain defile. She started at its depth, and at the gloom which involved its extremity. "It is our nearest path," said the Scot. Helen made no reply, but turning her steed also, followed him, there being room for only one at a time to ride along the narrow margin of the river that flowed at its base. The Englishman, whose voice she had not yet heard, and his attendants, followed likewise in file. And with difficulty the horses could make their way through the thicket which interlaced the pathway, so confined, indeed, that it rather seemed a cleft made by an earthquake in the mountain than a road for the use of man. When they had been employed for an hour in breaking their way through this trackless glen, they came to a wider space, where other and broader ravines opened before them. The Scot, taking a pass to the right, raised his bugle, and blew so sudden a blast that the horse on which Lady Helen sat took fright, and began to plunge and rear, to the evident hazard of throwing her into the stream. Some of the dismounted men, seeing her danger, seized the horse by the bridle, while the English knight extricating her from the saddle, carried her through some clustering bushes into a cave, and laid her at the feet of an armed man. Terrified at this extraordinary action, she started up with a piercing shriek, but was at that moment enveloped in the arms of the stranger, while a loud shout of exultation resounded from the Scot who stood at the entrance. It was echoed from without. There was horror in every sound. "Blessed Virgin, protect me," she cried, striving to break from the fierce grasp that held her. "Where am I?" Looking wildly at the two men who had brought her, "Why am I not taken to my father?" She received no answer, and both the Scot and the Englishman left the place. The stranger still held her locked in a gripe that seemed of iron. In vain she struggled, in vain she shrieked, in vain she called on earth and heaven, for assistance. She was held, and still he kept silence. Exhausted with terror and fruitless attempt for release, she put her hands together, and in a calmer tone exclaimed, "If you have honor or humanity in your heart, release me. I am an unprotected woman, praying for your mercy. Withhold it not, for the sake of heaven and your own soul." "Kneel to me then, thou siren," cried the warrior, with fierceness. As he spoke he threw the tender knees of Lady Helen upon the rocky floor. His voice echoed terribly in her ears, but obeying him, "Free me," cried she, "for the sake of my dying father. Never, till I have had my revenge." At this dreadful denunciation she shuddered to the soul, but yet she spoke, "Surely I am mistaken for some one else. Oh, how can I have offended any man to incur so cruel an outrage?" The warrior burst into a satanic laugh, and, throwing up his visor, "Behold me, Helen," cried he, grasping her clasped hands with a horrible force, "my hour is come." At the sight of the dreadful face of Soulis she comprehended all her danger, and with supernatural strength, wresting her hands from his hold, she burst through the bushes out of the cave. Her betrayers stood at the entrance, and catching her in their arms, brought her back to their lord. But it was an insensible form they now laid before him. Overcome with horror her senses had fled. Short was this suspension from misery. Water was thrown on her face, and she awoke to recollection, lying on the bosom of her enemy. Again she struggled, again her cries echoed from side to side of the cavern. "Peace," cried the monster, "you cannot escape, you are now mine forever. Twice you refused to be my wife, you dared to despise my love and my power, now you shall feel my hatred and my revenge." "Kill me," cried the distracted Helen, "kill me and I will bless you." "That would be a poor vengeance," cried he. "You must be humbled, proud minion, you must learn to fawn on me for a smile, to woo, as my slave, for one of those caresses you spurn to receive as my wife." As he spoke, he strained her to his breast, with the contending expressions of passion and revenge glaring in his eyes. Helen shrieked at the pollution of his lips, and as he more fiercely held her, her hand struck against the hilt of his dagger. In a moment she drew it, and armed with the strength of outraged innocence, unwitting whether it gave death or not, only hoping it would release her, she struck it into his side. All was the action of an instant while, as instantaneously, he caught her wrist, and exclaiming, "Damnable traitress," dashed her from him, stunned and motionless to the ground. The weapon had not penetrated far. But the sight of his blood, drawn by the hand of a woman, incensed the raging Soulis. He called aloud on MacGregor. The two men, who yet stood without the cave, re-entered. They started when they saw a dagger in his hand, and Helen, lying apparently lifeless, with blood sprinkled on her garments. MacGregor, who had personated the Scottish knight, in a tremulous voice asked why he had killed the lady. Soulis frowned. "Here," cried he, throwing open his vest, "this wound, that beautiful fiend you so piteously look upon, aimed at my life." "My lord," said the other man, who had heard her shrieks, "I expected different treatment for the Earl of Mar's daughter." "Base Scot," returned Soulis, "when you brought a woman into these wilds to me, you had no right to expect that I should use her otherwise than as I pleased, and you, as the servile minister of my pleasures." "This language, Lord Soulis," rejoined the man, much agitated, "but you mistook me, I meant not to reproach." "'Tis well you did not," and turning from him with contempt, he listened to MacGregor, who, stooping toward the inanimate Helen, observed that her pulse beat. "Fool!" returned Soulis, did you think I would so rashly throw away what I have been at such pains to gain? Call your wife, she knows how to teach these minions submission to my will." The man obeyed. And while his companion, by the command of Soulis, bound a fillet round the bleeding forehead of Helen, cut by the flints, the chief brought 2 chains, and fastening them to her wrists and ankles, exclaimed, with brutal triumph. While he locked them on, "There, my haughty damsel, flatter not thyself that the arms of Soulis shall be thine only fetters." MacGregor's wife entered, and promised to obey all her lord's injunctions. When she was left alone with the breathless body of Helen, water, and a few cordial drops, which she poured into the unhappy lady's mouth, soon recalled her wretched senses. On opening her eyes, the sight of one of her own sex inspired her with some hope, but attempting to stretch out her hands in supplication, she was horror-struck at finding them fastened, and at the clink of the chains which bound her. "Why am I thus?" demanded she of the woman, but suddenly recollecting having attempted to pierce Soulis with his own dagger, and now supposing she had slain him, she added, "Is Lord Soulis killed?" "No," replied the woman. "My husband says he is but slightly hurt, and surely your fair face belies your heart, if you could intend the death of so brave and loving a lord." "You then belong to him," cried the wretched Helen, wringing her hands. "What will be my unhappy fate? Virgin of heaven, take me to thyself." "Heaven forbid," cried the woman, "that you should pray against being the favourite lady of our noble chief. Many are the scores around Hermitage Castle who would come hither on their hands and knees to arrive at that happiness." "Happiness," cried Lady Helen, in anguish of spirit. "It can visit me no more till I am restored to my father, till I am released from the power of Soulis. Give me liberty," continued she, wildly grasping the arm of the woman. "Assist me to escape, and half the wealth of the Earl of Mar shall be your reward." "Alas," returned the woman, "my lord would burn me on the spot, and murder my husband, did he think I even listened to such a project. No, lady. You never will see your father more, for none who enter my lord's hermitage ever wish to come out again." "The hermitage," cried Helen, in augmented horror. "Oh, Father of mercy! Never let me live to enter those accursed walls." "They are frightful enough, to be sure," returned the woman, "but you, gentle lady, will be princess there, and in all things commanding the kingly heart of its lord, have rather cause to bless than to curse the castle of Soulis." "Himself, and all that bear his name, are accused to me," returned Helen. "His love is my abomination, his hatred my dread. Pity me, kind creature. And if you have a daughter whose honor is dear to your prayers, think you see her in me, and have compassion on me. My life is in your hands, for I swear before the throne of almighty purity, that Soulis shall see me die rather than dishonored." "Poor young soul," cried the woman, looking at her frantic gestures with commiseration, "I would pity you if I durst. But I repeat, my life, and my husband's, and my children, who are now near Hermitage, would all be sacrificed to the rage of Lord Soulis. You must be content to submit to his will." Helen closed her hands over her face in mute despair, and the woman went on, "And as for the matter of your making such lamentations about your father, if he be as little your friend as your mother is, you have not much cause to grieve on that score." Helen started. "My mother? What of her? Speak. Tell me. It is indeed her signet that betrayed me into these horrors. She cannot have consented." "Oh, no. Some villains, speak. Tell me what you would say of Lady Mar." Regardless of the terrible emotion which now shook the frame of her auditor, the woman coolly replied, she had heard from her husband, who was the confidential servant of Lord Soulis, that it was to Lady Mar he owed the knowledge of Helen being at Bothwell. The Countess had written a letter to her cousin, Lord Buchan, who being a sworn friend of England, she intimated with Lord de Valence at Dumbarton. In this epistle she intimated her wish that Lord Buchan would devise a plan to surprise Bothwell Castle the ensuing day, to prevent the departure of its armed vassals, then preparing to march to the support of the outlaw Sir William Wallace, who, with his band of robbers, was lurking about the caverns of the Cartlane craigs. When this letter arrived, Lord Soulis was at dinner with the other lords, and Buchan, laying it before de Valence, they all consulted what was best to be done. Lady Mar begged her cousin not to appear in the affair himself, that she might escape the suspicions of her lord, who, she strongly declared, was not arming his vassals from any disloyal disposition toward the King of England, but solely at the instigations of Wallace, to whom he romantically considered himself bound by the ties of gratitude. As she gave this information, she hoped that no attainder would fall upon her husband. And to keep the transaction as close as possible, she proposed that the Lord Soulis, who she understood was then at Dumbarton, should take the command of 2,000 or 3,000 troops, and marching to Bothwell next morning, seize the few hundred armed Scots who were there ready to proceed to the mountains. She ended by saying that her daughter-in-law was in the castle, which she hoped would be an inducement to Soulis to ensure the Earl of Mar's safety for the sake of her hand as his reward. The greatest part of Lady Mar's injunctions could not be attended to, as Lord de Valence, as well as Soulis, was made privy to the secret. The English nobleman declared that he should not do his duty to his king if he did not head the force that went to quell so dangerous a conspiracy, and Soulis, eager to go at any rate, joyfully accepted the honor of being his companion. Lord Buchan was easily persuaded to the seizure of the Earl's person, as de Valence flattered him that the king would endow him with the Mar estates, which must now be confiscated. Helen groaned at the latter part of the narrative, but the woman, without noticing it, proceeded to relate how, when the party had executed their design at Bothwell Castle, she was to have been taken by Soulis to his castle near Glasgow. But on that wily Scot not finding her, he conceived the suspicion that Lord de Valence had prevailed on the Countess to give her up to him. He observed, that the woman who could be induced to betray her daughter to one man, would easily be bribed to repeat the crime to another, and under this impression, he accused the English nobleman of treachery. De Valence denied it vehemently, so quarrel ensued, and Soulis departed with a few of his followers, giving out that he was retiring in high indignation to Dunglass. But the fact was, he lurked about in Bothwell Wood, and from its recesses saw Cressingham's lieutenant march by to take possession of the castle in the king's name. A deserter from this troop fell in with Lord Soulis' company, and flying to him for protection, a long private conversation took place between them. At this period, one of the spies who had been left by that chief in quest of news, returned with a female tenant of St. Fillan's, whom he had seduced from her home. She told Lord Soulis all he wanted to know, informing him that a beautiful young lady, who could be no other than Lady Helen Mar, was concealed in that convent. On this information he conversed a long time with the stranger from Cressingham's detachment. And determining on carrying off Helen immediately to Hermitage, that the distance of Teviotdale might render a rescue less probable, he laid the plan accordingly. In consequence, continued the woman, my husband and the stranger, the one habited as a Scottish and the other as an English knight, for my lord being ever on some wild prank, has always a chest of strange dresses with him, set out for St. Fillan's, taking with them the signet which your mother had sent with her letter to the Earl her cousin. They hoped such a pledge of their truth would ensure them credit. You know the tale they invented. And its success proves my lord to be no bad contriver. Chapter 14. The Pentland Hills. Helen listened with astonishment and grief to this too probable story of her stepmother's ill-judged tenderness or cruel treachery. And remembering the threats which had escaped that lady in their last conversation, she saw no reason to doubt what so clearly explained the before inexplicable seizure of her father, the betraying of Wallace, and her own present calamity. You do not answer me, rejoined the woman, but if you think I don't say true, Lord Soulis himself will assure you of the fact. Alas, no, returned Helen, profoundly sighing, I believe it too well. I see the depth of the misery into which I am plunged. And yet, cried she, recollecting the imposition the men had put upon her, yet, I shall not be wholly so, if my father lives, and was not in the extremity they told me of. If that thought gives you comfort, retain it, returned the woman. The whole story of the Earl's illness was an invention to bring you at so short notice from the protection of the prior. I thank thee, gracious Providence, for this comfort. Exclaimed Helen, it inspires me with redoubled trust in thee. Marjorie shook her head. Ah, poor victim, thought she, how vain is thy devotion. But she had not time to say so, for her husband and the deserter from Cressingham re-entered the cave. Helen, afraid that it was Soulis, started up. The stranger proceeded to lift her in his arms. She struggled, and in the evidence of her action, struck his beaver. It opened, and discovered a pale and stern countenance, with a large scar across his jaw. This mark of contest, and the gloomy scowl of his eyes, made Helen rush toward the woman for protection. The man hastily closed his helmet, and, speaking through the clasped steel, for the first time she heard his voice. It sounded, hollow and decisive. He bade her prepare to accompany Lord Soulis in a journey to the south. Helen looked at her shackled arms, and despairing of effecting her escape by any effort of her own, she thought that gaining time might be some advantage. And allowing the man to take her hand, while MacGregor supported her on the other side, they led her out of the cave. She observed the latter smiled significantly at his wife. "Oh," cried she, "to what am I betrayed? Unhand me! Leave me!" Almost fainting with dread, she leaned against the arm of the stranger. Thunder now peaked over her head, and lightning shot across the mountains. She looked up. "Merciful heaven," cried she, in a voice of deep horror, "send down thy bolt on me." At that moment Soulis, mounted on his steed, approached, and ordered her to be put into the litter. Incapable of contending with the numbers which surrounded her, she allowed them to execute their master's commands. MacGregor's wife was set on a pillion behind him, and Soulis giving the word, they all marched on at a rapid pace. In a few hours, having cleared the shady valleys of the Clyde, they entered the long and barren tracts of the Leadhill moors. A dismal hue overspread the country, the thunder yet roared in distant peals, and the lightning came down in such vast sheets that the carriers were often obliged to set down their burden, and cover their eyes to regain their sight. A shrill wind pierced the slight covering of the litter, and blowing it aside, discovered the mist, or the gleaming of some wandering water, as it glided away over the cheerless waste. "All is desolation, like myself," thought Helen. But neither the cold wind, nor the rain, now drifting into her vehicle, occasioned her any sensation. It is only when the mind is at ease, that the body is delicate. All within her was too expectant of mental horrors to notice the casual inconveniences of season or situation. The cavalcade with difficulty mounted the steps of a mountainous hill, where the storm raged so turbulently that the men who carried the litter stopped, and told their lord it would be impossible to proceed in the approaching darkness. They conjured him to look at the perpendicular rocks, rendered indistinct by the gathering mist, to observe the overwhelming gusts of the tempest. And then judge whether they dare venture with the litter on so dangerous a pathway, made slippery by descending rain. To halt in such a spot seemed to Soulis as unsafe as to proceed. "We shall not be better off," answered he, "should we attempt to return. Precipices lie on either side, and to stand still would be equally perilous. The torrents from the heights increase so rapidly, there is every chance of our being swept away. Should we remain exposed to the stream?" Helen looked at these sublime cascades with a calm welcome, as they poured from the hills, and flung their spray upon the roof of her vehicle. She hailed her release in the death they menaced. And far from being intimidated at the prospect, cast a resigned, and even wistful glance, into the swelling lake beneath, under whose waves she expected soon to sleep. On the remonstrance of their master, the men resumed their pace. And after a hard contention with the storm, they gained the summit of the west side of the mountain, and were descending its eastern brow, when the shades of night closed in upon them. Looking down into the black chaos, on the brink of which they must pass along, they once more protested they could not advance a foot, until the dawn should give them some security. At this declaration, which Soulis saw could not now be disputed, he ordered the troop to halt under the shelter of a projecting rock. Its huge arch overhung the ledge that formed the road, while the deep gulf at his feet, by the roaring of its waters, proclaimed itself the receptacle of those cataracts which rush tremendous from the ever-streaming Pentland hills. Soulis dismounted. The men set down the litter, and removed to a distance as he approached. He opened one of the curtains, and throwing himself beside the exhausted, but watchful Helen, clasped his arms roughly about her, and exclaimed, "Sweet minion, I must pillow on your bosom till the morn awakes." His brutal lips were again riveted to her cheek. 10,000 strengths seemed then to heave him from her heart, and struggling with a power that amazed even herself, she threw him from her. And holding him off with her shackled arms, her shrieks again pierced the heavens. "Scream thy soul away, poor fowl," exclaimed Soulis, seizing her fiercely in his arms, "for thou art now so surely mine, that heaven itself cannot deprive me." At that moment her couch was shaken by a sudden shock, and in the next she was covered with the blood of Soulis. A stroke from an unseen arm had reached him, and starting on his feet, a fearful battle of swords took place over the prostrate Helen. One of the men, out of the numbers who hastened to the assistance of their master, fell dead on her body, while the chief himself, sorely wounded, and breathing revenge and blasphemy, was forced off by the survivors. "Where do you carry me, villains?" cried he. "Separate me not from the vengeance I will yet hurl on that demon who has robbed me of my victim, or ye shall die a death more horrible than hell can inflict." He raved, but more unheeded than the tempest. Terrified that the spirits of darkness were indeed their pursuers, in spite of his reiterated threats, the men carried him to a distant hollow in the rock, and laid him down, now insensible from loss of blood. One or two of the most desperate returned to see what was become of Lady Helen, well aware that if they could regain her, their master would be satisfied. But, on the reverse, should she be lost, the whole troop knew their fate would be some merciless punishment. MacGregor, and the deserter of Cressingham, were the first who reached the spot where the lady had been left. With horror they found the litter, but not herself. She was gone. But whether carried off by the mysterious arm which had felled their lord, or she had thrown herself into the foaming gulf beneath, they could not determine. They decided, however, the latter should be their report to Soulis, knowing that he would rather believe the object of his passions had perished, than that she had escaped his toils. Almost stupefied with consternation, they returned to repeat this tale to their furious lord, who, on having his wound staunched, had recovered from his swoon. On hearing that the beautiful creature he had so lately believed his own beyond the power of fate, that his property, as he called her, the devoted slave of his will, the mistress of his destiny, was lost to him forever. Swallowed up in the whelming wave. He became frantic. There was desperation in every word. He raved, tore up the earth like a wild beast. And, foaming at the mouth, dashed the wife of MacGregor from him, as she approached with a fresh balsam for his wounds. "Off, scum of a damned sex," cried he. "Where is she, whom I entrusted to thy care?" "My lord," answered the affrighted woman, "you know best. You terrified the poor young creature. You forced yourself into a litter, and can you wonder that I should force you to perdition? Execrable witch," cried he, "that knew no better how to prepare a slave to receive her lord." As he spoke, he struck her again, but it was with his gauntlet hand, and the eyes of the unfortunate woman opened no more. The blow fell on her temple, and a motionless corpse lay before him. "My wife," cried the poor MacGregor, putting his trembling arms about her neck, "Oh, my lord, how have I deserved this?" "You have slain her." "Suppose I have?" returned the chief with a cold scorn. "She was old and ugly, and could you recover Helen, you should cull Hermitage, for a substitute for this prating bedlam." MacGregor made no reply, but feeling in his heart that he, who sows the wind, must reap the whirlwind, that such were the rewards from villainy, to its vile instruments. He could not but say to himself, "I have deserved it of my God, but not of thee," and sobbing over the remains of his equally criminal wife, by the assistance of his comrades he removed her from the now hated presence of his lord. Chapter 15. The Hut. Meanwhile the Lady Helen, hardly rational from the horror and hope that agitated her, extricated herself from the dead body. And in her eagerness to escape, would certainly have fallen over the precipice, had not the same gallant arm which had covered her persecutor with wounds, caught her as she sprung from the litter. "Fear not, lady," exclaimed a gentle voice. "You are under the protection of a Scottish knight." There was a kindness in the sound, that seemed to proclaim the speaker to be of her own kindred. she felt as if suddenly rescued by a brother. And dropping her head on his bosom, a shower of grateful tears relieved her heart, and prevented her fainting. Aware that no time was to be lost, that the enemy might soon be on him again, he clasped her in his arms, and with the activity of a mountain deer, crossed 2 rushing streams, leaping from rock to rock, even under the foam of their flood. And then treading with a light and steady step, an alpine bridge of one single tree, which arched the cataract below, he reached the opposite side, where, spreading his plaid upon the rock, he laid the trembling Helen upon it. Then softly breathing his bugle, in a moment he was surrounded by a number of men, whose rough gratulations might have reawakened the alarm of Helen, had she not still heard his voice. There was graciousness and bond-distilling sweetness in every tone, and she listened in calm expectation. He directed the men to take their axes, and cut away, on their side of the fall, the tree which arched it. It was probable the villain he had just assailed, or his followers, might pursue him, and he thought it prudent to demolish the bridge. The men obeyed, and the warrior returned to his fair charge. It was raining fast. And fearful of further exposing her to the inclemencies of the night, he proposed leading her to shelter. There is a hermit's cell on the northern side of this mountain. I will conduct you thither in the morning as to the securest asylum. But meanwhile we must seek a nearer refuge. Anywhere, sir, with honor my guide, answered Helen, timidly. You are safe with me, lady, returned he, as in the arms of the Virgin. I am a man who can now have no joy in womankind, but when as a brother I protect them. Whoever you are, confide in me, and you shall not be betrayed. Helen confidently gave him her hand, and strove to rise. But at the first attempt, the shackles piercing her ankles, she sunk again on the ground. The cold iron on her wrists touched the hand of her preserver. He now recollected his surprise on hearing the clank of chains, when carrying her over the bridge. Who, inquired he, could have done this unmanly deed? The wretch from whom you rescued me, to prevent my escape from a captivity worse than death. While she spoke, he wrenched open the manacles from her wrists and ankles, and threw them over the precipice. As she heard them dash into the torrent, an unutterable gratitude filled her heart. And again giving her hand to him to lead her forward, she said with earnestness, O sir, if you have a wife or sister, should they ever fall into the like peril with mine, for in these terrific times, who is secure? May heaven reward your bravery, by sending them such a preserver. The stranger sighed deeply. Sweet lady, returned he, I have no sister, no wife. But my kindred is nevertheless very numerous, and I thank thee for thy prayer. The hero sighed profoundly again, and led her silently down the windings of the declivity. Having proceeded with caution, they descended into a little wooded dell, and soon approached the half-standing remains of what had once been a shepherd's hut. This, said the knight, as they entered, was the habitation of a good old man, who fed his flock on these mountains. But a band of Southron soldiers forced his only daughter from him, and, plundering his little abode, drove him out upon the waste. He perished the same night, by grief, and the inclemencies of the weather. His son, a brave youth, was left for dead by his sister's ravishers, but I found him in this dreary solitude, and he told me the too general story of his wounds and his despair. Indeed, lady, when I heard your shrieks from the opposite side of the chasm, I thought they might proceed from this poor boy's sister, and I flew to restore them to each other. Helen shuddered, as he related a tale so near resembling her own. And trembling with weakness, and horror of what might have been her fate had she not been rescued by this gallant stranger, she sunk exhausted upon a turf seat. The chief still held her hand. It was very cold, and he called to his men to seek fuel to make a fire. While his messengers were exploring the crannies of the rocks for dried leaves and sticks, Helen, totally overcome, leaned almost motionless against the wall of the hut. Finding, by her shortened breath, that she was fainting, the knight took her in his arms, and supporting her on his breast, chafed her hands and her forehead. His efforts were in vain, she seemed to have ceased to breathe. Hardly a pulse moved her heart. Alarmed at such signs of death, he spoke to one of his men who remained in the hut. The man answered his master's inquiry by putting a flash into his hand. The knight poured some of its contents into her mouth. Her streaming locks wetted his cheek. "Poor lady," said he, "she will perish in these forlorn regions, where neither warmth nor nourishment can be found." To his glad welcome, several of his men soon after entered with a quantity of withered boughs, which they had found in the fissures of the rock at some distance. With these a fire was speedily kindled. And its blaze diffusing comfort through the chamber, he had the satisfaction of hearing a sigh from the breast of his charge. Her head still leaned on his bosom when she opened her eyes. The light shone full on her face. "Lady," said he, "I bless God you are revived." Her delicacy shrunk at the situation in which she found herself, and raising herself, though feebly, she thanked him, and requested a little water. It was given to her. She drank some, and would have met the fixed and compassionate gaze of the knight, had not weakness cast such a film before her eyes that she scarcely saw anything. Being still languid, she leaned her head on the turf seat. Her face was pale as marble, and her long hair, saturated with wet, by its darkness made her look of a more deadly hue. "Death! How lovely canst thou be," sighed the knight to himself, he even groaned. Helen started, and looked around her with alarm. "Fear not," said he, "I only dreaded your pale looks, but you revive, and will yet bless all that are dear to you. Suffer me, sweet lady, to drain the dangerous wet from these tresses." He took hold of them as he spoke. She saw the water running from her hair over his hands, and allowing his kind request, he continued wiping her glossy locks with his scarf, till, exhausted by fatigue, she gradually sunk into a profound sleep. Dawn had penetrated the ruined walls of the hut before Lady Helen awoke. But when she did, she was refreshed. And opening her eyes, hardly conscious where she was, or whether all that floated in her memory were not the departing vapors of a frightful dream, she turned her head and fixed them upon the figure of the knight, who was seated near her. His noble air, and the pensive expression of his fine features, struck like a spell upon her gathering recollections. She at once remembered all she had suffered, all that she owed to him. She moved. Her preserver turned his eyes toward her. Seeing she was awake, he rose from the side of the dying embers he had sedulously kept alive during her slumber, and expressed his hopes that she felt restored. She returned him a grateful reply, in the affirmative. And he quitted her, to rouse his men for their journey to the hermit's cell. When he re-entered, he found Helen braiding up the fine hair which had so lately been scattered by the elements. She would have risen at his approach, but he seated himself on a stone at her feet. "We shall be detained here a few minutes longer," said he. "I have ordered my men to make a litter of crossed branches, to bear you on their shoulders. Your delicate limbs would not be equal to the toil of descending these heights, to the glen of stones. The venerable man who inhabits there will protect you until he can summon your family, or friends, to receive his charge." At these words, which Helen thought were meant to reprove her for not having revealed herself, she blushed. But fearful of breathing a name under the interdict of the English governors, and which had already spread devastation over all with whom it had been connected. Fearful of involving her preserver's safety, by making him aware of the persecuted creature he had rescued. She paused for a moment, and then, with the color heightening on her cheeks, replied, "For your humanity, brave sir, shown this night to a friendless woman, I must be ever grateful, but not even to the hermit may I reveal my name. It is fraught with danger to every honest Scot who should know that he protects one who bears it, and therefore, least of all, noble stranger, would I breathe it to you." She averted her face, to conceal the emotions she could not subdue. The knight looked at her intensely, and profoundly sighed. Half her unbraided locks lay upon her bosom, which now heaved with suppressed feelings, and the fast-falling tears, gliding through her long eyelashes dropped upon his hand. He sighed again, and tore his eyes from her countenance. "I ask not, madam, to know what you think proper to conceal, but danger has no alarms for me, when, by incurring it, I serve those who need a protector." A sudden thought flashed across her mind. Might it not be possible that this tender guardian of her safety, this heroic proffer of service, was the noble Wallace? But the vain idea fled. He was pent up amidst the beleaguered defile of Cartlane craigs, sworn to extricate the helpless families of his followers, or to perish with them. This knight was accompanied by none but men. And his kind eyes shone in too serene a lustre to be the mirrors of the disturbed soul of the suffering chief of Ellerslie. Ah! Then, murmured she to herself, are there 2 men in Scotland who will speak thus? She looked up in his face. The plumes of his bonnet shaded his features, but she saw they were paler than on his entrance, and a strange expression of distraction agitated their before composed lines. His eyes were bent to the ground as he proceeded. I am the servant of my fellow creatures, command me and my few faithful followers, and if it be in the power of such small means to succor you or yours, I am ready to answer for their obedience. If the villain from whom I had the happiness to release you be yet more deeply implicated in your sorrows, tell me how they can be relieved, and I will attempt it. I shall make no new enemies by the deed, for the sovereigns and I are at eternal enmity. Helen could not withdraw her eyes from his varying countenance, which, from underneath his dark plumes, seemed like a portentous cloud, at intervals to emit the rays of the cheering sun, or the lightning of threatening thunder. Alas! Replied she, ill should I repay such nobleness were I to involve it in the calamities of my house. No, generous stranger, I must remain unknown. Leave me with the hermit, and from his cell I will send to some relation to take me thence. I urge you no more, gentle lady, replied the knight, rising, were I at the head of an army, instead of a handful of men, I might then have a better argument for offering my services. But as it is, I feel my weakness, and seek to know no further. Helen trembled with unaccountable emotion. Were you at the head of an army, I might then dare to reveal the full weight of my anxieties. But heaven has already been sufficiently gracious to me by your hands, in redeeming me from my cruelest enemy, and for the rest, I put my trust in the same overruling providence. At this moment a man entered and told the knight the vehicle was finished, the morning fine, and his men ready to march. He turned toward Helen, may I conduct you to the rude carriage we have prepared? Helen gathered her mantle about her. And the knight, throwing his scarf over her head, it had no other covering, she gave him her hand, and he led her out on the hut to the side of the bier. It was overlaid with the men's plaids. The knight placed her on it. And the carriers raising it on their shoulders, her deliverer led the way, and they took their course down the mountain. Chapter 16. The Glen of Stones. They proceeded in silence through the curvings of the dell till it opened into a hazardous path along the top of a far-extending cliff, which overhung and clasped in the western side of a deep loch. As they mounted the pending wall of this immense amphitheatre, Helen watched the sublime uprise of the King of Light issuing from behind the opposite citadel of rocks, and borne aloft on a throne of clouds that swam in floating gold. The herbage on the cliffs glittered with liquid emeralds, as his beams kissed their summits, and the lake beneath sparkled like a sea of molten diamonds. All nature seemed to rejoice at the presence of this magnificent emblem of the Most High. Helen's heart swelled with devotion, and its sacred voice breathed from her lips. Such, thought she, O sun, art thou. The resplendent image of the giver of all good. Thy cheering beams, like his all-cheering spirit, pervade the soul, and drive thence the despondency of cold and darkness. But bright as thou art, how does the similitude fade before godlike man, the true image of his Maker? How far do his protecting arms extend over the desolate? How mighty is the power of his benevolence to dispense succor, to administer consolation. As she thus mused, her eyes fell on the noble mien of the knight, who, with his spear in his hand, and wrapped in his dark mantle of mingled greens, led the way, with a graceful but rapid step, along the shelving declivity. Turning suddenly to the left, he struck into a defile between two prodigious craggy mountains, whose brown cheeks, trickling with 10,000 mountains, whose brown cheeks, trickling with 10,000 rills, seemed to weep over the deep gloom of the valley beneath. Scattered fragments of rock from the cliffs above covered with their huge and almost impassable masses the surface of the ground. Not an herb was to be seen, all was black, barren, and terrific. On entering this horrid pass, Helen would have shuddered, had she not placed implicit confidence in her conductor. As they advanced, the vale gradually narrowed, and at last shut them within an immense chasm, which seemed to have been cleft at its towering summit, to admit a few beams of light to the desert below. A dark river flowed along, amid which the bases of the mountains showed their union by the mingling of many a rugged cliff, projecting upward in a variety of strange and hideous forms. The men who carried Helen, with some difficulty found a safe footing. However, after frequent rests, and unremitted caution, they at last extricated themselves from the most intricate path, and more lightly followed their chief into a less gloomy part of this chaos of nature. The knight stopped, and approaching the bier, told Helen they had arrived at the end of their journey. "In the heart of that cliff," said he, "is the hermit's cell, a desolate shelter, but a safe one. Old age and poverty hold no temptations to the enemies of Scotland." As he spoke, the venerable man, who had heard voices beneath, appeared on the rock. And while his tall and majestic figure, clad in grey, moved forward, and his silver beard flowed from his saintly countenance upon the air, he seemed the Bard of Morven, issuing from his cave of shells to bid a hero's welcome to the young and warlike Oscar. "Bless thee, my son," cried he, as he descended. "What good or evil accident hath returned thee so soon to these solitudes?" The knight briefly related the circumstances of Helen's rescue, and that he had brought her to share his asylum. The hermit took her by the hand, and graciously promised her every service in his power. He then preceded the knight, whose firmer arms supported her up the rock, to the outer apartment of the cell. A sacred awe struck her as she entered this place, dedicated wholly to God. She bowed, and crossed herself. The hermit, observing her devotion, blessed her, and bade her welcome to the abode of peace. "Here, daughter," said he, "has one son of persecuted Scotland found a refuge. There is naught alluring in these wilds to attract the spoiler. The green herb is all the food they afford, and the limpid water their best beverage." "Ah!" returned Helen, with grateful animation, "would to heaven that all who love the freedom of Scotland were now within this glen. The herb and the stream would be luxuries when tasted in liberty and hope. My father, his friend dash," she stopped, recollecting that she had almost betrayed the secrecy she meant to maintain, and looking down, remained in confused silence. The knight gazed at her, and much wished to penetrate what she concealed, but delicacy forbade him to urge her again. He spoke not. But the hermit, ignorant of her reluctance to reveal her family, resumed. "I do not wonder, gentle lady, that you speak in terms which tell me even your tender sex feels the tyranny of Edward. Who in Scotland is exempt? The whole country groans beneath his oppressions, and the cruelty of his agents makes its rivulets run with blood. 6 months ago I was abbot of Scone. Because I refused to betray my trust and resign the archives of the kingdom lodged there, Edward, the rebel, anointed of the Lord, the profaner of the sanctuary, sent his emissaries to sack the convent, to tear the holy pillow of Jacob from its shrine, and to wrest from my grasp the records I refused to deliver. All was done as the usurper commanded. Most of my brethren were slain. Myself and the remainder were turned out upon the waste. We retired to the monastery of Cambus-Kenneth, but their oppression found us. Cressingham, having seized on other religious houses, determined to swell his hoards with the plunder of that also. In the dead of night the attack was made. My brethren fled, I knew not whither to go. But, determined to fly far from the tracks of our ravagers, I took my course over the hills, and finding the valley of stones fit for my purpose, for 2 months have lived alone in this wilderness." "Unhappy Scotland," ejaculated Helen. Her eyes had followed the chief, who, during this narrative, leaned thoughtfully against the entrance of the cave. His eyes were cast upward with an expression that made her heart utter the exclamation which had escaped her. The knight turned and approached her. "You hear from the lips of my venerable friend," said he, "a direful story. Happy then am I, gentle lady, that you and he have found a refuge, though a rough one. I must now tear myself from this tranquillity to seek scenes more befitting a younger son of the country he deplores." Helen felt unable to answer. But the abbot spoke, "And am I not to see you again? "That is as heaven wills," replied he. "But as it is unlikely on this side the grave, my best pledge of friendship is this lady. To you she may reveal what she had withheld from me, but in either case, she is secure in your goodness. Rely on my faith, my son. And may the Almighty's shield hang on your steps." The knight turned to Helen. "Farewell, sweet lady," said he. She trembled at the words, and, hardly conscious of what she did, held out her hand to him. He took it, and drew it toward his lips, but checking himself, he only pressed it, while in a mournful voice he added, "In your prayer, sometimes remember the most desolate of men." A mist seemed to pass over the eyes of Lady Helen. She felt as if on the point of losing something most precious to her. "My prayers for my own preserver, and for my father's," cried she, in an agitated voice, "shall ever be mingled. And, if ever it be safe to remember me, should heaven indeed arm the patriot's hand, then my father may be proud to know and to thank the brave deliverer of his child." The knight paused, and looked with animation upon her. "Then your father is in arms, and against the tyrant. Tell me where, and you see before you a man who is ready to join him, and to lay down his life in the just cause." At this vehement declaration, Lady Helen's full heart overflowed, and she burst into tears. He drew toward her, and in a moderated voice continued, "My men, though few, are brave. They are devoted to their country, and are willing for her sake to follow me to victory or to death. As I am a knight, I am sworn to defend the cause of right, and where shall I so justly find it, as on the side of bleeding, wasted Scotland? How shall I so well pursue my career as in the defence of her injured sons? Speak, gentle lady. Trust me with your noble father's name, and he shall not have cause to blame the confidence you repose in a true though wandering Scot." "My father," replied Helen, weeping afresh, "is not where your generous services can reach him. 2 brave chiefs, one a kinsman of my own, and the other his friend, are now colleagued to free him. If they fail, my whole house falls in blood. And to add another victim to the destiny which in that case will overwhelm me, the thought is beyond my strength." Faint with agitation, and the horrible images which reawakened her direst fears, she stopped. And then added in a suppressed voice, "Farewell." "Not till you hear me further," replied he. "I repeat I have now a scanty number of followers, but I leave these mountains to gather more. Tell me, then, where I may join these chiefs you speak of. Give me a pledge that I come from you, and whoever may be your father, as he is a true Scot, I will compass his release or perish in the attempt." "Alas! Generous stranger," cried she, "to what would you persuade me? You know not the peril that you seek." "Nothing is perilous to me," replied he, with an heroic smile, "that is to serve my country. I have no interest, no joy but in her. Give me, then, the only happiness of which I am now capable, and send me to serve her, by freeing one of her defenders." Helen hesitated. The tumult of her mind dried her tears. She looked up, with all these inward agitations painted on her cheeks. His beaming eyes were full of patriotic ardor, and his fine countenance, composed into a heavenly calmness by the sublime sentiments which occupied his soul, made him appear to her not as man, but as an angel from the armed host of heaven. "Fear not, lady," said the hermit, "that you would plunge your deliverer into any extraordinary danger by involving him in what you might call rebellion against the usurper. He is already a proscribed man." "Proscribed," repeated she. "Wretched indeed is my country when her noblest spirits are denied the right to live, when every step they take to regain what has been torn from them only involves them in deeper ruin." "No country is wretched, sweet lady," returned the knight, "till, by a dastardly acquiescence, it consents to its own slavery. Bonds, and death, are the utmost of our enemy's malice. The one is beyond his power to inflict, when a man is determined to die or to live free, and for the other, which of us will think that ruin, which leads to the blessed freedom of paradise?" Helen looked on the chief as she used to look on her cousin, when expressions of virtuous enthusiasm burst from his lips, but now it was rather with the gaze of admiring awe than the exultation of one youthful mind sympathizing with another. You would teach confidence to despair herself, returned she, again I hope, for God does not create in vain. You shall know every danger with which that knowledge is surrounded. He is hemmed in by enemies. Alas, how closely are they connected with him! Not the English only, but the most powerful of his countrymen are leagues against him. They sold my father to captivity, and, perhaps, to death, and I, wretched I, was the price. To free him, the noblest of Scottish knights is now engaged, but such hosts impede him, that hope hardly dares hover over his tremendous path. Then, cried the stranger, let my arm be second to his in the great achievement. My heart yearns to meet a brother in arms who feels for Scotland what I do, and with such a coadjutor, I dare promise your father liberty, and that the power of England shall be shaken. Helen's heart beat violently at these words. I would not defer the union of two such minds. Go, then, to the Cartlane craigs. But, alas! How can I direct you, cried she. The passes are beset with English. And I know not whether at this moment the brave Wallace survives, to be again the deliverer of my father. Helen paused. The recollection of all that Wallace had suffered for the sake of her father, and of the mortal extremity in which Ker had left him, rose like a dreadful train of apparitions before her. A pale horror overspread her countenance. And lost in these remembrances, she did not remark the start, and rushing colour of the knight, as she pronounced the name of Wallace. If Wallace ever had the happiness of serving any who belonged to you, returned the knight, he has at least one source of pleasure in that remembrance. Tell me what he can further do. Only say, where is that father whom you say he once preserved, and I will hasten to yield my feeble aid to repeat the service. Alas, replied Helen, I cannot but repeat my fears that the bravest of men no longer exists. 2 days before I was betrayed into the hands of the traitor from whom you rescued me, a messenger from Cartlane Craigs informed my cousin that the gallant Wallace was surrounded. And if my father did not send forces to relieve him, he must inevitably perish. No forces could my father send, he was then made a prisoner by the English. His retainers shared the same fate, and none but my cousin escaped, to accompany the honest Scotch back to his master. My cousin set forth with a few followers to join him, a few against thousands. They are in arms for their country, lady, returned the knight, and 1,000 invisible angels guard them, fear not for them. But for your father. Name to me the place of his confinement, and as I have not the besiegers of Cartlane Craigs to encounter, I engage, with God's help, and the arms of my men, who never yet shrunk from sword or spear, to set the brave Earl free. How? Exclaimed Helen, remembering that she had not yet mentioned her father's rank, and gazing at him with astonishment. Do you know his name? Is the misfortune of my father already so far spread? Rather say his virtue, lady, answered the knight. No man who watches over the destiny of our devoted country can be ignorant of her friends, or of the sufferers who bear injury for her sake. I know that the Earl of Mar has made himself a generous sacrifice, but I am yet to learn the circumstances from you. Speak without reserve, that I may seek the accomplishment of my vow, and restore to Scotland its best friend. Thou brother in heart to the generous Wallace, exclaimed Lady Helen, my voice is too feeble to thank thee. The hermit, who had listened in silent interest, now, fearing the consequence of so much emotion, presented her with a cup of water and a little fruit, to refresh herself, before she satisfied the inquiries of the knight. She put the cup to her lips, to gratify the benevolence of her host, but her anxious spirit was too much occupied in the concerns dearest to her heart, to feel any wants of the body. And turning to the knight, she briefly related what had been the design of her father with regard to Sir William Wallace, how he had been seized at Bothwell, and sent with his family a prisoner to Dumbarton Castle. Proceed then thither, continued she. If heaven have yet spared the lives of Wallace and my cousin, Andrew Murray, you will meet them before its walls. Meanwhile I shall seek the protection of my father's sister, and in her castle near the Forth abide in safety. But, noble stranger, one bond one must lay upon you, should you come up with my cousin, do not discover that you have met with me. He is precipitate in resentment, and his hatred is so hot against Soulis, my betrayer, that should he know the outrage I have sustained he would, I fear, run himself and the general cause into danger by seeking an immediate revenge. The stranger readily passed his word to Helen that he would never mention her name to any of her family until she herself should give him leave. But when your father is restored to his rights, continued he, in his presence I hope to claim my acquaintance with his admirable daughter. Helen blushed at this compliment. It was not more than any man in his situation might have said, but it confused her. And hardly knowing what were her thoughts, she answered, his personal freedom may be affected, and God grant such a regard to your prowess. But his other rights, what can recover them? His estate sequestrated, his vassals in bonds, all power of the Earl of Mar will be annihilated, and from some obscure refuge like this, must he utter his thanks to his daughter's preserver. Not so, lady, replied he. The sword is now raised in Scotland, that cannot be laid down till it be broken or has conquered. All have suffered by Edward, the powerful banished into other countries, that their wealth might reward foreign mercenaries. The poor driven into the waste, that the meanest Southron might share the spoil. Where all have suffered, all must be ready to avenge, and when a whole people take up arms to regain their rights, what force can prevent restitution? God is with them. So I felt, returned Helen, while I have not yet seen the horrors of the contest. While my father commanded in Bothwell Castle, and was sending out auxiliaries to the patriot chief, I too felt nothing but the inspiration which led them on, and saw nothing but the victory which must crown so just a cause. But now, when all whom my father commanded are slain or carried away by the enemy, when he is himself a prisoner, and awaiting the sentence of the tyrant he opposed, when the gallant Wallace, instead of being able to hasten to his rescue, is besieged by a numberless host, hope almost dies within me, and I fear that whoever may be fated to free Scotland, my beloved father, and those belonging to him are first to be made a sacrifice. She turned pale as she spoke, and the stranger resumed. No, lady, if there be that virtue in Scotland which can alone deserve freedom, it will be achieved. I am an inconsiderable man, but relying on the God of justice, I promise you your father's liberty, and let his freedom be a pledge to you for that of your country. I now go to rouse a few brave spirits to arms. Remember the battle is not to the strong, nor victory with a multitude of hosts. The banner 16 of St. Andrew was once held from the heavens, over a little band of Scots, while they discomfited 1,000 enemies, the same arm leads me on. And, if need be, I despair not to see it again, like the flaming pillar before the Israelites, consuming the enemies of liberty, even in the fullness of their might. While he yet spoke, the hermit re-entered from the inner cell, supporting a youth on his arm. At sight of the knight, who held out his hand to him, he dropped on his knees and burst into tears. Do you then leave me? Cried he. Am I not to serve my preserver? Helen rose in strange surprise. There was something in the feelings of the boy that was infectious. And while her own heart beat violently, she looked first on his emaciated figure, and then at the noble contour of the knight, where every god had seemed to set his seal. His beaming eyes appeared the very fountains of consolation. His cheek was bright with generous emotions, and turning from the supplant boy to Helen. Rise, said he to the youth, and behold in this lady the object of the service to which I appoint you. You will soon, I hope, be sufficiently recovered to attend upon her wishes as you would upon mine. Be her servant and her guard. And when we meet again, as she will then be under the protection of her father, if you do not prefer so gentle a service before the rougher one of war, I will resume you to myself. The youth, who had obeyed the knight and risen, bowed respectfully, and Helen, uttering some incoherent words of thanks, to hide her agitation turned away. The hermit exclaimed, again, my son, I beseech heaven to bless thee. And may its guardian care shield all here, replied the knight. Helen looked up to bid him a last farewell, but he was gone. The hermit had left the cell with him, and the youth also had disappeared into the inner cave. Being left alone, she threw herself down before the altar, and giving way to a burst of tears, inwardly implored protection for that brave knight's life, and by his means to grant safety to Wallace, and freedom to her father. As she prayed, her emotion subsided and a holy confidence elevating her mind, she remained in an ecstasy of hope, till a solemn voice from behind her called her from this happy trance. Blessed are they which put their trust in God. She calmly rose, and perceived the hermit, who, on entering, had observed her devout position, and the spontaneous benediction broke from his lips. "Daughter," said he, leading her to a seat, "this hero will prevail. For the power before whose altar you have just knelt, has declared, my might is with them who obey my laws, and put their trust in me. You speak highly of the young and valiant Sir William Wallace, but I cannot conceive that he can be better formed for great and heroic deeds than this chief. Suppose them, then, to be equal, when they have met, with two such leaders, what may not a few determined Scots perform?" Helen sympathized with the cheering prognostications of the hermit. And wishing to learn the name of this rival of a character she had regarded as unparalleled, she asked, with a blush, by what title she must call the knight who had undertaken so hazardous an enterprise for her. Chapter 17. The Hermit's Cell. "I know not," returned the hermit, "I never saw your gallant deliverer before yesterday morning. Broken from my matins by a sudden noise, I beheld a deer rush down the precipice, and fall headlong. As he lay struggling amongst the stones at the entrance of my cave, I had just observed an arrow in his side, when a shout issued from the rocks above, and looking up, I beheld a young chieftain, with a bow in his hand, leaping from cliff to cliff. Till springing from a high projection on the right, he alighted at once at the head of the wounded deer. I emerged from the recess that concealed me, and addressed him with the benediction of the morning. His plaid followers immediately appeared, and with a stroke of their ready weapons slew the animal. The chief left them to dress it for their own refreshment, and on my invitation, entered the cell to share a hermit's fare. I told him who I was, and what had driven me to this seclusion. In return, he informed me of a design he had conceived, to stimulate the surrounding chiefs to some exertions for their country. But as he never mentioned his name, I concluded he wished it to remain unrevealed, and therefore I forbore to inquire it. I imparted to him my doubts of the possibility of any single individual being able to arouse the slumbering courage of thoughts. The arguments he means to use are few and conclusive. They are these: the perfidy of King Edward, who, deemed a prince of high honour, had been chosen umpire in the cause of Bruce and Balliol. He accepted the task, in the character of a friend to Scotland. But no sooner was he advanced into the heart of our kingdom, and at the head of the large army he had treacherously introduced as a mere appendage of state, than he declared the act of judgment was his right as liege lord of the realm. This falsehood, which our records disproved at the outset, was not his only baseness. He bought the conscience of Balliol, and adjudged to him the throne. The recreant prince acknowledged him his master. And in that degrading ceremony of homage, he was followed by almost all the lowland Scottish lords. But this vile yielding did not purchase them peace. Edward demanded oppressive services from the king, and the castles of the nobility to be resigned to English governors. These requisitions being remonstrated against by a few of our boldest chiefs, amongst whom, your illustrious father, gentle lady, stood the most conspicuous, the tyrant repeated them with additional demands, and prepared to resent the appeal on the whole nation. 3 months have hardly elapsed since the fatal battle of Dunbar, where, indignant at the accumulated outrages committed on their passive monarch, our irritated nobles at last rose, but too late, to assert their rights. Alas! One defeat drove them to despair. Balliol was taken, and themselves obliged to again swear fealty to their enemy. Then came the seizure of the treasures of our monasteries, the burning of the national records, the sequestration of our property, the banishment of our chiefs, the violation of our women, and the slavery or murder of the poor people yoked to the land. The storm of desolation, thus raging over our country, how, cried the young warrior to me, can any of her sons shrink from the glory of again attempting her restoration? He then informed me that Earl de Warenne, whom Edward had left Lord Warden of Scotland, was taken ill, and retired to London, leaving Aymer de Valence to be his deputy. To this new tyrant, de Warenne has lately sent a host of mercenaries, to hold the south of Scotland in subjection, and to reinforce Cressingham and Ormsby, two noted plunderers, who command northward, from Stirling to the shores of Sutherland. With these representations of the conduct of our oppressors, the brave knight demonstrated the facility with which invaders, drunk with power, and gorged with rapine, could be vanquished by a resolute and hardy people. The absence of Edward, who is now abroad, increases the probability of success. The knight's design is to infuse his own spirit into the bosoms of the chiefs in this part of the kingdom. By their assistance, to seize the fortresses in the lowlands, and so form a chain of repulsion against the admission of fresh troops from England. Then, while other chiefs, to whom he means to apply, rise in the Highlands, the Southron garrisons there, being unsupported by supplies, must become an easy prey, and would yield men of consequence, to be exchanged for our countrymen, now prisoners in England. For the present, he wishes to be furnished with troops merely enough to take some castle, of power sufficient to give confidence to his friends. On his becoming master of such a place, it should be the signal for all to declare themselves, and, rising at once, overwhelm Edward's garrisons in every part of Scotland. This is the knight's plan, and for your sake, as well as for the cause. I hope the first fortress he gains may be that of Dumbarton. It has been always considered the key of the country. May heaven grant it, Holy Father, returned Helen, and whoever this knight may be, I pray the blessed Saint Andrew to guide his arms. If I may venture to guess who he is, replied the hermit, I would say that noble brow was formed to some day wear a crown. What, cried Helen, starting, you think this knight is the royal Bruce? I am at a loss what to think, replied the hermit, he has a most princely air. And there is such an overflowing of soul toward his country, when he speaks of it, that, such love can spring from no other than the royal heart, created to foster and to bless it. But is he not too young? Inquired Helen. I have heard my father say that Bruce, Lord of Annandale, the opponent of Balliol for the crown, was much his senior, and that his son, the Earl of Carrick, must be now 50 years of age. This knight, if I am any judge of looks, cannot be 25. True, answered the hermit, and yet he may be a Bruce. For it is neither of the two you have mentioned that I mean, but the grandson of the one, and the son of the other. You may see by this silver beard, lady, that the winter of my life is far spent. The elder Bruce, Robert, Lord of Annandale, was my contemporary, we were boys together, and educated at the same college in Icolmkill. He was brave, and passed his manhood in visiting different courts. At last, marrying a lady of the princely house of Clare, he took her to France, and confided his only son to be brought up under the renowned St. Louis. This young Robert took the cross while quite a youth, and carrying the banner of the Holy King of France to the plains of Palestine, covered himself with glory. In storming a Saracen fortress, he rescued the person of Prince Edward of England. The horrible tyrant, who now tramples on all laws, human and divine, was then in the bloom of youth, defending the cause of Christianity. Think on that, sweet lady, and marvel at the changing power of ambition. From that hour a strict friendship subsisted between the two young crusaders. And when Edward mounted the throne of England, it being then the ally of Scotland, the old Earl of Annandale, to please his brave son, took up his residence at the English court. When the male issue of our King David failed in the untimely death of Alexander III, then came the contention between Bruce and Balliol for the vacant crown. Our most venerable chiefs, the guardians of our laws, and the witnesses of the parliamentary settlement made on the house of Bruce during the reign of the late king, all declared for Lord Annandale. He was not only the male heir in propinquity of blood, but his experienced years and known virtues excited all true Scots to place him on the throne. Meanwhile Edward, forgetting friendship to his friend, and fidelity to a faithful ally, was undermining the interest of Bruce, and the peace of the kingdom. Inferior rivals to our favorite prince were soon discountenanced. But by covert ways, with bribes and promises, the King of England raised such opposition on the side of Balliol, as threatened a civil war. Secure in his right, and averse to plunging his country in blood, Bruce easily fell in with a proposal insidiously hinted to him by one of Edward's creatures, to require that monarch to be umpire between him and Balliol. Then it was that Edward, after soliciting the requisition as an honour to be conferred on him, declared it was his right as Supreme Lord of Scotland. The Earl of Annandale refused to acknowledge this assumption. Balliol bowed to it. And for such obedience, the unrighteous judge gave him the crown. Bruce absolutely refused to acknowledge the justice of this decision. And so, to avoid the power of the king who had betrayed his rights, and the jealousy of the other who had usurped them, he immediately left the scene of action, going overseas, to join his son, who had been cajoled away to Paris. But, alas! He died on the road of a broken heart. When his son Robert, who was Earl of Carrick in right of his wife, returned to Britain, he, like his father, disdained to acknowledge Balliol as king. But being more incensed at his successful rival, than at the treachery of his false friend Edward, he believed his glossing speeches, and, by what infatuation I cannot tell, established his residence at the monarch's court. This forgetfulness of his royal blood, and of the independence of Scotland, has nearly obliterated him from every Scottish heart, for, when we look at Bruce the courtier, we cease to remember Bruce the descendant of St. David Bruce the valiant knight of the cross, who bled for true liberty before the walls of Jerusalem. His eldest son may be now about the age of the young knight who has just left us. And when I look on his royal port, and listen to the patriotic fervours of his royal soul, I cannot but think that the spirit of his noble grandsire has revived in his breast, and that, leaving his indolent father to the vassal luxuries of Edward's palace, he is come hither in secret, to arouse Scotland, and to assert his claim. It is very likely, rejoined Helen, deeply sighing, and may heaven reward his virtue with the crown of his ancestors. To that end, replied the hermit, shall my hands be lifted up in prayer day and night. May I, O gracious power! Cried he, looking upward, and pressing the cross to his breast, live but to see that hero victorious, and Scotland free, and then, let thy servant depart in peace, since mine eyes will have seen her salvation. Her salvation, father? Said Helen, timidly. Is not that too sacred a word to apply to anything, however dear, that relates to earth? She blushed as she spoke, and fearful of having too daringly objected, looked down as she awaited his answer. The hermit observed her attentively, and, with a benign smile, replied, Earth and heaven are the work of the Creator. He careth alike for angel and for man, and therefore nothing that he has made is too mean to be the object of his salvation. The word is comprehensive. In one sense it may signify our redemption from sin and death by the coming of the Lord of life into this world, and in another, it intimates the different means by which Providence decrees the ultimate happiness of men. Happiness can only be found in virtue, virtue cannot exist without liberty, and the seat of liberty is good laws. Hence when Scotland is again made free, the bonds of the tyrant who corrupts her principles with temptations, or compels her to iniquity by threats, are broken. Again the honest peasant may cultivate his lands in security, the liberal hand feed the hungry, and industry spread smiling plenty through all ranks. Every man to whom his Maker hath given talents, let them be 1 or 5, may apply them to their use, and, by eating the bread of peaceful labor, rear families to virtuous action and the worship of God. The nobles, meanwhile, looking alone to the legislation of heaven and to the laws of Scotland, which alike demand justice and mercy from all, will live the fathers of their country. Teaching her brave sons that the only homage which does not debase a man, is that which he pays to virtue and to God. This it is to be free, this it is to be virtuous, this it is to be happy, this it is to live the life of righteousness, and to die in the hope of immortal glory. Say then, dear daughter, if, in praying for the liberty of Scotland, I said too much in calling it her salvation. Forgive me, father, cried Helen, overcome with shame at having questioned him. Forgive you what? Returned he. I love the holy zeal which is jealous of allowing objects, dear even to your wishes, to encroach on the sanctuary of heaven. Be ever thus, meek child of the Church, and no human idol will be able to usurp that part of your virgin heart which belongs to God. Helen blushed. My heart, reverend father, returned she, has but one wish, the liberty of Scotland. And, with that, the safety of my father and his brave deliverers. Sir William Wallace I never have seen, rejoined the hermit. But, when he was quite a youth, I heard of his graceful victories in the mimic war of the Justs at Berwick, when Edward first marched into this country under the mask of friendship. From what you have said, I do not doubt his being a worthy supporter of Bruce. However, dear daughter, as it is only a suspicion of mine that this knight is that young prince, for his safety, and for the sake of the cause, we must not let that name escape our lips. No, not even to your relations when you rejoin them, nor to the youth whom his humanity put under my protection. Till he reveals his own secret, for us to divulge it would be folly and dishonor. Helen bowed acquiescence. And the hermit proceeded to inform her who the youth was whom the stranger had left to be her page. In addition to what the knight had himself told her of Walter Hay, the unfortunate shepherd boy of the ruined hut, her venerable host narrated that the young warrior having quitted the holy cell after his first appearance there, soon returned with the wounded youth, whom he had found. He committed him to the care of the hermit, promising to revisit him on his way from the south, and take the recovered Walter under his own protection. He then left us, continued the old man, but soon reappeared with you. Showing, in the strongest language, that he who, in spite of every danger, succors the sons and daughters of violated Scotland, is proclaimed by the Spirit of Heaven to be her future deliverer and king. As he ended speaking, he rose. And taking Helen by the hand, led her into an inner excavation of the rock, where a bed of dried leaves lay on the ground. Here, gentle lady, said he, I leave you to repose. In the evening I expect a lay brother from St. Oran's monastery, and he will be your messenger to the friends you may wish to rejoin. At present, may gentlest seraphs guard your slumbers. Helen, fatigued in spirit and in body, thanked the good hermit for his care. And bowing to his blessing, he left her to repose. Chapter 18. Cartlane Craigs, and Glenfinlass. Guided by Ker, Murray led his followers over the Lanark hills, by the most untrodden paths, and hence avoided even the sight of a South Ron soldier. Cheered by so favourable a commencement of their expedition, they even felt no dismay when, in the gloom of the evening, Ker descried a body of armed men at a distance, sitting round a fire at the foot of a beetling rock which guards the western entrance to the Cartlane Craigs. Murray ordered his men to proceed under covert of the bushes. And then making the signal, concerted in case of such dilemma, they stuck their iron crows into the interstices of the cliff, and catching at the branches which grew out of its precipitous side, with much exertion, but in perfect silence, at last gained the summit. That effected, they pursued their way with the same caution, till after a long march, and without encountering a human being, they reached the base of the huge rock which Wallace had made his fortress. Ker, who expected to find it surrounded by the English army, was amazed at the death-like solitude. "The place is deserted," cried he. "My brave friend, compelled by the extremity of his little garrison, has been obliged to surrender." "We will ascend and see," was Murray's answer. Ker led round the rock to the most accessible point, and, mounting by the projecting stones, with some difficulty gained the top. Silence pervaded every part. And the rugged cavities at the summit, which had formed the temporary quarters of his comrades, were lonely. On entering the recess where Wallace used to seek a few minutes' slumber, the moon, which shone full into the cave, discovered something bright lying in a distant corner. Ker hastily approached it, recollecting what means of escape he would leave some weapon as a sign, a dagger, if necessity drove him to the south point, where he must fight his way through the valley. An arrow, if he could effect it without observation, by the north, as he should then seek an asylum for his exhausted followers in the wilds of Glenfinlass. It was the iron head of an arrow which the moon had silvered. And Ker, catching it up, with a gladdened countenance exclaimed, "He is safe. This calls us to Glenfinlass." He then explained to Murray what had been the arrangement of Wallace respecting this sign, and without hesitation the young lord decided to follow him up that track. Turning toward the northern part of the cliff, they came to spot beneath which had been the strongest guard of the enemy, but now, like the rest, it was entirely abandoned. A narrow winding path led from this rocky platform to a fall of water, rearing and rushing by the mouth of a large cavern. After they had descended the main crag, they clambered over the top of this cave, and, entering upon another sweep of rugged hills, commenced a rapid march. Traversing the lower part of Stirlingshire, they crossed Graham's Dyke. 17 and pursuing their course westward, left Stirling Castle far to the right. They ascended the Ochil Hills, and proceeding along the wooded heights which overhang the banks of Teith, forded that river, and entered at once into the broad valley which opened to them a distant view of Ben Lomond and Ben Ledi. "There," exclaimed Ker, extending his hand toward the cloud-capped Ledi, "beneath the shadow of that mountain, we shall find the light of Scotland, our dear master in arms." At this intimation, the wearied maize, like seamen long harassed on a tempestuous ocean at sight of a port, uttered a shout of joy, and hastening forward with renovated strength, met a foaming river in their path. Despising all obstacles, they rushed in, and, buffeting the waves, soon found a firm footing on the opposite shore. The sun shone cheerily above their heads, illuminating the umbrageous sides of the mountains with a dewy splendor, while Ben Ledi, the standard of their hope, seemed to wave them on, as the white clouds streamed from its summit, or, rolling down its dark sides, floated in strange visionary shapes over the lakes beneath. When the little troop halted on the shore of Loch Venaquire, the mists which had lingered on the brow of Ledi slowly descended into the valley. And covering the mouth of the pass that led from the loch, seemed to shut them at once between the mountain and that world of waters. Ker, who had never been in these tracks before, wondered at their sublimity, and became alarmed lest they should lose their way amid such infinite windings. But Murray, who remembered having once explored them with his father, led promptly forward by a steep, rough road in the side of the mountain. As they clung by the slippery rocks which overhung the lake, its mists dissolved into a heavy shower, and, by degrees clearing away, discovered the shining heads of Ben Lomond and Ben Chochan. The party soon entered a precipitous labyrinth of crags. And, passing onward, gradually descended amid pouring torrents, and gaping chasms overlaced with branching trees, till the augmented roar of waters intimated to Murray, they drew near the great fall of Glenfinlass. The river, though rushing on its course with the noise of thunder, was scarcely discerned through the thick forest which groaned over its waves. Here towered a host of stately pines. And there the lofty beeches, birches, and mountain oak, bending over the flood, interwove their giant arms, forming an arch so impenetrable, that while the sun brightened the tops of the mountains, all beneath lay in deepest midnight. The awful entrance to this sublime valley struck the whole party with a feeling that made them pause. It seemed as if to these sacred solitudes, hidden in the very bosom of Scotland, no hostile foot dared intrude. Murray looked at Ker. "We go, my friend, to arouse the genius of our country. Here are the native fastnesses of Scotland, and from this pass the spirit will issue that is to bid her enslaved sons and daughters be free." They entered, and with beating hearts pursued their way along the western border of Loch Lubnaig, till the royal heights of Craignacoheilg showed their summits, covered with heath and many an ivied turret. The forest, stretching far over the valley, lost its high trees in the shadows of the surrounding mountains, and told them they were now in the centre of Glenfinlass. Ker put his bugle to his lips, and sounded the pibroch of Ellerslie. 1,000 echoes returned the notes, and after a pause, which allowed their last response to die away, the air was answered by a horn from the heights of Craignacoheilg. An armed man then appeared on the rock, leaning forward. Ker drew near, and taking off his bonnet, called aloud, "Stephen." "It is William Ker who speaks. I come with the Lord Andrew Murray of Bothwell, to the support of our commander, Sir William Wallace." At these words, Stephen placed his bugle to his mouth, and in a few minutes the rock was covered with the members of its little garrison. Women and children appeared, shouting with joy. And the men, descending the side near the glen, hastened to bid their comrade welcome. One advanced toward Murray, whom he instantly recognized to be Sir Roger Kirkpatrick of Torthorald. The chiefs saluted each other. And Lord Andrew pointed to his men. "I have brought," said he, "these few brave fellows to the aid of Sir William Wallace. They should have been more, but for new events of Southron outrage. Yet I am impatient to lead them to the presence of my uncle's preserver. Kirkpatrick's answer disappointed the eager spirit of the young warrior. I am sorry, brave Murray, that you have no better knight to receive you than myself. I and the gallant chief have not yet met, but I am in arms for him, and the hour of retribution for all our injuries, I trust, is at hand. But where is Sir William Wallace? Demanded Murray. Gone toward the Forth, to rouse that part of sleeping Scotland. If all he meet have my spirit, they will not require a second call. Now is the time to aim the blow. I shall ever give thanks to the accident which brought me the welcome news, that an arm is raised to strike it home. As he spoke, he led Murray to the rampart-like cliffs which crown the summit of Craignacoheilg. In the midst stood a tower, which had once been a favourite hunting lodge of the great King Fergus. There Kirkpatrick joyfully greeted his guest a second time. This, said he, is the far-famed lodge of the Three Kings. Here did our lion, Fergus, attended by his royal allies, Durstus the Pict, and Dionythus the Briton, spread his board during their huntings in Glenfinlass. And here 800 years ago, did the same heroic prince form the plans which saved his kingdom from a foreign yoke. On the same spot we will lay ours. And in their completion, rescue Scotland from a tyranny more intolerable than that which menaced him. Yes, Murray. There is not a stone in this building that does not call aloud to us to draw the sword, and hold it unsheathed till our country be free. And by the ghost of that same Fergus, I swear, exclaimed Murray, that my honest claymore shall never shroud its head while an invader be left alive in Scotland. Kirkpatrick caught him in his arms. Brave son of the noble Bothwell, thou art after mine own heart. The blow which the dastard Cressingham durst aim at a Scottish chief, still smarts upon my cheek, and rivers of his countrymen's blood shall wash out the stain. After I had been persuaded by his serpent eloquence to swear fealty to Edward on the defeat at Dunbar, I vainly thought that Scotland had only changed a weak and unfortunate prince for a wise and victorious king. But when in the courts of Stirling, I heard Cressingham propose to the barons north of the Dyke, that they should give their strongest castles into English hands. When I opposed the measure with all the indignation of a Scot who saw himself betrayed, he first tried to overturn my arguments, and finding that impossible, while I repeated them with redoubled force, he struck me. Powers of earth and heaven, what was then the tempest of my soul? I drew my sword, I would have laid him dead at my feet, had not my obsequious countryman held my arm, and dragged me from the apartment. Covered with dishonour by a blow I could not avenge, I fled to my brother-in-law, Sir John Scott, of Loch Doine. With him I buried my injury from the world, but it lived in my heart, it haunted me day and night, calling for revenge. In such an hour, how did I receive the tidings, that Sir William Wallace was in arms against the tyrant? It was the voice of retribution, calling me to peace of mind. Even my bedridden kinsman partook my emotions. And with his zealous concurrence, I led a band of his hardiest clansmen, to reinforce the brave men of Lanark on this rock. 2 days I have now been here, awaiting in anxious impatience the arrival of Wallace. Yes. We will mingle our injured souls together. He has made one offering, I must make another. We shall set forth to Stirling, and there, in the very heart of his den, I will sacrifice the tiger Cressingham, to the vengeance of our wrongs. But what, my brave friend, asked Murray, are the forces you deem sufficient for so great an enterprise? How many fighting men may be counted of Wallace's own company, besides your own? We have here about 100, replied Kirkpatrick, including yours. How inadequate to storm so formidable a place as Stirling Castle, returned Murray. Having, indeed, passed the Rubicon, we must go forward, but resolution, not rashness, should be the principle of our actions. And my opinion is, that a few minor advantages obtained, our countrymen would flock to our standard, the enemy would be intimidated, and we should carry thousands, instead of hundreds, before the walls of Stirling. To attempt it now would invite defeat, and bring upon us the ruin of our entire project. You are right, young man, cried Kirkpatrick, my grey head, rendered impetuous by insult, did not pause on the blind temerity of my scheme. I would rather for years watch the opportunity of taking a signal revenge than not accomplish it at last. Oh! I would rather waste all my life in these solitary wilds and know that at the close of it I should see the blood of Cressingham on these hands than live a prince and die unrevenged. Stephen and Ker now entered. The latter paid his respects to Sir Roger, and the former informed Murray that having disposed his present followers with those who had arrived before, he was come to lead their lord to some refreshment in the banqueting room of the tower. "What?" cried Murray, full of glad amazement. "Is it possible that my cousin's faithful band has reached its destination?" None other belonging to Bothwell Castle had any chance of escaping its jailer's hands. Kirkpatrick interrupted Stephen's reply by saying that while their guests were at the board he would watch the arrival of certain expresses from 2 brave Drummonds, each of whom was to send him 100 men, "So, my good Lord Andrew," cried he, striking him on the shoulder, "shall the snow launch gather that is to fall on Edward to his destruction." Murray heartily shared his zeal, and bidding him a short adieu, followed Stephen and Ker into the hall. A haunch of venison of Glenfinlass smoked on the board, and goblets of wine from the bounteous cellars of Sir John Scott brightened the hopes which glowed in every heart. While the young chieftains were recruiting their exhausted strength, Stephen sat at the table to satisfy the anxiety of Murray to know how the detachment from Bothwell had come to Craignacoheilg, and by what fortunate occurrence or signal act of bravery, Wallace could have escaped with his whole train from the foe surrounding Cartlane craigs. "Heaven smiled on us," replied Stephen. "The very evening of the day on which Ker left us there was a carousal in the English camp. We heard the sound of the song and of riot, and of many an insult cast upon our besieged selves. But about an hour after sunset the noise sunk by degrees, a no insufficient hint that the revellers, overcome by excess, had fallen asleep. At this very time, owing to the heat of the day, so great a vapour had been exhaled from the lake beneath that the whole of the northern side of the fortress cliff was covered with a mist so exceedingly thick we could not discern each other at a foot's distance. Now is the moment, said our gallant leader, the enemy are stupefied with wine, the rock is clothed in a veil, it is the shield of God that is held before us. Under its shelter let us pass from their hands. He called us together, and making the proper dispositions, commanded the children and women, on their lives, to keep silence. He then led us to the top of the northern cliff, it overhung an obscure cave which he knew opened at its extremity. By the assistance of a rope, held above by several men, our resolute chief, twisting it round one arm to steady him, and with the other catching by the projecting stones of the precipice, made his way down the rock, and was the first who descended. He stood at the bottom, enveloped in a cloud which shrouded the mountain, till all the men of the first division had cleared the height, he then marshalled them with their pikes toward the foe, in case of an alarm. But all remained quiet on that spot, although the sounds of voices, both in song and laughter, intimated that the utmost precaution was still necessary, as a wakeful and yet revelling part of the enemy were not far distant. Wallace reascended the rock halfway, and receiving the children, which their trembling mothers lowered into his arms, he handed them to the old men, who carried them safely through the bushes which obscured the cave's mouth. The rest of our little garrison soon followed, then our sentinels, receiving the signal that all were safe, drew silently from their guard, and closed our march through the cavern. This effected, we blocked up its egressing mouth, that, should our escape be discovered, the enemy might not find the direct road we had taken. We pursued our course without stop or stay till we reached the hospitable valleys of Stirlingshire. There some king's shepherds gave the woman and children temporary shelter. And Wallace, seeing that if anything were to be done for Scotland, he must swell the host, put the part under my guidance, giving me orders that when they were rested I should march them to Glenfinlass, here to await his return. Selecting 10 men, with that small band he turned toward the fourth, hoping to meet some valiant friends in that part of the country ready to embrace her cause. He had hardly been an hour departed when Dugald observed a procession of monks descending the opposite mountain. They drew near and halted in the glen. A crowd of women from the neighboring hills had followed the train, and were now gathering around a bier which the monks set down. I know not by what happy fortune I came close to the leader of the procession, but he saw something in my old rough features that declared me an honest Scot. "Friend," whispered he, "for charity conduct us to some safe place where we may withdraw this beer from the sacrilegious eye of curiosity." I made no hesitation, but desired the train to follow me into a byre belonging to the good shepherd who was my host. On this motion the common people went away, and the monks entered the place. When the travellers threw up their hoods, which as mourners they had worn over their faces, I could not help exclaiming, "Alas, for the glory of Scotland, that this goodly group of stout young men rather wear the cowl than the helmet." "How?" asked their principal, who did not appear to have seen 30 years, "do we not pray for the glory of Scotland? Such is our weapon." "True," replied I, "but while Moses prayed Joshua fought. God gives the means of glory that they should be used." "But for what, old veteran," said the monk, with a penetrating look, "should we exchange our cowl for the helmet? Knowest thou anything of the Joshua who would lead us to the field?" There was something in the young priest's eyes that seemed to contradict his pacific words, they flashed as impetuous fire. My reply was short, "Are you a Scot?" "I am, in soul and in arms." "Then knowest thou not the chief of Ellerslie?" As I spoke, for I stood close to the bier, I perceived the pall shake. The monk answered my last question with an exclamation, "You mean Sir William Wallace?" "Yes," I replied. The bier shook more violently at these words, and, with my hair bristling from my head, I saw the pall hastily thrown off, and a beautiful youth, in a shroud, started from it, crying aloud, "Then is our pilgrimage at an end. Lead us to him." The monk perceived my terror, and hastily exclaimed, "Fear not. He is alive, and seeks Sir William Wallace. His pretended death was a stratagem to ensure our passage through the English army, for we are soldiers like yourself." As he spoke, he opened his grey habit, and showed me the mailed tartans beneath. "What, then," interrupted Murray, "these monks were my faithful clansmen." "The same," replied Stephen. I assured them that they might now resume their own character, for all who inhabited the valley we were then in were true, though poor, and aged Scots. The young had long been drafted by Edward's agents, to fight his battles abroad. "Ah!" interrupted the shrouded youth, "are we a people that can die for the honor of this usurper, and are we ignorant how to do it for our country? Lead us, soldier of Wallace," cried he, stepping resolutely on the ground, "lead us to your brave master. And tell him that a few determined men are come to shed their blood for him and Scotland." This astonishing youth, for he did not appear to be more than 15, stood before me in his robes of death, like the spirit of some bright-haired son of Fingal. I looked on him with admiration. And explaining our situation, told him whither Wallace was gone, and of our destination to await him in the forest of Glenfinlass. "While your brave clansmen were refreshing themselves, we learned from Kenneth, their conductor, that the troop left Bothwell under expectation of your soon following them." They had well under expectation of our soon following them. They had not proceeded far before their scouts perceived the outposts of the English, which surrounded Cartlane craigs, and to avoid this danger, they took a circuitous path, in hopes of finding some at the western side of the craigs. Kenneth knew the abbot, and entering it under covert of the night, obtained permission for his men to rest there. The youth, now their companion, was a student in the church. He had been sent thither by his mother, a pious lady, in the hope that, as he is of a very gentle nature, he would attach himself to the sacred tonsure. But courage often springs with most strength in the softest frames. The moment this youth discovered our errand he tried every persuasion to prevail on the abbot to permit him to accompany us. But his entreaties were vain, till wrought up to vehement anger he threatened that if he were prevented joining Sir William Wallace, he would take the earliest opportunity to escape, and commit himself to the peril of the English pikes. Seeing him determined the abbot granted his wish, and then it was, said Kenneth, that the youth seemed inspired. It was no longer an enthusiastic boy we saw before us, but an angel, gifted with wisdom to direct and enterprise to lead us. It was he proposed disguising ourselves as a funeral procession. And while he painted his blooming countenance of a death-like paleness and stretched himself on this bier, the abbot sent to the English army to request permission for a party of monks to cross the craigs to the cave of St. Columba, in Stirlingshire, whither they carried a dead brother to be entombed. Our young leader hoped we might thus find an opportunity to apprise Wallace we were friends, and ready to swell the ranks of his little armament. On our entrance into the passes of the craigs, continued Kenneth, the English captain there mentioned the fate of Bothwell, and the captivity of Lord Mar. And with very little courtesy to sons of the church, ordered the bier to be opened, to see whether it did really contain a corpse, or provisions for our besieged countrymen. We had certainly expected this investigation. Else we might as well have wrapped the trunk of a tree in the shroud we carried as a human being. We knew that the superstitious hatred of the Southrons would not allow them to touch a Scottish corpse, and therefore we feared no detection from the eye's examination alone. This ceremony once over, we expected to have passed on without further notice, and in that case the youth would have left his pall, and performed the remainder of his journey in a similar disguise with the rest. But the strict watch of an English guard confined him wholly to the bier. In hopes of at last evading this vigilance, on pretence of a vow of the deceased that his bearers should perform a pilgrimage throughout the craigs, we traversed them in every direction. And, I make no doubt, would have finally wearied out our guard, and gained our point, had not the circumstance transpired of Wallace's escape. How he had effected it, his enemies could not guess. Not a man of the besiegers was missing from his post, and not an avenue appeared by which they could trace his flight, but gone he was, and with him his whole train. On this disappointment the South Ron captains retired to Glasgow, to their commander-in-chief, to give as good an account as they could of so disgraceful a termination of their siege. Dismayed at this intelligence, our peculiar guard hurried us into Stirlingshire, and left us at the other side of the mountain. But even then we were not free to release our charge, for, attracted by our procession, the country people followed us into the valley. Yet had we not met with you, it was our design to throw off our disguises in the first place, and, divided into small bands, have severally sought Sir William Wallace. But where, demanded Murray, who had listened with delighted astonishment to this recital, where is this admirable youth? Why, if Kenneth have learned I am arrived, does he not bring him to receive my thanks and friendship? It is my fault, returned Stephen, that Kenneth will not approach you till your repast is over. I left him to see your followers properly refreshed. And for the youth, he seems timid of appearing before you. Even his name I cannot make known to you till he reveals it himself. None know him here by any other name than that of Edwin. He has, however, granted tomorrow morning for the interview. I must submit to his determination, replied Murray. But I am at a loss to guess why so brave a creature should hesitate to meet me. I can only suppose he dislikes the idea of resigning the troop he has so well conducted, and if so, I shall think it my duty to yield its command to him. Indeed he richly deserves it, returned Stephen, for the very soul of Wallace seemed transfused into his breast, as he cheered us through our long march from the valley to Glenfinlass. He played with the children, heartened up the women. And when the men were weary, and lagged by the way, he sat down on the nearest stones, and sung to us legends of our ancestors, till every nerve was braced with warlike emulation, and starting up, we proceeded onward with resolution and even gaiety. When we arrived at Craignacoheilg, as the women were in great want, I suddenly recollected that I had an old friend in the neighbourhood. When a boy, I had been the playfellow of Sir John Scott of Loch Doine. And though I understood him to be now an invalid, I went to him. When I told my tale, his brother-in-law, Sir Roger Kirkpatrick, took fire at my relation, and declared his determination to accompany me to Craignacoheilg. And when he joined our band on the summit of this rock, he took the children in his arms, and while he held their hands in his, vehemently addressed their mothers, let not these hands be baptized. 18 till they had been washed in the blood of our foe. Mercy belongs not to the enemy, now doomed to fall beneath their fathers' swords. It is, indeed a deadly contest, rejoined Murray, for evil has been the example of that foe. How many innocent bosoms have their steel pierced? How many helpless babes have their merciless hands dashed against the stones? Oh, ruthless war! Even a soldier trembles to contemplate thy horrors. Only till he can avenge them, cried a stern voice, entering the apartment. It was Kirkpatrick's, and he proceeded, when vengeance is in our grasp, tell me, brave Murray, who will then tremble? Dost thou not feel retribution in thine own hands? Dost thou not see the tyrant's blood at thy feet? As he spoke, he looked down, with a horrid exultation in his eyes, and, bursting into a more horrible laugh, struck his hand several times on his heart. It glads me. I shall see it, and this arm shall assist to pull him down. His power in Scotland may fall, returned Murray, but Edward will be too careful of his life to come within reach of our steel. That may be, rejoined Kirkpatrick, but my dagger shall yet drink the blood of his agents. Cressingham shall feel my foot upon his neck. Cressingham shall see that hand torn from its wrist, which durst to violate the unsullied cheek of a true Scotsman. Murray, I cannot live unrevenged. As he spoke, he quitted the apartment, and with a countenance of such tremendous fate, that the young warrior doubted it was human. It spoke not the noble resolves of patriotism, but the portentous malignity with which the great adversary of mankind determines the ruin of nations. It seemed to wither the grass on which he moved. And Murray almost thought that the clouds darkened as the gloomy night issued from the porch into the open air. Kenneth Mackenzie joyfully entered the hall. Murray received him with a warm embrace. And, soon after, Stephen Ireland led the wearied chieftain to a bed of freshly gathered heath, prepared for him in an upper chamber. Chapter 19. Craignacoheilg. Sleep, the gentle sister of that awful power which shrouds man in its cold bosom, and bears him in still repose to the blissful wakefulness of eternal life, she, sweet restorer, wraps him in her balmy embraces, and extracting from his wearied limbs the effects of every toil, safely relinquishes the refreshed slumber at morn to the newborn vigor that is her gift. To the gladsome breezes which call us forth to labor and enjoyment. Such was the rest of the youthful Murray, till the shrill notes of 100 bugles piercing his ear made him start. He listened, they sounded again. The morning had fully broke. He sprung from his couch, hurried on his armor, and snatching up his lance and target, issued from the tower. Several women were flying past the gate. On seeing him, they exclaimed, "The Lord Wallace is arrived, his bugles have sounded, our husbands are returned." Murray followed their eager footsteps, and reached the edge of the rock just as the brave group were ascending. A stranger was also there, who, from his extreme youth and elegance, he judged must be the young protector of his clansmen, but he forbore to address him until they should be presented to each other by Wallace himself. It was indeed the same. On hearing the first blast of the horn, the youthful chieftain had hastened from his bed of heath, and buckling on his brigandine, rushed to the rock, but at the sight of the noble figure which first gained the summit, the young hero fell back. An indescribable awe checked his steps, and he stood at a distance, while Kirkpatrick welcomed the chief, and introduced Lord Andrew Murray. Wallace received the latter with a glad smile. And taking him warmly by the hand, "Gallant Murray," said he, "with such assistance, I hope to reinstate your brave uncle in Bothwell Castle, and soon to cut a passage to even a mightier rescue. We must carry off Scotland from the tyrant's arms. Or," added he, in a graver tone, "we shall only rivet her chains the closer." "I am but a poor auxiliary," returned Murray, "my troop is a scanty one, for it is my own gathering. It is not my father's nor my uncle's strength, that I bring along with me. But there is one here," continued he, "who has preserved a party of men, sent by my cousin Lady Helen Mar, almost double my numbers." At this reference to the youthful warrior, Sir Roger Kirkpatrick discerned him at a distance, and hastened toward him, while Murray briefly related to Wallace the extraordinary conduct of this unknown. On being told that the chief waited to receive him, the youth hastened forward with a trepidation he had never felt before, but it was a trepidation that did not subtract from his own worth. It was the timidity of a noble heart, which believed it approached one of the most perfect among mortals. And while its anxious pulse beat to emulate such merit, a generous consciousness of measureless inferiority embarrassed him with a confusion so amiable, that Wallace, who perceived his extreme youth and emotion, opened his arms and embraced him. Brave youth, cried he, I trust that the power which blesses our cause will enable me to return you with many a well-earned glory, to the bosom of your family. Edwin was encouraged by the frank address of a hero whom he expected to have found reserved, and wrapped in the deep glooms of the fate which had roused him to be a thunderbolt of heaven. But when he saw a benign, though pale countenance, hail him with smiles, he made a strong effort to shake off the awe with which the name, and the dignity of figure and mien of Wallace had oppressed him. And with a mantling blush he replied, My family are worthy of your esteem, my father is brave, but my mother, fearing for me, her favourite son, prevailed on him to put me into a monastery. Dreading the power of the English, even there she allowed none but the abbot to know who I was. And as he chose to hide my name, and I have burst from my concealment without her knowledge, till I do something worthy of that name, and deserving her pardon, permit me, noble Wallace, to follow your footsteps by the simple appellation of Edwin. Noble boy, returned the chief, your wish shall be respected. We urge you no further to reveal what such innate bravery must shortly proclaim in the most honourable manner. The whole of the troop having ascended, while their wives, children, and friends were rejoicing in their embraces, Wallace asked some questions relative to Bothwell, and Murray briefly related the disasters which had happened there. My father, added he, is still with the Lord of Loch, and thither I sent to request him to dispatch to the Cartlane craigs all the followers he took with him into Argyllshire. But as things are, would it not be well to send a second messenger, to say that you have sought refuge in Glenfinlass? Before he could arrive, returned Wallace, I hope we shall be where Lord Bothwell's reinforcements may reach us by water. Our present object must be the Earl of Mar. He is the first Scottish earl who has hazarded his estates and life for Scotland, and as her best friend, his liberation must be our first enterprise. In my circuit through 2 or 3 eastern counties, a promising increase has been made to our little army. The Frasers of Oliver Castle have given me 200 men. And the brave Sir Alexander Scrymgeour, whom I met in West Lothian, has not only brought 50 stout Scots to my command, but, as hereditary standard-bearer of the kingdom, has come himself to carry the royal banner of Scotland to glory or oblivion. To glory, cried Murray, waving his sword, oh! Not while a Scot survives, shall that blood-red lion 19 again lick the dust. No, cried Kirkpatrick, his eyes flashing fire. Rather may every Scot and every Southron fall in the struggle, and fill one grave. Let me, cried he, sternly grasping the hilt of his sword, and looking upward, let me, oh, saviour of mankind, live but to see the Forth and the Clyde, so often reddened with our blood. Dye the eastern and the western oceans with the vital flood of these our foes. And when none is spared, then let me die in peace. The eyes of Wallace glanced on the young Edwin, who stood gazing on Kirkpatrick, and turning on the knight with a powerful look of apprehension. Check that prayer, cried he. Remember my brave companion, what the saviour of mankind was, and then think, whether he, who offered life to all the world, will listen to so damning an invocation. If we would be blessed in the contest, we must be merciful. To whom? Exclaimed Kirkpatrick, to the robbers who tear from us our lands, to the ruffians who wrest from us our honours. But you are patient, you never received a blow. Yes, cried Wallace, turning paler, a heavy one, on my heart. True, returned Kirkpatrick, your wife fell dead under the steel of a Southron governor, and you slew him for it. You were revenged, your feelings were appeased. Not the death of 50,000 governors, replied Wallace, could appease my feelings. Revenge were insufficient to satisfy the yearnings of my soul. For a moment he covered his agitated features with his hand, and then proceeded, I slew Hazelrig because he was a monster, under whom the earth groaned. My sorrow, deep as it was but one of many, which his rapacity, and his nephew's licentiousness, the whole nation without reserve. When the sword of war is drawn, all who resist must conquer or fall. But there are some noble English who abhor the tyranny they are obliged to exercise over us, and when they declare such remorse, shall they not find mercy at our hands? Surely, if not for humanity's, for policy's sake we ought to give quarter. For the exterminating sword, if not always victorious, incurs the ruin it threatens, even hope, that by our righteous cause and our clemency, we shall not only gather our own people to our legions but turn the hearts of the poor Welsh and the misled Irish, whom the usurper has forced into his armies, and so confront him with troops of his own levying. Many of the English were too just to share in the subjugation of the country they had sworn to befriend. And their less honourable countrymen, when they see Scotsmen no longer consenting to their own degradation, may take shame to themselves for assisting to betray a confiding people. That may be, returned Kirkpatrick. But surely you would not rank Aymer de Valence, who lords it over Dumbarton, and Cressingham, who acts the tyrant in Stirling, you would not rank them amongst these conscientious English? No, replied Wallace. The haughty oppression of the one and the wanton cruelty of the other, have given Scotland too many wounds for me to hold a shield before them. Meet them, and I leave them to your sword. And by heavens, cried Kirkpatrick, gnashing his teeth with the fury of a tiger, they shall know its point. Wallace then informed his friends he purposed marching next morning by daybreak toward Dumbarton Castle. When we make the attack, said he, it must be in the night, for I propose seizing it by storm. Murray and Kirkpatrick joyfully acquiesced. Edwin smiled an enraptured assent, and Wallace, with many a gracious look and speech, disengaged himself from the clinging embraces of the weaker part of the garrison, who, seeing in him the spring of their husband's might and the guard of their own safety, clung to him as to a presiding deity. You, my dear countrywomen, said he, shall find a home for your aged parents, your children, and yourselves, with the venerable Sir John Scott of Loch Doine. You are to be conducted thither this evening, and there await in comfort the happy return of your husbands, whom Providence now leads forth to be the champions of your country. Filled with enthusiasm, the women uttered a shout of triumph, and, embracing their husbands, declared they were ready to resign them wholly to heaven and Sir William Wallace. Wallace left them with these tender relatives, from whom they were so soon to part, and retired with his chieftains to arrange the plan of his proposed attack. Delighted with the glory which seemed to wave to him from the pinnacles of Dumbarton Rock, Edwin listened in profound silence to all that was said, and then hastened to his quarters to prepare his armour for the ensuing morning. Chapter 20. The Cliffs of Loch Lubnaig. In the cool of the evening, while the young chieftain was thus employed, Kenneth entered to tell him that Sir William Wallace had called out his little army, to see its strength and numbers. Edwin's soul had become not more enamoured of the panoply of war than the gracious smiles of his admired leader, and at this intelligence he threw his plans over his brigandine, and placing a swan-plumed bonnet on his brows, hastened forth to meet his general. The heights of Craignacoheilg echoed with thronging footsteps, and a glittering light seemed issuing from her woods, as the rays of the descending sun glanced on the arms of her assembling warriors. The 30 followers of Murray appeared just as the 200 Frasers entered from an opening in the rocks. Blood mounted into his face as he compared his inferior numbers and recollected the obligation they were to repay, and the greater one he was now going to incur. However, he threw the standard worked by Helen on his shoulder, and turning to Wallace, "Behold," cried he, pointing to his men, "the poor man's might. It is great, for it is my all." "Great, indeed, brave Murray," returned Wallace, "for it brings me a host in yourself." "I will not disgrace my standard," said he, lowering the banner staff to Wallace. He started when he saw the flowing loch, which he could not help recognizing. "This is my betrothed," continued Murray in a blither tone, "I have sworn to take her for better for worse, and I pledge you my truth nothing but death shall part us." Wallace grasped his hand. "And I pledge you mine, that the head whence it drew shall be laid low before I suffer so generous a defender to be separated, dead or alive, from this standard." His eyes glanced at the Empress. "Thou art right," continued he. "God doth goest with the confidence of success, to embrace victory as a bride." "No, I am only the bridegroom's man," replied Murray, gaily moving off. "I shall be content with a kiss or two from the handmaids, and leave the lady for my general." "Happy, happy youth," said Wallace to himself, as his eyes pursued the agile footsteps of the young chieftain, no conquering affection has yet thrown open thy heart, no deadly injury hath lacerated it with wounds incurable. Patriotism is a virgin passion in thy breast, and innocence and joy wait upon her. We just muster 500 men, observed Kerr to Wallace. But they are all stout in heart as in condition, and ready, even tonight, if you will it, to commence their march. No, replied Wallace, we must not overstrain the generous spirit. Let them rest tonight, and tomorrow's dawn shall light us through the forest. Kerr, who acted as henchman to Wallace, now returned to the ranks to give the word, and they marched forward. Sir Alexander Scrymgeour, with his golden standard charged with the Lion of Scotland, led the van. Wallace raised his bonnet from his head, as it drew near. Scrymgeour lowered the staff. Wallace threw up his outstretched hand at this action, but the knight not understanding him, he stepped forward. Sir Alexander Scrymgeour, cried he, that standard must now bow to me. It represents the royalty of Scotland, before which we fight for our liberties. If virtue yet dwell in the house of the valiant Saint David, some of his offspring will hear of this day, and lead it forward to conquest and to a crown. Till such an hour, let not that standard bend to any man. Wallace fell back as he spoke, and Scrymgeour, bowing his head in sign of acquiescence, marched on. Sir Roger Kirkpatrick, at the head of his well-appointed Highlanders, next advanced. His blood-red banner streamed to the air, and as it bent to Wallace he saw that the indignant knight had adopted the device of the hardy King Archaius XX, but with a fiercer motto: touch, and I pierce. That man, thought Wallace, as he passed along, carried a relentless sword in his very eye. The men of Loch Doine, a strong, tall and well-armed body, marched on, and gave place to the advancing corps of Bothwell. The eye of Wallace felt as if turning from gloom and horror to the cheerful light of day, when it fell on the bright and indigenuous face of Murray. Kenneth with his troop followed, and the youthful Edwin, like Cupid in arms, closed the procession. Being drawn up in line, their chief, fully satisfied, advanced toward them, and expressing his sentiments of the patriotism which brought them into the field, informed them of his intended march. He then turned to Stephen Ireland. The sun has now set, said he, and before dark you must conduct the families of my worthy Lanarkmen to the protection of Sir John Scott. It is time that age, infancy, and female weakness should cease their wanderings with us. Tonight we bid them adieu, to meet them again, by the leading of the Lord of hosts, in freedom and prosperity. As Wallace ceased, and was retiring from the ground, several old men, and young women with their babes in their arms, rushed from behind the ranks, and throwing themselves at his feet, caught hold of his hands and garments. We go, said the venerable fathers, to pray for your welfare, and sure we are, a crown will bless our country's benefactor, here or in heaven. In heaven, replied Wallace, shaking the plumes of his bonnet over his eyes, to hide the moisture which suffused them. I can have no right to any other crown. Yes, cried a hoary-headed shepherd, you free your country from tyrants, and the people's hearts will proclaim their deliverer their sovereign. May your rightful monarch, worthy patriarch, said Wallace, whether a Bruce of a Balliol, meet with equal zeal from Scotland at large, and tyranny must then fall before courage and loyalty. The women wept as they clung to his hand, and the daughter of Ireland, holding up her child in her arms, presented it to him. Look on my son, cried she, with energy, the first word he speaks shall be Wallace, the second liberty. And every drop of milk he draws from my bosom, shall be turned into blood to nerve a conquering arm, or to flow for his country. At this speech all the women held up their children toward him. Here, cried they, we devote them to heaven, and to our country. Adopt them, noble Wallace, to be thy followers in arms, when, perhaps, their fathers are laid low. Unable to speak, Wallace pressed their little faces separately to his lips, then returning them to their mothers, laid his hand on his heart, and answered in an agitated voice. They are mine, my will shall be theirs, my woe my own. As he spoke he hurried from the weeping group, and emerging amid the cliffs, hid himself from their tears and their blessing. He threw himself on a shelving rock, whose fern-covered bosom projected over the winding waters of Loch Lubnaig, and having stilled his own anguished recollections, he turned his full eyes on the lake beneath. And while he contemplated its serene surface, he sighed, and thought how tranquil was nature, till the rebellious passions of man, wearying of innocent joys, disturbed all by restlessness and invasion on the peace and happiness of others. The mists of evening hung on the gigantic tops of Ben Ledi and Ben Vorlich, then sailing forward, by degrees obscured the whole of the mountains, leaving nothing for the eye to dwell on but the long silent expanse of the waters below. So, said he, did I once believe myself forever shut in from the world, by an obscurity that promised me happiness as well as seclusion. But the hours of Ellerslie are gone. No tender wife will now twine her faithful arms around my neck. Alas, the angel that sunk my country's wrongs to a dreamy forgetfulness in her arms, she was to be immolated that I might awake. My wife, my unborn babe, they must both bleed for Scotland, and the sacrifice shall not be yielded in vain. No, blessed God, cried he, stretching his clasped hands toward my countrymen to liberty and happiness. Let me counsel with thy wisdom, let me conquer with thine arm. And when all is finished, give me, O gracious Father, a quiet grave, beside my wife and child. Tears, the first he had shed since the hour in which he last pressed his Marion to his heart, now flowed copiously from his eyes. The women, the children, had aroused all his recollections but in so softened a train, that they melted his heart till he wept. It is thy just tribute, Marion, said he, it was blood you shed for me, and shall I check these poor drops? Look on me, sweet saint, best beloved of my soul, oh! Hover near me in the day of battle, and thousands of thine and Scotland's enemies shall fall before thy husband's arm. The plaintive voice of the Highland pipe at this moment broke upon his ear. It was the farewell of the patriarch Lindsay, as he and his departing company descended the winding paths of Craignacoheilg. Wallace started on his feet. The separation had then taken place between his trusty followers and their families. And guessing the feelings of those brave men from what was passing in his own breast, he dried away the traces of his tears, and once more resuming the warrior's cheerful look, sought that part of the rock where the Lanarkmen were quartered. As he drew near he saw some standing on the cliff and others leaning over, to catch another glance of the departing group ere it was lost amid the shades of Glenfinlass. Are they quite gone? Asked Dugald. Quite, answered a young man, who seemed to have got the most advantageous situation for a view. Then, cried he, may St. Andrew keep them until we meet again. May a greater than St. Andrew hear thy prayer, ejaculated Wallace. At the sound of this response from their chief they all turned round. My brave companions, said he, I come to repay this hour's pangs by telling you that, in the attack of Dumbarton, you shall have the honour of first mounting the walls. I shall be at your head, to sign each brave soldier with a patriot's seal of honour. To follow you, my lord, said Dugald, is our duty. I grant it, replied the chief. And as I am the leader in that duty, it is mine to dispense to every man his reward, to prove to all men that virtue alone is true nobility. Ah, dearest sir! Exclaimed Edwin, who had been assisting the women to carry their infants down the steep, and on reascending heard the latter part of this conversation, deprive me not of the aim of my life. These warriors have had you long, have distinguished themselves in your eyes. Deprive me not, then, of the advantages of being near you, it will make me doubly brave. Oh, my dear commander, let me only carry to the grave the consciousness that, next to yourself, I was the first to mount the rock of Dumbarton, and you will make me noble indeed. Wallace looked at him with a smile of such graciousness, that the youth threw himself into his arms. You will grant my boon. I will, noble boy, said he, act up to your sentiments, and you shall be my brother. Call me by that name, cried Edwin, and I will dare anything. Then be the first to follow me on the rock, said he, and I will lead you to an honour, the highest in my gift, you shall unloose the chains of the Earl of Mar. And ye, continued he, commemorate the duty of such sons. Being the first to strike the blow for her freedom, he shall be the first she will distinguish. I now speak as her minister. And, as a badge to times immemorial, I bid you wear the Scottish lion on your shields. A shout of proud joy issued from every heart, and Wallace, seeing that honour had dried the tears of regret, left them to repose. He sent Edwin to his rest. And himself, avoiding the other chieftains, retired to his own chamber in the tower. Chapter 21. Loch Lomond. Profound as was the rest of Wallace, yet the first clarion of the lark awakened him. The rosy dawn shone in at the window, and a fresh breeze wooed him with its inspiring breath to rise and meet it. But the impulse was in his own mind, he needed nothing outward to call him to action. Rising immediately, he put on his glittering hauberk. And issuing from the tower, raised his bugle to his lips, and blew so rousing a blast, that in an instant the whole rock was covered with soldiers. Wallace placed his helmet on his head, and advanced toward them, just as Edwin had joined him, and Sir Roger Kirkpatrick appeared from the tower. "Blessed be this morn," cried the old knight. "My sword springs from its scabbard to meet it. And ere its good steel be sheathed again," continued he, shaking it sternly, "what deaths may die its point." Wallace shuddered at the ferocity with which his colleague contemplated this feature of war from which every humane soldier would seek to turn his thoughts, that he might encounter it with the steadiness of a man, and not the irresolution of a woman. To hail the field of blood with the fierceness of a hatred eager for the slaughter of its victim, to know any joy in combat but that each contest might render another less necessary, did not enter into the imagination of Wallace until he had heard and seen the infuriate Kirkpatrick. He talked of the coming battle with horrid rapture, and told the young Edwin he should that day see Loch Lomond red with English blood. Offended at such savageness, but without answering him, Wallace drew toward Murray, and calling to Edwin, ordered him to march at his side. The youth seemed glad of the summons, and Wallace was pleased to observe it, as he thought that a longer stay with one who so grossly overcharged the feelings of honest patriotism might breed disgust in his innocent mind against a cause which had so furious and therefore unjust a defender. "Justice and mercy ever dwell together," said he to Edwin, who now drew near him, "for universal love is the parent of justice, as well as of mercy. But implacable revenge, whence did she spring, but from the head of Satan himself?" Though their cause appeared the same, never were two spirits more discordant than those of Wallace and Kirkpatrick. But Kirkpatrick did not so soon discover the dissimilarity. As it is easier for purity to descry its opposite, than for foulness to apprehend that anything can be purer than itself. The forces being marshalled according to the preconcerted order, the three commanders, with Wallace at their head, led forward. They passed through the forest of Glenfinlass, and morning and evening still found them threading its unsuspected solitudes in unmolested security. Night, too, watched their onward march. The sun had just risen as the little band of patriots, the hope of freedom, emerged upon the eastern bank of Loch Lomond. The bases of the mountains were yet covered with the dispersing mist of the morning, and hardly distinguishable from the blue waters of the lake, which lashed the shore. The newly awakened sheep bleated from the hills, and the umbrageous herbage, dropping dew, seemed glittering with 1,000 fairy gems. "Where is the man who would not fight for such a country?" exclaimed Murray, as he stepped over a bridge of interwoven trees, which crossed one of the mountain streams. "This land was not made for slaves. Look at these bulwarks of nature. Every mountain-head which forms this chain of hills is an impregnable rampart against invasion. If Balliol had possessed but half a heart, Edward might have returned even worse than Caesar, without a cockle to decorate his helmet." "Balliol has found the oblivion he incurred," returned Wallace. "His son, perhaps, may better deserve the sceptre of such a country. Let us cut the way, and he who merits the crown will soon appear to claim it." "Then it will not be Edward Balliol," rejoined Scrymgeour. "During the inconsistent reign of his father, I once carried a dispatch to him from Scotland. He was then banqueting in all the luxuries of the English court, and such a voluptuary I never beheld. I left the scene of folly, only praying that so effeminate a prince might never disgrace the throne of our manly race of kings. If such be the tuition of our lords in the court of Edward, and wise is the policy for his own views," observed Kerr, "what can we expect from even the Bruce? They were ever a nobler race than the Balliol, but bad education and luxury will debase the most princely minds. I saw neither of the Bruce when I visited London, replied Scrymgeour. The Earl of Carrick was at his house in Cleveland, and Robert Bruce, his eldest son, with the English army in Guienne. But they bore a manly character, particularly young Robert, to whom the troubadours of Aquitaine have given the flattering appellation of Prince of Chivalry. It would be more to his honour, interrupted Murray, if he compelled the English to acknowledge him as Prince of Scotland. With so much bravery, how can he allow such a civet cat as Edward Balliol to bear away the title, which is his by the double right of blood and virtue? Perhaps, said Wallace, the young lion only sleeps. The time may come, when both he and his father will rise from their lethargy, and throw themselves at once into the arms of Scotland. To stimulate the dormant patriotism of these two princes, by showing them a subject leading their people to liberty, is one great end of the victories I seek. None other than a brave king can bind the various interests of this distracted country into one, and therefore, for fair freedom's sake, my heart turns toward the Bruces with most anxious hopes. For my part, cried Murray, I have always thought the lady we will not woo we have no right to pretend to. If the Bruces will not be at the pains to snatch Scotland from drowning, I see no reason for making them a present of what will cost us many a wet jacket before we tug her from the waves. He that wins the day ought to wear the laurel. And so, once for all, I proclaim him king of good old Alban, 21 who will have the glory of driving her oppressors beyond her dikes. Wallace did not hear this last sentiment of Murray's, as it was spoken in a lowered voice in the ear of Kirkpatrick. I perfectly agree with you, was the knight's reply, and in the true Roman style, may the death of every Southron now in Scotland, and as many more as fate chooses to yield us, be the preliminary games of his coronation. Wallace, who heard this, turned to Kirkpatrick with a mild rebuke in his eye. Balaam blessed, when he meant to curse, said he, but some curse, when they mean to bless. Such prayers are blasphemy. For, can we expect a blessing on our arms, when all our invocations are for vengeance rather than victory? Blood for blood is only justice, returned Murray. And how can you, noble Wallace, as a Scot, and as a man, imply any mercy to the villains who stab us to the heart? I plead not for them, replied Wallace, but for the poor wretches who follow their leaders, by force, to the field of Scotland. I would not inflict on them the cruelties we now resent. It is not to aggrieve, but to redress, that we carry arms. If we make not this distinction, we turn courage into a crime, and plant disgrace, instead of honor, upon the warrior's brow. I do not understand commiserating the wolves who have so long made havoc in our country, cried Kirkpatrick, methinks such maidenly mercy is rather or of place. Wallace turned to him with a smile, I will answer you, my valiant friend, by adopting your own figure. It is that these Southron wolves may not confound us with themselves, that I wish to show in our conduct rather the generous ardor of the faithful guardian of the fold, than the rapacious fierceness which equals them with the beasts of the desert. As we are men and Scots, let the burden of our prayers be, the preservation of our country, not the slaughter of our enemies. The one is an ambition, with which angels may sympathize, the other, a horrible desire, which speaks the nature of fiends. In some cases this may be, replied Sir Roger, a little reconciled to the argument, but not in mine. My injury yet burns upon my cheek. And as nothing but the life-blood of Cressingham can quench it, I will listen no more to your doctrine till I am avenged. That done, I shall not forget your lesson. Generous Kirkpatrick! Exclaimed Wallace, nothing that is really cruel can dwell with such manly candour. Say what you will, I can trust your heart after this moment. They had crossed the river Enery, and were issuing from between its narrow ridge of hills, when Wallace, pointing to a stupendous rock which rose in solitary magnificence in the midst of a vast plain, exclaimed, There is Dumbarton Castle. That citadel holds the fetters of Scotland, and if we break them there, every minor link will easily give way. The men uttered a shout of anticipated triumph at this sight. And proceeding, soon came in view of the fortifications which helmeted the rock. As they approached, they discovered that it had two summits, being in a manner cleft in twain, the one side rising in a pyramidal form, while the other, of a more table shape, sustained the ponderous buildings of the fortress. It was dusk when the little army arrived in the rear of a close thicket to a considerable length over the plain. On this spot Wallace rested his men. And while they placed themselves under its covert till the appointed time of attack, he perceived through an opening in the wood, the gleaming of soldiers' arms on the ramparts, and fires beginning to light on a lonely watchtower, which crowned the pinnacle of the highest rock. "Poor fools," exclaimed Murray, "like the rest of their brethren of clay, they look abroad for evils, and prepare not for those which are even at their doors." "That beacon fire," cried Scrymgeour, "shall light us to their chambers. And for once we thank them for their providence." "That beacon fire," whispered Edwin to Wallace, "shall light me to honor. Tonight, by your agreement, I shall call you brother, or lie dead on the summit of those walls." "Edwin," said Wallace, "act as you say, and deserve not only to be called my brother, but to be the first banneret of freedom in arms." He then turned toward the lines, and, giving his orders to each division, directed them to seek repose on the surrounding heather, till the now glowing moon should have sunk her telltale light in the waves. Chapter 22. Dumbarton Rock. All obeyed the voice of their commander, and retired to rest. But the eyes of Edwin could not close, his eager spirit was already on the walls of Dumbarton. His rapid mind anticipated the ascent of his general and his troop. But an imagination no less just than ardent suggested the difficulties attending so small a force assailing so formidable a garrison, without some immediate knowledge of its relative situations. A sudden thought struck him. He would mount that rock alone, he would seek to ascertain the place of Lord Mar's confinement, that not one life in Wallace's faithful band might be lost in a vague search. "Ah! My general," exclaimed he, "Edwin shall be the first to spring those ramparts, he shall tread that dangerous path alone. And when he has thus proved himself no unworthy of thy confidence, he will return to lead thee and thy soldiers to a sure victory, and himself to honor by thy side." This fervent apostrophe, breathed to the night alone, was no sooner uttered, than he stole from the thicket into which he had cast himself to repose. He looked toward the embattled cliff. Its summit stood bright in the moonlight, but deep shadows lay beneath. "God be my speed!" cried he, and wrapping himself in his plaid, so mixed its dark hues with the weeds and herbage at the base of the rock, that he made its circuit without having attracted observation. The south side seemed the easiest of ascent, and by that he began his daring attempt. Having gained the height, he clambered behind a buttress, the shadow of which cast the wall into such black obscurity, that he crept safely through one of its crenelles, and dropping gently inward, alighted on his feet. Still keeping the shadowed side of the battlements, he proceeded cautiously along, and so still was his motion that he passed undiscovered, even by the sentinels who guarded this quarter of the fortress. He soon arrived at the open square before the citadel. It was yet occupied by groups of Southron officers, gaily walking to and fro under the light of the moon. In hopes of gaining some useful information from their discourse, he concealed himself behind a chest of arrows, and as they passed backward and forward, distinctly heard them jesting each other about divers fair dames of the country around. The conversation terminated in a debate, whether or no the indifference which their Governor de Valence manifested to the majestic beauties of the Countess of Mar were real or assumed. 1,000 free remarks were made on the subject, and Edwin gathered sufficient from the discourse, to understand that the Earl and Countess were treated severely, and confined in a large, square tower in the cleft of the rock. Having learned all that he could expect from these officers, he speeded, under the friendly shadow, toward the other side of the citadel, and arrived just as the guard approached to relieve the sentinels of the northern postern. He laid himself close to the ground, and happily overheard the word of the night, as it was given to the new watch. This providential circumstances saved his life. Finding no mode of egress from this place but by the postern at which the sentinel was stationed, or by attempting a passage through a small adjoining tower, the door of which stood open, he considered a moment, and then deciding for the tower, stole unobserved into it. Fortunately no person was there, but Edwin found it full of spare arms, with 2 or 3 vacant couches in different corners, where he supposed the officers on guard occasionally reposed. Several watch-cloaks lay on the floor. He readily apprehended the use he might make of this circumstance, and throwing one of them over his shoulders climbed to a large embrasure in the wall, and, forcing himself through it, dropped to a declivity on the other side, which shelved down to the cliff, wherein he saw the square tower. He had scarcely alighted on firm ground, when a sentinel, followed by 2 others presented pikes, approached him, and demanded the word. "Montjoy," was his reply. "Why leap the embrasure?" said one. "Why not enter by the postern?" demanded another. The conversation of the officers had given him a hint, on which he had formed his answer. "Love, my brave comrades," replied he, "seldom chooses even ways. I go on a message from a young ensign in the keep, to one of the Scottish damsels in yonder tower. Delay me, and his vengeance will fall upon us all. Good luck to you, my lad," was their answer, and, with a lightened step, he hastened toward the tower. Not deeming it safe to seek an interview with any of the Earl's family, he crept along the base of the structure, and across the works, till he reached the high wall that blocks up egress from the north. He found this formidable curtain constructed of fragments of rock, and for the convenience of the guard, a sloping platform from within led to the top of the wall. On the other side it was perpendicular. A solitary sentinel stood there. And how to pass him was Edwin's next device. To attack him would be desperate. Being one of a chain of guards around the interior of the fortress, his voice need only to be raised in the least to call a regiment to his assistance, and Edwin might be seized on the instant. Aware of his danger, but not dismayed, the adventurous youth bethought him of his former excuse. And remembering a flask of spirits which Ireland had put into his pouch on leaving Glenfinlass, he affected to be intoxicated, and staggering up to the man, accosted him in the character of a servant of the garrison. The sentinel did not doubt the appearance of the boy, and Edwin, holding out the flask, said that a pretty girl in the great tower had not only given him a long draught of the same good liquor but had filled his bottle, that he might not lack amusement, while her companion, one of Lady Mar's maids-in-waiting, was tying up a true lover's knot to send to his master in the garrison. The man believed Edwin's tale, and the more readily as he thrust the flask into his hand, and bade him drink. "Do not spare it," cried he. "The night is chilly, and I shall get more where that came from." The unsuspecting Southron returned him a merry reply, and putting the flask to his head, soon drained its contents. They had the effect Edwin desired. The soldier became flustered, and impatient of his duty. Edwin perceived it, and yawning, complained of drowsiness. "I would go to the top of that wall, and sleep sweetly in the moonbeams," said he, "if any good-natured fellow would meanwhile wait for my pretty Scot." The half-inebriated Southron liked no better sport, and regardless of duty, he promised to draw nearer the tower, and bring from the fair messenger the expected token. Having thus far gained his point, with an apparently staggering, but really agile step, Edwin ascended the wall. A leap from this dizzy height was his only way to rejoin Wallace. To retread his steps through the fortress in safety would hardly be possible, and, besides, such a mode of retreat would leave him uninformed on the second object of his enterprise to know the most vulnerable side of the fortress. He threw himself along the summit of the wall as if to sleep. He looked down and saw nothing but the blackness of space, for here the broad expanse of shadow rendered rocks and building of the same hue and level. But hope buoyed him in her arms, and turning his eyes toward the sentinel, he observed him to have arrived within a few paces of the square tower. This was Edwin's moment. Grasping the projecting stone of the embattlement, and commending himself to heaven, he threw himself from its summit, and fell a fearful depth to the cliffs beneath. Meanwhile Wallace, having seen his brave followers depart to their repose, reclined himself along a pile of moss-grown stones, which in the days of the renowned Fingal, had covered the body of some valiant Morven chieftain. He fixed his wakeful eyes on the castle, now illumined in every part by the fullness of the moon's lustre, and considered which point would be most assailable by the scaling ladders he had prepared. Every side seemed a precipice. The Laven, surrounding it on the north and the west, the Clyde, broad as a sea, on the south. The only place that seemed at all accessible was the side next the dike behind which he lay. Here the ascent to the castellated part of the rock, because most perpendicular, was the least guarded without works, and by this he determined to make the attempt as soon as the setting moon should involve the garrison in darkness. While he yet mused on what might be the momentous consequences of the succeeding midnight hours, he thought he heard a swift though cautious footstep. He raised himself, and laying his hands on his sword, saw a figure advancing toward him. "Who goes there?" demanded Wallace. "A faithful Scot," was the reply. Wallace recognized the voice of Edwin. "What has disturbed you? Why do you not take rest with the others?" "That we may have it the surer tomorrow," replied the youth. "I am just returned from the summit of yonder rock." "How," interrupted Wallace, "have you scaled it alone, and are returned in safety?" Wallace caught him in his arms. "Intrepid, glorious boy! Tell me, for what purpose did you thus hazard your precious life?" "I wish to learn its most pregnable part," replied Edwin, his young heart beating with triumph at these encomiums from his commander. "And particularly where the good Earl is confined, that we might make our attack directly to the point." "And have you been successful?" demanded Wallace. "I have," was his answer. "Lord Mar and his lady are kept in a square tower which stands in the cleft between the two summits of the rock. It is not only surrounded by embattled walls, which flank the ponderous buttresses of this huge dungeon, but the space on which it stands is bulwarked at each end by a stone curtain of 15 feet high, guarded by turrets full of armed men." "And yet by that side you suppose we must ascend," said Wallace. "Certainly, for if you attempt it on the west, we should have to scale the watchtower cliff, and the ascent could only be gained in file. An auxiliary detachment, to attack in flank, might succeed there, but the passage being so narrow, would be too tedious for the whole party to arrive in time. Should we take the south, we must cut through the whole garrison before we could reach the Earl. And on this side, the morass lies too near the foot of the rock to admit an approach without the greatest danger. But on the north, where I descended, by wading through part of the Laven, and climbing from cliff to cliff, I have every hope you may succeed." Edwin recounted the particulars of his progress through the fortress. And by the minuteness of his topographical descriptions, enforced his arguments for the north to be the point assailed. Closing his narrative, he explained to the anxious inquiry of Wallace how he had escaped accident in a leap of so many feet. The wall was covered with ivy, he caught by its branches in his descent, and at last happily fell amongst a thick bed of firs. After this, he clambered down the steep, and fording the Laven, there only knee-deep, now appeared before his general, elate in heart and bright in valour. "The intrepidity of this action," returned Wallace, glowing with admiration at so noble a daring in so young a creature, "merits that every confidence should be placed in the result of your observations. Your safe return is a pledge of our design being approved. And when we go in the strength of heaven, who can doubt the issue? This night, when the Lord of Battles puts that fortress into our hands, before the whole of our little army you shall receive that knighthood you have so richly deserved. Such, my truly dear brother, my noble Edwin, shall be the reward of your virtue and your toil." Wallace would now have sent him to repose himself. But animated by the success of his adventure, and exulting in the honor which was so soon to stamp a sign of this exploit upon him forever, he told his leader that he felt no want of sleep, and would rather take on him the office of arousing the other captains to their stations, the moon, their preconcerted signal, being then approaching its rest. Chapter 23. The Fortress. Kirkpatrick, Murray, and Scrymgeour hastened to their commander, and in a few minutes all were under arms. Wallace briefly explained his altered plan of assault, and marshalling his men accordingly, led them in silence through the water, and along the beach, which lay between the rock and the Laven. Arriving at the base just as the moon set, they began to ascend. To do this in the dark redoubled the difficulty. But as Wallace had the place of every accessible stone accurately described to him by Edwin, he went confidently forward, followed by his Lanarkmen. He and they, being the first to mount, fixed and held the tops of the scaling ladders, while Kirkpatrick and Scrymgeour, with their men, gradually ascended, and gained the bottom of the wall. Here, planting themselves in the crannies of the rock, under the impenetrable darkness of the night, for the moon had not only set, but the stars were obscured by clouds, they awaited the signal for the final ascent. Meanwhile, Edwin led Lord Andrew with his followers, and the Fraser men, round by the western side to mount the watchtower rock, and seize the few soldiers who kept the beacon. As a signal of having succeeded, they were to smother the flame on the top of the tower, and thence descend toward the garrison to meet Wallace before the prison of the Earl of Mar. While the men of Lanark, with their eyes fixed on the burning beacon, in deadly stillness watched the appointed signal for the attack, Wallace, by the aid of his dagger, which he struck into the firm soil that occupied the cracks in the rock, drew himself up almost parallel with the top of the great wall, which clasped the bases of the two hills. He listened. Not a voice was to be heard in the garrison of all the legions he had so lately seen glittering on its battlements. It was an awful pause. Now was the moment when Scotland was to make her first essay for freedom. Should it fail, 10,000 bolts of iron would be added to her chains. Should it succeed, liberty and happiness were the almost certain consequences. He looked up, and fixing his eyes on the beacon flame, thought he saw the figures of men pass before it. The next moment all was darkness. He sprung on the walls, and feeling by the touch of hands about his feet that his brave followers had already mounted their ladders, he grasped his sword firmly, and leaped down on the ground within. In that moment he struck against the sentinel, who was just passing, and by the violence of the shock struck him to the earth. But the man, as he fell, catching Wallace round the waist, dragged him after him, and with a vociferous cry, shouted, "Treason!" Several sentinels ran with levelled pikes to the spot, the adjacent turrets emptied themselves of their armed inhabitants, and all assaulted Wallace, just as he had extricated himself from the grasp of the prostrate soldier. "Who are you?" demanded they. "Your enemy," and the speaker fell at his feet with one stroke of his sword. Alarm, treason, resounded from the rest as they aimed their random strokes at the conquering chief. But he was now assisted by the vigorous army of Ker, and of several Lanarkmen, who, having cleared the wall, were dealing about blows in the darkness, which filled the air with groans, and strewed the ground with the dying and the dead. One or two Southrons, whose courage was not equal to their caution, fled to arouse the garrison, and just as the whole of Wallace's men leaped the wall and rallied to his support, the inner ballium gate burst open, and a legion of foes, bearing torches, issued to the contest. With horrible threatenings, they came on, and by a rapid movement surrounded Wallace and his little company. But his soul brightened in danger, and his men warmed with the same spirit, stood firm with fixed pikes, receiving without injury the assault. Their weapons being longer than their enemies, the Southrons, not aware of the circumstance, rushed upon their points, incurring the death they meant to give. Seeing their consequent disorder, Wallace ordered the pikes to be dropped, and his men to charge sword in hand. Terrible was now the havoc, for the desperate Scots, grappling each to his foe with a fatal hold, let not go till the piercing shriek, or the agonized groan, convinced him that death had seized its victim. Wallace fought in front, making a dreadful passage through the falling ranks, while the tremendous sweep of his sword, flashing in the intermitting light, warned the survivors where the avenging blade would next descend. A horrid vacuity was made in the lately thronged spot. It seemed not the slaughter of a mortal arm, but as if the destroying angel himself were there, and with one blast of his desolating brand, had laid all in ruin. The platform was cleared, and the fallen torches, some half extinguished, and other flaming on the ground by the sides of the dead, showed, in their uncertain gleams, a few terrified wretches seeking safely in flight. The same lurid rays, casting a transitory light on the iron gratings of the great tower, informed Wallace that the heat of conflict had drawn him to the prison of the Earl. "We are now near the end of this night's work," cried he. "Let us press forward to give freedom to the Earl of Mar." "Liberty and Lord Mar," cried Kirkpatrick, rushing onward. He was immediately followed by his own men, but not quickly enough for his daring. The guard in the tower, hearing the outcry, issued from the flanking gates, and, surrounding him, took him prisoner. "If there be might in your arms," roared he, with the voice of a lion, "Men of Loch Dion, rescue your leader." They hurried forward, with yells of defiance. But the strength of the garrison, awakened by the flying wretches from the defeat, turned out all its power, and, with De Valence at their head, poured on Kirkpatrick's men, and would have overpowered them had not Wallace and his 60 heroes, with desperate determination, cut a passage to them through the closing ranks. Pikes struck against corselets, swords rang on helmets, and the ponderous battle-axe, falling with the weight of fate, cleft the uplifted target in twain. Blood spouted on every side, and the dripping hands of Kirkpatrick, as Wallace tore him from the enemy, proclaimed that he had bathed his vengeance in the stream. On being released, he shook his ensanguined arms, and burst into a horrid laugh. The work speeds now through the heart of the governor. Even while he spoke Wallace lost him again from his side, and again, by the shouts of the sovereigns, who cried, "No quarter for the rebel," he learned he must be retaken. That merciless cry was the death-bell of their own doom. It directed Wallace to the spot, and throwing himself and his brethren of Lanark into the midst of the band which held the prisoner, Kirkpatrick was again rescued. But thousands seemed now surrounding the chief himself. To do this generous deed, he had advanced further than he ought, and himself and his brave followers must have been slain had he not recoiled, and covering their rear with the great tower. All who had the hardihood to approach fell under the weight of the Scottish claymore. Scrymgeour, at the head of the Loch Dion men, in vain attempted to reach this contending party. And fearful of losing the royal standard, he was turning to make a valiant retreat, when Murray and Edwin, having disengaged their followers from the precipices of the Beacon Rock, rushed into the fray, striking their shields, and uttering the inspiring slogan of "Wallace and Freedom." It was re-echoed by every Scot. Those that were flying returned, they who sustained the conflict hailed the cry with braces sinews. And the terrible thunder of the word, pealing from rank to rank, struck a terror into De Valence's men, which made them pause. The extinction of the beacon made them still more aghast. On that short moment turned the crisis of their fate. Wallace cut his way forward through the dismayed sovereigns, who, bearing the reiterated shouts of the fresh reinforcements, knew not whether its strength might not be thousands instead of hundreds, and, panic-stricken, they became an easy prey to their enemies. Surrounded, mixed with their assailants, they knew not friends from foes, and each individual being bent on flight, they indiscriminately cut to right and left, wounding as many of their own men as of the Scots, and finally, after slaughtering half their companions, some few escaped through the small posterns of the garrison, leaving the inner bolia entirely in possession of the foe. The whole of the field being cleared, Wallace ordered the tower to be forced. A strong guard was still within, and, as the assailants drew near, every means was used to render their assaults abortive. As the Scots pressed to the main entrance, stones and heavy metals were thrown upon their heads. But, not in the least intimidated, they stood beneath the iron shower, till Wallace ordered them to drive a large felled tree, which lay on the ground, against the hinges of the door. It burst open, and the whole party rushed into the hall. A short, sanguinary, but decisive conflict took place. The hauberk and plaid of Wallace were dyed from head to foot, his own brave blood, and the ferocious stream from his enemies, mingled in one horrid hue upon his garments. "Wallace! Wallace!" cried the stentorian lungs of Kirkpatrick. In a moment Wallace was at his side, and found him wrestling with two men. The light of a single lamp, suspended from the rafters, fell direct upon the combatants. A dagger was pointed at the life of the old knight, but Wallace laid the holder of it dead across the body of his intended victim, and catching the other assailant by the throat, threw him prostrate to the ground. "Spare me, for the honor of knighthood," cried the conquered. "For my honor you shall die," cried Kirkpatrick. His sword was already at the heart of the Englishman. Wallace beat it back. "Kirkpatrick, he is my prisoner, and I give him life." "You know not what you do," cried the old knight, struggling with Wallace to release his sword arm. "This is De Valence." "Quarter," reiterated the panting and hard-pressed earl. "Noble Wallace, my life. For I am wounded." Sooner take my own," cried the determined Kirkpatrick, fixing his foot on the neck of the prostrate man, and trying to wrench his hand from the grasp of his commander. "Shame," cried Wallace, "you must strike through me to kill any wounded man I hear cry for quarter. Release the Earl, for your own honour." "Our safety lies in his destruction," cried Kirkpatrick, and, enraged at opposition, he thrust his commander, little expecting such an action, from off the body of the Earl. De Valence seized his advantage, and catching Kirkpatrick by the limb that pressed on him, overthrew him, and by a sudden spring, turning quickly on Wallace, struck his dagger into his side. All this was done in an instant. Wallace did not fall, but staggering, with the weapon sticking in the wound, he was so surprised by the baseness of the deed, he could not give the alarm till its perpetrator had disappeared. The flying Earl took his course through a narrow passage between the works, and proceeding swiftly toward the south, issued safely at one of the outer ballium gates, that part of the castle being now solitary. All the men having been drawn from the walls to the contest within, and thence he made his escape in a fisher's boat across the Clyde. Meanwhile Wallace, having recovered himself, just as the Scots brought in lighted torches from the lower apartments of the tower, saw Sir Roger Kirkpatrick leaning sternly on his blood-dripping sword, and the young Edwin coming forward in garments too nearly the hue of his own. Andrew Murray stood already by his side. Wallace's hand was upon the hilt of the dagger which the ungrateful De Valence had left in his breast. "You are wounded. You are slain," cried Murray in a voice of consternation. Edwin stood motionless with horror. "That dagger," exclaimed Scrymgeour. "Has done nothing," replied Wallace, "but let a little more blood." As he spoke he drew it out, and thrusting the corner of his scarf into his bosom, staunched the wound. "So is your mercy rewarded," exclaimed Kirkpatrick. "So am I true to a soldier's duty," returned Wallace, "though De Valence is a traitor to his." "You treated him as a man," replied Kirkpatrick, "but now you find him a treacherous fiend." "Your eagerness, my brave friend," returned Wallace, "has lost him as a prisoner. If not for humanity or honor, for policy's sake, we ought to have spared his life, and detained him as an hostage for our countrymen in England." Kirkpatrick remembered how his violence had released the Earl, and he looked down abashed. Wallace, perceiving it, continued, "But let us not abuse our time discoursing on a coward. He is gone, the fortress is ours, and our first measure must be to guard it from surprise." As he spoke, his eyes fell upon Edwin, who, having recovered from the shock of Murray's exclamation, had brought forward the surgeon of their little band. A few minutes bound up the wounds of their chief, even while beckoning the anxious boy towards him. "Brave youth," cried he, "you, at the imminent risk of your own life, explored these heights, that you might render our ascent more sure. You who have fought like a young lion in this unequal contest. Here, in the face of all your valiant comrades, receive that knighthood which rather derives luster from your virtues than gives additional consequence to your name." With a bounding heart Edwin bent his knee, and Wallace giving him the hallowed accolade 22 the young knight rose from his position with all the roses of his springing fame glowing in his countenance. Scrymgeour presented him the knightly girdle, which he unbraced from his own loins, and while the happy boy received the sword to which it was attached, he exclaimed, with animation, "While I follow the example before my eyes, I shall never draw this in an unjust cause, nor ever sheath it in a just one." "Go, then," returned Wallace, smiling his approval of this sentiment, "while work is to be done I will keep my knight to the toil, go, and with 20 men of Lanark, guard the wall by which we ascended." Edwin disappeared, and Wallace, having dispatched detachments to occupy other parts of the garrison, took a torch in his hand and, turning to Murray, proposed seeking the Earl of March. Lord Andrew was soon at the iron door which led from the hall to the principal stairs. "We must have our friendly battering ram here," cried he, "a close prisoner do they indeed keep my uncle when even the inner doors are bolted on him." The men dragged the tree forward, and striking it against the iron, it burst open with the noise of thunder. Shrieks from within followed the sound. The women of Lady Mar, not knowing what to suppose during the uproar of the conflict, now hearing the door forced, expected nothing less than that some new enemies were advancing. And, giving themselves up to despair, they flew into the room where the Countess sat in equal though less clamorous terror. At the shouts of the Scots, when they began the attack, the Earl had started from his couch. "That is not peace," said he. "There is some surprise." "Alas, from whom?" returned Lady Mar, "who would venture to attack a fortress like this, garrisoned with thousands?" The cry was repeated. "It is the slogan of Sir William Wallace," cried he, "I shall be free. Oh, for a sword! Here, here!" As the shouts redoubled, and, mingled with the various clangors of battle, drew nearer the tower, the impatience of the Earl could not be restrained. Hope and eagerness seemed to have dried up his wounds and new-strung every nerve, while unarmed as he was, he rushed from the apartment, and hurried down the stairs which led to the iron door. He found it so firmly fastened by bars and padlocks, he could not move it. Again he ascended to his terrified wife, who, conscious how little obligation Wallace owed to her, perhaps dreaded even more to see her husband's hopes realized than to find herself yet more rigidly the prisoner of the haughty De Valence. "Joanna!" cried he, "the arm of God is with us. My prayers are heard. Scotland will yet be free. Hear those groans, those shouts. Victory! Victory!" As he thus echoed the cry of triumph uttered by the Scots when bursting open the outer gate of the tower, the foundations of the building shook, and Lady Mar, almost insensible with terror, received the exhausted body of her husband into her arms. He fainted from the transport his weakened frame was unable to hear. Soon after this the stair door was forced, and the panic-struck women ran shrieking into the room to their mistress. The Countess could not speak, but sat pale and motionless, supporting his head on her bosom. Guided by the noise, Lord Andrew flew into the room, and rushing toward his uncle, fell at his feet. "Liberty! Liberty!" was all he could say. His words pierced the ear of the Earl like a voice from heaven, and looking up, without a word, he threw his arms round the neck of his nephew. Tears relieved the contending feelings of the Countess. And the women, recognizing the young Lord of Bothwell, retired into a distant corner, well assured they had now no cause for fear. The Earl rested but a moment on the panting breast of his nephew. When, gazing round, to seek the mighty leader of the band, he saw Wallace enter, with the step of security and triumph in his eyes. "Ever my deliverer," cried the venerable Mar, stretching forth his arms. The next instant he held Wallace to his breast, and remembering all that he had lost for his sake since they parted, a soldier's heart melted, and he burst into tears. "Wallace, my preserver! Thou victim for Scotland, and for me, or rather, thou chosen of heaven, who, by the sacrifice of all thou didst hold dear on earth, art made a blessing to thy country, receive my thanks, and my heart." Wallace felt all in his soul which the Earl meant to imply, but recovered the calm tone of his mind before he was released from the embrace of his friend. And when he raised himself, and replied to the acknowledgments of the Countess, it was with a serene, though glowing countenance. She, when she had glanced from the eager entrance and action of her nephew to the advancing hero, looked as Venus did when she beheld the god of war rise from a field of blood. She started at the appearance of Wallace. But it was not his garments dropping gore, nor the blood-stained falchion in his hand, that caused the new sensation, it was the figure breathing youth and manhood. It was the face, where every noble passion of the heart had stamped themselves on his perfect features, it was his air, where majesty and sweet entrancing grace mingled in manly union. They were all these that struck at once upon the sight of Lady Mar and made her exclaim within herself, "This is a wonder of man. This is the hero that is to humble Edward, to bless, whom," was her thought. "Oh, no woman. Let him be a creature enshrined and holy, for no female heart to dare to love." This passed through the mind of the Countess in less time than it has been repeated, and when she saw him clasped in her husband's arms, she exclaimed to herself, "Helen, thou wert right. Thy gratitude was prophetic of a matchless object, while I, wretch that I was, even whispered the wish to my traitorous heart, while I gave information against my husband, that this man, the cause of all, might be secured or slain. Just as the last idea struck her, Wallace rose from the embrace of his venerable friend and met the riveted eye of the Countess. She stammered forth a few expressions of obligation. He attributed her confusion to the surprise of the moment, and, replying to her respectfully, turned again to the Earl. The joy of the venerable chief was unbounded, when he found that a handful of Scots had put 2,000 sovereigns to flight, and gained entire possession of the castle. Wallace, having satisfied the anxious questions of his noble auditor, gladly perceived the morning light. He rose from his seat. "I shall take a temporary leave of you, my lord," said he to the Earl. "I must now visit my brave comrades at their posts, and see the colours of Scotland planted on the citadel." Chapter 24. The Great Tower. When Wallace withdrew, Lady Mar, who had detained Murray, whispered to him, while a blush stained her cheek, that she should like to be present at the planting of the standard. Lord Mar declared his willingness to accompany her to the spot, and added, "I can be supported thither by the arm of Andrew." Murray hesitated. "It will be impossible for my aunt to go. The hall below, and the ground before the tower, are covered with slain. Let them be cleared away," cried she, "for I cannot consent to be deprived of a spectacle so honourable to my country." Murray regarded the pitiless indifference with which she gave this order with amazement. "To do that, madam," said he, "is beyond my power. The whole ceremony of the colours would be completed long before I could clear the earth of half its bleeding load. I will seek a passage for you by some other way." Before the Earl could make a remark, Murray had disappeared. And after exploring the lower part of the tower in unavailing search for a way, he met Sir Roger Kirkpatrick issuing from a small door, which, being in shadow, he had hitherto overlooked. It led through the ballium, to the platform before the citadel. Lord Andrew returned to his uncle and aunt, and informing them of this discovery, gave his arm to Lord Mar, while Kirkpatrick led forward the agitated Countess. At this moment the sun rose behind the purple summit of Ben Lomond. When they approached the citadel, Wallace and Sir Alexander Scrymgeour had just gained its summit. The standard of Edward was yet flying. Wallace looked at it for a moment. Then laying his hand on the staff, "Down, thou red dragon," cried he, and learned to bow before the giver of all victory. Even while speaking, he rent it from the roof, and casting it over the battlements, planted the Lion of Scotland in its stead. As its vast evolvements floated on the air, the cry of triumph, the loud clarion of honest triumph, burst from every heart, horn, and trumpet below. It was a shout that pierced the skies, and entered the soul of Wallace with a bliss which seemed a promise of immortality. "O God," cried he, still grasping the staff, and looking up to heaven. "We got not this in possession through our own might, but thy right hand and the light of thy countenance overthrew the enemy. Thine the conquest, thine the glory. Thus we consecrate the day to thee, power of heaven," rejoined Scrymgeour. "And let this standard be thine own, and whithersoever we bear it, may we ever find it as the ark of our God." Wallace, feeling as if no eye looked on them but that of heaven, dropped on his knee, and rising again, took Sir Alexander by the hand. "My brave friend," said he, "we have here planted the tree of freedom in Scotland. Should I die in its defence, swear to bury me under its branches, swear that no enslaved grounds shall cover my remains." "I swear," cried Scrymgeour, laying his crossed hands upon the arm of Wallace, "I swear with a double vow, by the blood of my brave ancestors, whose valour gave me the name I bear, by the cross of St. Andrew. And by your valiant self, never to sheath my sword, while I have life in my body, until Scotland be entirely free." The colours fixed, Wallace and his brave colleague descended the tower. And perceiving the Earl and Countess, who sat on a stone bench at the end of the platform, approached them. The Countess rose as the chiefs drew near. Lord Mar took his friend by the hand, with a gratulation in his eyes that was unutterable. His lady spoke, hardly conscious of what she said, and Wallace, after a few minutes' discourse, proposed to the Earl to retire with Lady Mar into the citadel, where she would be more suitably lodged than in their late prison. Lord Mar was obeying this movement, when suddenly stopping, he exclaimed, But where is that wondrous boy, your pilot over these perilous rocks? Let me give him a soldier's thanks." Happy at so grateful a demand, Wallace beckoned Edwin, who, just relieved from his guard, was standing at some distance. "Here," said he, "is my knight of 15. For last night he proved himself more worthy of his spurs than many a man who has received them from a king." "He shall wear those of a king," rejoined the Lord Mar, unbuckling from his feet a pair of golden spurs. "These were fastened on my heels by our great king, Alexander, at the Battle of Largs. I had intended them for my only son, but the first knight in the cause of rescued Scotland is the son of my heart and soul." As he spoke, he would have pressed the young hero to his breast, but Edwin, trembling with emotion, slid down upon his knees, and clasping the Earl's hand, said, in a hardly audible voice, "Receive and pardon the truant son of your sister Ruthven." "What," exclaimed the veteran, "is it Edwin Ruthven that has brought me this weight of honor? Come to my arms, thou dearest child of my dearest Janet." The uncle and nephew were folded in each other's embrace. Lady Mar wept, and Wallace, unable to bear the remembrance which such a scene pressed upon his heart, turned away toward the battlements. Edwin murmured a short explanation in the ear of his uncle. And then rising from his arms, with his beautiful face glittering like an April day in tears, allowed his gay cousin Murray to buckle the royal spurs on his feet. The rite over, he kissed Lord Andrew's hand in token of acknowledgement, and called on Sir William Wallace to bless the new honours conferred on his knight. Wallace turned toward Edwin, with a smile which partook more of heaven than of earth. "Have we not performed our mutual promises?" said he. "I brought you to the spot where you were to reveal your name, and you have declared it to me by the voice of glory. Come, then, my brother, let us leave your uncle a while to seek his repose." As he spoke, he bowed to the Countess. And Edwin joyfully receiving his arm, they walked together toward the eastern postern. Agitated with the delightful surprise of thus meeting his favourite sister's son, whom he had never seen since his infancy, and exhausted by the variety of his late emotions, the Earl speedily acquiesced in a proposal for rest. And leaning on Lord Andrew, proceeded to the Citadel. The Countess had other attractions. Lingering at the side of the rough knight of Torthrold, she looked back, and when she saw the object of her gaze disappear through the gates, she sighed, and turning to her conductor, walked by him in silence till they joined her husband in the hall of the keep. Murray led the way into the apartments lately occupied by de Valence. They were furnished with all the luxury of a South Ron nobleman. Lady Mar cast her eyes around the splendid chamber, and seated herself on one of its tapestried couches. The Earl, not marking whether it were silk or rushes, placed himself beside her. Murray drew a stool toward them, while Kirkpatrick, tired of his gallant duty, abruptly took his leave. "My dear Andrew," said the Earl, "in the midst of this proud rejoicing there is yet a canker at my heart. Tell me, that when my beloved Helen disappeared in the tumult at Bothwell, she was under your protection?" "She was," replied Murray. "And I thank the holy Saint Fillan, she is now in the sanctuary of his church." Murray then recounted to his relieved uncle every event, from the moment of his withdrawing behind the arras, to that of his confiding the English soldier with the iron box to the care of the prior. Lord Mar sighed heavily when he spoke of that mysterious casket. "Whatever it contained," said he, "it has drawn after it much evil and much good. The domestic peace of Wallace was ruined by it. And the spirit which now restores Scotland to herself was raised by his wrongs. But tell me," added he, "do you think my daughter safe, so near a garrison of the enemy?" "Surely, my lord," cried the Countess, too well remembering the enthusiasm with which Helen had regarded even the unknown Wallace, "surely you would not bring that tender child into a scene like this. Rather send a messenger to convey her secretly to Thirlestane. At that distance she will be safe, and under the powerful protection of her grandfather." The Earl acquiesced in her opinion. And saying he would consult with Wallace about the securest mode of travel for his daughter, again turned to Lord Andrew, to learn further of their late proceedings. But the Countess, still uneasy, once more interrupted him. "Alas! My lord, what would you do? His generous zeal will offer to go in person for your daughter. We know not what dangers he might then incur, and surely the champion of Scotland is not to be thrown into peril for any domestic concern. If you really feel the weight of the evils into which you have plunged Sir William Wallace, do not increase it, by even hinting to him the present subject of your anxiety. My aunt is an oracle, resumed Murray. Allow me to be the happy knight that is to bear the surrender of Dumbarton to my sweet cousin. Prevail on Wallace to remain in this garrison till I return, and then full tilt for the walls of Old Stirling, and the downfall of Hughie Cressingham. Both the Countess and the Earl were pleased with this arrangement. The latter, by the persuasions of his nephew, retired into an inner chamber to repose. And the former desired Lord Andrew to inform Wallace that she should expect to be honoured with his presence at noon, to partake of such fare as the garrison afforded. On Murray's coming from the Citadel, he learned that Wallace was gone toward the great tower. He followed him thither. And on issuing from the postern which led to that part of the rock, saw the chief standing, with his helmet off, in the midst of the slain. This is a sorry sight, said he to Murray, as he approached, but it shall not long lie thus exposed. I have just ordered that these sad wrecks of human strife may be lowered into the Clyde, its rushing stream will soon carry them to a quiet grave beneath yon peaceful sea. His own dead, amounting to no more than 15, were to be buried at the foot of the rock, a prisoner in the castle having described steps in the cliff by which the solemnity could easily be performed. But why, my dear commander, cried Lord Andrew, why do you take any thought about our enemies? Leave them where they are, and the eagles of our mountains will soon find them graves. For shame, Murray, was the reply of Wallace. They are dead, and our enemies no more. They are men like ourselves, and shall we deny them a place in that earth whence we all sprung? We war not with human nature, are we not rather the assertors of her rights? I know, replied Lord Andrew, blushing, that I am often the asserter of my own folly, and I do not know how you will forgive my inconsiderate impertinence. Because it was inconsiderate, replied Wallace. Inhumanity is too stern a guest to live in such a breast as yours. If I ever give her quarters, replied Murray, I should most woefully disgrace the companion she must meet there. Next to the honour of fair Scotland, my cousin Helen is the goddess of my idolatry, and she would forswear my love and kindred, could she believe me capable of feeling otherwise than in unison with Sir William Wallace. Wallace looked toward him with a benign pleasure in his countenance. Your fair cousin does me honour. Ah! My noble friend, cried Murray, lowering his gay tone to one of softer expression. If you knew all the goodness, all the nobleness that dwells in her gentle heart, you would indeed esteem her, you would love her as I do. The blood fled from the cheek of Wallace. Not as you do, Murray, I can no more love a woman as you love her. Such scenes as these, cried he, turning to the mangled bodies which the men were now carrying away to the precipice of the Clyde, have divorced woman's love from my heart. I am all my country's, or I am nothing. Nothing. Reiterated Murray, laying his hand upon that of Wallace, as it rested upon the hilt of the sword on which he leaned. Is the friend of mankind, the champion of Scotland, the beloved of 1,000 valuable hearts, nothing? Nay, art thou not the agent of heaven, to be the scourge of a tyrant? Art thou not the deliverer of thy country? Wallace turned his bright eye upon Murray with an expression of mingled feelings. May I be all this, my friend, and Wallace must yet be happy. But speak not to me of love and woman, tell me not of those endearing qualities I have prized too tenderly, and which are now buried to me forever beneath the ashes of Ellerslie. Not under the ashes of Ellerslie, cried Murray, sleep the remains of your lovely wife. Wallace's penetrating eye turned quick upon him. Murray continued, my cousin's pitying soul stretched itself toward them. By her directions they were brought from your oratory in the rock, and deposited, with all holy rites, in the cemetery at Bothwell. The glow that now animated the before chilled heart of Wallace, overspread his face. His eyes spoke volumes of gratitude, his lips moved, but his feelings were too big for utterance, and, fervently pressing the hand of Murray, to conceal emotions ready to shake his manhood, he turned away, and walked toward the cliff. When all the slain were lowered to their last beds, a young priest, who came in the company of Scrymgeour, gave the funeral benediction both to the departed in the waves, and those whom the shore had received. The rites over, Murray again drew near to Wallace and delivered his aunt's message. "I shall obey her commands," returned he, "but first we must visit our wounded prisoners in the tower." Above 300 of them had been discovered amongst the dead. Murray gladly obeyed the impulse of his leader's arm, and, followed by the chieftains returned from the late solemn duty, they entered the tower. Ireland welcomed Wallace with the intelligence that he hoped he had succoured friends instead of foes, for that most of the prisoners were poor Welsh peasants, whom Edward had torn from their mountains to serve in his legions. And a few Irish, who in the heat of blood, and eagerness for adventure, had enlisted in his ranks. "I have shown to them," continued Ireland, "what fools they are to injure themselves in us. I told the Welsh they were clinching their own chains by assisting to extend the dominion of their conqueror. And I have convinced the Irish they were forging fetters for themselves by lending their help to enslave their brother nation, the freeborn Scots. They only require your presence, my lord, to forswear their former leaders, and to enlist under Scottish banners." "Thou art an able orator, my good Stephen," returned Wallace. "And whatever promises thou hast made to honest men in the name of Scotland, we are ready to ratify them. Is it not so?" added he, turning to Kirkpatrick and Scrymgeour. "All as you will," replied they in one voice. "Yes," added Kirkpatrick. "You were the first to rise for Scotland, and who but you has a right to command for her?" Ireland threw open the door which led into the hall, and there, on the ground, on pallets of straw, lay most of the wounded sovereigns. Some of their dimmed eyes had discerned their preserver, when he discovered them expiring on the rock, and on sight of him now, they uttered such a piercing cry of gratitude, that, surprised, he stood for a moment. In that moment, 5 or 6 of the poor wounded wretches crawled to his feet. "Our friend! Our preserver!" burst from their lips, as they kissed the edge of his plaid. "Not to me, not to me," exclaimed Wallace. "I am a soldier like yourselves. I have only acted a soldier's part, but I am a soldier of freedom, you of a tyrant, who seeks to enslave the world. This makes the difference between us. This lays you at my feet, when I would more willingly receive you into my arms as brothers in one generous cause." "We are yours," was the answering exclamation of those who knelt, and of those who raised their feebler voices from their beds of straw. A few only remained silent. With many kind expressions of acceptance, Wallace disengaged himself from those who clung around him, and then moved toward the sick, who seemed too ill to speak. While repeating the same consolatory language to them, he particularly observed an old man who was lying between 2 young ones, and still kept a profound silence. His rough features were marked with many a scar, but there was a meek resignation in her face that powerfully struck Wallace. When the chief drew near, the veteran raised himself on his arm, and bowed his head with a respectful air. Wallace stopped. "You are an Englishman?" "I am, sir, and have no services to offer you. These 2 young men on each side of me are my sons. Their brother I lost last night in the conflict. Today, by your mercy, not only my life is preserved, but my 2 remaining children also. Yet I am an Englishman, and I cannot be grateful at the expense of my allegiance." "Nor would I require it of you," returned Wallace. "These brave Welsh and Irish were brought hither by the invader who subjugates their countries, they owe him no duty. But you are a free subject of England, he that is a tyrant over others can only be a king to you. He must be the guardian of your laws, the defender of your liberties, or his scepter falls. Having sworn to follow a sovereign so plighted, I am not severe enough to condemn you, because, misled by that phantom which he calls glory, you have suffered him to betray you into unjust conquests." "Once I have been so misled," returned the old man, "but I never will again. 50 years I have fought under the British standard, in Normandy and in Palestine. And now in my old age, with 4 sons, I followed the armies of my sovereign into Scotland. My eldest I lost on the plains of Dunbar. My second fell last night, and my 2 youngest are now by my side. You have saved them and me. What can I do? Not, as your noble self says, forswear my country. But this I swear, and in the oath do you, my sons, join. As he spoke they laid their crossed hands upon his, in token of assent, never to lift an arm against Sir William Wallace or the cause of injured Scotland. To this we also subjoin, cried several other men, who comprised the whole of the English prisoners. Noble people, cried Wallace, why have you not a king worthy of you? And yet, observed Kirkpatrick, in a surly tone, Hazelrig was one of these people. Wallace turned upon him with a look of so tremendous a meaning, that, awed by an expression too mighty for him to comprehend, he fell back a few paces, muttering curses, but on whom could not be heard. That man would arouse the tiger in our lion-hearted chief, whispered Scrymgeour to Murray. Ay, returned Lord Andrew, but the royal spirit keeps the beast in awe, see how coweringly that bold spirit now bows before it. Wallace marked the impression his glance had made, but where he had struck, being unkilling to pierce also, he dispelled the thunder from his countenance, and once more looking on Sir Roger with a frank serenity. Come, said he, my good knight. You must not be more tenacious for William Wallace than he is for himself. While he possesses such a zealous friend as Kirkpatrick of Torthrold, he need not now fear the arms of 1,000 Hazelrigs. No, nor of Edward's either, cried Kirkpatrick, once more looking boldly up, and shaking his broad claymore, my thistle has a point to sting all to death who would pass between this arm and my leader's breast. May heaven long preserve the valiant Wallace, was the prayer of every feeble voice, as he left the hall to visit his own wounded, in an upper chamber. The interview was short and satisfactory. Ah! Sir, cried one of them, I cannot tell how it is, but when I see you, I feel as if I beheld the very soul of my country, or its guardian angel, standing before me, as something I cannot describe, but it fills me with courage and comfort. You see an honest Scot standing before you, my good Duncan, replied Wallace, and that is no mean personage, for it is one who knows no use of his life but as it fulfills his duty to his country. Oh, that the sound of that voice could penetrate to every ear in Scotland, rejoined the soldier, it would be more than the call of the trumpet to bring them to the field. And from the summit of this rock many have already heard it. And more shall be so aroused, cried Murray, returning from the door, to which one of his men had beckoned him. Here is a man come to announce that Malcolm, Earl of Lennox, passing by the foot of this rock, saw the Scottish standard flying from its citadel, and, as overjoyed as amazed at the sight, he sends to request the confidence of being admitted. Let me bring him hither, interrupted Kirkpatrick, he is brave as the day, and will be a noble auxiliary. Every true Scot must be welcome to these walls, returned Wallace. Kirkpatrick hastened from the tower to the northern side of the rock, at the foot of which stood the Earl and his train. With all the pride of a freeman and a victor, Sir Roger descended the height. Lennox advanced to meet him. What is it I see? Sir Roger Kirkpatrick, master of this citadel, and our king's colours flying from its towers. Where is the Earl de Valence? Where the English garrison? The English garrison, replied Kirkpatrick, are now 1,200 men beneath the waters of the Clyde. De Valence is fled. And this fortress, manned with a few hardy Scots, shall sink into yon waves ere it again bear the English dragon on its walls. And you, noble knight, cried Lennox, have achieved all this? You are the dawn to a blessed day for Scotland. No, replied Kirkpatrick, I am but a follower of the man who has struck the blow. Sir William Wallace of Ellerslie is our chief, and with the power of his virtues he subdues not only friends, but enemies, to his command. He then exultingly narrated the happy events of the last 24 hours. The Earl listened with wonder and joy. What, cried he, so noble a plan for Scotland, and I ignorant of it? I, that have not waked day or night, for many a month, without thinking or dreaming of some enterprise to free my country, and behold it is achieved in a moment. I see the stroke, as a bolt from heaven. And I pray heaven it may light the sacrifice throughout the nation. Lead me, worthy knight, lead me to your chief, for he shall be mine too, he shall command Malcolm Lennox and all his clan. Kirkpatrick gladly turned to obey him. And they mounted the ascent together. Within the Barbican gate stood Wallace, with Scrymgeour and Murray. The Earl knew Scrymgeour well, having often seen him in the field as hereditary standard-bearer of the kingdom. Of the persons of the others he was ignorant. "There is Wallace," exclaimed Kirkpatrick. "Not one of those very young men?" interrogated the Earl. "Even so," was the answer of the knight, "but his is the youth of the brave son of Ammon. Grey beards are glad to bow before his golden locks, for beneath them is wisdom." As he spoke they entered the Barbican, and Wallace, whom the penetrating eye of Lennox had already singled out for the chief, advanced to meet his guest. "Earl," said he, "you are welcome to Dumbarton Castle." "Bravest of my countrymen," returned Lennox, clasping him in his arms, "receive a soldier's embrace, receive the gratitude of a loyal heart. Accept my service, my arms, my men, my all I devote to Scotland and the great cause." Wallace for a moment did not answer, but warmly straining the Earl to his breast, said, as he released him, "Such support will give sinews to our power. A few months, and with the blessing of that arm which has already mowed down the ranks which opposed us, we shall see Scotland at liberty." "And may Heaven, brave Wallace," exclaimed Lennox, "grant us thine arm to wield its scythe. But how have you accomplished this? How have your few overthrown this English host?" "He strikes home, when right points his sword," replied Wallace. "The injuries of Scotland were my guide, and justice my companion. We feared nothing, for God was with us, we feared nothing, and in his might we conquered." "And shall yet conquer," cried Lennox, kindling with the enthusiasm that blazed from the eyes of Wallace. "I feel the strength of our cause. And from this hour, I devote myself to assert it, or to die." "Not to die." "My noble lord," said Murray, "we have yet many an eve to dance over the buried fetters of Scotland. And as a beginning of our jollities, I must remind our leader that my aunt's board awaits him." Lord Lennox understood from this address it was the brave Murray who spoke to him. For he had heard sufficient from Sir Roger Kirkpatrick to explain how the Countess of Mar and her patriot husband came within those walls. The Countess, having arrayed herself with all her powers to receive her deliverer, awaited the hour of his arrival with an emotion at her heart, which made it bound against her bosom. When she saw the object of her splendid toil advancing along the courtyard. All others were lost to her impatient eyes, and hastily rising from the window as the chiefs entered the porch, she crossed the room to meet them at the door. The Earl of Lennox stood amazed at sight of so much beauty and splendor in such a scene. Lady Mar had hardly attained her 35th year, but from the graces of her person, and the address with which she set forth all her charms, the enchanted gazer found it impossible to suppose her more than 3 or 24. Thus happily formed by nature, and habited in a suit of velvet, overlaid with cypress work of gold, blazing with jewels, about her head, and her feet clad in silver-fretted sandals, Lennox thought she looked more like some triumphant queen than a wife who had so lately shared captivity with an outlawed husband. 23 Murray started at such unexpected magnificence in his aunt. But Wallace scarcely observed it was anything unusual, and bowing to her, presented the Earl of Lennox. She smiled. And saying a few words of welcome to the Earl, gave her hand to Wallace to lead her back into the chamber. Lord Mar had risen from his seat, and leaning on his sword, for his warlike arm refused any other staff, stood up on their entrance. At sight of Lord Lennox, he uttered an exclamation of glad surprise. Lennox embraced him. "I, too, am come to enlist under the banners of this young Leonidas." "God armeth the patriot," was all the reply that Mar made, while the big tears rolled over his cheek, and he shook him by the hand. "I have 400 stout Lennox men," continued the Earl, "who by tomorrow's eve shall be ready to follow our leader to the very borders." "Not so soon," interrupted the Countess, "our deliverer needs repose." "I thank your benevolence, Lady Mar," returned Wallace, "but the issue of last night, and the sight of Lord Lennox this day, with the promise of so great a support, are such elements that, we must go forward. "Aye, to be sure," joined Kirkpatrick. "Dumbarton was not taken during our sleep, and if we stay loitering here, the devil that holds Stirling Castle may follow the scent of De Valence, and so I lose my prey." "What?" cried the Countess, "and is my lord to be left again to his enemies?" "Sir William Wallace, I should have thought dash." "Everything, madam," rejoined he, "that is demonstrative of my devotion to your venerable lord. But with a brave garrison, I hope you will consider him safe here, until a wider range of security be won, to enable you to retire to Braemar." As the apostrophe to Wallace, in the latter part of the Countess' speech, had been addressed to himself in rather a low voice, his reply was made in a similar tone, so that Lord Mar did not hear any part of the answer, except the concluding words. But then he exclaimed, "Nay, my ever fearful Joanna, art thou making objections to keeping garrison here?" "I confess," replied Wallace, "that an armed citadel is not the most pleasant abode for a lady. But at present, excepting perhaps the church, it is the safest, and I would not advise your lady to remove hence, until the plain be made as free as this mountain." The sewer now announced the board in the hall. And the Countess leading the way, reluctantly gave her hand to the Earl of Lennox. Lord Mar leaned on the arm of Wallace, who was followed by Edwin and the other chieftains. Chapter 25. The Citadel. During the repast, the Countess often fixed her unrestrained gaze on the manly yet youthful countenance of the heroic Wallace. His plumed helmet was now laid aside, and the heavy corselet unbuckled from his breast, disclosing the symmetry of his fine form, left its graceful movements to be displayed with advantage by the flexible folds of his simple tartan vest. Was it the formidable Wallace she looked on, bathed in the blood of Hazelrig, and breathing vengeance against the adherents of the tyrant Edward? It was, then, the enemy of her kinsman of the house of Cummin. It was the man for whom her husband had embraced so many dangers. It was the man whom she had denounced to one of those kinsmen, and whom she had betrayed to the hazard of an ignominious death. But where now was the fierce rebel, the ruiner of her peace, the outlaw whom she had wished in his grave? The last idea was distraction. She could have fallen at his feet, and bathing them with her tears, have implored his pity and forgiveness. Even as the wish sprung in her mind, she asked herself, did he know all, could he pardon such a weight of injuries? She cast her eyes with a wild expression upon his face. The mildness of heaven was there. And the peace, too, she might have thought, had not his eye carried a chastened sadness in its look, which told that something dire and sorrowful was buried deep within. It was a look that dissolved the soul which gazed on it. The Countess felt her heart throb violently. At that moment Wallace addressed a few words to her, but she knew not what they were. Her soul was in tumults, and a mist passed over her sight, which, for a moment, seemed to wrap all her senses in a trance. The unconscious object of these emotions bowed to her inarticulate reply, supposing that the mingling voices of others had made him hear hers indistinctly. Lady Mar found her situation so strange, and her agitation so inexplicable, that feeling it impossible to remain longer without giving way to a burst of tears, she rose from her seat, and forcing a smile with her courtesy to the company, left the room. On gaining the upper apartment, she threw herself upon the nearest couch, and striking her breast, exclaimed, "What is this within me? How does my soul seem to pour itself out to this man? Oh! How does it extend itself, as if it would absorb his, even at my eyes? Only 12 hours, hardly 12 hours, have I seen this William Wallace, and yet my very being is now lost in his." While thus speaking, she covered her face with her handkerchief, but no tears now started to be wiped away. The fire in her veins dried the source, and with burning blushes she rose from her seat. Fatal, fatal hour! Why didst thou come here, too infatuating Wallace, to rob me of my peace? Oh! Why did I ever look on that face, or rather, blessed saints, cried she, clasping her hands in wild passion, why did I ever shackle this hand? Why did I ever render such a sacrifice necessary? Wallace is now free, had I been free. But wretch, 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 I could tear out this betrayed heart. I could trample on that of the infatuated husband that made me such a slave." She gasped for breath, and again seating herself, reclined her beating temples against the couch. She was now silent, but thoughts not less intense, not less fraught with self-reproach and anguish, occupied her mind. Should this god of her idolatry ever discover that it was her information which had sent Earl de Valence's men to surround him in the mountains? Should he ever learn that at Bothwell she had betrayed the cause on which he had set his life, she felt that moment would be her last. For, now, to sate her eyes with gazing on him, to hear the sound of his voice, to receive his smiles, seemed to her a joy she could only surrender with her existence. What then was the prospect of so soon losing him, even to crown himself with honor, but to her a living death? To defer his departure was all her study, all her hope. And fearful that his restless valor might urge him to accompany Murray in his intended convoy of Helen to the Tweed, she determined to persuade her nephew to set off without the knowledge of his general. She did not allow that it was the youthful beauty, and more lovely mind of her daughter-in-law, which she feared. Even to herself she cloaked her alarm under the plausible excuse of care for the chieftain's safety. Composed by this mental arrangement, her disturbed features became smooth, and with even a sedate air she received her lord and his brave friends, when they soon after entered the chamber. But the object of her wishes did not appear. Wallace had taken Lord Lennox to view the dispositions of the fortress. Ill-satisfied as she was with his prolonged absence, she did not fail to turn it to advantage. And while her lord and his friends were examining a draught of Scotland, which Wallace had sketched after she left the banqueting room, she took Lord Andrew aside, to converse with him on the subject now nearest to her heart. "It certainly belongs to me alone, her kinsman and friend, to protect Helen to the Tweed, if there she must go," returned Murray, "but, my good lady, I cannot comprehend why I am to lead my fair cousin such a pilgrimage. She is not afraid of heroes. You are safe in Dumbarton, and why not bring her here also?" "Not for worlds," exclaimed the countess, thrown off her guard. Murray looked at her with surprise. It recalled her to self-possession, and she resumed, "So lovely a creature in this castle would be a dangerous magnet. You must have known that it was the hope of obtaining her which attracted the Lord Soulis and Earl de Valence to Bothwell. The whole castle rung with the quarrel of these two lords upon her account, when you so fortunately effected her escape. Should it be known that she is here, the same fierce desire of obtaining her would give double incitement to de Valence to recover the place, and the consequences, who can answer for?" By this argument Murray was persuaded to relinquish the idea of conveying Helen to Dumbarton, but remembering what Wallace had said respecting the safety of a religious sanctuary, he advised that she should be left at St. Fillan's till the cause of Scotland might be more firmly established. "Send a messenger to inform her of the rescue of Dumbarton, and of your and my uncle's health," continued he, "and that will be sufficient to make her happy." That she was not to be thrown in Wallace's way satisfied Lady Mar, and indifferent whether Helen's seclusion were under the Elidon tree or the Holyrood, she approved Murray's decision. Relieved from apprehension, her face became again dressed in smiles, and, with a bounding step, she rose to welcome the re-entrance of Wallace with the Earl of Lennox. Absorbed in one thought, every charm she possessed was directed to the same point. She played finely on the lute and sung with all the grace of her country. What gentle heart was not to be affected by music? She determined it should be once of the spells by which she meant to attract Wallace. She took up one of the lutes, which with other musical instruments decorated the apartments of the luxurious de Valence, and touching it with exquisite delicacy, breathed the most pathetic air her memory could dictate. If on the heath she moved, her breast was whiter than the down of Conna. If on the sea-beat shore, than the foam of the rolling ocean. Her eyes were two stars of light. Her face was heaven's bow in showers. Her dark hair flowed around it, like the streaming clouds. Thou wert the dweller of souls, white-handed Strinadona. Wallace rose from his chair, which had been placed near her. She had deigned that these tender words of the Bard of Morven should suggest to her hearer the observation of her own resembling beauties. But he saw in them only the lovely dweller of his own soul. And walking toward a window, stood there with his eyes fixed on the descending sun. So hath set all my joys. So is life to me, a world without a sun cold, cold, and charmless. The Countess vainly believed that some sensibility advantageous to her new passion had caused the agitation with which she saw him depart from her side. And, intoxicated with the idea, she ran through many a melodious descant, till tuffing on the first strains of Thusa ha Meask na Rioltan Moor, she saw Wallace start from his contemplative position, and with a pale countenance leave the room. There was something in this abruptness which excited the alarm of the Earl of Lennox, who had also been listening to the songs. He rose instantly, and overtaking the chief at the threshold, inquired what was the matter. Nothing, answered Wallace, forcing a smile, in which the agony of his mind was too truly imprinted, but music displeased me. With this reply he disappeared. The excuse seemed strange, but it was true. For she whose notes were to him sweeter than the thrush, whose angel strains used to greet his morning and evening hours, was silent in the grave. He should no more see her white hand upon the lute. He should no more behold that bosom, brighter than foam upon the wave, to him a soulless sound, or a direful knell, to recall the remembrance of all he had lost. Such were his thoughts when the words of Thusa ha Meask rung from Lady Mar's voice. Those were the strains which Halbert used to breathe from his heart to call Marion to her nightly slumbers, those were the strains with which that faithful servant had announced that she slept to wake no more. What wonder, then, that Wallace fled from the apartment, and buried himself, and his aroused grief, amid the distant solitudes of the Beacon Hill. While looking over the shoulder of his uncle, on the station which Stirling held amid the Ochil Hills, Edwin had at intervals cast a sidelong glance upon the changing complexion of his commander. And no sooner did he see him hurry from the room, than fearful of some disaster having befallen the garrison, which Wallace did not choose immediately to mention, he also stole out of the apartment. After seeking the object of his anxiety for a long time, without avail, he was returning on his steps, when, attracted by the splendor of the moon silvering the Beacon Hill, he ascended. To once at least tread that acclivity in light which he had so miraculously passed in darkness. Scarce a zephyr fanned the sleeping air. He moved on with a flying step, till a deep sigh arrested him. He stopped and listened, it was repeated again and again. He gently drew near, and saw a human figure reclining on the ground. The head of the apparent mourner was unbonneted, and the brightness of the moon shone on his polished forehead. Edwin thought the sound of those sighs was the same he had often heard from the object of his search. He walked forward. Again the figure sighed, but with a depth so full of piercing woe, that Edwin hesitated. A cloud had passed over the moon, but, sailing off again, displayed to the anxious boy that he had indeed drawn very near his friend. "Who goes there?" exclaimed Wallace, starting on his feet. "You're Edwin," returned the youth. "I feared something wrong had happened, when I saw you look so sad, and leave the room abruptly." Wallace pressed his hand in silence. "Then some evil has befallen you?" inquired Edwin, in an agitated voice. "You do not speak." Wallace seated himself on a stone, and leaned his head upon the hilt of his sword. "No new evil has befallen me, Edwin. But there is such a thing as remembrance, that stabs deeper than the dagger's point." "What remembrance can wound you, my general?" "The abbot of St. Columba has often told me that memory is a balm to every ill with the good. And have not you been good to all? The benefactor, the preserver of thousands. Surely, if man can be happy, it must be Sir William Wallace. And so I am, my Edwin, when I contemplate the end. But, in the interval, with all thy sweet philosophy, is it not written here, that man was made to mourn?" He put his hand on his heart. And then, after a short pause, resumed, "Doubly I mourn, doubly am I bereaved, for, had it not been for an enemy, more fell than he who beguiled Adam of paradise, I might have been a father, I might have lived to have gloried in a son like thee. I might have seen my wedded angel clasp such a blessing to her bosom, but now, both are cold in clay. These are the recollections which sometimes draw tears down thy leader's cheeks. And do not believe, brother of my soul," said he, pressing the now weeping Edwin to his breast, "that they disgrace his manhood. The Son of God wept over the tomb of his friend. And shall I deny a few tears, dropped in stealth, over the grave of my wife and child? Edwin sobbed aloud. No son could love you dearer than I do. Ah, let my duty, my affection, teach you to forget you have lost a child. I will replace all to you but your Marion, and her, the pitying Son of Mary will restore to you in the kingdom of heaven. Wallace looked steadfastly at the young preacher. Out of the mouths of babes we shall hear wisdom. Thine, dear Edwin, I will lay to heart. Thou shalt comfort me when my hermit soul shuts out all the world besides. Then I am indeed your brother, cried the happy youth. Admit me but to your heart, and no fraternal, no filial tie, shall be more strongly linked than mine. What tender affections I can spare from those resplendent regions, answered Wallace, pointing to the skies, are thine. The fervours of my once ardent soul are Scotland's, or I die. But thou art too young, my brother, added he, interrupting himself, to understand all his feelings, all the seeming contradictions, of my contending heart. Not so, answered Edwin, with a modest blush, what was Lady Marion's, you now devote to Scotland. The blaze of those affections which were hers, would consume your being, did you not pour it forth on your country. Were you not a patriot, grief would prey upon your life. You have read me, Edwin, replied Wallace, and that you may never love to idolatry, learn this also. Though Scotland lay in ruins, I was happy, I felt no captivity while in Marion's arms. Even oppression was forgotten when she made the sufferer's tears cease to flow. She absorbed my thoughts, my wishes, my life. And she was wrested from me, that I might feel myself a slave, that the iron might enter into my soul, with which I was to pull down tyranny, and free my country. Mark the sacrifice, young man, cried Wallace, starting on his feet. It now even smokes, and the flames are here inextinguishable. He struck his hand upon his breast. Never love as I have loved, and you will be a patriot, without needing to taste my bitter cup. Edwin trembled, his tears were checked. I can love no one better than I do you, my general. And is there any crime in that? Wallace in a moment recovered from the transient wildness which had possessed him. None, my Edwin, replied he. The affections are never criminal but when by their excess they blind us to other duties. The offence of mine is judged, and I bow to the penalty. When that is paid, then may my ashes sleep in rescued Scotland. Then may the God of victory and of mercy grant that the seraph spirits of my wife and infant may meet my pardoned soul in paradise. Edwin wept afresh. Cease, dear boy, said he, these presages are very comforting. They whisper that the path of glory leads thy brother to his home. As he spoke he took the arm of the silent Edwin, whose sensibility locked up the powers of speech, and putting it through his, they descended the hill together. On the open ground before the great tower they were met by Murray. I come to seek you, cried he. We have had woe on woe in the citadel since you left it. Nothing very calamitous, returned Wallace, if we may guess by the merry aspect of the messenger. Only a little whirlwind of my aunt's, in which we have had airs and showers enough to wet us through and blow us dry again. The conduct of the lady had been even more extravagant than her nephew chose to describe. After the knight's departure, when the chiefs entered into conversation respecting his future plans, and Lennox mentioned that when his men should arrive, for whom he had that evening dispatched Ker. It was Wallace's intention to march immediately for Stirling, whither, it could hardly be doubted, Aymer de Valence had fled. I shall be left here, continued the Earl, to assist you, Lord Mar, in the several duties attendant on being governor of this place. No sooner did these words reach the ears of the Countess than, struck with despair, she hastened toward her husband, and earnestly exclaimed, You will not suffer this. No, returned the Earl, mistaking her meaning. Not being able to perform the duties attendant on the responsibilities station with which Wallace would honour me, I shall relinquish it altogether to Lord Lennox, and be amply satisfied in finding myself under his protection. Ah, where is protection without Sir William Wallace, cried she. If he go, our enemies will return. Who then will repel them from these walls? Who will defend your wife and only son from falling again into the hands of our doubly incensed foes? Mar observed Lord Lennox's colour at this imputation on his bravery, and shocked at the affront which his unreflecting wife seemed to give so gallant a chief, he hastily replied, though this wounded arm cannot boast. Yet the Earl of Lennox is an able representative of our commander. I will die, madam, interrupted Lennox, before anything hostile approaches you or your children. She attended slightly to this pledge, and again addressed her lord with fresh arguments for the detention of Wallace. Sir Roger Kirkpatrick, impatient under all this foolery, as he justly deemed it, abruptly said, Be assured, fair lady. Israel's Samson was not brought into the world his duty better than allow himself to be tied to any nursery girdle in Christendom. The brave old earl was offended with this roughness, but ere he could so express himself, the object darted her own severe retort on Kirkpatrick, and then, turning to her husband, with an hysterical sob, exclaimed, It is well seen what will be my fate when Wallace is gone. Would he have stood by and beheld me thus insulted? Distressed with shame at her conduct, and anxious to remove her fears, Lord Mar softly whispered her, and threw his arm about her waist. She thrust him from her. You care not what may become of me, and my heart disdains your blandishments. Lennox rose in silence, and walked to the other end of the chamber. Sir Roger Kirkpatrick followed him, muttering, pretty audibly, his thanks to St. Andrew that he had never been yoked with a wife. Scrimgeour and Murray tried to allay the storm in her bosom by circumstantially detailing how the fortress must be equally safe under the care of Lennox as of Wallace. But they discoursed in vain. She was obstinate, and at last left the room in a passion of tears. On the return of Wallace, Lord Lennox advanced to meet him. What shall we do, said he. Without you have the witchcraft of Hercules, and can be in two places at once, I fear we must either leave the rest of Scotland to fight for itself, or never restore peace to this castle. Wallace smiled, but before he could answer, Lady Mar, having heard his voice ascending the stairs, suddenly entered the room. She held her infant in her arms. Her air was composed, but her eyes yet shone in tears. At this sight Lord Lennox, sufficiently disgusted with the lady, taking Murray by the arm, withdrew with him from the apartment. She approached Wallace. You are come, my deliverer, to speak comfort to the mother of this poor babe. My cruel lord here, and the Earl of Lennox, say you mean to abandon us in this castle? It cannot be abandoned, returned the chief, while they are in it. But if so warlike a scene alarms you, would not a religious sanctuary dash? Not for worlds. Cried she, interrupting him, what altar is held sacred by the enemies of our country? Oh! Wonder not, then, added she, putting her face to that of her child, that I should wish this innocent babe never to be from under the wing of such a protector. But that is impossible, Joanna, rejoined the Earl. Sir William Wallace has duties to perform superior to that of keeping watch over any private family. His presence is wanted in the field, and we should be traitors to the cause did we detain him. Unfeeling Mar, cried she, bursting into tears, thus to echo the words of the barbarian Kirkpatrick, thus to condemn us to die. You will see another tragedy, your own wife and child seized by the returning sovereigns, and laid bleeding at your feet. Wallace walked from her much agitated. Rather inhuman, Joanna, whispered Lord Mar to her in an angry voice, to make such a reference to the presence of our protector. I cannot stay to listen to a pertinacity as insulting to the rest of our brave leaders as it is oppressive to Sir William Wallace. Edwin, you will come for me when your aunt consents to be guided by right reason. While yet speaking he entered the passage that led to his own apartment. Lady Mar sat a few minutes silent. She was not to be warned from her determination by the displeasure of a husband whom she now regarded with the impatience of a bondwoman toward her taskmaster. And only solicitous to compass the detention of Sir William Wallace, she resolved, if he would not remain at the castle, to persuade him to conduct her himself to her husband's territories in the Isle of Bute. She could contrive to make the journey occupy more than one day, and for holding him longer she would trust to chance and her own inventions. With these resolutions she looked up. Edwin was speaking to Wallace. "What does he tell you?" said she. "That my lord has left me in displeasure. Alas! He comprehends not a mother's anxiety for her sole remaining child. One of my sweet twins, my dear daughter, died on my being brought a prisoner to this horrid fortress, and to lose this also would be more than I could bear. Look at this babe," cried she, holding it up to him, "let it plead to you for its life. Guard it, noble Wallace, whatever may become of me." The appeal of a mother made instant way to Sir William's heart. Even her weaknesses, did they point to anxiety respecting her offspring, were sacred with him. "What would you have me do, madam? If you fear to remain here, tell me where you think you would be safer, and I will be your conductor." She paused to repress the triumph with which this proposal filled her, and then, with downcast eyes, replied, "In the seagirt Bute stands Rothsay, a rude, but strong castle of my lord's. It possesses nothing to attract the notice of the enemy, and there I might remain in perfect safety. Lord Mar may keep his station here until a general victory sends you, noble Wallace, to restore my child to its father." Wallace bowed his assent to her proposal, and Edwin, remembering the Earl's injunction, inquired if he might inform him of what was decided. When he left the room, Lady Mar rose, and suddenly putting her son into the arms of Wallace, rose, and said, "Let his sweet caresses thank you." Wallace trembled as he pressed its little mouth to his. And, mistranslating this emotion, she dropped her face upon the infant's, and in affecting to kiss it, rested her head upon the bosom of the chief. There was something in this action more than maternal, it surprised and disconcerted Wallace. "Madam," said he, drawing back, and relinquishing the child, "I do not require any thanks for serving the wife and son of Lord March." At that moment the Earl entered. Lady Mar flattered herself that the repelling action of Wallace, and his cold answer, had arisen from the expectation of this entrance. Yet blushing with something like disappointment, she hastily uttered a few agitated words, to inform her husband that Bute was to be her future sanctuary. Lord Mar approved it, and declared his determination to accompany her. "In my state, I can be of little use here," said he, "my family will require protection, even in that seclusion, and therefore, leaving Lord Lennox sole governor of Dumbarton, I shall unquestionably attend them to Rothsay myself." This arrangement would break in upon the lonely conversations she had meditated to have with Wallace, and therefore the Countess objected to the proposal. But none of her arguments being admitted by her lord, and as Wallace did not support them by a word, she was obliged to make a merit of necessity, and consent to her husband being their companion. Chapter 26. Renfrewshire. Toward evening the next day, Ker not only returned with the Earl of Lennox's men, but brought with them Sir Eustace Maxwell of Cartlane. That brave knight happened to be in the neighbourhood the very same night in which de Valence fled before the arms of Wallace across the Clyde. And he no sooner saw the Scottish colours on the walls of Dumbarton, than, finding out who was their planter, his soul took fire. And stung with a generous ambition of equalling in glory his equal in years, he determined to assist, while he emulated the victor. To this end, he traversed the adjoining country, striving to enlighten the understandings of the stupidly satisfied and to excite the discontented, to revolt. With most he failed. Some took upon them to lecture him on fishing in troubled waters, and warned him, if he would keep his head on his shoulders, to wear his yoke in peace. Others thought the project too arduous for men of small means. They wished well to the arms of Sir William Wallace, and, should he continue successful, would watch the moment to aid him with all their little power. Those who had much property, feared to risk its loss by embracing a doubtful struggle. Some were too great cowards to fight for the rights they would gladly regain by the exertions of others. And others, again, who had families, shrunk from taking part in a cause which, should it fail, would not only put their lives in danger, but expose their offspring to the revenge of a resentful enemy. This was the best apology of any that had been offered. Natural affection was the pleader, and though blinded to its true interest, such weakness had an amiable source, and so was pardoned. But the other pleas were so basely selfish, so undeserving of anything but scorn, that Sir Eustace Maxwell could not forbear expressing it. When Sir William Wallace is entering full sail, you will send your hirelings to tow him in. But if a plank could save him now, you would not throw it to him. I understand you, sirs, and shall trouble your patriotism no more. In short, none but about 100 poor fellows whom outrages had rendered desperate, and a few brave spirits who would put all to the hazard for so good a cause, could be prevailed on to hold themselves in readiness to obey Sir Eustace, when he should see the moment to conduct them to Sir William Wallace. He was trying his eloquence among the clan at Lennox, when Ker arriving, stamped his persuasions with truth, and above 500 men arranged themselves under their lord's standard. Maxwell gladly explained himself to Wallace's lieutenant. And summoning his little reserve, they marched with flying pennons through the town of Dumbarton. At sight of so much larger a power than they expected would venture to appear in arms, and sanctioned by the example of the Earl of Lennox, whose name held a great influence in those parts, several, who before had held back from doubting their own judgment, now came forward. And nearly 800 well-appointed men marched into the fortress. So large a reinforcement was gratefully received by Wallace, and he welcomed Maxwell with a cordiality which inspired that young knight with an affection equal to his zeal. A council being held respecting the disposal of the new troops, it was decided that the Lennox men must remain with their earl in garrison, while those brought by Maxwell, and under his command, should follow Wallace in the prosecution of his conquests along with his own especial people. These preliminaries being arranged, the remainder of the day was dedicated to more mature deliberations, to the unfolding of the plan of warfare which Wallace had conceived. As he first sketched the general outline of his design, and then proceeded to the particulars of each military movement, he displayed such comprehensiveness of mind, such depths of penetration, clearness of apprehension, facility in expedients, promptitude in perceiving, and fixing on the most favorable points of attack, explaining their bearings upon the power of the enemy, and where the possession of such a castle would compel the neighbouring ones to surrender, and where occupying the hills with bands of resolute Scots, would be a more efficient bulwark than 1,000 towers, that Maxwell gazed on him with admiration, and Lennox with wonder. Mar had seen the power of his arms. Murray had already drunk the experience of a veteran from his genius, hence they were not surprised on hearing that which filled strangers with amazement. Lennox gazed on his leader's youthful countenance, doubting whether he really were listening to military plans, great as general ever formed, or were visited, in vision, by some heroic shade, who offered to his sleeping fancy designs far vaster than his waking faculties could have conceived. He had thought that the young Wallace might have won Dumbarton by a bold stroke, and that when his invincible courage should be steered by stroke, and that when his invincible courage should be steered by graver heads, every success might be expected from his arms. And saw that when turned to any cause of policy, the Gordian knot of it he did unloose, familiar as his garter, he marvelled, and said within himself, surely this man is born to be a sovereign. Maxwell, though equally astonished, was not so rapt. You have made arms the study of your life, inquired he. It was the study of my earliest days, returned Wallace. But when Scotland lost her freedom, as the sword was not drawn in her defence, I looked not where it lay. I then studied the arts of peace, that is over, and now the passion of my soul revives. When the mind is bent on one object only, all becomes clear that leads to it. Zeal, in such cases, is almost genius. Soon after these observations, it was admitted that Wallace might attend Lord Mar and his family on the morrow to the Isle of Bute. When the dawn broke, he arose from his heather bed in the great tower, and having called forth 20 of the Bothwell men to escort their lord, he told Ireland he should expect to have a cheering account of the wounded on his return. But to assure the poor fellows, rejoined the honest soldier, that something of yourself still keeps watch over them. I pray you leave me the sturdy sword with which you won Dumbarton. It shall be hung up in their sight 24, and a good soldier's wound will heal by looking on it. Wallace smiled. Were it our holy King David's we might expect such a miracle. But you are welcome to it, and here let it remain till I take it hence. Meanwhile, lend me yours, Stephen, for a truer never fought for Scotland. A glow of conscious valor flushed the cheek of the veteran. "There, my dear lord," said he, presenting it. "It will not dishonor your hand, for it cut down many a proud Norwegian on the field of Largs." Wallace took the sword, and turned to meet Murray with Edwin in the portal. When they reached the citadel, Lennox and all the officers in the garrison were assembled to bid their chief a short adieu. Wallace spoke to each separately, and then approaching the countess, led her down the rock to the horses which were to convey them to Frith of Clyde. Lord Mar, between Murray and Edwin, followed, and the servants and guard completed the suite. Being well mounted, they pleasantly pursued their way, avoiding all inhabited places, and resting in the deepest recesses of the hills. Lord Mar proposed travelling all night. But at the close of the evening his countess complained of fatigue, declaring she could not advance further than the eastern bank of the river Cart. No shelter appeared in sight, excepting a thick and extensive wood of hazels. But the air being mild, and the lady declaring her inability of moving on, Lord Mar at last became reconciled to his wife and son passing the night with no other canopy than the trees. Wallace ordered cloaks to be spread on the ground for the countess and her women, and seeing them laid to rest, planted his men to keep guard around the circle. The moon had sunk in the west before the whole of his little camp were asleep. But when all seemed composed, he wandered forth by the dim light of the stars to view the surrounding country, a country he had so often traversed in his boyish days. A little onward, in green Renfrewshire, lay the lands of his father. But that Ellerslie of his ancestors, like his own Ellerslie of Clydesdale, his country's enemies had levelled with the ground. He turned in anguish of heart toward the south, for their less racking remembrances hovered over the distant hills. Leaning on the shattered stump of an old tree, he fixed his eyes on the far-stretching plain, which alone seemed to divide him from the venerable Sir Ronald Crawford and his youthful haunts at Ayr. Full of thoughts of her who used to share those happy scenes, he heard a sigh behind him. He turned round, and beheld a female figure disappear among the trees. He stood motionless, again it met his view, it seemed to approach. A strange emotion stirred within him. When he last passed these borders, he was bringing his bride from Ayr. What then was this ethereal visitant? The silver light of the stars was not brighter than its airy robes, which floated in the wind. His heart paused, it beat violently, still the figure advanced. Lost in the wilderness of his imagination, he exclaimed, "Marion," and darted forward, as if to rush into her embrace. But it fled, and again vanished. He dropped upon the ground in speechless disappointment. "'Tis false," cried he, recovering from his first expectation, "'tis a phantom of my own creating. The pure spirit of Marion would never fly from me, I loved her too well. She would not thus redouble my grief. But I shall go to thee, wife of my soul," cried he, "and that is comfort. Balm, indeed, is the Christian's hope." Such were his words, such were his thoughts, till the coldness of the hour and the exhaustion of nature putting a friendly seal upon his senses, he sunk upon the bank, and fell into a profound sleep. When he awoke the lark was carolling above his head, and to his surprise he found a plaid was laid over him. He threw it off, and beheld Edwin seated at his feet. "This has been your doing, my kind brother," said he, "but how came you to discover me? I missed you when the dawn broke, and at last found you here, sleeping under the dew." "And has none else been astir?" inquired Wallace, thinking of the figure he had seen. "None that I know of. All were fast asleep when I left the party." Wallace began to fancy that he had been laboring under the impressions of some powerful dream, and saying no more, he returned to the wood. Finding everybody ready, he took his station. And setting forth, all proceeded cheerfully, though slowly, through the delightful valleys of Barracan. By sunset they arrived at the point of embarkation. The journey ought to have been performed in half the time. But the Countess petitioned for long rests, a compliance with which the younger part of the cavalcade conceded with reluctance. Chapter 27. The Frith of Clyde. At Goerich, Murray engaged 2 small vessels, one for the Earl and Countess, with Wallace as their escort, the other for himself and Edwin, to follow with a few of the men. It was a fine evening, and they embarked with everything in their favour. The boatmen calculated on reaching Bute in a few hours. But ere they had been half an hour at sea, the wind, veering about, obliged them to woo its breezes by a traversing motion, which, though it lengthened their voyage, increased its pleasantness by carrying them often within near views of the ever-varying shores. Sailing under a side-wind, they beheld the huge irregular rocks of Dunoon, overhanging the ocean, while from their projecting brows hung every shrub which can live in that saline atmosphere. There, whispered Lady Mar, gently inclining toward Wallace, might the beautiful mermaid of Corie keep her court. Observe how magnificently those arching cliffs overhang the hollows, and how richly they are studded with shells and sea flowers. No flower of the field or of the ocean that came within the ken of Wallace, wasted its sweetness unadmired. He assented to the remarks of Lady Mar, who continued to expatiate on the beauties of the shores which they passed, and thus the hours flew pleasantly away, till, turning the southern point of the Cowal Mountains, the scene suddenly changed. The wind, which had gradually been rising, blew a violent gale from that part of the coast. And the sea, being pent between the rocks which skirt the continent and the northern side of Bute, became so boisterous, that the boatmen began to think they should be driven upon the rocks of the island, instead of reaching its bay. Wallace tore down the sails, and laying his nervous arms to the oar, assisted to keep the vessel off the breakers, against which the waves were driving her. The sky collected into a gloom. And while the teeming clouds seemed descending even to rest upon the cracking masts, the swelling of the ocean threatened to heave her up into their very bosoms. Lady Mar looked with affright at the gathering tempest, and with difficulty was persuaded to retire under the shelter of a little awning. The Earl forgot his debility in the general terror, and tried to reassure the boatmen. But a tremendous sweep of the gale, driving the vessel far across the head of Bute, shot her past the mouth of Loch Fyne, toward the perilous rocks of Arran. "Here our destruction is certain," cried the master of the bark, at the same time confessing his ignorance of the navigation on this side of the island. Lord Mar, seizing the helm from the stupefied master, called to Wallace, "While you keep the men to their duty," cried he, "I will steer." The Earl being perfectly acquainted with the coast, Wallace gladly saw the helm in his hand. But he had scarcely stepped forward himself to give some necessary directions, when a heavy sea, breaking over the deck, carried two of the poor mariners overboard. Wallace instantly threw out a couple of ropes. Then, amidst a spray so blinding that the vessel appeared in a cloud, and while buffeted on each side by the raging of waves, which seemed contending to tear her to pieces, she lay to for a few minutes, to rescue the men from the yawning gulf. One caught a rope and was saved, but the other was seen no more. Again the bark was set loose to the current. Wallace, now with 2 rowers only, applied his whole strength to their aid. The master and the third man were employed in the unceasing toil of laying out the accumulating water. While the anxious chief tugged at the oar, and watched the 1,000 embattled cliffs which threatened destruction, his eye looked for the vessel that contained his friends. But the liquid mountains which rolled around him prevented all view. And, with hardly a hope of seeing them again, he pursued his attempt to preserve the lives of those committed to his care. All this while Lady Mar lay in a state of stupefaction. Having fainted at the first alarm of danger, she had fallen from swoon to swoon, and now remained almost insensible upon the bosoms of her maids. In a moment the vessel struck with a great shock, and the next instant it seemed to move with a velocity incredible. The whirlpool! The whirlpool! Resounded from every lip. But again the rapid motion was suddenly checked, and the women, fancying they had struck on the Vrekin rock, shrieked aloud. The cry, and the terrified words which accompanied it, aroused Lady March. She started from her trance, and, while the confusion redoubled, rushed toward the dreadful scene. The mountainous waves and lowering clouds, borne forward by the blast, anticipated the dreariness of night. The last rays of the setting sun had long passed away, and the deep shadows of the driving heavens cast the whole into a gloom, even more terrific than absolute darkness. While the high and beetling rocks, towering aloft in precipitous walls, mocked the hopes of the sea-beaten mariner, should he even buffet the waters to reach their base. And the jagged shingles, deeply shelving beneath the waves, or projecting their pointed summits upward, showed the crew where the rugged death would meet them. A little onward, 1,000 massy fragments, rent by former tempests from their parent cliffs, lay at the foundations of the immense acclivities which faced the cause of their present alarm, a whirlpool almost as terrific as that of Scarba. The moment the powerful blast drove the vessel within the influence of the outward edge of the first circle of the vortex, Wallace leaped from the deck on the rocks, and, with the same rope in his hand with which he had saved the life of the seaman, he called to the two men to follow him, who yet held similar ropes, fastened like his own to the prow of the vessel. And being obeyed, they strove by towing it along, to stem the suction of the current. It was at this instant that Lady Mar rushed forward upon deck. "In for your life, Joanna," exclaimed the Earl. She answered him not, but looked wildly around her. Nowhere could she see Wallace. "Have I drowned him?" cried she, in a voice of frenzy, and striking the women from her, who would have held her back. "Let me clasp him, even in the deep waters." Happily, the Earl lost the last sentence in the roaring of the storm. "Wallace, Wallace," cried she, wringing her hands, and still struggling with her women. At that moment a huge wave, sinking before her, discovered the object of her fears, straining along the surface of a rock, and followed by the men in the same laborious task, tugging forward the ropes to which the bark was attached. She gazed at them with wonder and affright, for, notwithstanding the beating of the elements, which seeming to find their breasts of iron and their feet armed with some preternatural adhesion to the cliff, they continued to bear resolutely onward. Fortunately, they did not now labor against the wind. Sometimes they pressed forward on the level edge of the rock, then a yawning chasm forced them to leap from cliff to cliff, or to spring on some more elevated projection. Thus, contending with the vortex and the storm, they at last arrived at the doubling of Cuthenrock 25, the point that was to clear them of this minor Corie Vreeken. But at that crisis the rope which Wallace held broke, and, with the shock, he fell backward into the sea. The foremost man uttered a dreadful cry. But ere it could be echoed by his fellows, Wallace had risen above the waves, and, beating their whelming waters with his invincible arm, soon gained the vessel and jumped upon the deck. The point was doubled, but the next moment the vessel struck, and in a manner that left no hope of getting her off. All must take to the water or perish, for the second shock would scatter her piecemeal. Again Lady Mar appeared. At sight of Wallace she forgot everything but him, and perhaps would have thrown herself into his arms, had not the anxious Earl caught her in his own. "Are we to die?" cried she to Wallace, in a voice of horror. "I trust that God has decreed otherwise," was his reply. "Compose yourself, all may yet be well." Lord Mar, from his yet unhealed wounds, could not swim. Wallace therefore tore up the benches of the rowers, and binding them into the form of a small raft, made it the vehicle for the Earl and Countess, with her two maids and the child. While the men were towing it, and buffeting with it through the breakers, he too threw himself into the sea to swim by its side, and be in readiness in case of accident. Having gained the shore, or rather the broken rocks, that lie at the foot of the stupendous craigs which surround the Isle of Arran, Wallace and his sturdy assistants conveyed the Countess and her terrified women up their acclivities. Fortunately for the shipwrecked voyagers, though the wind raged, its violence was of some advantage, for it nearly cleared the heavens of clouds, and allowed the moon to send forth her guiding light. By her lamp one of the men discovered the mouth of a cavern, where Wallace gladly sheltered his dripping charges. The child, whom he had guarded in his own arms during the difficult ascent, he now laid on the bosom of its mother. Lady Mar kissed the hand that relinquished it, and gave way to a flood of grateful tears. The Earl, as he sunk almost powerless against the side of the cave, yet had strength enough to press Wallace to his heart. "Ever preserver of me and mine," cried he, "how must I bless thee, my wife, my child dash." "Have been saved to you, my friend," interrupted Wallace, "by the presiding care of him who walked the waves. Without his especial arm we must all have perished in this awful night. Therefore let our thanksgivings be directed to him alone." "So be it," returned the Earl, and dropping on his knees, he breathed forth so pathetic and sublime a prayer of thanks, that the countess trembled, and bent her head upon the bosom of her child. She could not utter the solemn amen, that was repeated by every voice in the cave. Her unhappy infatuation saw no higher power in this great preservation than the hand of the man she adored. She felt that guilt was cherished in her heart. And she could not lift her eyes to join with those who, with the boldness of innocence, called on heaven to attest the sanctity of their vows. Sleep soon sealed every weary eye, excepting those of Wallace. A racking anxiety respecting the fate of the other vessel, in which were the brave men of Bothwell, and his two dear friends, filled his mind with dreadful forebodings that they had not outlived the storm. Sometimes, when wearied nature for a few minutes sunk into slumber, he would start, grief-struck, from the body of Edwin floating on the briny flood, and as he awoke, a cold despondence would tell him that his dream was, perhaps, too true. "Oh! I love thee, Edwin," exclaimed he to himself, "and if my devoted heart was to be separated from all but a patriot's love, why did I think of loving thee? Must thou, too, die, that Scotland may have no rival, that Wallace may feel himself quite alone." Thus he sat musing, and listening, with many a sigh, to the yelling gusts of wind, and louder roaring of the water. At last the former gradually subsided, and the latter, obeying the retreating ride, rolled away in hoarse murmurs. Morning began to dawn, and spreading upon the mountains of the opposite shore, shed a soft light over their misty sides. All was tranquil and full of beauty. That element, which so lately in its rage had threatened to engulf them all, now flowed by the rocks at the foot of the cave in gentle undulations. And where the spiral cliffs gave a little resistance, the rays of the rising sun, striking on the bursting waves, turned their vapory showers into dropping gems. While his companions were still wrapped in sleep, Wallace stole away to seek some knowledge respecting the part of the Isle of Arran on which they were cast. Close by the mouth of the cave he discovered a cleft in the rock, into which he turned, and finding the upward footing sufficiently secure, clambered to the summit. Looking around, he found himself at the skirt of a chain of high hills, which seemed to stretch from side to side over the island, while their tops, in alpine succession, rose in 1,000 grotesque and pinnacled forms. The ptarmigan and capercailzie were screaming from those upper regions, and the nimble roes, with their fawns, bounding through the green defile below. No trace of human habitation appeared. But from the size and known population of the island, he knew he could not be far from inhabitants, and thinking it best to send the boatman in search of them, he retraced his steps. The morning vapors were fast rolling their snowy wreaths down the opposite mountains, whose heads, shining in resplendent purple, seemed to view themselves in the bright reflections of the now smooth sea. Nature, like a proud conqueror, appeared to have put on a triumphal garb, in exultation of the devastation she had committed the night before. Wallace shuddered, as the parallel occurred to his mind, and turned from the scene. On re-entering the cave he dispatched the seaman, and disposed himself to watch by the sides of his still sleeping friends. An hour hardly had elapsed before the men returned, bringing with them a large boat and its proprietor. But, alas! No tidings of Murray and Edwin, whom he had hoped might have been driven somewhere on the island. In bringing the boat round to the creek under the rock, the men discovered that the sea had driven their wreck between two projecting rocks, where it now lay wedged. Though ruined as a vessel, sufficient held together to warrant their exertions to save the property. Accordingly they entered it, and drew thence most of the valuables which belonged to Lord March. While this was doing, Wallace reascended to the cave, and finding the Earl awake, told him a boat was ready for their re-embarkation. "But where, my friend, are my nephews?" inquired he. "Alas! Has this fatal expedition robbed me of them?" Wallace tried to inspire him with a hope he scarcely dare credit himself, that they had been saved on some more distant shore. The voices of the chiefs awakened the women, but the countess still slept. Aware that she would resist trusting herself to the waves again, Lord Mar desired that she might be moved on board without disturbing her. This was readily done, the men having only to take up the extremities of the plaid onto the boat. The Earl received her head on his bosom. All were then on board, the rowers struck their oars, and once more the little party found themselves launched upon the sea. While they were yet midway between the isles, with a bright sun playing its sparkling beams upon the gently rippling waves, the Countess, heaving a deep sigh, slowly opened her eyes. All around glared with the light of day. She felt the motion of the boat, and raising her head, saw that she was again embarked on the treacherous element on which she had lately experienced so many terrors. She grew deadly pale, and grasped her husband's hand. "My dear Joanna," cried he, "be not alarmed, we are all safe." "And Sir William Wallace has left us?" demanded she. "No, madam," answered a voice from the steerage, "not till this party is safe at Bute do I quit it." She looked round with a grateful smile, ever generous. "How could I for a moment doubt our preserver?" Wallace bowed, but remained silent. And they passed calmly along till the vessel came in sight of a burling 26 which, bounding over the waves, was presently so near the earls, that the figures in each could be distinctly seen. In it the chiefs, to their rapturous surprise, beheld Murray and Edwin. The latter, with a cry of joy, leaped into the sea, the next instant he was over the boat's side, and clasped in the arms of Wallace. Real transport, true happiness, now dilated the heart of the before desponding chief. He pressed the dear boy again and again to his bosom, and kissed his white forehead with all the rapture of the fondest brother. "Thank God! Thank God!" was all that Edwin could say, while, at every effort to tear himself from Wallace, to congratulate his uncle on his safety, his heart overflowing toward his friend, opened afresh, and he clung the closer to his breast. Till at last, exhausted with happiness, the little hero of Dumbarton gave way to the sensibility of his tender age, and the chief felt his bosom wet with the joy-drawn tears of his youthful banneret. While this was passing, the Burling had drawn close to the boat, and Murray, shaking hands with his uncle and aunt, exclaimed to Wallace, "That urchin is such a monopolizer, I see you have not a greeting for any one else." On this Edwin raised his face, and turned to the affectionate welcomes of Lord March. Wallace stretched out his hand to the ever-gay Lord Andrew. And, inviting him into the boat, soon learned, that on the portentous beginning of the storm, Murray's company made direct to the nearest creek in Bute, being better seamen than Wallace's helmsman who, until danger stopped him, had foolishly continued to aim for Rothsay. By this prudence, without having been in much peril, or sustained any fatigue, Murray's party had landed safely. The night came on dark and tremendous. But not doubting that the Earl's rowers had carried him into a similar haven, the young chief and his companion kept themselves very easy in a fisher's hut till morning. At an early hour, they then put themselves at the head of the Bothwell men. And, expecting they should come up with Wallace and his party at Rothsay, walked over to the castle. Their consternation was unutterable when they found that Lord Mar was not there, threw themselves into a Burling, to seek their friends upon the seas. And when they did espy them, the joy of Edwin was so great, that not even the unfathomable gulf could stop him from flying to the embrace of his friend. While mutual felicitations passed, the boats, now nearly side by side, reached the shore. And the seamen, jumping on the rocks, moored their vessels under the projecting towers of Rothsay. The old steward hastened to receive a master who had not blessed his aged eyes for many a year. A master who had the infant in his arms that was to be the future representative of the house of Mar. He wept aloud. The Earl spoke to him affectionately, and then walked on with Edwin, whom he called to support him up the bank. Murray led the Countess out of the boat, while the Bothwell men so thronged about Wallace, congratulating themselves on his safety, that she saw there was no hope of his arm being then offered to her. Having entered the castle, the steward led them into a room, in which he had spread a plentiful repast. Here Murray, having recounted the adventures of his voyage, called for a history of what had befallen his friends. The Earl gladly took up the tale, and, with many a glance of gratitude to Wallace, narrated the perilous events of their shipwreck, and providential preservation on the Isle of Arran. Happiness now seemed to have shed her heavenly influence over every bosom. All hearts owned the grateful effects of the late rescue. The rapturous joy of Edwin burst into 1,000 sallies of ardent and luxurious imagination. The high spirits of Murray turned every transient subject into a mirth-moving jest. The veteran Earl seemed restored to health and to youth, and Wallace felt the sun of consolation expanding in his bosom. He had met a heart, though a young one, on which his soul might repose. That dear selected brother of his affection was saved from the whelming waves. And all his superstitious dreams of a mysterious doom vanished before this manifestation of heavenly goodness. His friend, too, the gallant Murray, was spared. How many subjects had he for unmurmuring gratitude? And with an unclouded brow and a happy spirit, he yielded to the impulse of the scene. He smiled, and, with an endearing graciousness, listened to every fond speaker. While his own ingenuous replies bespoke the treasures of love which sorrow, in her cruelest aspect, had locked within his heart. The complacency with which he regarded every one, the pouring out of his beneficent spirit, which seemed to embrace all, like his dearest kindred, turned every eye and heart toward him, as to the source of every bliss. As to a being who seemed made to love, and be beloved by every one. Lady Mar looked at him, listened to him, with her rapt soul seated in her eyes. In his presence all was transport. But when he withdrew for the night, what was then the state of her feelings? The overflowing of heart he felt for all, she appropriated solely for herself. The sweetness of his voice, the unutterable expression of his countenance, while, as he spoke, he veiled his eyes under their long brown lashes, had raised such vague hopes in her bosom, that, he being gone, she hastened her adieus to the rest. Eager to retire to bed, and there uninterruptedly muse on the happiness of having at last touched the heart of a man for whom she would resign the world. Chapter 28. Isle of Bute. The morning would have brought annihilation to the Countess' new-fledged hopes, had not Murray been the first to meet her as she came from her chamber. While walking on the cliffs at some distance from the castle to observe the weather, he met Wallace and Edwin. They had already been across the valley to the haven, and ordered a boat round, to convey them back to Gourock. "Postpone your flight, for pity's sake," cried Murray, "if you would not, by discourtesy, destroy what your gallantry has preserved." He then told them that Lady Mar was preparing a feast in the glen, behind the castle. "And if you do not stay to partake it," added he, "we may expect all the witches in the isle will be bribed to sink us before we reach the shore." After this the general meeting of the morning was not less cordial than the separation of the night before. And when Lady Mar withdrew to give orders for her rural banquet, that time was seized by the Earl for the arrangement of matters of more consequence. In a private conversation with Murray the preceding evening he had learned that, just before the party left Dumbarton, a letter had been sent to Helen at St. Fillan's, informing her of the taking of the castle, and of the safety of her friends. This having satisfied the Earl, he did not advert to her at all in his present discourse with Wallace, but rather avoided encumbering his occupied mind with anything but the one great theme. While the Earl and his friends were marshalling armies, taking towns, and storming castles, the Countess, intent on other conquests, was meaning to beguile and destroy that manly spirit by soft delights, which a continuance in war's rugged scenes, she thought, was too likely to render invulnerable. When her lord and his guests were summoned to the feast, she met them at the mouth of the glen. Having tried the effect of splendor, she now left all to the power of her natural charms, and appeared simply clad in her favorite green. Morag, the pretty grandchild of the steward, walked beside her, like the fairy queen of the scene, so gaily was she decorated in all the flowers of spring. Here is the lady of my elfin revels, holding her little king in her arms. As the Countess spoke, Morag held up the infant to Lady Mar, dressed like herself, in a tissue gathered from the field. The sweet babe laughed and crowed, and made a spring to leap into Wallace's arms. The chief took him, and with an affectionate smile, pressed his little cheek to his. Though he had felt the repugnance of a delicate mind, and the shuddering of a man who held his person consecrated to the memory of the only woman he had ever loved. Though he had felt these sentiments mingle into an abhorrence of the Countess, when she allowed her head to drop on his breast in the Citadel. And though, while he remained at Dumbarton, without absolutely charging her to himself with anything designedly immodest, he had certainly avoided her. Yet since the wreck, the danger she had escaped, the general joy of all meeting again, had wiped away even the remembrance of his former cause of dislike. And he now sat by her as by a sister, fondling her child, although at every sweet caress it reminded him of what might have been his, of hopes lost to him forever. The repast over, the piper of the adjacent cottages appeared. And, placing himself on a projecting rock, at the carol of his merry instrument the young peasants of both sexes jocundly came forward and began to dance. At this sight Edwin seized the little hand of Moraid, while Lord Andrew called a pretty lass from amongst the rustics, and joined the group. The happy Earl, with many a hearty laugh, enjoyed the jollity of his people. And while the steward stood at his lord's back describing whose sons and daughters passed before him in the reel, Mar remembered their parents, their fathers, once his companions in the chase or on the wave. And their mothers, the pretty maidens he used to pursue over the hills in the merry time of shailing. Lady Mar watched the countenance of Wallace as he looked upon the joyous group, it was placid, and a soft complacency illumined his eye. How different was the expression in hers, had he marked it. All within her was in tumult, and the characters were but too legibly imprinted on her face. But he did not look on her. For the child, whom the perfume of the flowers overpowered, began to cry. He rose, and having resigned it to the nurse, turned into a narrow vista of trees, where he walked slowly on, unconscious whither he went. Lady Mar, with an eager, though almost aimless haste, followed him with a light step till she saw him turn out of the vista, and then she lost sight of him. To walk with him undisturbed in so deep a seclusion. To improve the impression which she was sure she had made upon his heart, to teach him which she was sure she had made upon his heart. To teach him to forget his Marion, in the hope of one day possessing her, all these thoughts ran in this vain woman's head. And, inwardly rejoicing that the shattered health of her husband promised her a ready freedom to become the wife of the man to whom she would gladly belong, in honor or in dishonor. She hastened forward as if the accomplishment of her wishes depended on this meeting. Peeping through the trees, she saw him standing with folded arms, looking intently into the bosom of a large lake. But the place was so thickly surrounded with willows, she could only perceive him at intervals, when the wind tossed aside the branches. Having stood for some time, he walked on. Several times she essayed to emerge, and join him. But a sudden awe of him, a conviction of that saintly purity which would shrink from the guilty vows she was meditating to pour into his ear, a recollection of the ejaculation with which he had accosted her before hovering figure, when she haunted his footsteps on the banks of the Cart. These thoughts made her pause. He might again mistake her for the same dear object. This image it was not her interest to recall. And to approach near him, to unveil her heat to him, and to be repulsed, there was madness in the idea, and she retreated. She had no sooner returned to the scene of festivity than she repented of having allowed what she deemed an idle alarm of overstrained delicacy to drive her from the lake. She would have hastened back, had not 2 or 3 aged female peasants almost instantly engaged her, in spite of her struggles for extrication, to listen to long stories respecting her lord's youth. She remained thus an unwilling auditor, and by the side of the dancers for nearly an hour, before Wallace reappeared. But then she sprung toward him as if a spell were broken. "Where, truant, have you been?" "In a beautiful solitude," returned he, "amongst a luxuriant grove of willows." "Ah," cried she, "it is called Glenfinlass, and a sad scene was acted there. About 10 years ago, a lady of this island drowned herself in the lake they hang over, because the man she loved despised her." "Unhappy woman," observed Wallace. "Then you would have pitied her," rejoined Lady March. "He cannot be a man that would not pity a woman under such circumstances." "Then you would not have consigned her to such a fate." Wallace was startled by the peculiar tone in which this simple question was asked. It recalled the action in the Citadel, and, unconsciously turning a penetrating look on her, his eyes met hers. He need not have heard further to have learned more. She hastily looked down, and colored. And he, wishing to misunderstand a language so disgraceful to herself, so dishonoring to her husband, gave some trifling answer, then making a slight observation about the Earl, he advanced to him. Lord Mar was become tired with so gala a scene, and, taking the arm of Wallace, they returned together into the house. Edwin soon followed with Murray, gladly arriving in time enough to see their little pinnacle draw up under the castle and throw out her moorings. The Countess, too, descried its streamers, and hastening into the room where she knew the chiefs were yet assembled, though the wearied Earl had retired to repose, inquired the reason of that boat having drawn so near the castle. "That it may take us from it, fair aunt," replied Murray. The Countess fixed her eyes with an unequivocal expression upon Wallace. "My gratitude is ever due to your kindness, noble lady," said he, still wishing to be blind to what he could not perceive, "and that we may ever deserve it, we must keep the enemy from your doors." "Yes," added Murray, "and to keep a more insidious foe from our own. Edwin and I feel it rather dangerous to bask too long in these sunny bowers." "But surely your chief is not afraid," said she, casting a soft glance at Wallace. "Yet, nevertheless, I must fly," returned he, bowing to her. "That you positively shall not," added she, with a fluttering joy at her heart, thinking she was about to succeed. "You stir not this night, else I shall brand you all as a band of cowards." "Call us by every name in the poltroon's calendar," cried Murray, seeing by the countenance of Wallace that his resolution was not to be moved. "Yet I must gallop off from your black-eyed Judith, as if chased by the ghost of Holofernes himself." "So, dear aunt," rejoined Edwin, smiling, "if you do not mean to play Circe to our Ulysses, give us leave to go." Lady Mar started, confused she knew not how, as he innocently uttered these words. The animated boy snatched a kiss from her hand, when he ceased speaking, and darted after Murray, who had disappeared, to give some speeding directions respecting the boat. Left thus alone with the object of her every wish, in the moment when she thought she was going to lose him, perhaps, forever, she forgot all prudence, all reserve. And laying her hand on her arm, as with a respectful bow he was also moving away, she arrested his steps. She held him fast, but her agitation prevented her speaking. She trembled violently, and weeping, dropped her head upon his shoulder. He was motionless. Her tears redoubled. He felt the embarrassment of his situation, and at last extricating his tongue, which surprise and shame for her had chained, in a gentle voice he inquired the cause of her uneasiness. "If for the safety of your nephew's dash—" "No, no," cried she, interrupting him, "read my fate in that of the Lady of Glenfinlass." Again he was silent. Astonished, fearful of too promptly understanding so disgraceful a truth, he found no words in which to answer her, and her emotions became so uncontrolled, that he expected she would swoon in his arms. "Cruel, cruel Wallace!" at last cried she, clinging to him, for he had once or twice attempted to disengage himself, and reseat her on the bench. "Your heart is steeled, or it would understand mine. It would at least pity the wretchedness it has created. But I am despised, and I can yet find the watery grave from which you rescued me. To dissemble longer would have been folly." Wallace, now resolutely seating her, though with gentleness, addressed her, "Your husband, Lady Mar, is my friend. Had I even a heart to give a woman, not one sigh should arise in it to his dishonor. But I am lost to all warmer affections than that of friendship. I may regard man as my brother, woman as my sister. But never more can I look on female form with love." Lady Mar's tears now flowed in a more tempered current. "But were it otherwise," cried she, "only tell me, that had I not been bound with chains, which my kinsman forced upon me, had I not been made the property of a man who, however estimable, was of too paternal years for me to love, tell me, if these tears should now flow in vain." Wallace seemed to hesitate what to answer. Wrought up to agony, she threw herself on his breast, exclaiming, "Answer. But drive me not to despair. I never loved man before, and now to be scorned. Oh, kill me, too, dear Wallace, but tell me not that you never could have loved me." Wallace was alarmed at her vehemence. "Lady Mar," returned he, "I am incapable of saying anything to you that is inimical to your duty to the best of men. I will even forget this distressing conversation, and continue through life to revere, equal with himself, the wife of my friend. And I am to be stabbed with this, she replied, in a voice of indignant anguish. You are to be healed with it, Lady Mar, returned he, for it is not a man like the rest of his sex that now addresses you, but a being whose heart is petrified to marble. I could feel no throb of yours. I should be insensible to all your charms, were I even vile enough to see no evil in trampling upon your husband's rights. Yes, were virtue lost to me, still memory would speak, still would she urge, that the chaste and last kiss, imprinted by my wife on these lips, should live there in unblemished sanctity, till I again meet her angel embraces in the world to come. The Countess, awed by his solemnity, but not put from her suit, exclaimed, What she was, I would be to thee, thy consoler, thine adorer. Time may set me free. Oh! Till then, only give me leave to love thee, and I shall be happy. You dishonor yourself, lady, returned he, by these petitions, and for what? You plunge your soul in guilty wishes, you sacrifice your peace, and your self-esteem, to a phantom, for I repeat, I am dead to woman. And the voice of love sounds like the funeral knell of her who will never breathe it to me again. He arose as he spoke, and the Countess, pierced to the heart, and almost despairing of now retaining any part in its esteem, was devising what next to say, when Murray came into the room. Wallace instantly observed that his countenance was troubled. What has happened? Inquired he. A messenger from the mainland, with bad news from Ayr. Of private or public import? Asked Wallace. Of both. There has been a horrid massacre, in which the heads of many noble families have fallen. As he spoke, the paleness of his countenance revealed to his friend that part of the information he had found himself unable to communicate. I comprehend my loss, cried Wallace, Sir Ronald Crawford is sacrificed. Bring the messenger in. Murray withdrew, and Wallace, seating himself, remained with a fixed and stern countenance, gazing on the ground. Lady Mar durst not breathe for fear of disturbing the horrid stillness which seemed to lock up his grief and indignation. Lord Andrew re-entered with a stranger. Wallace rose to meet him, and seeing Lady Mar Countess, said he, these bloody recitals are not for your ears, and waving her to withdraw, she left the room. This gallant stranger, said Murray, is Sir John Graham. He has just left that new theatre of Southron perfidy. I have hastened hither, cried the knight, to call your victorious arm to take a signal vengeance on the murderers of your grandfather. He, and 18 other Scottish chiefs, have been treacherously put to death in the Barns of Ayr. Graham then gave a brief narration of the direful circumstance. He and his father, Lord Dundaff, having crossed the south coast of Scotland on their way homeward, stopped to rest at Ayr. They arrived there the very day that Lord Aymer de Valence had entered it, a fugitive from Dumbarton Castle. Much as that Earl wished to keep the success of Wallace a secret from the inhabitants of Ayr, he found it impossible. 2 or 3 fugitive soldiers whispered the hard fighting they had endured, and in half an hour after the arrival of the English Earl, every one knew that the recovery of Scotland was begun. Elated with this intelligence, the Scots went, under night, from house to house, congratulating each other on so miraculous an interference in their favour. And many stole to Sir Ronald Crawford, to felicitate the venerable knight on his glorious grandson. The good old man listened with meek joy to their animated eulogiums on Wallace. And when Lord Dundaff, in offering his congratulations with the rest, said, But while all Scotland lay in vassalage, where did he imbibe this spirit, to tread down tyrants? The venerable patriarch replied, He was always a noble boy. In infancy, he became the defender of every child he saw oppressed by boys of greater power, he was even the champion of the brute creation, and no poor animal was ever attempted to be tortured near him. The old looked on him for comfort, the young for protection. From infancy to manhood, he has been a benefactor. And though the cruelty of our enemies have widowed his youthful years, though he should go childless to the grave, the brightness of his virtues will now spread more glories around the name of Wallace than 1,000 posterities. Other ears than those of Dundaff heard this honest exultation. The next morning this venerable old man, and other chiefs of similar consequence, were summoned by Sir Richard Arnulf, the governor, to his palace, there to deliver in a schedule of their estates. That quiet possession, the governor said, might be granted to them, under the great seal of Lord Aymer de Valence, the deputy warden of Scotland. The grey-headed knight, not being so active as his compeers of more juvenile years, happened to be the last who went to this tiger's den. Wrapped in his plaid, his silver hair covered with a blue bonnet, and leaning on his staff, he was walking along attended by 2 domestics, when Sir John Graham met him at the gate of the palace. He smiled on him as he passed, and whispered, "It will not be long before my Wallace makes even the forms of vassalage unnecessary, and then these failing limbs may sit undisturbed at home, under the fig tree and vine of his planting." "God grant it," returned Graham, and he saw Sir Ronald admitted within the interior gate. The servants were ordered to remain without. Sir John walked there some time, expecting the reappearance of the knight, whom he intended to assist in leading home. But after an hour, finding no signs of egress from the palace, and thinking his father might be wondering at his delay, he turned his steps toward his own lodgings. While passing along he met several Southron detachments hurrying across the streets. In the midst of some of these companies he saw 1 or 2 Scottish men of rank, strangers to him, but who, by certain indications, seemed to be prisoners. He did not go far before he met a chieftain in these painful circumstances whom he knew. But as he was hastening toward him, the noble Scot raised his manacled hand and turned away his head. This was a warning to the young knight, who darted into an obscure alley which led to the gardens of his father's lodgings, and was hurrying forward when he met one of his own servants running in quest of him. Panting with haste, he informed his master that a party of armed men had come, under de Valence's warrant, to seize Lord Dundaff and bear him to prison. To lie there with others who were charged with having taken part in a conspiracy with the grandfather of the insurgent Wallace. The officer of the band who took Lord Dundaff told him, in the most insulting language, that Sir Ronald, his ringleader, with 18 nobles, his accomplices, had already suffered the punishment of their crime, and were lying headless trunks in the judgment hall. "Haste, therefore," repeated the man, "my lord bids you haste to Sir William Wallace, and require his hand to avenge his kinsman's blood, and to free his countrymen from prison. These are your father's commands. He directed me to seek you and give them to you." Alarmed for the life of his father, Graham hesitated how to act on the moment. To leave him seemed to abandon him to the death the others had received. And yet, only by obeying him could he have any hopes of averting his threatened fate. Once seeing the path he ought to pursue, he struck immediately into it. And giving his signet to the servant, to assure Lord Dundaff of his obedience, he mounted a horse, which had been brought to the town end for that purpose, and setting off full speed, allowed nothing to stay him, till he reached Dumbarton Castle. There, hearing that Wallace had gone to Bute, he threw himself into a boat, and plying every oar, reached that island in a shorter space of time than the voyage had ever before been completed. Being now conducted into the presence of the chief, he narrated his dismal tale with a simplicity and pathos which would have instantly drawn the retributive sword of Wallace, had he had no kinsman to avenge, no friend to release from the Southron dungeons. But as the case stood, his bleeding grandfather lay before his eyes, and the axe hung over the heads of the most virtuous nobles of his country. He heard the chieftain to an end, without speaking or altering the stern attention of his countenance. But at the close, with an augmented suffusion of blood in his face, and his brows denouncing some tremendous fate, he rose. "Sir John Graham," said he, "I attend you." "Whither?" demanded Murray. "To Ayr," answered Wallace. "This moment I will set out for Dumbarton, to bring away the sinews of my strength. God will be our speed. And then this arm shall show how I loved that good old man." "Your men," interrupted Graham, "are already awaiting you on the opposite shore. I presume to command for you. For on entering Dumbarton, and finding you were absent, after having briefly recounted my errand to Lord Lennox, I dared to interpret your mind, and to order Sir Alexander Scrymgeour, and Sir Roger Kirkpatrick, with all your own force, to follow me to the coast of Renfrew." "Thank you, my friend," cried Wallace, grasping his hand, "may I ever have such interpreters. "I cannot stay to bid your uncle farewell," said he, to Lord Andrew. "Remain, to tell him to bless me with his prayers. And then, dear Murray, follow me to Ayr." Ignorant of what the stranger had imparted, at the sight of the chiefs approaching from the castle gate, Edward hastened with the news, that all was ready for embarkation. He was hurrying out his information, when the altered countenance of his general checked him. He looked at the stranger, his features were agitated and severe. He turned toward his cousin, all there was grave and distressed. Again he glanced at Wallace, no word was spoken, but every look threatened, and Edwin saw him leap into the boat, followed by the stranger. The astonished boy, though unnoticed, would not be left behind, and stepping in also, sat down beside his chief. "I shall follow you in an hour," exclaimed Murray. The seamen pushed off. Then giving loose to their swelling sail, in less than 10 minutes, the light vessel was wafted out of the little harbour, and turning a point, those in the castle saw it no more. Chapter 29. The Barns of Ayr. While the little bark bounded over the waves toward the main land, the poor pilgrims of earth who were its freightage, with heavy hearts bent toward each other, intent on the further information they were to receive. Here is a list of the murdered chiefs, and of those who are in the dungeons, expecting the like treatment, continued Graham, holding out a parchment. "It was given to me by my faithful servant." Wallace took it, but seeing his grandfather's name at the top, he could look no further. Closing the scroll, "Gallant Graham," said he, "I want no stimulus to urge me to the extirpation I meditate. If the sword of heaven be with us, not one perpetrator of this horrid massacre shall be alive tomorrow to repeat the deed." "What massacre?" Edwin ventured to inquire. Wallace put the parchment into his hand. "A list of the Scottish chiefs murdered on the 18th of June, 1297, in the judgment hall of the English barons at Ayr." His cheek, paled by the suspense of his mind, now reddened with the hue of indignation. But when the venerated name of his general's grandfather met his sight, his horror-struck eye sought the face of Wallace. It was dark as before, and he was now in earnest discourse with Graham. Forbearing to interrupt him, Edwin continued to read over the blood-registered names. In turning the page, his eye glanced to the opposite side. And he saw at the head of "a list of prisoners in the dungeons of Ayr," the name of Lord Dundaff, and immediately after it, that of Lord Ruthven. He uttered a piercing cry. And extending his arms to Wallace, who turned round at so unusual a sound, the terror-struck boy exclaimed, "My father is in their hands. Oh! If you are indeed my brother, fly to Ayr, and save him." Wallace took up the open list which Edwin had dropped. He saw the name of Lord Ruthven amongst the prisoners, and folding his arms round this affectionate son, "Compose yourself," said he, "it is to Ayr I am going. And if the God of justice be our speed, your father and Lord Dundaff shall not see another day in prison." Edwin threw himself on the neck of his friend. "My benefactor," was all he could utter. Wallace pressed him silently to his bosom. "Who is this youth?" inquired Graham. "To which of the noble companions of my captive father is he son?" "To William Ruthven," answered Wallace, "the valiant lord of the Carse of Gowrie. And it is a noble scion from that glorious root. He it was that enabled me to win Dumbarton." "Look up, my brother," cried Wallace, trying to regain so tender a mind from the paralyzing terrors which had seized it. "Look up, and hear me recount the first fruits of your maiden arms, to our gallant friend." Covered with blushes, arising from anxious emotion, as well as from a happy consciousness of having won praises of his general, Edwin rose from his breast, and bowing to Sir John, still leaned his head upon the shoulder of Wallace. That amiable being, who, when seeking to wipe the tear of affliction from the cheek of others, minded not the drops of blood which were distilling in secret from his own heart, began the recital of his first acquaintance with his young Sir Edwin. He enumerated every particular, his bringing the detachment from Bothwell, through the enemy-encircled mountains, to Glenfinlass, his scaling the walls of Dumbarton to make the way smooth for the Scots to ascend, and his after prowess in that well-defended fortress. As Wallace proceeded, the wonder of Graham was raised to a pitch, only to be equalled by his admiration, and taking the hand of Edwin, "Receive me, brave youth," said he, "as your second brother." Sir William Wallace is your first, but, this night, we shall fight side by side for our fathers, and let that be our bond of kindred. Edwin pressed the young chief's cheek with his innocent lips. Let us, together, free them, cried he, and then we shall be born twins in happiness. So be it, cried Graham, and Sir William Wallace be the sponsor of that hour. Wallace smiled on them. And turning his head toward the shore, when the vessel doubled a certain point, he saw the beach covered with armed men. To be sure they were his own, he drew his sword, and waved it in the air. At that moment 100 falchions flashed in the sunbeams, and the shouts of "Wallace" came loudly on the breeze. Graham and Edwin started on their feet, the seamen piled their oars. The boat dashed into the breakers, and Wallace, leaping on shore, was received with acclamations by his eager soldiers. He no sooner landed, than he commenced his march. Murray joined him on the banks of the Irwin. And as Ayr was no very great distance from that river, at 2 hours before midnight the little army entered Cartlane wood, where they halted, while Wallace, with his chieftains proceeded to reconnoitre the town. The wind swept in gusts through the trees, and seemed by its dismal yellings, to utter warnings of the dreadful retributions he was about to inflict. He had already declared his plan of destruction. And Graham, as a first measure, went to the spot he had fixed on with MacDougall, his servant, as a place of rendezvous. He returned with the man who informed Wallace, that in honour of the sequestrated lands of the murdered chiefs having been that day partitioned by De Valence amongst certain South Ron lords, a grand feast was going on in the governor's palace. Under the very roof where they had shed the blood of the trusting Scots, they were now keeping this carousal. Now, then, is our time to strike, cried Wallace. And ordering detachments of his men to take possession of the avenues to the town, he set forth with others, to reach the front of the castle gates, by a less frequented path than the main street. The darkness being so great that no object could be distinctly seen, they had not gone far, before MacDougall, who had undertaken to be their guide, discovered by the projection of a hill on the right, that he had lost the road. Our swords will find one, exclaimed Kirkpatrick. Unwilling to miss any advantage, in a situation where so much was at stake, Wallace gladly hailed a twinkling light, which gleamed from what he supposed the window of a distant cottage. Kirkpatrick, with MacDougall, offered to go forward, and explore what it might be. In a few minutes they arrived at a thatched building, from which, to their surprise, issued the wailing strains of the coronach. Kirkpatrick paused. Its melancholy notes were sung by female voices. Hence, there being no danger in applying to such harmless inhabitants, to learn the way to the citadel, he proceeded to the door. When, intending to knock, the weight of his mailed arm burst open its slender latch, and discovered 2 poor women, in an inner apartment, wringing their hands over a shrouded corpse. While the chief entered his friends came up. Murray and Graham, struck with sounds never breathed over the vulgar dead, lingered at the porch wondering what noble Scot could be the subject of lamentation in so lowly an abode. The stopping of these 2 chieftains impeded the steps of Wallace, who was pressing forward, without eye or ear for anything but the object of his search. Kirkpatrick at that moment appeared on the threshold, and without a word, putting forth his hand, seized the arm of his commander, and pulled him into the cottage. Before Wallace could ask the reason of this, he saw a woman run forward with a light in her hand, the beams of which falling on the face of the knight of Ellerslie, with a shriek of joy she rushed toward him, and threw herself upon his neck. He instantly recognized Elspeth, his nurse, the faithful attendant on his grandfather's declining years. The happy matron who had decked the bridal bed of his Marion. And with an anguish of recollections that almost unmanned him, he returned her affectionate embrace. "Here he lies," cried the old woman, drawing him toward the rushy bier, and before he had time to demand, "Who?" she pulled down the shroud and disclosed the body of Sir Ronald Crawford. Wallace gazed on it, with a look of such dreadful import that Edwin, whose anxious eyes then sought his countenance, trembled with a nameless horror. "Oh," thought he, "to what is this noble soul reserved? Is he alone doomed to extirpate the enemies of Scotland, that every ill falls direct upon his head? Sorry bier, for the good Lord Ronald," cried the old woman. "A poor wake to mourn the loss of him who was the benefactor of all the country round. But had I not brought him here, the salt sea must have been his grave." Here sobs prevented her utterance. But after a short pause, with many vehement lamentations over the virtues of the dead, and imprecations on his murderers, she related that as soon as the woeful tidings were brought to Monktown Kirk, and brought too by the Southron, who was to take it in possession, she and the clansfolk who would not swear fidelity to the new lord, were driven from the house. She hastened to the bloody theatre of massacre, and there beheld the bodies of the murdered chiefs drawn on sledges to the seashore. Elspeth knew that of her master, by the scar on his breast, which he had received in the Battle of Largs. When she saw corpse after corpse thrown, with a careless hand, into the waves, and the man approached who was to cast the honoured chief of Monktown, to the same unhallowed burial, she threw herself frantically on the body. And so moved the man's compassion, that, taking advantage of the time when his comrades were out of sight, he permitted her to wrap the dead Sir Ronald in her plaid, and so carry him away between her sister and herself. But ere she had raised her sacred burden, the man directed her to seek the venerable head from amongst the others, which lay mingled in a sack. Drawing it forth, she placed it beside the body, and then hastily retired with both, to the hovel where Wallace had found her. It was a shepherd's hut, from which the desolation of the times having long ago driven away its former inhabitant, she had hoped that in so lonely an obscurity, she might have performed without notice, a chieftain's rites. To the remains of the murdered lord of the very lands on which she wept him. These over, she meant he should be interred in secret by the fathers of a neighbouring church, which he had once richly endowed. With these intentions, she and her sister were chanting over him the sad dirge of their country, when Sir Roger Kirkpatrick burst open the door. "Ah!" cried she, as she closed the dismal narrative. Though two lonely women were all they had left of the lately thronged household of Sir Ronald Crawford, to raise the last lament over his revered body, yet in that and midnight hour, our earthly voices were not alone. The wakeful spirits of his daughters, hovered in the air, and joined the deep coronach. Wallace sighed heavily as he looked on the animated face of the aged mourner. Attachment to the venerable dead seemed to have inspired her with thoughts beyond her station, but the heart is an able teacher, and he saw that true affection speaks but one language. As her ardent eyes withdrew from their heavenward gaze, they fell upon the shrouded face of her master. A napkin concealed the wound of decapitation. "Chiefs," cried she, in a burst of recollection, "ye have not seen all the cruelty of these murderers." At these words she suddenly withdrew the linen, and lifting up the pale head, held it woefully toward Wallace. "Here," cried she, "once more kiss these lips. They have often kissed yours, when you were a babe, and as insensible to his love, as he is now to your sorrow." Wallace received the head in his arms. The long silver beard, thick with gouts of blood, hung over his hands. He gazed on it, intently, for some minutes. An awful silence pervaded the room, every eye was riveted upon him. Looking round on his friends, with a countenance whose deadly hue gave a sepulchral fire to the gloomy denunciation of his eyes, "Was it necessary," said he, "to turn my heart to iron, that I was brought to see this sight?" All the tremendous purpose of his soul was read in his face, while he laid the head back upon the bier. His lips again moved, but none heard what he said. He rushed from the hut, and with rapid strides, proceeded in profound silence toward the palace. He well knew that no honest Scot could be under that roof. The building, though magnificent, was altogether a structure of wood. To fire it, then, was his determination. To destroy all, at once, in the theatre of their cruelty, to make an execution, not engage in a warfare of man to man, was his resolution, for they were not soldiers as seeking, but assassins. And to pitch his brave Scots in the open field against such unmanly wretches would be to dishonour his men, to give criminals a chance for the lives they had forfeited. All being quiet in the streets through which he passed, and having set strong bodies of men at the mouth of every sallyport of the citadel, he made a bold attack upon the guard at the Barbican gate. And, ere they could give the alarm, all being slain, he and his chosen troop entered the portal, and made direct to the palace. The lights which blazed through the windows of the banqueting hall showed him to the spot. And, having detached Graham and Edwin to storm the keep, where their fathers were confined, he took the half-intoxicated sentinels at the palace gates by surprise, and striking them into a sleep from which they would wake no more. He fastened the doors upon the assassins. His men surrounded the building with hurdles filled with combustibles, which they had prepared according to his directions. And, when all was ready, Wallace, with the mighty spirit of retribution nerving every limb, mounted to the roof, and tearing off the shingles, with a flaming brand in his hand, showed himself to the affrighted revellers beneath. And, as he threw it blazing among them, he cried aloud, "The blood of the murdered calls for vengeance, and it comes." At that instant the matches were put to the faggots which surrounded the building. And the party within, springing from their seats, hastened toward the doors. All were fastened on them. And retreating into the midst of the room, they fearfully looked toward the tremendous figure above, which, like a supernatural being, seemed indeed come to rain fire upon their guilty heads. Some shook with superstitious dread. Others, driven to atheistical despair, with horrible execrations, again strove to force a passage through the doors. A second glance told de Valence whose was the hand which had launched the thunderbolt at his feet. And, turning to Sir Richard Arnulf, he cried, in a voice of horror, "My archenemy is there." Thick smoke rising from within and without the building now obscured his terrific form. The shouts of the Scots as the fire covered its walls, and the streaming flames licking the windows, and pouring into every opening of the building, raised such a terror in the breasts of the wretches within, that, with the most horrible cries, they again and again flew to the doors to escape. Not an avenue appeared, almost suffocated with smoke, and scorched by the blazing rafters which fell from the burning roof, they at last made a desperate attempt to break a passage through the great portal. Arnulf was at their head, and sunk to abjectness by his despair, in a voice which terror rendered piercing, he called aloud for mercy. The words reached the ear of Sir Roger Kirkpatrick, who stood near to the door. In a voice of thunder he replied, "That ye gave, ye shall receive. Where was mercy when our fathers and our brothers fell beneath your murderous axes?" Aymer de Valence came up at this moment with a wooden pillar, which he and his strongest men in the company had torn from under the gallery that surrounded the room, and with all their strength dashing it against the great door. They at last drove it from its bolts. But now a wall of men opposed them. Desperate at the sight, and with a burning furnace in their rear, it was not the might of man that could prevent their escape, and with the determination of despair, rushing forward, the foremost rank of Scots fell. But ere the exulting sovereigns could press out into the open space, Wallace himself had closed upon them, and Arnulf, the merciless Arnulf, whose voice had pronounced the sentence of death upon Sir Ronald Crawford, died beneath his hand. Wallace was not aware that he had killed the governor of Ayr till the terror-struck exclamations of his enemies informed him that the ruthless instigator of the massacre was slain. This event was welcome news to the Scots. And hoping that the next death would be that of de Valence, they pressed on with redoubled energy. Aroused by so extraordinary a noise, and alarmed by the flames of the palace, the soldiers quartered near hastened half-armed to the spot. But their presence rather added to the confusion than gave assistance to the besieged. They were without leaders, and not daring to put themselves to action, for fear of being afterward punished, in the case of a mischance, for having presumed to move without their officers, they stood dismayed and irresolute. While those very officers, who had been all at the banquet, were falling in heaps under the swords of the exterminating Scots. Meanwhile, the men who guarded the prisoners in the keep, having their commanders with them, made a stout resistance there. And one of the officers, seeing a possible advantage, stole out, and, gathering a company of the scattered garrison, suddenly taking Graham in flank, made no inconsiderable havoc amongst that part of his division. Edwin blew the signal for assistance. Wallace heard the blast, and seeing the day was won at the palace, he left the finishing of the affair to Kirkpatrick and Murray. And, drawing off a small party to reinforce Graham, he took the Southron officer by surprise. The enemy's ranks fell around him like corn beneath the sickle. And, grasping a huge battering ram which his men had found, he burst open the door of the keep. Graham and Edwin rushed in. And Wallace, sounding his own bugle with the notes of victory, his reserves, whom he had placed at the ends of the streets, entered in every direction, and received the flying soldiers of de Valence upon their pikes. Dreadful was now the carnage. For the Southrons, forgetting all discipline, fought every man for his life. Which the furious Scots driving them into the far-spreading flames, what escaped the sword would have perished in the fire, had not the relenting heart of Wallace pleaded for bleeding humanity, and he ordered the trumpet to sound a parley. He was obeyed. And, standing on an adjacent mound, in an awful voice he proclaimed that whoever had not been accomplices in the horrible massacre of the Scottish chiefs, if they would ground their arms, and take an oath never to serve again against Scotland, their lives should be spared. Hundreds of swords fell to the ground, and their late holders, kneeling at his feet, took the oath prescribed. At the head of those who surrendered appeared the captain who had commanded at the prison. He was the only officer of all the late garrison who survived, all else had fallen in the conflict or perished in the flames. And when he saw that not one of his late numerous companions existed to go through the same humiliating ceremony, with an aghast countenance he said to Wallace, as he presented his sword, "Then I must believe that, with this weapon, I am surrendering to Sir William Wallace the possession of this castle and the government of Ayr. I see not one of my late commanders, all must be slain, and for me to hold out longer would be to sacrifice my men, not to redeem that which has been so completely wrested from us. But I serve severe exactors, and I hope that your testimony, my conqueror, will assure my king that I fought as became his standard." Wallace gave him a gracious answer. And committing him to the generous care of Murray, he turned to give orders to Ker respecting the surrendered and the slain. During these momentous events, Graham had deemed it prudent that, exhausted by anxiety and privations, the noble captives should not come forth to join in the battle. And not until the sound of victory echoed through the arches of their dungeons, would he suffer the eager Dundaff to see and thank his deliverer. Meanwhile, the young Edwin appeared before the eyes of his father, like the angel who opened the prison gates to Peter. After embracing him with all a son's fondness, in which for the moment he lost the repressing idea, that he might have offended by his truancy. After recounting, in a few hasty sentences, the events which had brought him to be a companion of Sir William Wallace, and to avenge the injuries of Scotland and Ayr, he knocked off the chains of his amazed father. Eager to perform the like service to all who had suffered in like manner, and accompanied by the happy Lord Ruthven, who gazed with delight on his son, treading so early the path of glory, he hastened around to the other dungeons. And gladly proclaimed to the astonished inmates, freedom and safety. Having rid them of their shackles, he had just entered with his noble company into the vaulted chamber, which contained the released Lord Dundaff, when the peaceful clarion sounded. At the joyful tidings, Graham started on his feet. "Now, my father, you shall see the bravest of men." Chapter 30. The Barns of Ayr. Morning was spreading in pale light over the heavens, and condensing with its cold breath the lurid smoke which still ascended in volumes from the burning ruins, when Wallace, turning round at the glad voice of Edwin, beheld the released nobles. This was the first time he had ever seen the Lords Dundaff and Ruthven, but several of the others he remembered having met at the fatal decision of the crown. And, while welcoming to his friendship those to whom his valor had given freedom, how great was his surprise to see, in the person of a prisoner suddenly brought before him, Sir John Monteith. The young chieftain whom he had parted with a few months ago at Douglas, and from whose fatal invitation to that castle he might date the ruin of his dearest happiness, and all the succeeding catastrophe. "We found Sir John Monteith amongst the slain before the palace," said Ker. "He, of the whole party, alone breathed. I knew him instantly. How he came there I know not, but I have brought him hither to explain it himself." Ker withdrew, to finish the interment of the dead. Monteith, still leaning on the arm of a soldier, grasped Wallace's hand. "My brave friend," cried he, "to owe my liberty to you is a twofold pleasure. For," added he, in a lowered voice, "I see before me the man who is to verify the words of Baliol, and be not only the guardian, but the possessor of the treasure he committed to our care. Wallace, who had never thought on the coffer, since he knew it was under the protection of St. Fillan, shook his head. "A far different need do I seek, my friend," said he. "To behold these happy countenances of my liberated countrymen is greater reward to me than would be the development of all the splendid mysteries which the head of Balliol could devise." "Aye," cried Dundaff, who overheard this part of the conversation, "we invited the usurpation of a tyrant by the docility with which we submitted to his minion. Had we rejected Balliol, we had never been ridden by Edward. But the rowel has gored the flanks of us all. And who amongst us will not lay himself and fortune at the foot of him who plucks away the tyrant's heel?" "It all held our cause in the light that you do," returned Wallace. "The blood which these sovereigns have sown would rise up in 10,000 legions to overwhelm the murderers." "But how," inquired he, turning to Monteith, "did you happen to be in Ayr at this period? And how, above all, amongst the slaughtered sovereigns at the palace?" Sir John Monteith readily replied, "My adverse fate accounts for all." He then proceeded to inform Wallace, that on the very night in which they parted at Douglas, Sir Arthur Heselrigg was told the story of the box, and accordingly sent to have Monteith brought prisoner to Lanark. He lay in the dungeons of its citadel at the very time Wallace entered that town and destroyed the governor. Though the Scots did not pursue the advantage offered by the transient panic into which the retribution threw their enemies, care was immediately taken by the English lieutenant to prevent a repetition of the same disasters. And, in consequence, every suspected person was seized, and those already in confinement loaded with chains. Monteith, being known as a friend of Wallace, was sent under a strong guard towards Stirling, there to stand his trial before Cressingham and the English justiciary, Ormsby. "By a lucky chance," said he, "I made my escape. But I was soon retaken by another party, and conveyed to Ayr, where the Lieutenant Governor Arnulf, discovering my talents for music, compelled me to sing at his entertainments. For this purpose, he last night confined me in the banqueting room at the palace, and thus, when the flames surrounded that building, I found myself exposed to die the death of a traitor, though then as much oppressed as any other Scot. Snatching up a sword, and striving to join my brave countrymen, the sovereigns impeded my passage, and I fell under their arms." Happy to have rescued his old acquaintance from further indignities, Wallace committed him to Edwin to lead into the citadel. Then taking the colours of Edward from the ground, where the Southron officer had laid them, he gave them to Sir Alexander Scrymgeour, with orders to fill their former station on the citadel with the standard of Scotland. This action he considered as the seal of each victory, as the beacon which, seen from afar, would show the desolate Scots where to find a protector, and from what ground to start when courage should prompt them to assert their rights. The standard was no sooner raised than the proud clarion of triumph was blown from every warlike instrument in the garrison, and the Southron captain, placing himself at the head of his disarmed troops, under the escort of Murray, marched out of the castle. He announced his design to proceed immediately to Newcastle, and thence embark with his men to join their king at Flanders. Not more than 200 followed their officer in this expedition, for not more were English. The rest, to nearly double that number, being, like the garrison of Dumbarton, Irish and Welsh, were glad to escape enforced servitude. Some parted off in divisions to return to their respective countries, while a few, whose energetic spirits preferred a life of warfare in the cause of a country struggling for freedom, before returning to submit to the oppressors of their own, enlisted under the banners of Wallace. Some other necessary regulations being then made, he dismissed his gallant Scots, to find refreshment in the well-stored barracks of the dispersed sovereigns, and retired himself to join his friends in the citadel. Chapter 31. Berwick and the Tweed. In the course of an hour Murray returned from having seen the departing sovereigns beyond the barriers of the township. But he did not come alone. He was accompanied by Lord Auchinleck, the son of one of the betrayed barons who had fallen in the palace of Ayr. This young chieftain, at the head of his vassals, hastened to support the man whose dauntless hand had thus satisfied his revenge. And when he met Murray at the north gate of the town, and recognized in his flying banners a friend of Scotland, he was happy to make himself known to an officer of Wallace, and to be conducted to that chief. While Lord Andrew and his new colleague were making the range of the suburbs, the glad progress of the victor Scots had turned the whole aspect of that gloomy city. Doors and windows, so recently closed in deep mourning, for the sanguinary deeds done in the palace, now opened teeming with smiling inhabitants. The general joy penetrated to the most remote recesses. Mothers now threw their fond arms around the necks of the children whom just before they had regarded with the averted eyes of despair. In the one sex, they then beheld the victims of, perhaps, the next requisition for blood. And in the other, the hapless prey of passions, more felt than the horrid rage of the beast of the field. But now all was secure again. These terrific tyrants were driven hence. And the happy parent, embracing her offspring as if restored from the grave, implored 1,000 blessings on the head of Wallace, the gifted agent of all this good. Sons who in secret had lamented the treacherous death of their fathers, and brothers of their brothers, now opened their gates, and joined the valiant troops in the streets. Widowed wives and fatherless daughters almost forgot they had been bereaved of their natural protectors, when they saw Scotland rescued from her enemies, and her armed sons, once more walking in the broad day, masters of themselves and of their country's liberties. Thus, then, with every heart rejoicing, every house teeming with numbers to swell the ranks of Wallace, did he, the day after he had entered Ayr, see all arranged for its peaceful establishment. But ere he bade that town adieu, in which he had been educated, and where almost every man, remembering its preserver's boyish years, thronged round him with recollections of former days. One duty yet demanded his stay, to pay funeral honours to the remains of his beloved grandfather. Accordingly, the time was fixed, and with every solemnity due to his virtues and his rank, Sir Ronald Crawford was buried in the chapel of the Citadel. It was not a scene of mere ceremonious mourning. As he had been the father of the fatherless, he was followed to the grave by many an orphan's tears. And as he had been the protector of the distressed of every degree, a procession, long and full of lamentation, conducted his shrouded corpse to its earthly rest. The mourning families of the chiefs who had fallen in the same bloody theatre with himself, closed the sad retinue. And while the holy rites committed his body to the ground, the sacred mass was extended to those who had been plunged into the weltering element. While Wallace confided the aged Elspeth and her sister to the care of Sir Reginald Crawford, to whom he also resigned the lands of his grandfather, "Cousin," said he, "you are a valiant and a humane man. I leave you to be the representative of your venerable uncle, to cherish these poor women whom he loved, to be the protector of his people and the defender of the town. The citadel is under the command of the Baron of Auchinleck. He, with his brave followers, being the first to hail the burning of the accursed Barns of Ayr." After this solemnity, and these dispositions, Wallace called a review of his troops. And found that he could leave 500 men at Ayr, and march an army of at least 2,000 out of it. His present design was to take his course to Berwick. And, by seizing every castle of strength in his way, form a chain of works across the country, which would not only bulwark Scotland against any further inroads from its enemies, but render the subjugation of the interior Southron garrisons more certain and easy. On the third morning after the conflagration of the palace, Wallace quitted Ayr, and marching over its far-stretching hills, manned every watch-tower on their summits. For now, whithersoever he moved, he found his victories had preceded him. And all, from hall to hovel, turned out to greet and offer him their services. Thus, heralded by fame, the panic-struck Southron governors fled at the distant view of his standards. The flames of Ayr seemed to menace them all, and Castle and Fort Alice, from Muirkirk to the walls of Berwick, opened their gates before him. Arrived under those blood-stained towers which had so often been the objects of dispute between the powers of England and of Scotland, he prepared for their immediate attack. Berwick being a valuable fortress to the enemy, not only as a key to the invaded kingdom, but a point whence by their ships they commanded the whole of the eastern coast of Scotland. Wallace expected that a desperate stand would be made here to stop the progress of his arms. But being aware that the most expeditious mode of warfare was the best adapted to promote his cause, he first took the town by assault, and then, having driven the garrison into the citadel, assailed it by a vigorous siege. After 10 days' hard duty before the walls, Wallace devised a plan to obtain possession of the English ships which commanded the harbour. He found among his own troops many men who had been used to a seafaring life. These he disguised as fugitive sovereigns from the late defeats, and sent in boats to the enemy's vessels which lay in the roads. The feint took, and by these means getting possession of those nearest the town, he manned them with his own people. And going out with them himself, in 3 days made himself master of every ship on the coast. By this maneuver the situation of the besieged was rendered so hopeless, that no mode of escape was left but by desperate sallies. They made them, but without other effect than weakening their strength and increasing their miseries. Wallace was for them to do in their situation, he needed no better spy over their actions than his own judgment. Foiled in every attempt, as their opponent, guessing their intentions, was prepared at every point to meet their different essays, and losing men at every rencounter, their governor stood without resource. Without provisions, without aid of any kind for his wounded men, and hourly annoyed by the victorious Scots, who continued day and night to throw showers of arrows, and other missile weapons. From the towers and springles with which they had overtopped the walls, the unhappy Earl of Gloucester seemed ready to rush on death, to avoid the disgrace of surrendering the fortress. Every soul in the garrison was reduced to similar despair. Wallace even found means to dam up the spring which had supplied the citadel with water. The common men, famished with hunger, smarting with wounds, and now perishing with inextinguishable thirst, threw themselves at the feet of their officers, imploring them to represent to their royal governor that if he held out longer, he must defend the place alone, for they could not exist another day under their present sufferings. The Earl indeed repented the rashness with which he had thrown himself unprovisioned into the citadel. He now saw that expectation was no apology for want of precaution. When his first division had been overpowered in the assault on the town, his evil genius then suggested that it was best to take the second unbroken into the citadel, and there await the arrival of a reinforcement by sea. But he thence beheld the ships which had defended the harbour seized by Wallace before his eyes. Hope was then crushed, and nothing but death or dishonour seemed to be his alternatives. Cut to the soul at the consequences of his want of judgment, he determined to retrieve his fame by washing out that error with his blood. To fall under the ruins of Berwick Castle was his resolution. Such was the state of his mind when his officers appeared with the petition from his men. In proportion as they felt the extremities into which they were driven, the offence he had committed glared with tenfold enormity in his eyes. And, in a wild despair, he told them they might do as they would, but for his part, the moment they opened the gates to the enemy, that moment should be the last of his life. He, that was the son-in-law of King Edward, would never yield his sword to a Scottish rebel. Terrified at these threats on himself, the soldiers, who loved their general, declared themselves willing to die with him. And, as a last effort, proposed making a mine under the principal tower of the Scots, and by setting fire to it, at least destroy the means by which they feared their enemies might storm the citadel. As Wallace gave his orders from this commanding station, he observed the besieged passing in numbers behind a mound, in the direction of the tower where he stood. He concluded what was their design. And ordering a countermine to be made, what he anticipated happened, and Murray, at the head of his miners, encountered those of the castle at the very moment they would have set fire to the combustibles laid to consume the tower. The instant struggle was violent, but short, for the impetuous Scots drove their amazed and enfeebled adversaries through the aperture, back into the citadel. At this crisis, Wallace, with a band of resolute men, sprung from the tower upon the wall. And it being almost deserted by its late guards, who had quitted their post to assist in repelling the foe below, he leaped into the midst of the conflict and the battle became general. It was decisive. For beholding the undaunted resolution with which the weakened and dying were supporting the cause their governor was determined to defend to the last, Wallace found his admiration and his pity alike excited. And even while his followers seemed to have each his foe's life in his hands, when one instant more would make him the undisputed master of the castle, for not a Southron would then breathe to dispute it, he resolved to stop the carnage. At the moment when a gallant officer, who, having assaulted him with the vehemence of despair, now lay disarmed under him, at that moment when the discomfited knight exclaimed, "In mercy strike, and redeem the honour of Ralph de Monthermer." 27 Wallace raised his bugle and sounded the note of peace. Every sword was arrested, and the universal clangour of battle was hushed in expecting silence. "Rise, brave Earl," cried Wallace, to the governor. "I revere virtue too sincerely to take an unworthy advantage of my fortune. The valour of this garrison commands my respect. And, as a proof of my sincerity, I grant to it what I have never yet done to any, that yourself and these dauntless men march out with the honours of war, and without any bonds on your future conduct toward us. We leave it to your own hearts to decide whether you will ever be again made instruments to enchain a free and brave people." While he was speaking, de Monthermer leaned gloomily on the sword he had returned to him, with his eyes fixed on his men. They answered his glance with looks that said they understood him, and passing a few words in whispers to each other, one at last spoke aloud, "Decide for us, Earl. We are as ready to die as to live, so that in neither we may be divided from you." At this generous declaration the proud despair of de Monthermer gave way to nobler feelings, and while a big tear stood in each eye, he turned to Wallace, and stretching out his hand to him. "Noble Scot," said he, "your unexampled generosity, and the invincible fidelity of these heroic men, have compelled me to accept the life I had resolved to lose under these walls, rather than resign them. But virtue is resistless, and to it do I surrender that pride of soul which made existence insufferable under the consciousness of having erred. When I became the husband of King Edward's daughter, I believed myself pledged to victories or to death. But there is a conquest, and I feel it, greater than over hosts in the field. And here taught to make it, the husband of the Princess of England, the proud Earl of Gloucester, consents to live to be a monument of Scottish nobleness, and of the inflexible fidelity of English soldiers." "You live, illustrious and virtuous Englishman," returned Wallace, "to redeem that honour of which too many rapacious sons of England have robbed their country. Go forth, therefore, as my conqueror, for you have on this spot extinguished that burning antipathy with which the outraged heart of William Wallace had vowed to extirpate every Southron from off this ravaged land. Honour, brave Earl, makes all men brethren, and, as a brother, I open these gates for you, to repass into your country. When there, if you ever remember William Wallace, let it be as a man who fights, not for conquest or renown, but to restore Scotland to her rights, and then resign his sword to peace." "I shall remember you, Sir William Wallace," returned de Monthermer, "and, as a pledge of it, you shall never see me again in this country till I come an ambassador of that peace for which you fight. But meanwhile, in the moment of hot contention for the rights which you believe wrested from you, do you remember that they have not been so much the spoil of my royal father's ambition as the traffic of your own venal nobles? Had I not believed that Scotland was unworthy of freedom, I should never have appeared upon her borders. But now that I see that she has brave hearts within her, who not only resist oppression, but know how to wield power, I detest the zeal with which I volunteered to rivet her chains. And I repeat, that never again shall my hostile foot impress this land." These sentiments were answered in the same spirit by his soldiers, and the Scots, following the example of their leader, treated them with every kindness. After dispensing amongst them provisions, and appointing means to convey the wounded in comfort, Wallace bade a cordial farewell to the Earl of Gloucester, and his men conducted their reconciled enemies over the Tweed. There they parted. The English bent their course toward London, and the Scots returned to their victorious general. Chapter 32. Stirling. The happy effects of these rapid conquests were soon apparent. The fall of Berwick excited such a confidence in the minds of the neighbouring chieftains, that every hour brought fresh recruits to Wallace. Every mouth was full of the praises of the young conqueror, every eye was eager to catch a glimpse of his person. And while the men were emulous to share his glory, the women in their secret bowers put up prayers for the preservation of one so handsome and so brave. Amongst the many of every rank and age who hastened to pay their respects to the deliverer of Berwick, was Sir Richard Maitland, of Thirlestane, the stalwart knight of Lauderdale. 28. Wallace was no sooner told of the approach of the venerable chief, then he set forth to bid him welcome. At sight of the champion of Scotland, Sir Richard threw himself off his horse with a military grace that might have become even youthful years, and hastening toward Wallace, clasped him in his arms. "Let me look on thee," cried the old knight. "Let me feast my eyes on the true Scot, who again raises this hoary head, so long bent in shame for its dishonored country." While he spoke, he viewed Wallace from head to foot. "I knew Sir Ronald Crawford, and thy valiant father," continued he, "oh! had they lived to see this day. But the base murder of the one thou hast nobly avenged, and the honourable grave of the other, on Loudon Hill 29 thou wilt cover with a monument of thine own glories. Lo are laid my own children, in this land of strife, but in thee I see a son of Scotland that is to dry all our tears." He embraced Wallace again and again. And, as the veteran's overflowing heart rendered him garrulous, he expatiated on the energy with which the young victor had pursued his conquests, and paralleled them with the brilliant actions he had seen in his youth. While he thus discoursed, Wallace drew him toward the castle, and there presented to him the two nephews of the Earl of Mar. He paid some warm compliments to Edwin on his early success in the career of glory, and then turning to Murray, "I," said he, "it is joy to me to see the valiant house of Bothwell in the third generation. Thy grandfather and myself were boys together at the coronation of Alexander II, and that is 80 years ago. Since then, what have I not seen? The death of two noble Scottish kings. Our blooming princes ravished from us by untimely fates. The throne sold to a coward, and at last seized by a foreign power. Then, in my own person, I have been the father of as brave and beauteous a family as ever blessed a parent's eye, but they are all torn from me. Two of my sons sleep on the plains of Dunbar. My third, my dauntless William, since that fatal day, has been kept a prisoner in England. And my daughters, the tender blossoms of my aged years, they grew around me, the fairest lilies of the land, but they, too, are passed away. The one, scorning the mere charms of youth, and preferring a union with a soul that had long conversed with superior regions, loved the sage of Ercildown. But my friend lost this rose of his bosom, and I the child of my heart, ere she had been a year his wife. Then was my last and only daughter married to the Lord Mar, and in giving birth to my dear Isabella she, too, died. Ah, my good young knight, were it not for that sweet child, the living image of her mother, who in the very spring of youth was cropped and fell, I should be alone, my hoary head would descend to the grave, unwept, unregretted. The joy of the old man having recalled such melancholy remembrances, he wept upon the shoulder of Edwin, who had drawn so near, that the story, was begun to Murray, was ended to him. To give the mourning father time to recover himself, Wallace was moving away, when he was met by Ker, bringing information that a youth had just arrived in breathless haste from Stirling, with a sealed packet, which he would not deliver into any hands but those of Sir William Wallace. Wallace requested his friends to show every attention to the Lord of Thirlestane, and then withdrew to meet the messenger. On his entering the anteroom, the youth sprung forward, but suddenly checking himself, he stood as if irresolute whom to address. "This is Sir William Wallace, young man," said Ker, "deliver your embassy." At these words the youth pulled a packet from his bosom, and putting it into the chief's hand, retired in confusion. Wallace gave orders to Ker to take care of him, and then turned to inspect its contents. He wondered from whom it would come, aware of no Scot in Stirling who would dare to write to him while that town was possessed by the enemy. But not losing a moment in conjecture, he broke the seal. How was he startled at the first words! And how was every energy of his heart roused to redoubled action when he turned to the signature! The first words in the letter were these: "A daughter, trembling for the life of her father, presumes to address Sir William Wallace." The signature was Helen March. He began the letter again. "A daughter, trembling for the life of her father, presumes to address Sir William Wallace." Alas! It will be a long letter. For it is to tell of our countless distresses. You have been his deliverer from the sword, from chains, and from the waves. Refuse not to save him again to whom you have so often given life, and hasten, brave Wallace, to preserve the Earl of Mar from the scaffold. A cruel deception brought him from the Isle of Bute, where you imagined you had left him in security. Lord Aymer de Valence, escaping a second time from your sword, fled under rapacious robber of all our castles, found in him an apt coadjutor. They concerted how to avenge your late successes. And Cressingham, eager to enrich himself, while he flattered the resentments of his commander, suggested that you, Sir William Wallace, our deliverer, and our enemy's scourge, would most easily be made to feel through the bosoms of your friends. These cruel men have therefore determined, by a mock trial, to condemn my father to death, and thus, while they distress you, put themselves in possession of his lands, with the semblance of justice. The substance of this most unrighteous debate was communicated to me by de Valence himself, thinking to excuse his part in the affair by proving to me how insensible he is to the principles which move alike a patriot and a man of honour. Having learned from some too well-informed spy that Lord Mar had retired in peaceful obscurity to Bute, these archenemies to our country sent a body of men disguised as Scots to Gourock. There they dispatched a messenger into the island to inform Lord Mar that Sir William Wallace was on the banks of the Frith waiting to converse with him. My noble father, unsuspicious of treachery, hurried to the summons. Lady Mar accompanied him, and so both fell into the snare. They were brought prisoners to Stirling, where another affliction awaited him. He was to see his daughter and his sister in captivity. After I had been betrayed from St. Fillan's monastery by the falsehoods of one Scottish knight, and were rescued from his power by the gallantry of another, I sought the protection of my aunt, Lady Ruthven, who then dwelt at Loch, on the banks of the Forth. Her husband had been invited to Ayr by some treacherous requisition of the governor, Arnulf, and with many other lords was thrown into prison. Report says, bravest of men, that you have given freedom to my betrayed uncle. The moment Lord Ruthven's person was secured, his estates were seized, and my aunt and myself being found at Loch, we were carried prisoners to this city. Alas! We had then no valiant arm to preserve us from our enemies. Lady Ruthven's first-born son was slain in the fatal day of Dunbar, and in terror of the like fate, she placed her eldest surviving boy in a convent. Some days after our arrival, my dear father was brought to Stirling. Though a captive in the town, I was not then confined to any closer durance than the walls. While he was yet passing through the streets, rumour told my aunt that the Scottish lord then leading to prison was her beloved brother. She flew to me in agony to tell me the dreadful tidings. I heard no more, saw no more, till, having rushed into the streets, and bursting through every obstacle of crowd and soldiers, I found myself clasped in my father's arms, in his shackled arms. What a moment was that! Where was Sir William Wallace in that hour? Where the brave unknown knight, who had sworn to me to seek my father, and defend him with his life? Both were absent, and he was in chains. My grief and distraction baffled the attempts of the guards to part us, and what became of me I know not until I found myself lying on a couch, attended by many women, and supported by my aunt. When I had recovered to lamentation and to tears, my aunt told me I was in the apartments of the deputy warden. He, with Cressingham, having gone out to meet the man they had so basely drawn into their toils, de Valence himself saw the struggles of paternal affection contending against the men who would have torn a senseless daughter from his arms, and yet, merciless man! He separated us, and sent me, with my aunt, a prisoner to his house. The next day a packet was put into my aunt's hands, containing a few precious lines from my father to me, also a letter from the Countess to Lady Ruthven, full of your goodness to her and to my father, and narrating the cruel manner in which they had been ravished from the asylum in which you had placed them. She then said that could she find means of apprising you of the danger to which she and her husband are now involved, she would be sure of a second rescue. Whether she has blessedly found these means I know not, for all communication between us, since the delivery of that letter, has been rendered impracticable. The messenger that brought the packet was a good Southron, who had been won by Lady Mar's entreaties. But on his quitting our apartments, he was seized by a servant of de Valence, and on the same day put publicly to death, to intimidate all others from the like compassion to the sufferings of unhappy Scotland. Oh! Sir William Wallace, will not your sword reach these men of blood? Earl de Valence compelled my aunt to yield the packet to him. We had already read it, therefore did not regret it on that head, but feared the information it might give relative to you. In consequence of this circumstance, I was made a closer prisoner. But captivity could have no terrors for me, did it not divide me from my father. And, grief on grief. What words have I to write it? They have condemned him to die. That fatal letter of my stepmother's was brought out against him, and as your adherent, Sir William Wallace, they have sentenced him to lose his head. I have knelt to Earl de Valence. I have implored my father's life at his hands, but to no purpose. He tells me that Cressingham, at his side, and Ormsby, by letters from Scone, declare it necessary that an execution of consequence should be made to appall the discontented Scots. And that as no lord is more esteemed in Scotland than the Earl of Mar, he must be the sacrifice. Hasten, then, my father's preserver and friend. Hasten to save him. Oh, fly, for the sake of the country he loves. For the sake of the hapless beings dependent on his protection. I shall be on my knees till I hear your trumpet before the walls, for in you and heaven now rest all the hopes of Helen March. A cold dew stood on the limbs of Wallace as he closed the letter. It might be too late. The sentence was passed on the Earl, and his executioners were prompt as cruel, the axe might already have fallen. He called to Ker, for the messenger to be brought in. He entered. Wallace inquired how long he had been from Stirling. Only 34 hours, replied the youth, adding that he had travelled night and day for fear the news of the risings in Annandale, and the taking of Berwick, should precipitate the Earl's death. I accompany you this instant, cried Wallace. Ker, see that the troops get under arms. As he spoke he turned into the room where he had left the Knight of Thirlestane. Sir Richard Maitland, said he, willing to avoid exciting his alarm, there is more work for us at Stirling. Lord Aymer de Valence has again escaped the death we thought had overtaken him, and is now in that citadel. I have just received a summons thither, which I must obey. At these words, Sir Roger Kirkpatrick gave a shout and rushed from the apartment. Wallace looked after him for a moment, and then continued, follow us with your prayers, Sir Richard, and I shall not despair of sending blessed tidings to the banks of the Lauder. What has happened? Inquired Murray, who saw that something more than the escape of de Valence had been imparted to his general. We must spare this good old man, returned he, and have him conducted to his home before I declare it publicly. But the Earl of Mar is again a prisoner, and in Stirling. Murray, who instantly comprehended his uncle's danger, speeded the departure of Sir Richard, and as Wallace held his stirrup, the chief laid his hand on his head, and blessed him. The seer of Ercildown is too ill to bring his benediction himself, but I breathe it over this heroic brow. Wallace bowed his head in silence. And the bridle being in the hand of Lord Andrew, he led the horse out of the eastern gate of the town, where, taking leave of the veteran knight, he soon rejoined his commander, whom he found in the midst of his chieftains. He had informed them of the Earl of Mar's danger, and the policy as well as justice of rescuing so powerful and patriotic a nobleman from the threatened execution. Lord Ruthven needed no arguments to precipitate him to the assistance of his brother and his wife, and the anxieties of the affectionate Edwin were all awake when he knew that his mother was a prisoner. Lord Andrew smiled proudly when he returned his cousin's letter to Wallace. We shall have the rogue on the nail yet, cried he, my uncle's brave head is not ordained to fall by the stroke of such a coward. So I believe, replied Wallace. And then turning to Lord Dundaff, my lord, said he, I leave you governor of Berwick. The veteran warrior grasped Wallace's hand. To be your representative in this fortress, is the proudest station this war-worn frame hath ever filled. My son must be my representative with you in the field. He waved Sir John Graham toward him. The young knight advanced, and Lord Dundaff, placing his son's hands upon his target, continued, swear, that as this defends the body, you will ever strive to cover Scotland from her enemies. And that from this hour you will be the faithful friend and follower of Sir William Wallace. I swear, returned Graham, kissing the shield. Wallace pressed his hand. I have brothers around me, rather than what the world calls friends. And with such valor, such fidelity to aid me, can I be otherwise than a victor? Heaven's anointed sword is with such fellowship. Edwin, who stood near this rite of generous enthusiasm, softly whispered to Wallace, as he turned toward his troops, but amongst all these brothers, cease not to remember Edwin, the youngest and the least. Ah, my beloved general, what Jonathan was to David, I would be to thee. Wallace looked on him with penetrating tenderness, his heart was suddenly wrung by a recollection, which the words of Edwin had recalled. But thy love, Edwin, passes not the love of woman. But it equals it, replied he, what has been done for thee I would do, only love me as David did Jonathan, and I shall be the happiest of the happy. Be happy then, dear boy, answered Wallace. For all that ever beat in human breast, for friend or brother, lives in my heart for thee. At that moment Sir John Graham rejoined them, and some other captains coming up. Wallace made the proper military dispositions, and every man took his station at the head of his division. Until the men had marched far beyond the chance of rumours reaching Thirlestane, they were not informed of the Earl of Mar's danger. They conceived their present errand was the recapture of de Valence. But at a proper moment, said Wallace, they shall know the whole truth. For, added he, as it is a law of equity, that what concerns all, should be approved by all, and that common dangers should be repelled by united efforts, the people who follow our standards, not as hirelings, but with willing spirits, ought to know our reasons for requiring their services. They who follow you, said Graham, have too much confidence in their leader, to require any reasons for his movements. It is to place that confidence on a sure foundation, my brave friends, returned Wallace, that I explain what there is no just reason to conceal. Should policy ever compel me to strike a blow without previously telling my agents wherefore, I should then draw upon their faith, and expect that confidence in my honour and arms which I now place on their discretion and fidelity. Exordiums were not requisite to nerve every limb, and to strengthen every heart in the toilsome journey. Mountains were climbed, vast plains traversed, rivers forded, and precipices crossed, without one man in the ranks lingering on its steps, or dropping his head upon his pike, to catch a moment's slumber. Those who had fought with Wallace, longed to redouble their fame under his command, and they who had recently embraced his standard, panted with a virtuous ambition to rival those firstborn in arms. Sir Roger Kirkpatrick had been the first to fly to arms, on the march to Stirling being mentioned. And when Wallace stood forward to declare that rest should be dispensed with till Stirling fell, full of a fierce joy, the ardent knight darted over every obstacle to reach his aim. He flew to the van of his troops, and hailing them forward, "Come on," cried he, "and in the blood of Cressingham let us forever sink King Edward's Scottish crown." The shouts of the men, who seemed to drink in the spirit that blazed from Kirkpatrick's eyes, made the echoes of Lammermuir ring with a long-estranged noise. It was the voice of liberty. Leaping every bound, the eager van led the way. And, with prodigious perseverance, dragging their war machines in the rear, the rest pressed on, till they reached the Carron side. At the moment the foaming steed of Wallace, smoking with the labours of a long and rapid march, was plunging into the stream to take the form, Kerr snatched the bridle of the horse. "My lord," cried he, "a man on full speed from Douglas Castle has brought this packet." In his march to Ayr, Wallace had left Sir Eustace Maxwell governor of that castle, and Monteith as his lieutenant. Wallace opened the packet and read as follows. "The patriots in Annandale have been beaten by Lord de Warenne. Sir John Monteith, who volunteered to head them, is taken prisoner, with 1,200 men. Earl de Warenne comes to resume his arrogant title of Lord Warden of Scotland, and thereby to relieve his deputy, Aymer de Valence, who is recalled to take possession of the lordship of Pembroke. In pursuance of his usurping commission, the Earl is now marching rapidly toward the Lothians, in the hope of intercepting you in your progress. Thanks to the constant information you send us of your movements, for being able to surprise you of this danger. I should have attempted to have checked the South Ron, by annoying his flanks, had not his numbers rendered such an enterprise on my part hopeless. But his aim being to come up with you, if you meet him in the van, we shall have him in the rear. And, so surrounded, he must be cut to pieces. Surely the tree you planted in Dumbarton is not now to be blasted. Ever your general's and Scotland's true servant, Eustace Maxwell. What answer? Inquired Ker. Wallace hastily engraved with his dagger's point upon his gauntlet, Reveresco, 30 our son is above, and desiring it to be given to the messenger to carry to Sir Eustace Maxwell, he refixed himself in his saddle, and spurred over the Carron. The moon was near her meridian as the wearied troops halted on the deep shadows of the Carse of Stirling. All around them was desolation. The sword and the fire had been there, not in open declared warfare, but under the darkness of midnight, and impelled by rapacity and wantonness. Hence from the base of the rock, even to the foot of the Clackmannan hills, all lay a smoking wilderness. An hour's rest was sufficient to restore every exhausted power to the limbs of the determined followers of Wallace. And, as the morning dawned, the sentinels on the ramparts of the town were not only surprised to see a host below, but that, by the most indefatigable labor, and a silence like death, had not merely passed the ditch, but having gained the counterscarp, had fixed their movable towers, and were at that instant overlooking the highest bastions. The mangonels and petraries, and other implements for battering walls, and the ballista, with every efficient means of throwing missive weapons, were ready to discharge their artillery upon the heads of the besieged. At a sight so unexpected, which seemed to have arisen out of the earth like an exhalation, with such muteness and expedition had the Scottish operations been carried on, the Southrons, struck with dread, fled a moment from the walls. But immediately recovering their presence of mind, they returned, and discharged a cloud of arrows upon their assailants. A messenger, meanwhile, was sent into the citadel to apprise de Valence and the Governor Cressingham of the assault. The interior gates now sent forth thousands to the walls. But in proportion to the numbers which approached, the greater was the harvest of death prepared for the terrible arm of Wallace, whose tremendous war-wolves throwing prodigious stones, and lighter springles, casting forth brazen darts, swept away file after file of the reinforcements. It grieved the noble heart of the Scottish commander to see so many valiant men urged to inevitable destruction, but still they advanced, and that his own might be preserved they must fall. To shorten the bloody contest, his direful weapons were worked with redoubled energy, and so mortal a shower fell that the heavens seemed to rain iron. The crushed and stricken enemy, shrinking under the mighty tempest, forsook their ground. The ramparts deserted, Wallace sprung from his tower upon the walls. At that moment de Valence opened one of the gates, and, at the head of a formidable body, charged the nearest Scots. A good soldier is never taken unawares, and Murray and Graham were prepared to receive him. Furiously driving him to a retrograde motion, they forced him back into the town. But there all was confusion. Wallace, with his resolute followers, had already put Cressingham and his legions to flight, and, closely pursued by Kirkpatrick, they threw themselves into the castle. Meanwhile, the victorious Wallace surrounded the amazed de Valence, who, caught in double toils, called to his men to fight for their king, and neither give nor take quarter. The brave fellows too strictly obeyed. And while they fell on all sides, he supported them with a courage which horror of Wallace's vengeance for his grandfather's death, and the attempt on his own life in the hall at Dumbarton, rendered desperate. At last he encountered the conquering chief, arm to arm. Great was the dismay of de Valence at this meeting, but as death was now all he saw before him, he resolved, if he must die, that the soul of his enemy should attend him to the other world. He fought, not with the steady valor of a warrior determined to vanquish or die, but with the fury of despair, with the violence of a hyena, thirsting for the blood of his opponent. Drunk with rage, he made a desperate plunge at the heart of Wallace, a plunge, armed with execrations, and all his strength, but his sword missed its aim, and entered the side of a youth, who at that moment had thrown himself before his general. Wallace saw where the deadly blow fell. And instantly closing on the Earl, with a vengeance in his eyes, which reminded his now determined victim of the horrid vision he had seen in the burning Barns of Ayr, with one grasp of his arm, the incensed chief hurled him to the ground. And setting his foot upon his breast, would have buried his dagger there, had not de Valence dropped his uplifted sword, and with horror in every feature, raised his clasped hands in speechless supplication. Wallace suspended the blow. And de Valence exclaimed, "My life! This once again, gallant Wallace! By your hopes of heaven, grant me mercy." Wallace looked on the trembling recreant with a glare, which, had he possessed the soul of a man, would have made him grasp at death, rather than deserve a second. "And hast thou escaped me again?" cried Wallace. Then turning his indignant eyes from the abject Earl to his bleeding friend, "I yield him his life, Edwin, and you, perhaps, are slain." "Forget not our own bright principle to avenge me," said Edwin, as brightly smiling, "he has only wounded me. But you are safe, and I hardly feel a smart." Wallace replaced his dagger in his girdle. "Rise, Lord de Valence, it is my honor, not my will, that grants your life. You threw away your arms. I cannot strike even a murderer who bares his breast. I give you that mercy you denied to 19 unoffending, defenseless old men, whose hoary heads your ruthless axe brought with blood to the ground. Let memory be the sword I have withheld." While he spoke, de Valence had risen, and stood, conscience-stricken, before the majestic mien of Wallace. There was something in this denunciation that sounded like the irreversible decree of a divinity. And the condemned wretch quaked beneath the threat, while he panted for revenge. The whole of the survivors in de Valence's train having surrendered themselves when their leader fell, in a few minutes Wallace was surrounded by his chieftains, bringing in the colours, and the swords of their prisoners. "Sir Alexander Ramsay," said he, to a brave and courteous knight, who with his kinsman, William Blair, had joined him in the Lothians, "I confide Earl de Valence to your care. See that he is strongly guarded, and has every respect according to the honor of him to whom I commit this charge." The town was now in possession of the Scots. And Wallace, having sent off the rest of his prisoners to safe quarters, reiterated his persuasions to Edwin, to have the ground, and submit his wounds to the surgeon. "No, no," replied he. "The same hand that gave me this, inflicted a worse on my general at Dumbarton. He kept the field then, and shall I retire now, and disgrace my example? No, my brother, you would not have me so disprove my kindred." "Do as you will," answered Wallace, with a grateful smile, "so that you preserve a life that must never again be risked to save mine. While it is necessary for me to live, my almighty captain will shield me. But when his word goes forth, that I shall be recalled, it will not be in the power of friendship, nor of hosts, to turn the steel from my breast. Therefore, dearest Edwin, throw not yourself away, in defending what is in the hands of heaven, to be lent, or to be withdrawn at will." Edwin bowed his modest head. And having suffered a balsam to be poured into his wound, braced his brigandine over his breast, and was again at the side of his friend, just as he had joined Kirkpatrick before the citadel. The gates were firmly closed, and the dismayed Cressingham was panting behind its walls, as Wallace commanded the parley to be sounded. Afraid of trusting himself within arrow-shot of an enemy who he believed conquered by witchcraft, the terrified governor sent his lieutenant up on the walls to answer the summons. The herald of the Scots demanded the immediate surrender of the place. Cressingham was at that instant informed by a messenger, who had arrived too late the preceding night to be allowed to disturb his slumbers, that de Warenne was approaching with an immense army. Inflated with new confidence, he mounted the wall himself, and in haughty language, returned for answer, that he would fall under the towers of the citadel before he would surrender to a Scottish rebel. "And as an example of the fate which such a delinquent merits," continued he, "I will change the milder sentence passed on Lord Mar, and immediately hang him, and all his family, on these ramparts, in sight of your insurgent army." "Then," cried the herald, "thus says Sir William Wallace, if even one hair on the heads of the Earl of Mar and his family falls with violence to the ground, every Southron soul who has this day surrendered to the Scottish arms shall lose his head by the axe." "We are used to the blood of traitors," cried Cressingham, "and mind not its scent. But the army of Earl de Warenne is at hand, and it is at the peril of all your necks, for the rebel, your master, to put his threat in execution. Withdraw, or you shall see the dead bodies of Donald Mar and his family fringing these battlements, for no terms do we keep with man, woman, or child, who is linked with treason. At these words, an arrow, winged from a hand behind Cressingham, flew directly to the unvisored face of Wallace, but it struck too high, and ringing against his helmet fell to the ground. Treachery, resounded from every Scottish lip. While indignant at so villainous a rupture of the parley, every bow was drawn to the head, and a flight of arrows, armed with retribution, flew toward the battlements. All hands were now at work, to bring the towers to the wall. And mounting on them, while the archers by their rapid showers drove the men from the ramparts, soldiers below, with pickaxes, dug into the wall to make a breach. Cressingham began to fear that his boasted auxiliaries might arrive too late. But, determining to gain time at least, he shot flights of darts, and large stones, from 1,000 engines, also discharged burning combustibles over the ramparts, in hopes of setting fire to the enemy's attacking machines. But all his promptitude proved of no effect. The walls were giving way in parts, and Wallace was mounting by scaling ladders, and clasping the parapets with bridges from his towers. Driven to extremity, Cressingham resolved to try the attachment of the Scots for Lord Mar. And even at the moment when their chief had seized the Barbican and outer ballium, this sanguinary politician ordered the imprisoned earl to be brought out upon the wall of the inner bolia. A rope was round his neck, which was instantly run through a groove, that projected from the nearest tower. At this sight, horror froze the ardent blood of Wallace. But the intrepid earl, descrying his friend on the ladder which might soon carry him to the summit of the battlement, exclaimed, "Forward! Let not my span of life stand between my country and this glorious day for Scotland's freedom." "Execute the sentence," cried the infuriate Cressingham. At these words, Murray and Edwin precipitated themselves upon the ramparts, and mowed down all before them, in a direction toward their uncle. The lieutenant who held the cord, aware of the impolicy of the cruel mandate, hesitated to fulfill it, and now, fearing a rescue from the impetuous Scots, hurried his victim off the works, back to his prison. Meanwhile, Cressingham, perceiving that all would be lost should he suffer the enemy to gain this wall also, sent such numbers upon the brave Scots who had followed the cousins, that, overcoming some, and repelling others, they threw Murray, with a sudden shock, over the ramparts. Edwin was surrounded, and his successful adversaries were bearing him off, struggling and bleeding, when Wallace, springing like a lioness on hunters carrying away her young, rushed in singly amongst them. He seized Edwin. And while his falchion flashed terrible threatenings in their eyes, with a backward step he fought his passage to one of the wooden towers he had fastened to the wall. Cressingham, being wounded in the head, commanded a parley to be sounded. "We have already taken Lord de Valence and his host prisoners," returned Wallace, "and we grant you no cessation of hostilities till you deliver up the Earl of Mar and his family, and surrender the castle into our hands." "Think not, proud boaster," cried the herald of Cressingham, "that we ask a parley to conciliate. It was to tell you that if you do not draw off directly, not only the Earl of Mar and his family, but every Scottish prisoner within these walls, shall perish in your sight." While he yet spoke, the Southrons uttered a great shout, and the Scots looking up, beheld several high poles erected on the roof of the keep, and the Earl of Mar, as before, was led forward. But he seemed no longer the bold and tranquil patriot. He was surrounded by shrieking female forms, clinging to his knees, and his trembling hands were lifted to heaven, as if imploring its pity. "Stop," cried Wallace, in a voice whose thundering mandate rung from tower to tower. "The instant he dies, Lord Aymer de Valence shall perish." He had only to make the sign, and in a few minutes that nobleman appeared between Ramsay and Kirkpatrick. "Earl," exclaimed Wallace, "though I granted your life in the field with reluctance, yet here I am ashamed to put it in danger. But your own people compel me. Look at that spectacle. A venerable father, in the midst of his family. He and they doomed to an ignominious and instant death, unless I betray my country and abandon these walls. Were I weak enough to purchase their lives at such an expense, they could not survive that disgrace. But that they shall not die, while I have the power to preserve them, is my resolve and my duty. Life, then, for life, yours for this family. Wallace, directing his voice toward the keep. "The moment," cried he, "in which that vile cord presses too closely on the neck of the Earl of Mar, or any of his blood, the axe shall sever the head of Lord de Valence from his body." De Valence was now seen on the top of one of the besieging towers. He was pale as death. He trembled, but not with dismay only. 10,000 varying emotions tore his breast. To be thus set up as a monument of his own defeat, to be threatened with execution by an enemy he had contemned, to be exposed to such indignities by the unthinking ferocity of his colleague, filled him with such contending passions of revenge against friends and foes, that he forgot the present fear of death in turbulent wishes to deprive of life all by whom he suffered. Cressingham became alarmed on seeing the retaliating menace of Wallace brought so directly before his view. And, dreading the vengeance of de Valence's powerful family, he ordered a herald to say that if Wallace would draw off his troops to the outer ballium, and the English chief along with them, the Lord Mar and his family should be taken from their perilous situation, and he would consider on terms of surrender. Aware that Cressingham only wanted to gain time until de Warenne should arrive, Wallace determined to foil him with his own weapons, and make the gaining of the castle the consequence of vanquishing the Earl. He told the now perplexed governor that he should consider Lord de Valence as the hostage of safety for Lord Mar and his family, and therefore he consented to withdraw his men from the inner ballium till the setting of the sun, at which hour he should expect a herald with the surrender of the fortress. Thinking that he had caught the Scottish chief in a snare, and that the Lord Warden's army would be upon him long before the expiration of the armistice, Cressingham congratulated himself upon this maneuver. And resolving that the moment Earl de Warenne should appear, Lord Mar should be secretly destroyed in the dungeons, he ordered them to their security again. Wallace fully comprehended what were his enemy's views, and what ought to be his own measures, as soon as he saw the unhappy group disappear from the battlements of the keep. He then recalled his men from the inner ballium wall, and stationing several detachments along the ramparts, and in the towers of the outer wall, committed de Valence to the stronghold of the Barbican, under the especial charge of Lord Ruthven, who was, indeed, eager to hold the means in his own hand that were to check the threatened danger of relatives so dear to him as were the prisoners in the castle. Chapter 33. Cambus-Kenneth. Having secured the advantages he had gained in the town and on the works of the castle, by manning all the strong places, Wallace set forward with his chosen troops to intercept de Warenne. He took his position on a commanding ground about half a mile from Stirling, near to the abbey of Cambus-Kenneth. The Forth lay before him, crossed by a wooden bridge, over which the enemy must pass to reach him, the river not being fordable in that part. He ordered the timbers which supported the bridge to be sawed at the bottom, but not displaced in the least, that they might stand perfectly firm for as long as he should deem it necessary. To these timbers were fastened strong cords, all of which he entrusted to the sturdiest of his Lanark men, who were to lie concealed amongst the flags. These preparations being made, he drew up his troops in order of battle. Kirkpatrick and Murray commanded the flanks. In the centre stood Wallace himself, with Ramsay on one side of him, and Edwin, with Scrymgeour on the other, awaiting with steady expectation the approach of the enemy, who, by this time, could not be far distant. Cressingham was not less well informed of the advance of de Warenne. And burning with revenge against Wallace, and earnest to redeem the favour of de Valence by some act in his behalf, he first gave secret orders to his lieutenant, then set forth alone to seek an avenue of escape, never divulged to any but to the commanders of the fortress. He soon discovered it, and by the light of a torch, making his way through a passage bored in the rock, emerged at its western base, screened from sight by the surrounding bushes. He had disguised himself in a shepherd's bonnet and plaid, in case of being observed by the enemy, but fortune favoured him, and unseen he crept along through the thickets, till he descried the advance of de Warenne's army on the skirts of Tor Wood. Having missed Wallace in West Lothian, de Warenne divided his army into 3 divisions, to enter Stirlingshire by different routes, and so he hoped, certainly, to intercept him in one of them. The Earl of Montgomery led the first, of 20,000 men, the Barons Hilton and Blenkinsop, the second, of 10,000, and de Warenne himself the third, of 30,000. It was the first of these divisions that Cressingham encountered in Tor Wood, and revealing himself to Montgomery, he recounted how rapidly Wallace had gained the town, and in what jeopardy the citadel would be, if he were not instantly attacked. The Earl advised waiting for a junction with Hilton or the Lord Warden, which, said he, must happen in the course of a few hours. In the course of a few hours, returned Cressingham, you will have no Stirling castle to defend. The enemy will seize it at sunset, in pursuance of the very agreement by which I warded him off, to give us time to annihilate him before that hour. Therefore no hesitation, if we would not see him lock the gates of the north of Scotland upon us, even when we have the power to hurl him to perdition. By arguments such as these the young Earl was induced to give up his judgment. And, accompanied by Cressingham, whose courage revived amid such a host, he proceeded to the southern bank of the Forth. The bands of Wallace were drawn up on the opposite shore, hardly 5,000 strong, but so disposed the enemy could not calculate their numbers, though the narrowness of their front suggested to Cressingham that they could not be numerous. And he recollected that many must have been left to occupy the outworks of the town and the citadel. It will be easy to surround the rebel, cried he. And that we may effect our enterprise before the arrival of the warden robs us of the honor, let us about it directly, and cross the bridge. Montgomery proposed a herald being sent to inform Wallace that, besides the long line of troops he saw, de Warenne was advancing with double hosts, and if he would now surrender, a pardon should be granted to him and his, in the king's name, for all their late rebellions. Cressingham was vehement against this measure, but Montgomery being resolute, the messenger was dispatched. In a few minutes he returned, and repeated to the Southron commanders the words of Wallace. Go, said he, tell your masters we came not here to treat for a pardon of what we shall never allow to be an offence. We came to assert our rights, to set Scotland free. Till that is effected, all negotiation is vain. Let them advance, they will find us prepared. Then onward, cried Montgomery, and, spurring his steed, he led the way to the bridge. His eager soldiers followed, and the whole of his centre ranks passed over. The flanks advanced, and the bridge, from end to end, was filled with archers, cavalry, men-at-arms, and war-carriages. Cressingham, in the midst, was hallooing in proud triumph to those who occupied the rear of the straining beams, when the blast of a trumpet sounded from the till now silent and immovable Scottish phalanx. It was re-echoed by shouts from behind the passing enemy, and in that moment the supporting piers of the bridge 31 were pulled away, and the whole of its mailed throng was precipitated into the stream. The cries of the maimed and the drowning were joined by the terrific slogan of two bands of Scots. The one with Wallace toward the head of the river, while the other, under the command of Sir John Graham, rushed from its ambuscade on the opposite bank upon the rear of the dismayed troops. And both divisions sweeping all before them, drove those who fought on land into the river, and those who had just escaped the flood, to meet its waves again, a bleeding host. In the midst of this conflict, which rather seemed a carnage than a battle, Kirkpatrick, having heard the proud shouts of Cressingham on the bridge, now sought him amidst its shattered timbers. With the ferocity of a tiger hunting its prey, he ran from man to man, and as the struggling wretches emerged from the water, he plucked them from the surge. But even while his glaring eyeballs and uplifted axe threatened destruction, he only looked on them, and with imprecations of disappointment, rushed forward on his chase. Almost in despair that the waves had cheated his revenge, he was hurrying on in another direction, when he perceived a body moving through a hollow on his right. He turned, and saw the object of his search crawling amongst the mud and sedges. "Ha!" cried Kirkpatrick, with a triumphant yell, "art thou yet mine?" "Damned, damned villain," cried he, springing upon his breast, "behold the man you dishonored, behold the hot cheek your dastard hand defiled. Thy blood shall obliterate the stain. And then Kirkpatrick may again front the proudest in Scotland." "For mercy," cried the horror-struck Cressingham, struggling with preternatural strength to extricate himself. "Hell would be my portion did I grant any to thee," cried Kirkpatrick. And with one stroke of the axe he severed the head from its body. "I am a man again," shouted he, as he held its bleeding veins in his hand, and placed it on the point of his sword. Thou ruthless priest of Moloch and of Mammon, thou shalt have thine own blood to drink, while I show my general how proudly I am avenged." As he spoke, he dashed amongst the victorious ranks, and reached Wallace at the very moment he was freeing himself from his fallen horse, which a random arrow had shot under him. Murray, at the same instant, was bringing up the wounded Montgomery, who came to surrender his sword, and to beg quarter for his men. The Earl turned deadly pale. For the first object that struck his sight was the fierce knight of Torthorald, walking under the stream of blood which continued to flow from the ghastly head of Cressingham, as he held it exultingly in the air. "If that be your chief," cried Montgomery, "I have mistaken him much, I cannot yield my sword to him." Murray understood him. "If cruelty be an evil spirit," returned he, "it has fled every breast in this army to shelter with Sir Roger Kirkpatrick. And its name is Legion. That is my chief," added he, pointing to Wallace, with an evident consciousness of deriving honor from his command. The chief rose from the ground, dyed in the same ensanguined hue which had excited the abhorrence of Montgomery, though it had been drawn from his own veins, and those of his horse. All, indeed, of blood about him seemed to be on his garment. None was in his eyes, none in his heart but what warmed it to mercy and to benevolence for all mankind. His eyes momentarily fell on the approaching figure of Kirkpatrick, who, waving the head in the air, blew from his bugle the triumphal notes of the price, and then cried to his chief, "I have slain the Wolf of Scotland. My brave clansmen are now casing my target with his skin, 32 which, when I strike its bossy sides, will cry aloud. So, perishes thy dishonor. So perish all the enemies of Scotland." And with the extinction of that breath, "Kirkpatrick," cried Wallace, looking serenely from the head to him, "let your fell revenge perish also. For your own honor commit no indignities on the body you have slain. 'Tis for you to conquer like a god," cried Kirkpatrick, "I have felt as a man, and like a man I revenge. This head shall destroy in death, it shall vanquish its friends for me. For I will wear it like a gorgon on my sword, to turn to stone every Southron who looks on it." While speaking, he disappeared amongst the thickening ranks. And as the victorious Scots hailed him in passing, Montgomery, thinking of his perishing men, suffered Murray to lead him to the scene of his humility. The ever-comprehensive eye of Wallace perceived him as he advanced. And guessing by his armor and dignified demeanor who he was, with a noble grace he raised his helmed bonnet from his head when the Earl approached him. Montgomery looked on him, he felt his soul, even more than his arms, subdued. But still there was something about a soldier's heart that shrunk from yielding his power of resistance. The blood mounted into his before pale cheeks, he held out his sword in silence to the victor. For he could not bring his tongue to pronounce the word surrender. Wallace understood the sign, and holding up his hand to a herald, the trumpet of peace was raised. It sounded, and where, the moment before, were the horrid clashing of arms, the yell of savage conquest, and direful cries for mercy, all was hushed as death. Not that death which had passed, but that which is approaching. None spoke, not a sound was heard, but the low groans of the dying, who lay, overwhelmed and perishing, beneath the bodies of the slain, and the feet of the living. The voice of Wallace rose from this awful pause. Its sound was ever the harbinger of glory, or of good-will to men. "Soldiers," cried he, "God has given victory, let us show our gratitude by moderation and mercy. Gather the wounded into quarters and bury the dead." Wallace then turned to the extended sword of the Earl, he put it gently back with his hand, "Ever wear what you honor," said he, "but, gallant Montgomery, when you draw it next, let it be in a better cause. Learn, brave Earl, to discriminate between a warrior's glory and his shame, between the defender of his country, and the unprovoked ravager of other lands." Montgomery blushed scarlet at these words, but it was not with resentment. He looked down for a moment. "Ah," thought he, "perhaps I ought never to have drawn it here." Then raising his eyes to Wallace, he said, "Were you not the enemy of my king, who, though a conqueror, sanctions none of the cruelties that have been committed in his name, I would give you my hand, before the remnant of his brave troops. Whose lives you grant. But you have my heart, a heart that knows no difference between friend or foe, when the bonds of virtue would unite what only civil dissensions hold separate. Had your king possessed the virtues you believe he does, replied Wallace, my sword might have now been a pruning hook. But that is past. We are in arms for injuries received, and to drive out a tyrant. For believe me, noble Montgomery, that monarch has little pretensions to virtue, who suffers the oppressors of his people, or of his conquests, to go unpunished. To connive at cruelty, is to practice it. And has Edward ever frowned on one of those despots, who, in his name, have for these 2 years past laid Scotland in blood and ashes? The appeal was too strong for Montgomery to answer. He felt its truth, and bowed, with an expression in his face that told more than, as a subject of England, he dared declare. The late respectful silence was turned into the clamorous activity of eager obedience. The prisoners were conducted to the rear of Stirling. While the major part of the Scots, leaving a detachment to unburden the earth of its bleeding load, returned in front to the gates, just as de Warenne's division appeared on the horizon, like a moving cloud gilded by the now setting sun. At this sight Wallace sent Edwin into the town with Lord Montgomery, and marshalling his line, prepared to bear down upon the approaching Earl. But the Lord Warden had received information which fought better for the Scots than a host of swords. When advanced a very little onward on the Carse of Stirling, one of his scouts brought intelligence that having approached the south side of the Forth, he had seen that river floating with dead bodies. And soon after met Southron horns blowing the notes of victory. From what he learned from the fugitives, he also informed his lord, that not only the town and citadel of Stirling were in the possession of Sir William Wallace, but the 2 detachments under Montgomery and Hilton had both been discomfited, and their leaders slain or taken. At this intelligence, Earl de Warenne stood aghast, and while he was still doubting that such disgrace to King Edward's arms could be possible, 2 or 3 fugitives came up, and witnessed to its truth. One had seen Kirkpatrick, with the bloody head of the governor of Stirling on his sword. Another had been near Cressingham in the wood, when he told Montgomery of the capture of de Valence. And concluding that he meant the leader of the 3rd Division, he corroborated the scout's information of the 2 defeats, adding, for terror magnified the objects of fear, that the Scots army was incalculable. But was so disposed by Sir William Wallace, as to appear inconsiderable, that he might ensnare his enemies, by filling them with hopes of an easy conquest. These accounts persuaded de Warenne to make a retreat. And intimidated by the exaggerated representations of those who had fled, his men, with no little precipitation, turned to obey. Wallace perceived the retrograde motion of his enemies' lines. And while a stream of arrows from his archers poured upon them like hail, he bore down upon the rear guard with his cavalry and men-at-arms, and sent Graham round by the wood, to surprise the flanks. All was executed with promptitude. And the tremendous slogan sounding from side to side, the terrified sovereigns, before in confusion, now threw away their arms, to lighten themselves for escape. Sensible that it was not the number of the dead, but the terror of the living, which gives the finishing stroke to conquest, de Warenne saw the effects of this panic, in the total disregard of his orders. And dreadful would have been the carnage of his troops had he not sounded a parley. The bugle of Wallace instantly answered it. De Warenne sent forward his herald. He offered to lay down his arms, provided he might be exempted from relinquishing the royal standard, and that he and his men might be permitted to return without delay to England. Wallace accepted the first article, granted the second. But with regard to the third, it must be on condition that he, the Lord de Warenne, and the officers taken in his army, or in other engagements lately fought in Scotland, should be immediately exchanged for the like number of noble Scots Wallace should name, who were prisoners in England. And that the common men of the army, now about to surrender their arms, should take an oath never to serve again against Scotland. These preliminaries being agreed to, their very boldness arguing the conscious advantage which seemed to compel the assent, the Lord Warden advanced at the head of his 30,000 troops. And first laying down his sword, which Wallace immediately returned to him, the officers and soldiers marched by with their heads uncovered, throwing down their weapons as they approached their conqueror. Wallace extended his line while the procession moved, for he had too much policy to show his enemies that 30,000 men had yielded, almost without a blow, to scarce 5,000. The oath was afterward administered to each regiment by heralds, sent for that purpose into the Strath of Monteith, whither Wallace had directed the captured legions to assemble and refresh themselves, previous to their departure next morning for England. The privates thus disposed of, to release himself from the commanders also, Wallace told de Warenne that duty called him away, but every respect would be paid to them by the Scottish officers. He then gave directions to Sir Alexander Ramsay to escort de Warenne and the rest of the noble prisoners to Stirling. Wallace himself turned with his veteran band to give a conqueror's greeting to the Baron of Hilton, and so ended the famous battles of Cambus-Kenneth and the Carse of Stirling. Chapter 34. Stirling Castle. The prisoners who had been taken with Montgomery were lodged behind the town, and the wounded carried into the Abbey of Cambus-Kenneth. But when Edwin came to move that earl himself, he found him too faint with loss of blood to sit a horse to Snawdown. He therefore ordered a litter, and so conveyed his brave prisoner to that palace of the kings of Scotland in Stirling. The priests in Wallace's army not only exercised the Levitical but the Good Samaritan's functions, and they soon obeyed the young knight's summons to dress the wounds of Montgomery. Messengers, meanwhile, arrived from Wallace, acquainting his chieftains in Stirling with the surrender of de Warenne's army. Hence no surprise was created in the breast of the wounded earl when he saw his commander enter the palace as the prisoner of the illustrious Scot. Montgomery held out his hand to the Lord Warden in silence, and with a flushed cheek. "Blush not, my noble friend," cried de Warenne, "these wounds speak more eloquently than 1,000 tongues, the gallantry with which you maintained the sword that fate compelled you to surrender. But I, without a scratch, how can I meet the unconquered Edward? And yet it was not for myself I feared, my brave and confiding soldiers were in all my thoughts. For I saw it was not to meet an army I led them, but against a whirlwind, a storm of war, with which no strength that I commanded could contend." While the English generals thus conversed, Edwin's impatient heart yearned to be again at the side of Wallace. And gladly resigning the charge of his noble prisoner to Sir Alexander Ramsay, as soon as he observed a cessation in the conversation of the two earls, he drew near Montgomery to take his leave. "Farewell, till we meet again," said the young earl, pressing his hand. "You have been a young brother rather than an enemy, to me." "Because," returned Edwin, "I follow the example of my general, who would willingly be the friend of all mankind." Warenne looked at him with surprise. "And who are you, who, in that stripling form, utters gallant sentiments which might grace the maturest years?" With a sweet dignity, Edwin replied, "I am Edwin Ruthven, the adopted brother of Sir William Wallace." "And the son of him?" asked de Warenne, who, with Sir William Wallace, was the first to mount Dumbarton walls. At these words the cheeks of Edwin were suffused with a more animated bloom. At the moment when his courage was distinguished on the heights of Dumbarton, by the vowed friendship of Wallace, he had found himself beloved by the bravest and most amiable of beings, and in his light he felt both warmth and brightness. But this question of de Warenne, conveyed to him that he had found fame himself, that he was there publicly acknowledged to be an object not unworthy of being called the brother of Sir William Wallace. And, casting down his eyes, beaming with exultation, from the fixed gaze of de Warenne, he answered, "I am that happy Ruthven, who had the honour to mount Dumbarton Rock by the side of my general." And from his hand there received the stroke of knighthood. De Warenne rose, much agitated. "If such be the boys of Scotland, need we wonder, when the spirit of resistance is roused in the nation, that our strength should wither before its men?" "At least," said Montgomery, whose admiration of what passed seemed to reanimate his languid faculties, "it deprives defeat of its sting, when we are conscious we yielded to power that was irresistible. But, my lord," added he, "if the courage of this youth amazes you, what will you say ought to be the fate of this country? What to be the crown of Sir William Wallace's career, when you know the chain of brave hearts by which he is surrounded? Even tender woman loses the weakness of her sex when she belongs to him." Earl de Warenne, surprised at the energy with which he spoke, looked at him with an expression that told him so. "Yes," continued he, I witnessed the heroism of Lady Wallace, when she defended the character of her husband in the midst of an armed host, and preserved the secret of his retreat inviolate. I saw that loveliest of women, whom the dastard Heselrig slew. Disgrace to knighthood, cried Edwin, with indignant vehemence, if you were a spectator of that bloody deed, retire from this house, go to Cambus-Kenneth, anywhere. But leave this city before the injured Wallace arrives, blast not his eyes with a second sight of one who could have beheld his wife murdered. Every eye was now fixed on the commanding figure of the young Edwin, who stood with the determination of being obeyed breathing in every look. De Warenne then at once saw the possibility of so gentle a creature being transformed into the soul of enterprise, into the fearless and effective soldier. Lord Montgomery held out his hand to Edwin. By this right arm, I swear, noble youth, that had I been on the spot when Heselrig lifted his sword against the breast of Lady Wallace, I would have sheathed my sword in his. It was before then that I saw that matchless woman. And offended with my want of severity in the scrutiny I had made at Ellerslie for its chief. Heselrig sent me back to Ayr. Arnulf quarrelled with me there, on the same subject, and I immediately retired in disgust to England. Then how? You ought to be Sir Gilbert Hambledon, replied Edwin, but whoever you are, as you were kind to the Lady Marian, I cannot but regret my late hasty charge, and for which I beseech your pardon. Montgomery took his hand, and pressed it. Generous Ruthven, your warmth is too honourable to need forgiveness. I am that Sir Gilbert Hambledon, and had I remained so, I should not now be in Scotland. But in my first interview with the Prince of Wales, after my accession to the Earldom of Montgomery, His Highness told me, it had been rumoured from Scotland that I was disloyal in my heart to my king. And to prove the falsehood of such calumniators, continued the prince, I appoint you second in command there to the Earl de Warenne. To have refused to fight against Sir William Wallace, would have been to have accused myself of treason. And while I respected the husband of the murdered Lady Marian, I yet condemned him as an insurgent, and with the same spirit you follow him in the field, I obeyed the commands of my sovereign. Lord Montgomery, returned Edwin, I am rejoiced to see one who proves to me what my general, wronged as he has been, yet always inculcates, that all the sovereigns are not base and cruel. When he knows who is indeed his prisoner, what recollections will it awaken? But till you and he again meet, I shall not intimate to him the melancholy satisfaction he is to enjoy, for, with the remembrances it will arouse, your presence must bring the antidote. The brave youth then telling Ramsay in what parts of the palace the rest of the lords were to be lodged, with recovered composure descended to the courtyard, to take horse for Tor Wood. He was galloping along, under the bright light of the moon, when he heard a squadron on full speed approaching, and presently Murray appeared at its head. Hurrah, Edwin, cried he, well met. We are come to demand the instant surrender of the Citadel. Hilton's division has surrendered. The two barons had indeed come up about half an hour after Earl de Warenne's division was discomfited. Sir William Wallace had sent forward to the advancing enemy 2 heralds, bearing the colours de Valence and Montgomery, with the captive banner of de Warenne, and requiring the present division to lay down its army also. The sight of these standards was sufficient to assure Hilton there was no deceit in the embassy. The nature of his position precluded retreat. And not seeing any reason for 10,000 men disputing the day with a power to whom 50,000 had just surrendered, he and his compeer, with the reluctance of veterans, embraced the terms of surrender. The instant Hilton put his argent banner 33 into the victor's hand, Wallace knew that the castle must now be his. He had discomfited all who could have maintained it against him. Impatient to apprise Lord Mar and his family of their safety, he dispatched Murray with a considerable escort to demand its surrender. Murray gladly obeyed, and now, accompanied by Edwin, with the standards of Cressingham and de Warenne trailing in the dust, he arrived before the castle, and summoned the lieutenant to the walls. But that officer, well aware of what was going to happen, feared to appear. From the battlements of the keep he had seen the dreadful conflict on the banks of the Forth, he had seen the thousands of de Warenne pass before the conqueror. To punish his treachery, in not only having suffered Cressingham to steal out under the armistice, but upholding also the breaking of his word to surrender at sunset. The terrified officer believed that Wallace was now come to put the whole garrison to the sword. At the first sight of Murray's approaching squadron, the lieutenant hurried to Lord Mar, to offer him immediate liberty if he would go forth to Wallace and treat with him to spare the lives of the garrison. Closed up in a solitary dungeon, the Earl knew not of what was occurring without, and when the Southron entered, he expected it was to lead him again to the death which had been twice averted. But the pale and trembling lieutenant had no sooner spoken the first word than Mar discerned it was a suppliant, not an executioner, he saw before him, and he was even promising that clemency from Wallace, which he knew dwelt in his heart. When Murray's trumpet sounded, the lieutenant started, horror-struck. It is now too late. We have not made the first overture, and there sounds the death bell of this garrison. I saved your life, Earl, cried he, imploringly, to Lord Mar. When the enraged Cressingham commanded me to pull the cord which would have launched you into eternity. I disobeyed him. For my sake, then, preserve this garrison, and accompany me to the ramparts. The chains were immediately knocked off the limbs of Lord Mar, and the lieutenant presenting him with a sword, they appeared together on the battlements. As the declining moon shone on their backs, Murray did not discern that it was his uncle who mounted the walls. But calling to him in a voice which declared there was no appeal, pointed to the humbled colours of Edward, and demanded the instant surrender of the citadel. Let it be, then with the pledge of Sir William Wallace's mercy, cried the venerable Earl. With every pledge, Lord Mar, returned Murray, now joyfully recognizing his uncle, which you think safe to give. Then the keys of the citadel are yours, cried the lieutenant, I only ask the lives of my garrison. This was granted, and immediately preparations were made for the admission of the Scots. As the enraptured Edwin heard the heavy chains of the portcullis drawn up, and the massy bolts of the huge doors grating in their guards, he thought of his mother's liberty, of his father's joy, in pressing her again in his arms. And hastening to the tower where Lord Ruthven held watch over the now sleeping de Valence, he told him all that had happened. Go, my father, added he, enter with Murray, and be the first to open the prison doors of my mother. Lord Ruthven embraced his son. My dear Edwin, this sacrifice to my feelings is worthy of you. But I have a duty to perform, superior even to the tenderest private ones. I am planted here by my commander. And shall I quit my station, for any gratification, till he gives me leave? No, my son. Be you my representative to your mother. And while my example teaches you, above all earthly considerations, to obey your honor, those tender embraces will show her what I sacrifice to duty. Edwin no longer urged his father, and leaving his apartment, flew to the gate of the inner ballium. It was open, and Murray already stood on the platform before the keep, receiving the keys to the garrison. Blessed sight! Cried the Earl, to his nephew. When I put the banner of Mar into your unpractised hand, little could I expect that, in the course of 4 months, I should see my brave Andrew receive the keys of proud Stirling from its commander. Murray smiled, while his plumed head bowed gratefully to his uncle, and turning to the lieutenant, now, said he, lead me to the ladies Mar and Ruthven that I may assure them they are free. The gates of the keep were now unclosed, and the lieutenant conducted his victors along a gloomy passage, to a low door, studded with knobs of iron. As he drew the bolt, he whispered to Lord Mar, these severities are the hard policy of Governor Cressingham. He pushed the door slowly open, and discovered a small, miserable cell, its walls, of rugged stone, having no other covering than the incrustations which time, and many a dripping winter, had strewn over their vaulted service. On the ground, on a pallet of straw, lay a female figure in a profound sleep. But the light which the lieutenant held, streaming full upon the uncurtained slumberer, she started, and, with a shriek of terror at the sight of so many armed men, discovered the pallid features of the Countess of March. With an anguish which hardly the freedom he was going to bestow could ameliorate, the Earl rushed forward, and, throwing himself beside her, caught her in his arms. Are we, then, to die? Cried she, in a voice of horror. Has Wallace abandoned us? Are we to perish? Heartless man! Overcome by his emotions, the Earl could only strain her to his breast in speechless agitation. Edwin saw a picture of his mother's sufferings, in the present distraction of the Countess. And he felt his powers of utterance locked up, but Lord Andrew, whose ever-light heart was gay the moment he was no longer unhappy, jocosely answered, "My fair aunt, there are many hearts to die by your eyes before that day. And, meanwhile, I come from Sir William Wallace, to set you free." The name of Wallace, and the intimation that he had sent to set her free, drove every former thought of death and misery from her mind. Again the ambrosial gales of love seemed to breathe around her, she saw not her prison walls, she felt herself again in his presence. And in a blissful trance, rather endured than participated in the warm congratulations of her husband on their mutual safety. Edwin and Murray turned to follow the lieutenant, who, preceding them, stopped at the end of the gallery. "Here," said he, "is Lady Ruthven's habitation, and, alas! not better than the Countess." While he spoke, he threw open the door, and discovered its sad inmate also asleep. But when the glad voice of her son pierced her ear, when his fond embraces clung to her bosom, her surprise and emotions were almost insupportable. Hardly crediting her senses, that he whom she had believed was safe in the cloisters of St. Columba, could be within the dangerous walls of Stirling, that it was his mailed breast that pressed against her bosom, that it was his voice she heard exclaiming, "Mother, we come to give you freedom," all appeared to her like a dream of madness. She listened, she felt him, she found her cheek wet with his rapturous tears. "Am I in my right mind?" cried she, looking at him with a fearful, yet overjoyed countenance. "Am I not mad? Oh! Tell me," cried she, turning to Murray, and the lieutenant, "is this my son that I see, or has terror turned my brain?" "It is indeed your son, your Edwin, my very self," returned he, alarmed at the expression of her voice and countenance. Murray gently advanced, and kneeling down by her, respectfully took her hand. "He speaks truth, my dear madam. It is your son Edwin. He left his convent, to be a volunteer with Sir William Wallace. He has covered himself with honour on the walls of Dumbarton, and here also a sharer in his leader's victories. He is come to set you free." At this explanation, which, being given in the sober language of reason, Lady Ruthven believed, she gave way to the full happiness of her soul, and falling on the neck of her son, embraced him with a flood of tears. "And thy father, Edwin? Where is he? Did not the noble Wallace rescue him from Ayr?" "He did, and he is here." Edwin then repeated to his mother the affectionate message of his father, and the particulars of his release. Perceiving how happily they were engaged, Murray, now with a flutter in his own bosom, rose from his knees, and requested the lieutenant to conduct him to Lady Helen March. His guide led the way by a winding staircase into a stone gallery, where letting Lord Andrew into a spacious apartment, divided in the midst by a vast screen of carved cedar wood, he pointed to a curtained entrance. "In that chamber," said he, "lodges the Lady Helen." "Ah, my poor cousin," exclaimed Murray, "though she seems not to have tasted the hardships of her parents, she has shared their misery, I do not doubt." While he spoke, the lieutenant bowed in silence, and Murray entered alone. The chamber was magnificent, and illumined by a lamp which hung from the ceiling. He cautiously approached the bed, fearing too hastily to disturb her, and gently pulling aside the curtains, beheld vacancy. An exclamation of alarm had almost escaped him, when observing a half-open door at the other side of the apartment, he drew toward it, and there beheld his cousin, with her back to him, kneeling before a crucifix. She spoke not, but the fervor of her action manifested how earnestly she prayed. He moved behind her, but she heard him not, her whole soul was absorbed in the success of her petition. And at last raising her clasped hands in a paroxysm of emotion, she exclaimed, "If that trumpet sounded the victory of the Scots, then, power of goodness, receive thy servant's thanks. But if de Warenne have conquered, where de Valence has failed. If all whom I love be lost to me here, take me then to thyself, and let my freed spirit fly to their embraces in heaven. Aye, and on earth too, thou blessed angel," cried Murray, throwing himself toward her. She started from her knees, and with such a cry as the widow of Sarepta uttered when she embraced her son from the dead, Helen threw herself on the bosom of her cousin, and closed her eyes in a blissful swoon, for even while every outward sense seemed fled, the impression of joy played about her heart. And the animated throbbings of Murray's breast, while he pressed her in his arms, at last aroused her to recollection. Her glistening and uplifted eyes told all the happiness, all the gratitude of her soul. "My father? All are safe?" demanded she. "All, my best beloved," answered Murray, forgetting in his powerful emotions of his heart, that what he felt, and what he uttered, were beyond even a cousin's limits. "My uncle, the Countess, Lord and Lady Ruthven, all are safe." "And Sir William Wallace," cried she, "you do not mention him." "I hope no ill dash." "He is conqueror here," interrupted Murray. "He has subdued every obstacle between Berwick and Stirling. And he has sent me hither to set you and the rest of the dear prisoners free." Helen's heart throbbed with a new tumult as he spoke. She longed to ask whether the unknown knight from whom she had parted in the hermit's cell, had ever joined Sir William Wallace. She yearned to know that he yet lived. At the thought of the probability of his having fallen in some of these desperate conflicts, her soul seemed to gasp for existence. And dropping her head on her cousin's shoulder, "Tell me, Andrew," said she, and there she paused, with an emotion for which she could not account to herself. "Of what would my sweet cousin inquire?" asked Murray, partaking her agitation. "Nothing particular," said she, covered with blushes, "but did you fight alone in these battles? Did no other knight but Sir William Wallace?" "Many, dearest Helen," returned Murray, enraptured at a solicitude which he appropriated to himself. "Many knights joined our arms. All fought in a manner worthy of their leader, and thanks to heaven, none have fallen." "Thanks, indeed," cried Helen. And with a hope she dared hardly whisper to herself, of seeing the unknown knight in the gallant train of the conqueror, she falteringly said, "Now, Andrew, lead me to my father." Murray would perhaps have required a second bidding, had not Lord Mar, impatient to see his daughter, appeared with the Countess at the door of the apartment. Hastening toward them, she fell on the bosom of her father. And while she bathed his face and hands with her glad tears, he, too, wept, and mingled blessings with his caresses. No coldness here met his paternal heart, no distracting confusions tore her from his arms. No averted looks, by turns, alarmed and chilled the bosom of tenderness. All was innocence and duty in Helen's breast, and every ingenuous action showed its affection and its joy. The estranged heart of Lady Mar had closed against him. And though he suspected not its wanderings, he felt the unutterable difference between the warm transports of his daughter and the frigid gratulations forced from the lips of his wife. Lady Mar gazed with a weird frown on the lovely form of Helen, as she wound her exquisitely turned arms round the Earl in filial tenderness. Her bosom, heaving in the snowy whiteness of virgin purity. Her face, radiant with the softest blooms of youth, all seemed to frame an object which malignant fiends had conjured up to blast her stepdame's hope. "Wallace will behold these charms," cried her distracted spirit to herself, and then, "Where am I?" While her thoughts thus followed each other, she unconsciously darted looks on Helen, which, if an evil eye had any bewitching power, would have withered all her beauties. At one of these portentous moments, the glad eyes of Helen met her glance. She started with horror. It made her remember how she had been betrayed, and all that she had suffered from Soulis. But she could not forget that she had also been rescued. And with that blessed recollection, the image of her preserver rose before her. At this gentle idea, her alarmed countenance took a softer expression. And, tenderly sighing, she turned to her father's question of, how she came to be with Lady Ruthven, when he had been taught by Lord Andrew to believe her safe at St. Fillan's. "Yes," cried Murray, throwing herself on a seat beside her, "I found in your letter to Sir William Wallace, that you had been betrayed from your asylum by some traitor Scot. And but for the fullness of my joy at our present meeting, I should have inquired the name of the villain." Lady Mar felt a deadly sickness at her heart, on hearing that Sir William Wallace was already so far acquainted with her daughter as to have received a letter from her. And in amazed despair, she prepared to listen to what she expected would bring a deathstroke to her hopes. They had met, but how, where? They wrote to each other. Then, far indeed had proceeded that communication of hearts, which was now the aim of her life, and she was undone. Helen glanced at the face of Lady Mar, and observing its changes, regarded them as corroborations of her having been the betrayer. If conscience disturbs you thus, thought Helen, let it rend your heart, and perhaps remorse may follow. As the tide of success seemed so full for the patriot Scots, Helen no longer feared that her cousin would rashly seek a precarious vengeance on the traitor Soulis, when he might probably soon have an opportunity of making it certain at the head of an army. She therefore commenced her narrative from the time of Murray's leaving her at the Priory, and continued it to the hour in which she had met her father, a prisoner in the streets of Stirling. As she proceeded, the indignation of the Earl and of Murray against Soulis became vehement. The nephew was full of immediate personal revenge. But the father, with arguments similar to those which had suggested themselves to his daughter, calmed the lover's rage, for Murray now felt that fire as well as a kinsman's. And reseated himself with repressed, though burning resentment, to listen to the remainder of her relation. The quaking conscience of Lady Mar did indeed vary her cheeks with 1,000 dyes, when, as Helen repeated part of her conversation with MacGregor's wife, Murray abruptly said, "Surely that woman could name the traitor who betrayed us into the hands of our enemies. Did she not hint it?" Helen cast down her eyes, that even a glance might not overwhelm with insupportable shame the already trembling countess. Lady Mar saw that she was acquainted with her guilt, and expecting no more mercy than she knew she would show to Helen in the like circumstances, she hastily rose from her chair, internally vowing vengeance against her triumphant daughter and hatred of all mankind. But Helen thought she might have so erred, from a wife's alarm for the safety of the husband she professed to dote on, and this dutiful daughter determined never to accuse her. While all the furies raged in the breast of the guilty woman, Helen simply answered, "Lord Soulis would be weak as he is vile, to trust a secret of that kind with a servant," then hurried on to the relation of subsequent events. The countess breathed again, and almost deceiving herself with the idea that Helen was indeed ignorant of her treachery, listened with emotions of another kind, when she heard of the rescue of her daughter-in-law. She saw Wallace in that brave act. But as Helen, undesignedly to herself, passed over the parts in their conversation which had most interested her, and never named the graces of his person, Lady Mar thought that to have viewed Wallace with so little notice would have been impossible. And therefore was glad of such a double conviction, that he and her daughter had never met, which seemed verified when Helen said that the unknown chief had promised to join his arms with those of Wallace. Murray had observed Helen while she spoke, with an impression at his heart that made it pause. Something in this interview had whispered to him what he had never dreamed before, that she was dearer to him than 50,000 cousins. And while the blood flushed and retreated in the complexion of Helen, and her downcast eyes refused to show what was passing there, while she hastily ran over the circumstances of her acquaintance with the stranger knight, Murray's own emotions declared the secret of hers. And with a lip as pale as her own, he said, "But where is this brave man? He cannot have yet joined us, for surely he would have told Wallace or myself that he came from you." "I warned him not to do so," replied she, "for fear that your indignation against my enemies, my dear cousin, might have precipitated you into dangers to be incurred for our country only." "Then, if he had joined us," replied Murray, rising from his seat, "you will probably soon know who he is. Tomorrow morning Sir William Wallace will enter the Citadel, attended by his principal knights. And in that gallant company you must doubtless discover the man who had laid such obligations on us all by your preservation." Murray's feelings told him that glad should he be, if the utterance of that obligation would repay it. Helen herself knew not how to account for the agitation which shook her whenever she adverted to her unknown preserver. At the time of the hermit's friend, the good lay brother, having brought her to a low, when she explained to Lady Ruthven the cause of her strange arrival, she had then told her story with composure, till she mentioned her deliverer. But in that moment, for the first time she felt a confusion which disordered the animation with which she described his patriotism and his bravery. But it was natural, she thought, that gratitude for a recent benefit should make her heart beat high. It was something like the enthusiasm she had felt for Wallace on the rescue of her father, and she was satisfied. But a few days of quiet at Loch had recovered her health from the shock it had received in the recent scenes, and she proposed to her aunt to send some trusty messenger to inform the imprisoned Earl at Dumbarton of her happy refuge. And Lady Ruthven in return had urged the probability that the messenger would be intercepted, and so her asylum be discovered, saying, "Let it alone, till this knight of yours, by performing his word, calls you to declare his honourable deeds. Till then, Lord Mar, ignorant of your danger, needs no assurance of your safety." This casual reference to the knight had then made the tranquilized heart of Helen renew its throbbings, and turning from her aunt with an acquiescing reply, she retired to her own apartment to quell the unusual and painful blushes she felt burning on her cheeks. Why she should feel thus she could not account, unless, said she to herself, I fear that my suspicion may be guessed at. And should my words or looks betray the royal Bruce to any harm, that moment of undesigned ingratitude would be the last of my life. This explanation seemed ample to herself. And henceforth avoiding all mention of her preserver in her conversations with Lady Ruthven, she had confined the subject to her own breast. And thinking that she thought of him more by her intention to speak of him less, she wondered not that whenever she was alone his image immediately rose in her mind, his voice seemed to sound in her ears. And even as the summer air wafted its soft fragrance over her cheek, she would turn as if she felt that breath which had so gently brushed her to repose. She would then start and sigh, and repeat his words to herself, but all was serene in her bosom. For it seemed as if the contemplation of so much loveliness of soul in so noble a form, soothed instead of agitated her heart. What a king will he be? Thought she, with what transport would the virtuous Wallace set the Scottish crown on so noble a brow? Such were her meditations and feelings, when she was brought a prisoner to Stirling. And when she heard of the victories of Wallace, she could not but think that the brave arm of her knight was there, and that he, with the renowned champion of Scotland, would fly, on the receipt of her letter, to Stirling, there to repeat the valiant deeds of Dumbarton. The first blast of the Scottish trumpet under the walls found her, as she had said, upon her knees, and kept her there, for hardly with any intermission. With fast and prayer did she kneel before the altar of heaven, till the voice of Andrew Murray at midnight called her to freedom and to happiness. Wallace, and perhaps her nameless hero with him, had again conquered. His idea dwelt in her heart and faltered on her tongue. And yet, in reciting the narrative of her late sufferings to her father, when she came to the mentioning of the stranger's conduct to her, with an apprehensive embarrassment she felt her growing emotions as she drew near the subject. And, hurrying over the event, she could only excuse herself for such new perturbations by supposing that the former treason of Lady Mar now excited her alarm, with fear she should fix it on a new object. Turning cold at an idea so pregnant with horror, she hastily passed from the agitating theme to speak of De Valence and the respect with which he had treated her during her imprisonment. His courtesy had professed to deny nothing to her wishes except her personal liberty and any conference with her parents or aunt. Her father's life, he declared it was altogether out of his power to grant. He might suspend the sentence, but he could not abrogate it. Yes, cried the Earl, though false and inflexible, I must not accuse him of having been so barbarous in his tyranny as Cressingham. For it was not until De Valence was taken prisoner that Joanna and I were divided. Till then we were lodged in decent apartments, but on that event Cressingham tore us from each other, and threw us into different dungeons. My sister Janet I never saw since the hour we were separated in the street of Stirling until the awful moment in which we met on the roof of this castle, the moment when I expected to behold her and my wife die before my eyes. Helen now learned, for the first time, the base cruelties which had been exercised on her father and his family since the capture of De Valence. She had been exempted from sharing them by the fears of Cressingham, who, knowing that the English Earl had particular views with regard to her, durst not risk offending him by outraging one whom he had declared himself determined to protect. During part of this conversation, Murray withdrew to bring Lady Ruthven and her son to share the general joy of full domestic reunion. The happy Edwin and his mother having embraced these dear relatives with yet more tender affections yearning in their bosoms, accompanied Murray to the door of the barbican, which contained Lord Ruthven. They entered on the wings of conjugal and filial love, but the for once pensive Lord Andrew, with a slow and musing step, returned into the castle to see that all was safely disposed for the remainder of the night. Chapter 35. Stirling Citadel. At noon next day Murray received a message from Wallace, desiring him to acquaint the Earl of Mar that he was coming to the Citadel to offer the Palace of Snawdown to the ladies of Mar, and to request the Earl to take charge of the illustrious prisoners he was bringing to the castle. Each member of the family hastened to prepare for an interview which excited different expectations in each different breast. Lady Mar, well satisfied that Helen and Wallace had never met, and clinging to the vague words of Murray, that he had sent to give her liberty, called forth every art of the tiring room to embellish her still fine person. Lady Ruthven, with the respectable eagerness of a chaste matron, in prospect of seeing the man who had so often been the preserver of her brother, and who had so lately delivered her husband from a loathsome dungeon, was the first who joined the Earl in the great gallery. Lady Mar soon after entered like Juno, in all her plumage of majesty and beauty. But the trumpet of Wallace had sounded in the gates before the trembling Helen could leave her apartment. It was the herald of his approach, and she sunk breathless into a seat. She was now going to see for the first time the man for whose woes she had so often wept, the man who had incurred them all for objects dear to her. He whom she had mourned as one stricken in sorrows, and feared for, as an outlaw doomed to suffering and to death, was now to appear before her, not in the garb of woe, which excuses the sympathy its wearer excites, but arrayed as a conqueror. As the champion of Scotland, giving laws to her oppressors, and entering in triumph, over fields of their slain. Awful as this picture was to the timidity of her gentle nature, it alone did not occasion that inexpressible sensation which seemed to check the pulses of her heart. Was she, or was she not, to recognize in his train the young and noble Bruce? Was she to be assured that he still existed? Or, by seeking him everywhere in vain, ascertain that he, who could not break his word, had perished, lonely and unknown? While these ideas thronged into her mind, the platform below was filling with the triumphant Scots, and, her doors suddenly opening, Edwin entered in delighted haste. "Come, cousin," cried he, "Sir William Wallace has almost finished his business in the great hall. He has made my uncle governor of this place, and has committed nearly 1,000 prisoners of rank to his care. If you be not expeditious, you will allow him to enter the gallery before you." Hardly observing her face, from the happy emotions which dazzled his own eyes, he seized her hand, and hurried her to the gallery. Only her aunt and stepmother were yet there. Lady Ruthven sat composedly, on a tapestried bench, awaiting the arrival of the company. But Lady Mar was near the door, listening impatiently to the voices beneath. At sight of Helen, she drew back. But she smiled exultingly when she saw that all the splendor of beauty she had so lately beheld and dreaded was flown. Her unadorned garments gave no particular attraction to the simple lines of her form, the effulgence of her complexion was gone. Her cheek was pale, and the tremulous motion of her step deprived her of the elastic grace which was usually the charm of her nymph-like figure. Triumph now sat in the eyes of the Countess. And, with an air of authority, she waved Helen to take a seat beside Lady Ruthven. But Helen, fearful of what might be her emotion when the train should enter, had just placed herself behind her aunt, when the steps of many a mailed foot sounded upon the oaken floor of the outward gallery. The next moment the great doors of the huge screen opened, and a crowd of knights in armor flashed upon her eyes. A strange dimness overspread her faculties, and nothing appeared to her but an indistinct throng approaching. She would have given worlds to have been removed from the spot, but was unable to stir, and on recovering her senses, she beheld Lady Mar, who, exclaiming, "Ever my preserver," had hastened forward, now leaning on the bosom of one of the chiefs. His head was bent as if answering her in a low voice. By the golden locks, which hung down upon the jeweled tresses of the Countess, and obscured his face, she judged it must indeed be the deliverer of her father, the knight of her dream. But where was he, who had delivered herself from a worse fate than death? Where was the dweller of her daily thoughts, the bright apparition of her unslumbering pillow? Helen's sight, now clearing to as keen a vision as before it had been dulled and indistinct, with a timid and anxious gaze glanced from face to face of the chieftains around, but all were strange. Then withdrawing her eyes with a sad conviction that their search was indeed in vain, in the very moment of that despair, they were arrested by a glimpse of the features of Wallace. He had raised his head. He shook back his clustering hair, and her secret was revealed. In that godlike countenance she recognized the object of her devoted wishes. And with a gasp of overwhelming surprise, she must have fallen from her seat, had not Lady Ruthven, hearing a sound like the sigh of death, turned round, and caught her in her arms. The cry of her aunt drew every eye to the spot. Wallace immediately relinquished the countess to her husband, and moved toward the beautiful and senseless form that lay on the bosom of Lady Ruthven. The Earl and his agitated wife followed. "What ails my Helen?" asked the affectionate father. "I know not," replied his sister, "she sat behind me, and I knew nothing of her disorder till she fell as you see." Murray instantly supposed that she had discovered the unknown knight. And looking from countenance to countenance, amongst the train, to try if he could discern the envied cause of such emotions, he read in no face an answering feeling with that of Helen's. And turning away from his unavailing scrutiny, on hearing her draw a deep sigh, his eyes fixed themselves on her, as if they would have read her soul. Wallace, who, in the pale form before him, saw, not only the woman whom he had preserved with a brother's care, but the compassionate saint, who had given a hallowed grave to the remains of an angel, pure as herself, now hung over her with anxiety so eloquent in every feature that the countess would willingly at that moment have stabbed her in every vein. Lady Ruthven had sprinkled her niece with water, and as she began to revive, Wallace motioned to his chieftains to withdraw. Her eyes opened slowly. But recollection returning with every reawakened sense, she dimly perceived a press of people around her, and fearful of again encountering that face, which declared the Bruce of her secret meditations and the Wallace of her declared veneration were one, she buried her blushes in the bosom of her father. In that short point of time, images of past, present, and to come, rushed before her. And without confessing to herself why she thought it necessary to make the vow, her soul seemed to swear on the sacred altar of a parent's heart, never more to think on either idea. Separate, it was sweet to muse on her own deliverer. It was delightful to dwell on the virtues of her father's preserver. But when she saw both characters blended in one, her feeling seemed sacrilege, and she wished even to bury her gratitude, where no eye but heaven's could see its depth and fervor. Trembling at what might be the consequences of this scene, Lady Mar determined to hint to Wallace that Helen loved some unknown knight, and bending to her daughter, said in a low voice, yet loud enough for him to hear, "Retire, my child. You will be better in your own room, whether pleasure or disappointment about the person you wish to discover in Sir William's train have occasioned these emotions." Helen recovered herself at this indelicate remark. And raising her head with that modest dignity which only belongs to the purest mind, gently but firmly said, "I obey you, madam, and he whom I have seen will be too generous, not to pardon the effects of so unexpected a weight of gratitude." As she spoke, her turning eye met the fixed gaze of Wallace. His countenance became agitated, and dropping on his knee beside her, "Gracious lady," cried he, "mine is the right of gratitude, but it is dear land precious to me. A debt that my life will not be able to repay. I was ignorant of all your goodness, when we parted in the Hermit's cave. But the spirit of an angel like yourself, Lady Helen, will whisper to you all her widowed husband's thanks." He pressed her hand fervently between his, and rising, left the room. Helen looked on with an immovable eye, in which the heroic vow of her soul spoke in every beam. But as he arose, even then she felt its frailty, for her spirit seemed leaving her, and as he disappeared from the door, her world seemed shut from her eyes. Not to think of him was impossible, how to think of him was in her own power. Her heart felt as if suddenly made a desert. But heroism was there. She had looked upon the heaven-dedicated Wallace, on the widowed mourner of Marion, the saint and the hero, the being of another world. And as such she would regard him, till in the realms of purity she might acknowledge the brother of her soul. A sacred inspiration seemed to illuminate her features, and to brace with the vigor of immortality those limbs which before had sunk under her. She forgot she was still of earth, while a holy love, like that of the dove in paradise, sat brooding on her heart. Lady Mar gazed on her without understanding the ethereal meaning of those looks. Judging from her own impassioned feelings, she could only resolve the resplendent beauty which shone from the now animated face and form of Helen into the rapture of finding herself beloved. Had she not heard Wallace declare himself to be the unknown knight who had rescued Helen? She had heard him devote his life to her, and was not his heart included in that dedication? She had then heard that love vowed to another, which she would have sacrificed her soul to win. Murray too was confounded, but his reflections were far different from those of Lady March. He saw his newly self-discerned passion smothered in its first breath. At the moment in which he found that he loved his cousin above all of women's mould, an unappealable voice in his bosom made him crush every fond desire. That heart which, with the chaste transports of a sister, had throbbed so entrancingly against his, was then another's. Was become the captive of Wallace's virtues, of the only man who, his judgment would have said, deserves Helen Mar. But when he clasped her glowing beauties in his arms only the night before, his enraptured soul then believed that the tender smile he saw on her lips was meant as the sweet earnest of the happier moment, when he might hold her there forever. That dream was now past. Well, be it so, said he to himself, if this too daring passion must be clipped on the wing, I have at least the consolation that it soared like the bird of Jove. But, loveliest of created beings, thought he, looking on Helen with an expression which, had she met it, would have told her all that was passing in his soul, if I am not to be thy love, I will be thy friend, and live for thee in Wallace. Believing that she had read her sentence in what she thought the triumphant glances of a happy passion, Lady Mar turned from her daughter-in-law with such a hatred kindling in her heart. She durst not trust her eyes to the inspection of the bystanders. But her tongue could not be restrained beyond the moment in which the object of her jealousy left the room. As the door closed upon Helen, who retired leaning on the arms of her aunt and Edwin, the countess turned to her lord. His eyes were looking with doting fondness toward the point where she withdrew. This sight augmented the angry tumults in the breast of his wife, and with a bitter smile she said, So, my lord, you find the icy bosom of your Helen can be thawed. How do you mean, Joanna, returned the earl, doubting her words and looks, you surely cannot blame our daughter for being sensible of gratitude. I blame all young women, replied she, who give themselves airs of unnatural coldness. And then, when the proof comes, behave in a manner so extraordinary, so indelicately, I must say. My Lady Mar, ejaculated the earl, with an amazed look, what am I to think of you from this? How has my daughter behaved indelicately? She did not lay her head on Sir William Wallace's bosom and weep there till he replaced her on her natural pillow, mine. Have a care, madam, that I do not see more in this spleen than would be honourable to you for me to discover. Fearing nothing so much as that her husband should really suspect the passion which possessed her, and so remove her from the side of Wallace, she presently recalled her former duplicity, and with a surprised and uncomprehending air replied, I do not understand what you mean, Donald. Then turning to Lord Ruthven, who stood uneasily viewing this scene, how, cried she, can my lord discover spleen in my maternal anxiety respecting the daughter of the husband I love and honour above all the earth? But men do not properly estimate female reserve. Any woman would say with me, that to faint at the sight of Sir William Wallace was declaring an emotion not to be revealed before so large a company. A something from which men might not draw the most agreeable inferences. It only declared surprise, madam, cried Murray, the surprise of a modest and ingenuous mind that did not expect to recognize its mountain friend in the person of the Protector of Scotland. Lady Mar put up her lip, and turning to the still silent Lord Ruthven, again addressed him. Stepmothers, my lord, said she, have hard duties to perform. And when we think we fulfill them best, our suspicious husband comes with a magician's wand, and turns all our good to evil. Array your good in a less equivocal garb, my dear Joanna, answered the Earl of Mar, rather ashamed of the hasty words which indeed the suspicion of a moment had drawn from his lips. Judge my child by her usual conduct, not by an accidental appearance of inconsistency, and I shall ever be grateful for your solicitude. But in this instance, though she might betray the weakness of an enfeebled constitution, it was certainly not the frailty of a love-sick heart. Judge me by your own rule, dear Donald, cried his wife, blandishly kissing his forehead, and you will not again wither the mother of your boy with such a look as I just now received. Glad to see this reconciliation, Lord Ruthven made a sign to Murray, and they withdrew together. Meanwhile, the honest Earl, surrendering his whole heart to the wiles of his wife, poured into her not inattentive ear all his wishes for Helen, all the hopes to which her late meeting with Wallace, and their present recognition, had given birth. I had rather have that man my son, said he, than see my beloved daughter placed on an imperial throne. I do not doubt it, thought Lady Mar, for there are many emperors, but only one William Wallace. However, her sentiments she confined to herself, neither assenting nor dissenting, but answering so as to secure the confidence by which she hoped to traverse his designs. According to the inconsistency of the wild passion that possessed her, one moment she saw nothing but despair before her, and in the next it seemed impossible that Wallace should in heart be proof against her tenderness and charms. She remembered Murray's words, that he was sent to set her free, and that recollection reawakened every hope. Sir William had placed Lord Mar in a post as dangerous as honourable. Should the Southrons return in any force into Scotland, Stirling must be one of the first places they would attack. The Earl was brave, but his wounds had robbed him of much of his martial vigour. Might she not then be indeed set free? And might not Wallace, on such an event, mean to repay her for all those sighs he now sought to repress from ideas of a virtue which she could admire, but had not the courage to imitate? These wicked meditations passed even at the side of her husband, and, with a view to further every wish of her intoxicated imagination, she determined to spare no exertion to secure the support of her own family, which, when agreeing in one point, was the most powerful of any in the kingdom. Her father, the Earl of Strathern, was now a misanthrope recluse in the Orkneys. She therefore did not calculate on his assistance, but she resolved on requesting Wallace to put the names of her cousins, Athol and Badenoch, into the exchange of prisoners, for by their means she expected to accomplish all she hoped. On Mar's probable speedy death she so long thought that she regarded it as a certainty, and so pressed forward to the fulfilment of her love and ambition with as much eagerness as if he were already in his grave. She recollected that Wallace had not this time thrown her from his bosom, when in the transports of her joy she cast herself upon it. He only gently whispered, "Beware, lady, there are those present who may think my services too richly paid." With these words he had relinquished her to her husband. But in them she saw nothing inimical to her wishes. It was a caution, not a reproof, and had not his warmer address to Helen conjured up all the fiends of jealousy, she would have been perfectly satisfied with these grounds of hope, slippery though they were, like the sands of the sea. Eager, therefore, to break away from Lord Mar's projects relating to his daughter, at the first decent opportunity she said, "We will consider more of this, Donald. I now resign you to the duties of your office, and shall pay mine to her, whose interest is our own." Lord Mar pressed her hand to his lips, and they parted. Prior to Wallace's visit to the Citadel, which was to be at an early hour the same morning, a list of the noble prisoners was put into his hand. Edwin pointed to the name of Lord Montgomery. "That," said he, "is the name of the person you already esteem, but how will you regard him when I tell you who he was?" Wallace turned on him an inquiring look. "You have often spoken to me of Sir Gilbert Hambledon Dash. And this be he?" interrupted Wallace. Edwin recounted the manner of the Earl discovering himself, and how he came to bear that title. Wallace listened in silence, and when his young friend ended, sighed heavily. "I will thank him," was all he said. And rising, he proceeded to the chamber of Montgomery. Even at that early hour it was filled with his officers come to inquire after their late commander's health. Wallace advanced to the couch, and the Southrons drew back. The expression of his countenance told the Earl that he now knew him. Noblest of Englishmen, cried Wallace, in a low voice, I come to express a gratitude to you, as lasting as the memory of the action which gave it birth. Your generous conduct to all that was dearest to me on earth was that night in the garden of Ellerslie witnessed by myself. I was in the tree above your head, and nothing but a conviction that I should embarrass the honor of my wife's protector could at that moment have prevented my springing from my covert and declaring my gratitude on the spot. Receive my thanks now, inadequate as they are to express what I feel. But you offered me your heart on the field of Cambus-Kenneth, I will take that as a generous intimation how I may best acknowledge my debt. Receive then my never-dying friendship, the eternal gratitude of my immortal spirit. The answer of Montgomery could not but refer to the same subject, and by presenting the tender form of his wife and her devoted love, almost visibly again before her widowed husband, nearly forced open the fountain of tears which he had buried deep in his heart. And rising suddenly, for fear his emotions might betray themselves, he warmly pressed the hand of his English friend, and left the room. In the course of the same day the Southron nobles were transported into the Citadel, and the family of Mar removed from the fortress, to take up their residence in the palace of Snawdown. Chapter 36. The Carse of Stirling. The fame of these victories, the seizure of Stirling, the conquest of above 60,000 men, and the Lord Warden with his late deputy taken prisoners, all spread through the country on the wings of the wind. Messengers were dispatched by Wallace, not only to the nobles who had already declared for the cause by sending him their armed followers, but to the clans who yet stood irresolute. To the chiefs who had taken the side of Edward, he sent no exhortation. And when Lord Ruthven advised him to do so, "No, my lord," said he, "we must not spread a snare under our country," and as they had the power to befriend her, they would not have colleagued with her enemies. They remember her happiness under the rule of our Alexanders, they see her sufferings beneath the sway of a usurper. And if they can know these things, and require arguments to bring them to their duty, should they then come to it, it would not be to fulfill, but to betray. Ours, my dear Lord Ruthven, is a commission from heaven. The truth of our cause is God's own signet and is so clear, that it need only be seen to be acknowledged. All honest minds will come to us of themselves. And those who are not so, had better be avoided, than shown the way by which treachery may effect what open violence cannot accomplish. This reasoning, drawn from the experience of nature, neither encumbered by the subtleties of policy nor the sophistry of the schools, was evident to every honest understanding, and decided the question. Lady Mar, unknown to any one, again applied to her fatal pen, but with other views than for the ruin of the cause, or the destruction of Wallace. It was to strengthen his hands with the power of all her kinsmen. And finally, by the crown which they should place on his head, exalt her to the dignity of a queen. She wrote first to John Cummin, Earl of Buchan, enforcing 1,000 reasons why he should now leave a sinking cause and join the rising fortunes of his country. You see, said she, that the happy star of Edward is setting. The King of France not only maintains possession of that monarch's territory at Guienne, but he holds him in check on the shores of Flanders. Baffled abroad, an insurrection awaits him at home. The priesthood whom he has insulted, trample name with anathemas, the nobles whom he has insulted, trample on his prerogative, and the people, whose privileges he has invaded, call aloud for redress. The proud barons of England are ready to revolt. And the lords Hereford and Norfolk, those two earls whom, after madly threatening to hang 34 he sought to bribe to their allegiance by leaving them in the full powers of Constable and Marshal of England. They are now conducting themselves with such domineering consequence, that even the Prince of Wales submits to their directions, and the throne of the absent tyrant is shaken to its centre. Sir William Wallace has rescued Scotland from his yoke. The country now calls for her ancient lords, those who made her kings, and supported them. Come, then, my cousin. Espouse the cause of right, the cause that is in power. The cause that may aggrandize the House of Cummin with still higher dignities than any with which it has hitherto been blazoned. With these arguments, and with others more adapted to his Belial mind, she tried to bring him to her purpose. To awaken what ambition he possessed, and to entice his baser passions, by offering security in a rescued country to the indulgence of senses to which he had already sacrificed the best properties of man. She dispatched her letter by a messenger, whom she bribed to secrecy, and added in her postscript, that the answer she should hope to receive would be an offer of his services to Sir William Wallace. While the Countess of Mar was devising her plans, for the gaining of Lord Buchan was only a preliminary measure, the dispatches of Wallace had taken effect. Their simple details, and the voice of fame, had roused a general spirit throughout the land, and in the course of a very short time after the different messengers had left Stirling, the plain around the city was covered with a mixed multitude. All Scotland seemed pressing to throw itself at the feet of its preserver. A large body of men brought from Mar by Murray according to his uncle's orders, were amongst the first encamped on the Carse. And that part of Wallace's own particular band which he had left at Dumbarton, to recover their wounds, now, under the command of Stephen Ireland, rejoined their lord at Stirling. Neil Campbell, the brave Lord of Loch, and Lord Bothwell, the father of Lord Andrew Murray, with a strong reinforcement, arrived from Argyllshire. The chiefs of Ross, Dundas, Gordon, Lockhart, Logan, Elphinstone, Scott, Erskine, Lindsay, Cameron, and of almost every noble family in Scotland, sent their sons at the heads of detachments from their clans, to swell the ranks of Sir William Wallace. When this patriotic host assembled on the Carse of Stirling, every inmate of the city, who had not duty to confine him within the walls, turned out to view the glorious sight. Mounted within the walls, turned out to view the glorious sight. Mounted on a rising ground, they saw each little army, and the emblazoned banners of all the chivalry of Scotland floating afar over the lengthened ranks. At this moment, the lines which guarded the outworks of Stirling opened from right to left, and discovered Wallace advancing on a white charger. When the conqueror of Edward's hosts appeared, the deliverer of Scotland, a mighty shout, from the thousands around, rent the skies, and shook the earth on which they stood. Wallace raised his helmet from his brow, as by an instinctive motion every hand bent the sword or banner it contained. "He comes in the strength of David," cried the venerable Bishop of Dunkeld, who appeared at the head of his church's tenantry. "Scots, behold the Lord's anointed." The exclamation, which burst like inspiration from the lips of the bishop, struck to every heart. "Long live our William the Lion! Our Scottish king," was echoed with transport by every follower on the ground. And while the reverberating heavens seemed to ratify the voice of the people, the lords themselves, believing that he who won had the best right to enjoy, joined in the glorious cry. Galloping up from the front of their ranks, they threw themselves from their steeds, and before Wallace could recover from the surprise into which this unexpected salutation had thrown him, Lord Bothwell and Lord Loch, followed by the rest, had bent their knees, and acknowledged him to be their sovereign. The Bishop of Dunkeld at the same moment drawing from his breast a silver dove of sacred oil, poured it upon the unbonneted head of Wallace. "Thus, O King," cried he, "do I consecrate on earth, what has already received the unction of heaven." Wallace, at this action, was awestruck, and raising his eyes to that heaven, his soul in silence breathed its unutterable devotion. Then looking on the bishop, "Holy Father," said he, "this unction may have prepared my brows for a crown, but it is not of this world, and divine mercy must bestow it. Rise, lords." And as he spoke, he flung himself from his horse, and taking Lord Bothwell by the hand, as the eldest of the band, "Kneel not to me," cried he, "I am to you what Gideon was to the Israelites, your fellow soldier. I cannot assume the scepter you would bestow, for he who rules us all has yet preserved to you a lawful monarch. Bruce lives. And were he extinct, the blood royal flows in too many noble veins in Scotland for me to usurp its rights. The rights of the crown lie with the only man in Scotland who knows how to defend them. Else reason is blind, or the nation abandons its own prerogative. What we have this moment vowed, is not to be forsworn. Balliol has abdicated our throne. The Bruce deserted it, all our nobles slept till you awoke, and shall we bow to men who may follow, but will not lead? No, bravest Wallace, from the moment you drew the first sword for Scotland, you made yourself her lawful king." Wallace turned to the veteran Lord of Loch, who uttered this with a blunt determination that meant to say, the election which had passed should not be recalled. I made myself her champion, to fight for her freedom, not my own aggrandizement. Were I to accept the honor with which this too grateful nation would repay my service, I should not bring it that peace for which I contend. Struggling for liberty, the toils of my brave countrymen would be redoubled. For they would have to maintain the tights of an unallied king against a host of enemies. The circumstances of a man from the private stations of life being elevated to such a dignity would be felt as an insult by every royal house, and foes and friends would arm against us. On these grounds of policy alone, even were my heart not loyal to the vows of my ancestors, I should repel the mischief you would bring upon yourselves by making me your king. As it is, my conscience, as well as my judgment, compels me reject it. As your general, I may serve you gloriously; as your monarch, in spite of myself, I should incur your ultimate destruction. From whom, noblest of Scots, asked the Lord of Bothwell. From yourselves, my friends, answered Wallace, with a gentle smile. Could I take advantage of the generous enthusiasm of a grateful nation? Could I forget the duty I owe to the blood of our Alexanders, and leap into the throne? There are many who would soon revolt against their own election. You cannot be ignorant, that there are natures who would endure no rule, did it not come by the right of inheritance, or right by dispute, lest they teach their inferiors the same refractory lesson. But to bend with voluntary subjection, to long obey a power raised by themselves, would be a sacrifice abhorrent to their pride. After having displayed their efficiency in making a king, they would prove their independence by striving to pull him down the moment he made them feel his spectre. Such would be the fate of this election. Jealousies and rebellions would mark my reign, till even my closest adherents, seeing the miseries of civil war, would fall from my side, and leave the country again open to the inroads of her enemies. These, my friends and countrymen, would be my reasons for rejecting the crown did my ambition point that way. But as I have no joy in titles, no pleasure in any power that does not spring hourly from the heart, let my reign be in your bosoms. And with the appellation of your fellow soldier, your friend. I will fight for you, I will conquer for you, I will live or die. This man, whispered Lord Buchan, who having arrived in the rear of the troops on the appearance of Wallace, advanced within hearing of what he said. This man shows more cunning in repulsing a crown than most are capable of exerting to obtain one. Aye, but let us see, returned the Earl of Mar, who accompanied him, whether it be not Caesar's coyness, he thrice refused the purple, and yet he died Emperor of the Romans. He that offers me a crown, returned Buchan, shall never catch me playing the coquette with its charms. I warrant you, I would embrace the lovely mischief in the first presentation. A shout rent the air. What is that? Cried he, interrupting himself. He has followed your advice, answered March, with a satirical smile. It is the preliminary trumpet to long live King William the Great. Lord Buchan spurred forward to Scrymgeour, whom he knew, and inquired, where the new king was to be crowned. We have not yet to thank him for the possession of Scone. True, cried Sir Alexander, comprehending the sarcasm. But did Sir William Wallace accept the prayers of Scotland, neither Scone nor any other spot in the kingdom would refuse the place of his coronation. Not accept them, replied Buchan, then why the shout? Do the changelings rejoice in being refused? When we cannot gain the altitude of our desires, returned the knight, it is yet subject for thankfulness when we reach a step toward it. Sir William Wallace has consented to be considered as the protector of the kingdom, to hold it for the rightful sovereign, under the name of regent. Aye, cried March, he has only taken a mistress instead of a wife. And, trust me, when once he has got her into his arms, it will not be all the grey beards in Scotland that can wrest her thence again. I marvel to see how men can be cajoled and call the visor virtue. Scrymgeour had not waited for this reply of the insolent earl, and Buchan answered him. I care not, said he, whoever keeps my castle over my head, and my cellars full, is welcome to reign over John of Buchan. So onward, my gallant Cospatrick, to make our bow to royalty in masquerade. When these scorners approached, they found Wallace standing uncovered in the midst of his happy nobles. There was not a man present to whom he had not given proofs of his divine commission. Each individual was snatched from a state of oppression and disgrace, and placed in security and honor. With overflowing gratitude, they all thronged around him. And the young, the isolated Wallace, found a nation waiting on his nod, the hearts of 500,000 of people offered to his hand to turn and win them as he pleased. No crown sat on his brows. But the bright halo of true glory beamed from his godlike countenance. It even checked the arrogant smiles with which the haughty March and the voluptuous Buchan came forward to mock him with their homage. As the near relations of Lady Mar, he received them with courtesy, but one glance of his eye penetrated to the hollowness of both. And then, remounting his steed, the stirrups of which were held by Edwin and Ker, he touched the head of the former with his hand. "Follow me, my friend, I now go to pay my duty to your mother. For you, my lords," said he, turning to the nobles around, "I shall hope to meet you at noon in the Citadel, where we must consult together on further prompt movements. Nothing with us can be considered as won till all is gained." The chieftains, with bows, acquiesced in his mandate, and fell back toward their troops. But the foremost ranks of those brave fellows, having heard much of what had passed, were so inflamed with admiration of their regent, that they rushed forward, and collecting in crowds around his horse, and in his path. Some pressed to kiss his hand, and others his way, shouting and calling down blessings upon him, till he stopped at the gate of Snawdown. Chapter 37. Snawdown Palace. Owing to the multiplicity of affairs which engaged Wallace's attention after the capture of Stirling, the ladies of Mar had not seen him since his first visit to the Citadel. The Countess passed this time in writing her dispatches to the numerous lords of her house, both in Scotland and in England. And by her subtle arguments she completely persuaded her husband of the cogency of putting the names of Lord Athol and Lord Badenoch into the list of noble prisoners he should request. When this was proposed to Wallace, he recollected the conduct of Athol at Montrose, and, being alone with Lord Mar, he made some objections against inviting him back into the country. But the Earl, who was prepared by his wife to overcome every obstacle in the way of her kinsman's return, answered, that he believed, from the representations he had received of the private opinions both of Badenoch and Athol, that their treason was more against Baliol than the kingdom. And that now that prince was irretrievably removed, he understood they would be glad to take a part in its recovery. "That may be the case with the Earl of Badenoch," replied Wallace, "but something less friendly to Scotland must be in the breast of the man who could betray Lord Douglas into the hands of his enemies." "So I should have thought," replied the Earl, "had not the earnestness with which my wife pleads his cause convinced me she knows more of his mind than she chooses to entrust me with. And therefore I suppose his conduct to Douglas arose from personal pique." Though these explanations did not at all raise the absent lords in his esteem, yet to appear hostile to the return of Lady Mar's relations would be a violence to her, which, in proportion as Wallace shrunk from the guilty affection she was so eager to lavish upon him, he was averse to committing. Wishing, by showing her every proper consideration, to lead her to apprehend the turpitude of her conduct, by convincing her that his abhorrence of her advances had its origin in principle, rather than from personal repugnance to herself. And so she might see the foulness of her crime, and be recalled to virtue. He was therefore not displeased to have this opportunity of obliging her. And, as he hoped that amongst so many warm friends a few cool ones could not do much injury, he gave in the names of Badenoch and Athol, with those of Lord Douglas, Sir William Maitland, the only son of the venerable Knight of Thirlestane, Sir John Monteith, and many other brave Scots. For these, the Earls de Warenne, de Valence, and Montgomery, the Barons Hilton and Blenkinsop, and others of note, were to exchanged. Those of lesser consequence, man for man, were to be returned for Scots of the same degree. In arranging preliminaries to effect the speedy return of the Scots from England, who must be known to have arrived on the borders, before the English would be permitted to cross them. In writing dispatches on this subject, and on others of equal moment, had passed the time between the surrender of Stirling and the hour when Wallace was called to the plain, to receive the offered homage of his grateful country. Impatient to behold again the object of her fond machinations, Lady Mar hastened to the window of her apartment, when the shouts in the streets informed her of the approach of Wallace. The loud huzzas, accompanied by the acclamations of "our protector and prince," seemed already to bind her brows with her anticipated diadem, and for a moment, vanity lost the image of love in the purple with which she enveloped it. Her ambitious vision was disturbed by the crowd rushing forward. The gates were thronged with people of every age and sex, and Wallace himself appeared on his white charger, with his helmet off, bowing and smiling upon the populace. There was a mild effulgence in his eye, a divine benevolence in his countenance, as his parted lips showed the brightness of his smile, which seemed to speak of happiness within, of joy to all around. She hastily snatched a chaplet of flowers from her head, and threw it from the window. Wallace looked up, his brow and his smile were then directed to her. But they were altered. The moment he met the congratulation of her eager eyes, he remembered what would have been the soft welcome of his Marian's under the like circumstance. But that tender eye was closed, that ear was shut, to whom he would have wished these plaudits to have given rapture, and they were now as nothing to him. The Countess saw not what was passing in his mind, but kissing her hand to him, disappeared from the window when he entered the palace. Another eye beside Lady Mar's had witnessed the triumphant entry of Wallace. Triumphant in the true sense of the word, for he came a victor over the hearts of men. He came, not attended by his captives won in the war, but by the people he had blessed, by throngs calling him preserver, father, friend, and prince. By every title which can inspire the soul of man with the happy consciousness of fulfilling his embassy here below. Helen was this witness. She had passed the long interval, since she had seen Wallace, in the state of one in a dream. The glance had been so transient, that every succeeding hour seemed to lessen the evidence of her senses that she had really beheld him. It appeared impossible to her that the man whom her thoughts had hitherto dwelt on as the widowed husband of Marian, as the hero whom sorrow had wholly dedicated to patriotism and to heaven, should ever awaken in her breast feelings which would seem to break like a sacrilegious host upon the holy consecration of his. Once she had contemplated this idea with the pensive impressions of one leaning over the grave of a hero, and she could then turn as if emerging from the glooms of sepulchral monuments to upper day, to the image of her unknown knight. She could then blamelessly recollect the matchless graces of his figure, the noble soul that breathed from his every word and action, the sweet, though thoughtful, serenity that sat on his brow. There, whispered she to herself, are the lofty meditations of a royal mind, devising the freedom of his people. When that is effected, how will the perfect sunshine break out from that face? Ah! How blessed must Scotland be under his reign, when all will be light, virtue, and joy. Bliss hovered like an angel over the image of this imaginary Bruce. While sorrow, in mourning weeds, seemed ever dropping tears, when any circumstance recalled that of the real Wallace. Such was the state of Helen's thoughts, when in a moment beholding the chief Ellerslie in the Citadel she recognized, in his expected melancholy form, the resplendent countenance of him whom she supposed the Prince of Scotland. That two images so opposite should at once unite, that in one bosom should be mingled all the virtues she had believed peculiar to each, struck her with overwhelming amazement. But when she recovered from her short swoon, and found Wallace at her feet, when she felt that all the devotion her heart had hitherto paid to the simple idea of virtue alone would now be attracted to that glorious mortal, in whom all human excellence appeared summed up, she trembled under an emotion that seemed to rob her of herself, and place a new principle of being within her. All was so extraordinary, so unlooked for, so bewildering, that from the moment in which she had retired in such a paroxysm of highly wrought feelings from her first interview in the gallery with him, she became altogether like a person in a trance. And hardly answering her aunt, when she then led her up the stairs, only complained she was ill, and threw herself upon a couch. At the very time that her heart told her in a language she could not misunderstand, that she irrevocably loved this too glorious, too amiable Wallace, it as powerfully denounced to her that she had devoted herself to one who must ever be to her as a being of air. No word of sympathy would ever whisper felicity to her heart, no, the flame that was within her, which she found would be immortal as the vestal fires which resemble its purity, must burn there unknown, hidden, but not smothered. Were this a canonized saint, cried she, as she laid her throbbing head upon her pillow, how gladly should I feel these emotions. For, could I not fall down and worship him? Could I not think it a world of bliss, to live forever within the influence of his virtues, looking at him, listening to him, rejoicing in his praises, happy in his happiness? Yes, though I were a peasant girl, and he not know that Helen Mar even existed. And I may live thus, said she, and I may steal some portion of the rare lot that was Lady Marian's to die for such a man. Ah! Could I be in Edwin's place and wait upon his smiles? But that may not be, I am a woman, and formed to suffer in silence and seclusion. But even at a distance, brave Wallace, my spirit shall watch over you in the form of this Edwin. I will teach him a double care of the light of Scotland. And my prayers, also, shall follow you, so that when we meet in heaven, the blessed Virgin shall say with what hosts of angels her intercessions, through my vigils have surrounded thee. Chapter 38. The Bower, or Lady's Apartment. Thus did Lady Helen commune with her own strangely affected heart, sometimes doubting the evidence of her eyes, then, convinced of their fidelity, striving to allay the tumults in her mind. She seldom appeared from her own rooms. And such retirement was not questioned, her father being altogether engaged at the Citadel, the Countess absorbed in her own speculations, and Lady Ruthven alone interrupted the solitude of her niece by frequent visits. Little suspecting the cause of Helen's prolonged indisposition, she generally selected Wallace for the subject of conversation. She descanted with enthusiasm on the rare perfection of his character. Told her all that Edwin had related of his actions from the taking of Dumbarton to the present moment, and then bade Helen remark the miracle of such wisdom, valour, and goodness being found in one so young and handsome. So, my child, added she, depend on it, before he was Lady Marian's husband he must have heard sighs enough from the fairest in our land to have turned the wits of half the male world. There is something in his very look, did you meet him on the heath without better bark than a shepherd's plaid, sufficient to declare him the noblest of men. And, methinks, would excuse the gentlest lady in the land for leaving hall and bower to share his sheepcote. But, alas, and then the playful expression of her countenance altered, he is now for none on earth. With these words she turned the subject to the confidential hours he passed with the young adopted brother of his heart. Every fond emotion seemed then centred in his wife and child. When Lady Ruthven repeated his pathetic words to Edwin, she wept, she even sobbed, and paused to recover, while the deep and silent tears which flowed from the heart to the eyes of Lady Helen bathed the side of the couch on which she leaned. Alas! Cried Lady Ruthven, that a man, so formed to grace every relation in life, so noble a creature in all respects, so fond of a husband, so full of parental tenderness, that he should be deprived of the wife on whom he doted. That he should be cut off from all hope of posterity, that when he shall die, nothing will be left of William Wallace, breaks my heart. Ah, my aunt, cried Helen, raising her head with animation, will he not leave behind him the liberty of Scotland? That is an offspring worthy of his godlike soul. True, my dear Helen. But had you ever been a parent, you would know that no achievements, however great, can heal the wound made in a father's heart by the loss of a beloved child. And though Sir William Wallace never saw the infant, ready to bless his arms, yet it perished in the bosom of its mother, and that circumstance must redouble his affliction, horribly does it enhance the cruelty of the deed. He has in all things been a direful sacrifice, returned Helen, and with God alone dwells the power to wipe the tears from his heart. They flow not from his eyes, answered her aunt. But deep, deep is the grief that, my Edwin says, is settled there. While Lady Ruthven was uttering these words, shouts in the street made her pause. And soon recognizing the name of Wallace sounding from the lips of the rejoicing multitude, she turned to Helen. Here comes our deliverer, cried she, taking her by the hand, we have not seen him since the first day of our liberty. It will do you good, as it will me, to look on his beneficent face. She obeyed the impulse of her aunt's arm, and reached the window just as he passed into the courtyard. Helen's soul seemed rushing from her eyes. Ah! It is indeed he! Thought she, no dream, no illusion, but his very self. He looked up, but not on her side of the building, it was to the window of Lady Mar, and as he bowed, he smiled. All the charms of that smile struck upon the soul of Helen. And, hastily retreating, she sunk breathless into a seat. Oh, no! That man cannot be born for the isolated state I have just lamented. He is not to be forever cut off from communicating that happiness to which he would give so much enchantment. Lady Ruthven ejaculated this with fervour, her matron cheeks flushing with a sudden and more forcible admiration of the person and mien of Wallace. There was something in that smile, Helen, which tells me all is not chilled within. And, indeed, how should it be otherwise? That generous interest in the happiness of all, which seems to flow in a tide of universal love, cannot spring from a source incapable of dispensing the softer screams of it again. Helen, whose well-poised soul was not affected by the agitation of her body, agitation she was determined to conquer, calmly answered, "Such a hope little agrees with all you have been telling me of his conversation with Edwin. Sir William Wallace will never love woman more, and even to name the idea seems an offence against the sacredness of his sorrow." "Blame me not, Helen," returned Lady Ruthven, "that I forgot probability, in grasping at possibility which might give me such a nephew as Sir William Wallace, and you a husband worthy of your merits. I had always, in my own mind, fixed on the unknown knight for your future lord. And now that I find that he and the deliverer of Scotland are one, I am not to be looked grave at for wishing to reward him with the most precious heart that ever beat in a female breast. No more of this, if you love me, my dear aunt," returned Helen, "it neither can nor ought to be. I revere the memory of Lady Marian too much not to be agitated by the subject, so, no more." She was agitated. But at that instant Edwin, throwing open the door, put an end to the conversation. He came to apprise his mother that Sir William Wallace was in the state apartments, come purposely to pay his respects to her, not having even been introduced to her when the sudden illness of her niece in the castle had made them part so abruptly. "I will not interrupt his introduction now," said Helen, with a faint smile, "a few days' retirement will strengthen me, and then I shall see our protector as I ought." "I will stay with you," cried Edwin, "and I dare say Sir William Wallace will have no objection to be speedily joined by my mother, for, as I came along, I met my Aunt Mar hastening through the gallery. And, between ourselves, my sweet coz, I do not think my noble friend quite likes a private conference with your fair stepmother." Lady Ruthven had withdrawn before he made this observation. "Why, Edwin? Surely she would not do anything ungracious to one to whom she owes so great a weight of obligations." When Helen asked this, she remembered the spleen Lady Mar once cherished against Wallace, and she feared it might now be revived. Ungracious? Oh, no. The reverse of that, but her gratitude is full of absurdity. I will not repeat the fooleries with which she sought to detain him at Bute. And that some new fancy respecting him is now about to menace his patience. I am convinced. For, on my way hither, I met her hurrying along, and as she passed me she exclaimed, "Is Lord Buchan arrived?" I answered, "Yes." "Ah, then he proclaimed him king," cried she, and into the great gallery she darted. "You do not mean to say," demanded Helen, turning her eyes with an expression which seemed confident of his answer, "that Sir William Wallace has accepted the crown of Scotland?" "Certainly not," replied Edwin. "But as certainly it has been offered to him, and he has refused it." "I could have sworn it," returned Helen, rising from her chair, "all is loyal, all is great and consistent there, Edwin." "He is, indeed, the perfect exemplar of all nobleness," rejoined the youth, "and I believe I shall even love you better, my dear cousin, because you seem to have so clear an apprehension of his real character." He then proceeded, with all the animation of the most zealous affection, to narrate to Helen the particulars of the late scene on the Carse of Stirling. And while he deepened still more the profound impression the virtues of Wallace had made on her heart, he reopened its more tender sympathies by repeating, with even minuter accuracy than he had done to his mother, Details of those hours which he passed with him in retirement. He spoke of the beacon hill, of moonlight walks in the camp, when all but the sentinels and his general and himself were sunk in sleep. These were the seasons when the suppressed feelings of Wallace would by fits break from his lips, and at last pour themselves out, unrestrainedly, to the ear of sympathy. As the young narrator described all the endearing qualities of his friend, the cheerful heroism with which he quelled every tender remembrance to do his duty in the day for it is only in the night, said Edwin. That my general remembers Ellerslie, Helen's tears again stole silently down her cheeks. Edwin perceived them, and throwing his arms gently around her. Weep not, my sweet cousin, said he, for, with all his sorrow, I never saw true happiness till I beheld it in the eyes and heard it in the voice of Sir William Wallace. He has talked to me of the joy he should experience in giving liberty to Scotland, and establishing her peace, till his enthusiastic soul, grasping hope, as if it were possession. He has looked on me with a consciousness of enjoyment which seemed to say that all bliss was summed up in a patriot's breast. And at other times, when, after a conversation on his beloved Marion, a few natural regrets would pass his lips, and my tears tell how deep was my sympathy, then he would turn to comfort me. Then he would show me the world beyond this, that world which is the aim of all his deeds, the end of all his travails, and, lost in the rapturous idea of meeting his Marion there, a foretaste of all would seem to seize his soul, and were I then called upon to point out the most enviable felicity on earth, I should say it is that of Sir William Wallace. It is this enthusiasm in all he believes and feels that makes him what he is. It is this eternal spirit of hope, infused into him by heaven itself, that makes him rise from sorrow, like the sun from a cloud, brighter, and with more ardent beams. It is this that bathes his lips in the smiles of paradise, that throws a divine luster over his eyes, and makes all dream of love and happiness that look upon him. Edwin paused. Is it not so, my cousin? Helen raised her thoughtful face. He is not a being of this earth, Edwin. We must learn to imitate him, as well as to dash, she hesitated, then added, as well as to revere him, I do before the altars of the saints. But not to worship, said she, interrupting herself. That would be a crime. To look on him as a glorious example of patient suffering, of invincible courage in the behalf of truth and mercy. This is the end of my reverence for him, and this sentiment, my dear Edwin, you partake. It possesses me wholly, cried the energetic youth, I have no thought, no wish, nor ever move or speak, but with the intent to be like him. He calls me his brother. And I will be so in soul, though I cannot in blood. And then, my dear Helen, you shall have 2 Sir William Wallaces to love. Sweetest, sweetest boy, cried Helen, putting her quivering lips to his forehead. You will then always remember that Helen so dearly loved Scotland as to be jealous, above all earthly things, for the Lord Regent's safety. Be his guardian angel. Beware of treason in man and woman, friend and kindred. It lurks, my cousin, under the most specious forms, and, as one, mark Lord Buchan, in short, have a care of all whom any of the house of Cummin may introduce. Watch over your general's life in the private hour. It is not the public field I fear for him, his valiant arm will there be his own guard. But, in the unreserved day of confidence, envy will point its dagger. And then, be as eyes to his too trusting soul, as a shield to his too confidently exposed breast. As she spoke she strove to conceal her too eloquent face in the silken ringlets of her hair. I will be all this, cried Edwin, who saw nothing in her tender solicitude but the ingenuous affection which glowed in his own heart, and I will be your eyes, too, my cousin. For when I am absent with Sir William Wallace I shall consider myself your representative, and so will send you regular dispatches of all that happens to him. Thanks would have been a poor means of imparting what she felt at this assurance. And, rising from her seat, with some of Wallace's own resigned and enthusiastic expression in her face, she pressed Edwin's hand to her heart, then bowing her head to him, in token of gratitude, withdrew into an inner apartment.